Chapter 1. The Golden Ratio of the Perfect Physique. Today is September 1st, 2025, the commencement of a new academic season. After 2 months of ruling their homes, the children are about to embark on their journey. Exciting news! Jinhai University has welcomed the second highest scorer from the National College Entrance Examination. Today marks the 50th anniversary of Jinhai University. In addition to a spectacular anniversary performance, the freshmen will also receive blessings from senior alumni and a mysterious figure. Sitting on the welcoming bus to Jinhai University, Chu Xi listened to the university news broadcast on the onboard television, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed out at the unfamiliar cityscape. This subtle smile captured the attention of several boys on the bus, not merely because they were all swordsmen, but because Chu Xi's appearance was undeniably misleading. His name was Chu Xi, just turned 18. Clad in a white short-sleeved tracksuit, his fair skin and stunning features were complemented by a high ponytail that swayed gently in the breeze. His captivating eyes sparkled like water, and his delicate, beautiful features were striking. Importantly, despite his appearance resembling that of a breathtaking beauty, he was, in fact, an unequivocally masculine individual. As his mentor Yi Fan often stated, Chu Xi was a natural-born Taoist body. This essentially meant that while his gender was male, his looks were such that he could easily be mistaken for a girl without any adornment. His intrinsic attributes were purely yang, yet his exterior bore a feminine softness, perfectly embodying the harmonious balance of yin and yang. To this day, Chu Xi struggled to comprehend this phenomenon. However, one thing he was certain of was that upon arriving at Jinhai University, he would finally complete the novice task assigned to him by the system 3 years prior. The system? Indeed, Chu Xi was a transmigrator. He had crossed over 3 years ago during his 3rd year of middle school. At that time, he was a youth plagued by insecurities regarding his appearance. He not only endured incessant harassment from girls, but also faced bullying and obsessive pursuits from boys, coupled with the pressure of the upcoming high school entrance examination. Thus, as the exam approached, the original Chu Xi could no longer bear the endless torment inflicted by his peers and the looming examination, leading him to choose to end his life. It was then that the current Chu Xi arrived in this world. This new realm was vastly different from his previous one. Its history was singular. The ancient Qin. In this world, the Qin dynasty did not fall into ruin, but instead flourished for over 1,000 years. While this outcome was favorable, it also bore significant drawbacks, namely, that under the influence of imperial ideology, technological advancement was sluggish. Consequently, in this world, Huaxia faced invasions from foreign tribes, and during the period of resistance and the establishment of new Huaxia, technological and economic development had yet to reach its zenith. A wealthy conglomerate considered a billionaire in this world would only have a few hundred million, while even a nation's ability to allocate over 1,000 billion was inconceivable. Thus, in terms of technological progress, Huaxia lagged significantly behind other nations. Hey, beautiful, can I add you on instant messaging? As expected, Chu Xi's captivating presence on the bus drew the attention of a boy who initiated conversation. There was little he could do. His beauty was simply disarming, leaving boys defenseless in his presence. Chu Xi was accustomed to such attention. He turned slightly, smiling as he waved his hand. Sorry, I'm a boy. Even as he tried to deepen his voice, it remained soft and melodious, striking a neutral tone. However, despite his clarification, the boy remained unconvinced. The boy chuckled and shook his head. Don't joke, beauty. If you're a boy, then what am I? Just add me. Chu Xi frowned slightly, casting him a glance before ignoring him. Yet, that fleeting glance, imbued with charm, struck a chord in the boy's heart, leaving him momentarily entranced. The driver called out from the front. Hey, classmate, she doesn't want to talk to you anymore. Just sit down. Yeah, we're all classmates. There's plenty of time ahead. Don't make a fool of yourself. Save yourself some dignity. The other boys chimed in, their jealousy palpable. In an instant, the bus was filled with a tense atmosphere thick with rivalry. The boy, upon hearing this, snapped back to reality and shot an annoyed glance at the others, ultimately resigning himself to sit down. There was little he could do. He dared not provoke the collective ire. Oh, system, look at the novice gift package you've given me. Gazing at the approaching Jinhai University, Chu Xi silently lamented. What do you mean by a golden ratio perfect physique? This pair of 36D rounded and bouncy pectorals you bestowed upon me is anything but serious. Indeed, the most vexing aspect for Chu, she was the novice gift package bestowed upon him upon binding with the system. It was all well and good. Body enhancement, a golden ratio perfect physique. And while it was undeniably impressive, his pectorals were well defined, with a clear V-line, defined abs, and an enviable figure. It posed a conundrum. Without a shirt, he could still assert his masculinity. Yet, once clothed, those 36D rounded pectorals and slender waist were obscured. To the eyes of others, he became the epitome of a stunning beauty. What was even more infuriating was that during summer, when wearing short sleeves, he was compelled to don chest pads. Otherwise, despite being aware of his true masculine identity, those protrusions would induce immense embarrassment. As for his long hair, Chu Xi found it difficult to articulate his feelings. After binding with the system, his novice task was to enroll in Huaxia's Taoist High School and graduate with exemplary grades. Thus, to complete the system's mission, he enrolled in the Taoist Academy as his first choice, achieving a perfect score of 610 and successfully gaining admission. Subsequently, with bodily and mental enhancements from the system, Chu Xi excelled academically, graduating as the second highest scorer in all of Huaxia. His long hair was not only a requirement of the system, but also a necessity for a disciple of the Taoist Academy, as it needed to be styled with a hairpin. Hey! Suddenly, a gentle voice called from behind him. Are you really a boy? Chu Xi, without turning, nodded. Yes, absolutely genuine. But the girl tilted her head, observing Chu Xi's flawless profile and fair neck. Why don't you have an Adam's apple? And your chest size is just 2. As she spoke, the girl stood up, leaning down to peer into Chu Xi's collar. This glimmer of curiosity quickly turned to dismay. Goodness, what a deep cleavage. A boy with a chest line deeper than her own. Who would believe that? With such exaggerated proportions, claiming to be a boy. Who would buy that? Frustrated, the girl sat back down. Chu Xi, having hit a sore spot, closed his eyes in exasperation, reciting a calming mantra. Cold as ice, eternal as time, all things remain still, mind and breath in harmony, seeking the divine within, unperturbed by change, free from desire and attachment, yielding to the void. Before his transmigration, Chu Xi had been a struggling individual living in 2024. After his arrival in this world, with the system's novice enhancements, his cultivation at the Taoist Academy progressed at an astonishing rate. In just 1 year, he mastered drawing talismans and forming seals. Upon entering the realm of Qi manipulation for 2 years, mastering both seals and spells. In 3 years, achieving the status of a grandmaster while simultaneously becoming the pride of the Taoist Academy. It sounds quite impressive, yet in reality, throughout those 3 years, Chu Xi felt as though he were living in a dream. Can you believe it? The Taoist Academy he attended was nestled within the mountains, leaving him with little choice. As the direct disciple of his master, Yi Fan, his days were largely consumed by either studying academic subjects within the academy or ascending the mountain to cultivate Taoist practices under his master's guidance, leaving him with scant opportunities to indulge in the use of his mobile phone. Here, the sole purpose of his phone was to record lectures during his master's instruction, serving as a tool for review and supplementation of his learning. Chapter 2. The armor. This aspect was greatly appreciated by the master, who wholeheartedly supported the disciples in recording the lessons taught, allowing them to consolidate their knowledge and enhance their learning. However, there was one stipulation. These recordings were strictly prohibited from being shared online, and in fact, could not be uploaded at all. There had been instances where disciples from a Taoist academy, upon returning home, attempted to flaunt their learning by uploading recorded content, only to discover that no matter what they did, the videos would not upload. Moreover, it is noteworthy that the geographical expanse of Huaxiao in this world is significantly larger than that of Chu Xi's original realm, with Taoism being the predominant belief, while other sects hold little influence. After 3 years, Chu Xi had thoroughly studied the history of Huaxia, gradually uncovering the underlying reasons for this disparity. It turned out that a pivotal moment occurred during the Qin dynasty. The Qin did not meet their demise under the second emperor. Instead, with the assistance of orthodox Taoism, they vanquished Su Fu and neutralized the poison afflicting the Ying clan. Consequently, the formidable chariot of the Qin dynasty embarked on an unimaginably new chapter. As for Chu Xi's exceptional academic performance and his choice to attend Jinhai University, it was not solely due to the generous offers extended to him. It was also because his family resided in Jinhai City. Even when prestigious institutions like Tsinghua and Beida made their moves, their offers could not surpass that of Jinhai University. After all, Chu Xi was inherently a child of Jinhai City, and it was only fitting that the local waters nourish its own. Furthermore, proclaiming his status as the second best in the nation would undoubtedly bring pride to Jinhai City. Having been directly transported by high-speed rail, I am uncertain whether my parents have arrived. Observing the increasing number of vehicles lining the road and the university gate drawing near, Chu Xi's thoughts drifted to his parents in this world. Prior to his arrival, he had already conferred with them over the phone, arranging to meet at the university entrance. Now, with so many students' parents present, he genuinely feared he might not be able to find them. Ding! A message notification chimed on his phone. Chu Xi retrieved it to find a message from his father, Chu Xi. The message inquired about his whereabouts and included their current location, almost at the university entrance. After replying, Chu Xi opened the location link, which indicated that Chu Xi and the others were situated to the east of the university gate. As for the precise spot, he would have to seek it out himself. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully completed the novice task after 3 years, and you have been awarded a golden treasure chest and 1 opportunity for a draw. Ding! The Black Science system is now officially activated. May you have a delightful experience at university. Ding! Would you like to open the treasure chest? As the bus finally arrived at the university entrance and came to a gentle halt under the guidance of the traffic police, the system's notifications resonated in Chu Xi's mind. Indeed, arriving at university marked the culmination of his novice task. Oh my goodness, I've finally arrived. Chu Xi rubbed his hands together in excitement, moistening his lips as he internally shouted. 3 years. Do you know how I endured those 3 years? Do you? Why pose such a foolish question now? After all this effort, let us open it. Do it immediately. Ding! Acknowledged, opening the treasure chest. The system did not engage in conversation with Chu Xi. Instead, it directly manifested a golden treasure chest within his mind and opened it. With a resounding click, a radiant golden light erupted from the chest. This dazzling illumination, even within the confines of Chu Xi's consciousness, compelled him to squint his beautiful eyes. Observing this expression, the boys who had been secretly watching him could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired a set of battle armor, which has been stored in the system space. Relevant data is now synchronizing. As the system's prompt echoed in his mind, Chu Xi felt an overwhelming stream of information flood into his consciousness. This comprised the manufacturing details of the armor, along with all experimental data. Once the bus came to a steady halt at the school entrance and the doors swung open, Chu Xi had absorbed all the information, causing him to widen his eyes in astonishment and exclaim internally, "What the heck? System, you're incredible. I thought you were merely providing me with something akin to Iron Man's armor. Yet, upon reviewing the data, what you've given me resembles the likes of the cosmic Knight Daipo Wei. Goodness, the perfect amalgamation of liquid metal and nanobots, complemented by a unique intelligent AI system. This is astounding." For those boys who had seen Iron Man and the cosmic Knight Daipo Wei, who hasn't harbored a dream of wearing battle armor? In that moment, Chu Xi yearned to unveil his newly acquired treasure and don it flamboyantly before everyone. Just as his excitement was reaching a peak, a calming current swept through his mind, instantly restoring his composure. It seemed his cultivation had not been in vain. Having reached the opening mansion realm, and the 3 years spent reciting the tranquility mantra bore fruit. Children, the driver, now standing with a smile and a megaphone, addressed them. This escort mission has concluded. I hope that during the next 4 years at this university, you all gain valuable knowledge. Wishing you smooth sailing and academic success. Princes and princesses, please disembark. With that, the driver lowered the megaphone and offered a respectful salute. At that moment, the children on the bus finally recognized the driver's identity. Oh my, it's the hero Zhuahong. It truly was him. Uncle Zhua, thank you for your hard work. We will study diligently. The children expressed their gratitude and respect towards Zhuahong before gradually exiting to retrieve their belongings. Zhuahong, a soul-level figure in the contemporary military, is undeniably a hero. He is a lieutenant colonel in the Air Force, having engaged in numerous battles against aircraft intruding into the airspace of Huaxia. Some were successfully driven away, while others were directly shot down. Several encounters were intensely fierce, nearly costing him his life. However, the outcomes were always gratifying, and he returned alive. After offering his thanks, Chu Xi stepped off the bus with his shoulder bag. "Beautiful lady, may I assist you with your bag?" "Indeed, beautiful lady, do you have any other luggage?" Predictably, as soon as Chu Xi alighted, he caught the attention of the perceptive senior students. This time, Chu Xi felt no desire to engage in conversation. He merely smiled gently, waved his hand, and then lifted his gaze towards the eastern side of the school gate in search of his parents. The power of that smile was indeed formidable. The senior students who had gathered around were, as if ensnared by the immobilizing spell of Sun Wukong, their faces blank with astonishment as they stood rooted to the spot. Ding! Would the host like to draw a lottery? The system's notification chimed once more. Chu Xi only uttered a single word in his heart before hastening his steps, for he had already spotted his parents. Ding! Lottery begins. Following the system's announcement, a spinning wheel appeared in Chu Xi's mind, with a golden ball bouncing atop it. Chapter 3. Give me an explanation. Dad. Mom. With joy, he waved his arms and shouted, accelerating towards them, before leaping into the embrace of his mother, who had opened her arms wide. Oh dear. His mother, her eyes reddened, held her beloved son tightly, showering kisses on his face. "My darling son, I've missed you terribly. Let me see if you've lost weight." As she spoke, she released her hold and took a step back to scrutinize him. Nearby, a middle-aged handsome uncle clad in a blue and white contrasting leisure suit, also sporting sunglasses, was laughing as he appraised his son. "Son, have you grown even more handsome? Goodness, your looks are simply extraordinary, surpassing both your parents." His mother nodded vigorously in agreement, exclaiming, "Exactly. Look at our features, behold those well-defined muscles. Oh, they're so resilient." As she spoke, she playfully poked Chu Xi's well-developed pectoral muscles. "Goodness, they are just the right firmness, incredibly elastic, and feel delightful." Chu Xi beamed with pride, flexing his chest muscles, making them bounce in front of his parents. "Of course, this physique is honed from my training at school. I'm in peak condition, and my appetite is insatiable." Ding! Lottery concluded. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 3 units of Basic Enhancement Liquid, now stored in the system space. Basic Enhancement Liquid. Consuming it elevates physical fitness by 5-fold, purges impurities, heals all hidden ailments, grants immunity to most toxins, and delays aging in its initial stages. As the announcement concluded, Chu Xi felt a surge of excitement. 3 units? How fortuitous. 1 for each of us, my dad, my mom, and me. With this thought, he smiled and pretended to rummage through his backpack, secretly retrieving 3 vials of the enhancement liquid, which he then offered. "Here, Dad, Mom. I brought you some local specialties, 1 for each of us. Let us toast." Huh. Both Chu He and Chun Yao, his parents, received the vials with puzzled expressions, watching as their son downed his in one swift motion. They exchanged a glance, and, reassured, also downed theirs. After all, anything brought back by their son could hardly be poison. They would drink first and inquire later. To their surprise, it tasted quite delightful. Once they finished, Chu He finally spoke. "Son, what kind of local specialty have you brought back? Is it a beverage from the mountains?" Chu Xi shook his head and beckoned for his parents to come closer, prompting them to hurry over. 3 heads came together as Chu Xi shook the empty bottle in his hand, lowering his voice to introduce, "Dad, Mom. These are 3 vials of body enhancement fluid I concocted during my studies at the academy. Upon consumption, not only can it quintuple one's physical prowess, but it can also cure all hidden ailments. Moreover, after enhancement, our bodies will develop immunity to most toxins and even slow the aging process." His mother, astonished, raised her hand to cover her mouth and exclaimed, "Could it really be that amazing, son?" Just as she spoke, an unusual sensation surged within her body, particularly the invigorating feeling that filled her with strength. Both parents widened their eyes in disbelief. Chu Xi sensed it too. However, due to the initial enhancements from his starter pack, the effects were not as pronounced for him. Overall, it seemed he had only received a slight boost alongside immunity to most toxins and an anti-aging effect. Keep it a secret. Despite his parents wearing sunglasses, Chu Xi could still discern their shocked expressions, prompting a slight smile from him. "Just a basic skill, nothing too extravagant. Now that your son has returned, there will be plenty more like this in the future. So please remember, confidentiality is key." Chu He and his wife exchanged glances, quickly nodding with excitement. They felt they had struck gold, truly struck gold. Initially, they had opposed their son's decision to attend the Taoist Academy for high school, but now, looking back, it was undeniably worthwhile. All right, son. After standing still for a moment, feeling the effects of the potion wear off, Chu Xi waved his hand. It's time to head to university and register. Let us go. Okay. Chu Xi nodded, immediately linking arms with his father on one side and his mother on the other, happily striding toward the entrance of Jinhai University. The entrance of Jinhai University exuded a futuristic technological ambience. The entire structure resembled the northern hemisphere of the Earth, with the entrance positioned precisely where the map of China lies. In the upper left corner was a moon, while the upper right featured a satellite. Between the moon and satellite were several illuminated strips that would light up at night, mimicking the celestial sky. The arrival of the three of them instantly attracted considerable attention. It was inevitable, as the family's striking looks were simply extraordinary. Even though Chu Xi and Chun Yao wore sunglasses, they could hardly conceal their handsome and beautiful traits. Adding to this was the radiant beauty between them, whose smile could leave bystanders breathless. Are they a family? Their astonishing good looks make me bow in admiration. The campus beauty. That girl will undoubtedly become the campus queen of freshmen. Make way, don't block the beauty's path. Several self-proclaimed handsome senior students approached with smiles, stepping ahead to clear a path for Chu Xi. Thank you, seniors. Chu Xi sweetly expressed his gratitude, but the next moment, he was taken aback. What the heck? What is wrong with my voice? Originally, the voice was somewhat neutral, which I could accept to some extent. But what is happening now? Has it entirely shifted to a feminine tone? System, provide me with an explanation. Ding. Side effects of the primary enhancement solution. Recovery expected in 2 days. I appreciate that. But could you possibly inform me in advance next time such side effects arise? Having received the answer, Chu Xi couldn't help but complain internally. His mother looked at him with a peculiar expression. Son, are you playing a prank? Why does your voice sound more melodious than mine? Chu Xi managed to force a smile that was far from convincing. No, it's just a side effect of the medication. I'll be back to normal in 2 days. Is that so? His father chimed in. 800 soldiers rushed to the northern slope. Artillery runs in parallel to the north. The artillery fears colliding with the soldiers, and the soldiers fear colliding with the artillery. It seems to have some truth to it. After reciting the tongue twister, Chu Xi was pleasantly surprised to find that his own voice had also somewhat deviated. Chu Xi silently breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Yes, physical enhancement also includes one's vocal cords. Therefore, the timbre might be affected to some extent. Freshmen, this way please. Welcome to Jinhai University. While speaking, the trio made their way to the freshman registration area, guided by several senior students. The registration process at Jinhai University was not as arduous as it had been in Chu Xi's previous world, where one had to run all over the place. Here, one merely needed to stand at the registration desk and undergo facial recognition to confirm their identity. Chu Xi stepped forward, and the recognition camera activated, completing the scan in just 3 seconds. Name, Chu Xi. Age, 18. Ethnicity, Qin. Gender, dormitory number, Tingyu Pavilion 516. What? Upon seeing the displayed personal information, Chu Xi was at a loss for words. What does this question mark mean for my gender? I'm a man, a real man. His expression was charming, and his voice melodious, showcasing a delightful blend of irritation and allure. The senior girls at the registration desk, after hearing this, struggled to suppress their laughter and nodded in agreement. Yes, you are absolutely right. Chu Xi shot them a fierce glare, revealing his small tiger teeth as he coldly inquired, What are you laughing at? The short-haired senior, biting her lip, tilted her head. I was just thinking about how my mom is about to give birth, so I can become an older sister. Chu Xi glanced over at the wavy-haired senior, who immediately followed suit. I was thinking the same thing about my mom. All right, so this is how we're playing it? Chu Xi grumbled as he signed his name and turned to leave. He understood the joke and did not wish to probe further, aware that it would inevitably lead to a rather embarrassing situation. Sure enough, as soon as Chu Xi turned to walk away, the group of senior girls huddled together and erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, with such beauty and a melodious voice, claiming to be a man. Perhaps she wishes to appear stronger? Ha ha ha, as long as it's not a Yuri situation, it's all good. Such a beautiful junior, she has captured my heart. A few individuals were laughing when they suddenly noticed Chu Xi turning around, and their smiles instantly vanished. Chu Xi coldly smirked and averted her gaze, exclaiming, I knew it. Once all the formalities were completed, Chu Xi, accompanied by several enthusiastic seniors, made her way to the listening rain pavilion. However, after a short while, the path ahead was obstructed by a crowd. What was happening? Chu Xi, puzzled, tiptoed and craned her neck to see ahead. Senior, why is there a traffic jam here? What's the reason? The senior in front turned back helplessly to explain. Junior, you may not be aware, but I initially thought that this year's freshman would only feature the stunning Lu Ruyan. To my surprise, you are far more beautiful. The individual in front was the recently popular actress Lu Ruyan, who had come to study at our university. Chu Xi tilted her head in confusion and looked at her father. Is this Lu Ruyan quite famous? Her father nodded earnestly. Indeed. Lu Ruyan gained fame last year from a web drama. She is somewhat attractive, but not as handsome as my son. Her acting is decent. Or so the online comments suggest. Your mother and I watched a few episodes, but I couldn't see the appeal. As they approached the crowd, the cacophony of voices became more apparent. Junior, can I have your autograph? Let's take a photo. Wow, you look even better in person than on screen. Junior, I am your fan. Amidst the chaotic shouts, some voices of discontent emerged. Hey, 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 can you all move aside and clear the path? Yes, clear the way. We are all classmates. There will be plenty of opportunities to meet later, so don't cause a ruckus here. Unfortunately, the complaints were quickly drowned out by the fervent crowd. What to do now? Chu Xi frowned in displeasure, glancing around. Classmate, is there another route we can take? There is, responded the guiding senior, pointing eastward. You can circle around the playground over there, though it is a bit far. Chu Xi, with an impassive expression, waved her hand dismissively. No need, I will handle this. With that, she raised her fair, slender right hand and swiftly formed a few hand seals before commanding, silence. Her voice resonated like a thunderclap, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present, causing them to collectively calm down. Make way. With her right hand's gesture remaining unchanged, she spoke again in a calm tone. Miraculously, all the boys and girls surrounding Lu Ruyan obediently parted, clearing a path. Chu Xi and Chun Yao exchanged incredulous glances at their son. Just a trivial skill. Chu Xi replied with a slight smile as she retracted her hand and continued to link arms with her mother, moving forward. Let's go. While they can still maintain their composure, Chu Xi hurriedly asked, Son, have you activated some cheat skill? Chu Xi shook his head. What cheat skill? Of course not. This is merely a Taoist calming incantation. Once invoked, it can instantly bring tranquility to people's minds. Chun Yao remained skeptical, questioning, is that so? Why does it feel off? Yet, she could not articulate her thoughts. Chu Xi chuckled softly, stealing a glance at Lu Ruyan as she passed by. The moment Lu Ruyan met Chu Xi's gaze, she felt a pang of inadequacy wash over her. After Chu Xi and her companions moved on, the others seemed to awaken from their stupor, exchanging bewildered looks. The senior leading them had fallen behind, yet it mattered little, for the words Tingyugu were still visible on the side of the building ahead. However, as they arrived at the entrance of Tingyugu, an unsettling realization dawned upon them. A conspicuous sign read, Girls' Dormitory, Boys Keep Out. What did this imply? During the facial recognition process, the intelligent AI had not adhered to Chu Xi's identity information for allocation, but rather made a judgment based on its own scanning. Chu Xi's lips quivered. Even the smart system had mistakenly classified her as female, leaving her in utter dismay. Allow me to make a call to sort this out. Chu Xi sighed as he retrieved his phone, locating the 2024 class group for Jinhai University and contacting the group leader, Du Wanjing. He served as the temporary class advisor, and any issues could be directed to him for consultation. Once classes were officially assigned, this group would lose its purpose as new, permanent advisors would take over. Upon learning of the system's blunder, Du Wanjing found it quite hard to believe. However, when he arrived at the entrance of Tingyugu and encountered Chu Xi, he quickly grasped why the system had disregarded personal information and made an erroneous allocation. I sincerely apologize, Du Wanjing said, shaking hands with Chu Xi before turning to Chu Xi with a smile. This mix-up was entirely beyond my expectations. Please follow me, and I will assist you in rearranging your accommodation. As Chu Xi was about to express her gratitude, the system's notification sound chimed unexpectedly. Ding! Triggered a mix-up event. Choose 1. Request an upgrade to a premium dormitory for private accommodation and receive a reward of 1 new energy electric bicycle. Option 2. Thank you, teacher. I will humbly reside in the boys' dormitory and receive a reward of 1 unlimited energy windproof lighter. Option 3. Teacher, this place is perfectly fine. I can manage. Reward: 1 amphibious new energy bulletproof, explosion-proof, and chemical-proof intelligent SUV. Chapter 5. The old me is no more. What the heck, system? Are you trying to set me up? After processing the system's prompt, Chu Xi inwardly cursed, but ultimately succumbed to the allure of the truth. What good is an electric bicycle? What use is a windproof lighter? I don't even smoke. Isn't the amphibious SUV far more appealing? I choose option 3. After making her choice in her mind, Chu Xi beamed and said, "Well, Mr. Du, I believe residing here is quite satisfactory. I can manage." Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. The reward has been deposited into the system space. Related data is now merging. Ding. Warning. Current system space is full. Please clear it promptly or diligently complete tasks to expand the system space. As the system emitted a warning, Teacher Du across the way rolled his eyes in exasperation and spoke up. "This is unacceptable. Stop this nonsense, or something unfortunate will happen. Let's proceed to discuss this further." This time, Chu Xi remained silent and merely nodded, overwhelmed by a surge of information flooding his mind. However, Chu Xi suddenly had a thought and inquired, "By the way, Teacher Du, you are aware of my son's situation. I would like to ask if it is possible for us to pay a little extra to upgrade my son's accommodation to a single room or perhaps a deluxe double room. I recall that you offer such options." Naturally, Du Wanjing was pleased by the student's proactive request to upgrade, as it presented him with an opportunity to earn a little profit from the transaction. He promptly nodded in agreement. Indeed, such options are available. If you are certain about the upgrade, I can take you there right away. Chen Yao nodded in response. Very well, let's go. She was concerned about her son sharing a room with others, fearing that unpleasant incidents might arise. After all, the students at Jinhai University were quite different from those at the Taoist Academy. They could be rather unruly. Simultaneously, this outcome was precisely what Chu Xi desired, though he had refrained from voicing it himself, worried that articulating his wishes might nullify his previous choices. As they walked, Chu Xi and Du Wanjing led the way, engaged in conversation, while Chu Xi took the opportunity to explore the system space. The initial system space was indeed rather limited. After placing a sleek, white SUV inside, there was hardly any room left. Yet, how could such a trivial matter daunt Chu Xi? He had already cultivated to the opening mansion stage, having formed a small space within himself. What is the opening mansion stage, and what does Taoist cultivation mean in this world? Chu Xi was somewhat perplexed, as his master had not elaborated much, only mentioning that their sect practiced the path of spatial cultivation. The initial qi induction stage is divided into 9 levels. The process of qi entering the body resembles a gentle rain nourishing the practitioner's lower dantian. His master explained that the lower dantian, where the life gate resides, could initially be likened to a parched land. The purpose of qi induction is to rejuvenate this land, restoring its vitality. Once a practitioner reaches the 9th level of qi induction and the nourished land has expanded sufficiently, they may attempt to break through to the opening mansion stage. The opening mansion stage signifies the establishment of the Dantian spirit mansion upon that land, thereby achieving a true Dantian space. Entering the opening mansion stage also symbolizes the first step onto the path of spatial cultivation. As for the size of the mansion space, it is contingent upon the practitioner's aptitude. Those with the lowest aptitude can acquire a space of several hundred square meters, akin to a courtyard. Average practitioners may attain nearly 1,000 square meters, comparable to a princely residence. Those of superior aptitude can achieve spaces exceeding 10,000 square meters, potentially rivaling the size of the Forbidden City. Chu Xi, possessing an innate Taoist body, successfully opened his spiritual mansion in just 3 years. And the size of his mansion was indeed substantial, akin to that of a royal palace. Though it may not be as exaggerated as the sprawling 720,000 square meters of the Forbidden City, it certainly exceeds half of that. Thus, he deftly transferred the SUV from the system's space into his own spiritual abode. At present, Chu Xi is merely at the initial stage of the opening of the mansion realm, akin to a young child in the throes of growth. This initial phase, often referred to as the secondary developmental phase of establishing a courtyard, dictates that the size of the courtyard corresponds directly to the initial breakthrough. The yard's dimensions dictate the extent of the mansion space. During this secondary developmental phase, one can expand a little further, though the limitations remain tied to the original dimensions. The maximum size of a courtyard cannot possibly extend to that of a royal palace. This stage is indeed quite arduous. as each increment in size brings forth excruciating sensations akin to tearing. Imagine the torment of tearing and expanding space within one's own dantian. Having settled the SUV matter, Chu Xi turned to Chen Yao. In a few days, I wish to obtain a driver's license. I've heard from my classmates that many university students acquire their licenses while studying. Chen Yao smiled and nodded. This is precisely what I intended to discuss with you. Your father and I learned to drive during our university years as well. So, your mother supports you. Make sure to find the time to study. Chu Xi beamed. Leaning in to kiss Chen Yao. You're the best, Mom. Hee. Seeing her son so joyous, Chen Yao felt a lump in her throat. My dear son, I regret that in the past, your father and I did not show you enough care. Now, seeing you happy brings me joy as well. Chu Xi waved dismissively. All right. Mom, let us not dwell on the past. The old me has perished, the new me has been reborn, and I assure you, such issues will not arise again. That's wonderful, Chen Yao said, gently patting the back of her son's hand. My handsome son will surely marry a beautiful bride in the future, and your children will undoubtedly inherit your charm. Indeed, Chu Xi affirmed with confidence, nodding. The group arrived at the Starry Pavilion, a name signifying the gathering of stars. This establishment primarily features single dormitories, as the university operates as a profit-oriented institution. Those with financial means can afford to reside in single accommodations. After swiftly completing the necessary formalities and payment, Chu Xi moved into dormitory 611. True to its status as a premium single dormitory, it boasted a spacious 1.5-meter bed, a solid wood writing desk, a bookshelf, and a computer table. Du Wanjian stood within the dormitory, smiling as he addressed Chu Xi and the others. This is the situation within the single dormitories, aside from the school's standard provisions. Feel free to furnish your personal items as you see fit, such as computers. Understood, Chu Xi nodded, shaking hands with Du Wanjian. Thank you, Teacher Du. Not at all, Du Wanjian replied with a smile, extending his hand. Should you need anything before the reallocation of classes, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I shall take my leave now. After Du Wanjian departed, Chen Yao began to organize the dormitory. In the single dormitory, the bedding provided by the school was standard, albeit of a quality that caused Chen Yao to frown. What on earth is this, dear? We should replace it. Furthermore, she suggested providing their son with a computer, as it would undoubtedly be essential for his university studies. Chu Xi retrieved his phone, stating, No problem, I will arrange for this immediately. These matters were typically handled by the parents, allowing Chu Xi to enjoy some peace. Chapter 6. I let you indulge. Suddenly, a commotion outside drew attention. A voice cried out that someone was about to jump from the building. Chu Xi hurried to the window, peering down to see several terrified faces looking up. Reluctantly, he lay on the windowsill to get a better view. Indeed, he spotted a pair of legs dangling precariously from the rooftop. Someone is about to jump. Chen Yao, at another window, mimicked her son, lying down to look out. There really is. Hurry and call the police. All right, Chu Xi replied, quickly ending one call to dial 110. Chu Xi, however, straightened up and declared, I'm going to save them. By the time the security arrives, it may be too late. Chen Yao rose to follow him, saying, Son, I'll go with you. Chu Xi waved his hand dismissively. No need, please stay here. You won't be able to keep up with my speed. Besides, the side effects of the enhancement liquid should be kicking in soon. You won't be able to leave. With that, he opened the door and swiftly disappeared. Chen Yao stepped outside, bewildered. Where did my son go? How could such a big boy just vanish? Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen and her complexion changed, prompting her to rush to the bathroom. Meanwhile, Chu Xi opted not to wait for the elevator and instead sprinted up the stairs. With his physical prowess, ascending from the 6th floor to the rooftop on the 21st floor was a trivial task. Just as he reached the 13th floor, he heard the crowd below gasp once more. Oh no, he is going to jump. Don't. Hearing this, Chu Xi's expression turned grave. In that critical moment, a thought struck him. There was no time to waste. He would have to resort to that. As he muttered to himself, a palm-sized, crown-shaped crystal materialized in his right hand. Beep. This is your first time using the armor. Please name and bind it. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Seriously? At a time like this, you want me to name it? Chu Xi internally shouted in frustration. Then swiftly thought of a name and shouted, Xianglong. Let us call it Xianglong. Beep. Armor successfully named. Please attach it to your chest and activate it vocally. Without delay, he adhered the crystal to his chest and shouted, Xianglong. Beep. Upon receiving the vocal command, the crystal emitted a golden light and affixed itself to Chu Xi's chest. The entire crystal then began to liquefy, swiftly enveloping his body. The armor covered him at an astonishing speed, and without hesitation, he leapt from the open window. As Chu Xi jumped, the armor completed its coverage. This is a set of aquamarine battle armor, designed with a streamlined silhouette reminiscent of a diving suit that envelopes the entire body, accentuating Chu Xi's figure remarkably. The helmet features a crown-like design at the top. The faceplate only has 2 openings for the eyes, adorned with crystals that emit a silvery luminescence. As Chu Xi hovers in midair, a mere thought conjures a pair of wings from the back of the armor, allowing her to gracefully suspend herself in the air. From the ground, it appears as though a colossal blue sprite has suddenly manifested in the sky. No, to be precise, it should be termed a blue sprite king. Quick! Look! What is that? It has wings and can fly. Could it be an angel? Come on, angels aren't blue. Who says they aren't? There are even black ones. Have you played too many games? I've seen blue water element sprites. Yes, perhaps calling it a sprite is more fitting. Wait, someone just jumped down. As the crowd below speculates about the sudden appearance of Chu Xi, an individual on the rooftop leaps down. Just as the onlookers gasp, this person stands, arms outstretched, ready to plunge. Observing this, Chu Xi swiftly reaches out with open arms. Through the armor's visual system, she clearly perceives a stunning girl in a flowing white gown descending, her beauty only slightly eclipsed by her own. The girl's eyes are closed, and tears trickle from the corners, carried away by the breeze. In a mere 2 seconds, Chu Xi positions herself to catch the girl securely beneath her. This creates an illusion for the girl, akin to an elevator that has abruptly halted mid-descent. However, she feels as though her chest is being pressed upon by something, and the stranger's hands seem to grasp her tightly before hastily releasing their hold. What is this? A sensation of afterlife? With this question lingering in her mind, the girl slowly opens her eyes, only to be astonished to find herself cradled in the arms of an unfamiliar individual, unharmed from the fall. Chu Xi gazes down at her and inquires, "You've taken the leap. What unresolved thoughts plague you? Speak to me, and I shall assist you." The girl, bewildered, gazes back and asks, "Who are you? What gives you the right to say that? Are you human or a ghost?" At this point, the girl glances down at Chu Xi's chest, quickly grasping the question of the latter's gender. The armor, tailored to fit Chu Xi's physique, enhances her curves, and combined with her alluring, melodious voice, one would easily mistake her for a woman. With an eye roll hidden beneath her helmet, Chu Xi responds, "Please, spare me the jest. Of course, I am human. Now, tell me, do you still harbor any despair? Share your troubles with me. Perhaps I can offer my assistance." Ding. Event triggered. Option 1. Return whence you came. If she wishes to jump again, complete the task to receive a reward, a shocking ring. Option 2. I am a good person. I will gently let her down, and a reward of 100,000 will be granted. Option 3. What? You still wish to jump? Then let us indulge in something more exhilarating. Choosing this will yield a reward of 1 million. As soon as these words left her mouth, Chu Xi heard the system prompt another task. An exhilarating option? This is easy. I choose 3. That million is mine for the taking. Haha. A mischievous smile played on Chu Xi's lips as she made her choice. The beautiful girl sniffled, her eyes brimming with tears as she lowered her head and pushed Chu Xi gently. "Why would you want to save me? I don't need your help. Let me die? You cannot assist me. I have been wronged by the vice president of Jinhai University, and there are recordings of it." Chu Xi shook the girl firmly. "You still can't see the light, can you? Very well. I shall let you have your thrill." What? Just as the girl raised her head in confusion, Chu Xi suddenly embraced her and soared rapidly upward. Those below were left in stunned silence. Why are they flying upward? I have no idea. Wasn't that sprite here to save someone? Great sprite, please descend. The foreman promised there would be payment. Is this really the time for jokes? But someone else chimed in. Can you explain why they are ascending instead of descending? Perhaps they exchanged words we couldn't hear. Chapter 7. Subtle tactics amidst the bewildered murmurs. Someone with a Xiaomi P70 Pro was recording with its 100 times zoom and gasped upon recognizing the girl, exclaiming, "Holy cow. The one attempting to jump is the university's beauty, Lan Yuer." What? It's her. No way. Senior Lan Yuer is not only stunning, but also academically gifted. What could have driven her to this? This must be serious. Something substantial must have occurred to push her to such an edge. As they spoke, several school officials rushed over, alerted by Du Wanjian, who had just descended a short distance. Meanwhile, high above, Lan Yuer exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Having reached an altitude of 1,000 meters, Chu Xi halted. "Did you not wish to jump? This height should suffice. If you fall from here, the impact will surely leave you shattered, akin to dropping a tomato from the sky. Have you ever seen that?" "What?" Just as Lan Yuer was taken aback, Chu Xi suddenly released her grip. The sudden sensation of weightlessness struck her, compounded by Chu Xi's earlier description. Lan Yuer glanced downward in horror. Falling from 1,000 meters without a parachute, despair would envelop anyone. Even if one donned a wingsuit, there might be a glimmer of hope. However, for someone like Lan Yuer, who had no equipment, fear instantly filled her heart. Chu Xi calmly flew beside her, shouting, "You still have 900 meters. If you feel you've had enough fun and choose not to die, remember to call for me. I shall be right here." Unfortunately, at that moment, Lan Yuer was wholly consumed by panic, her mind unable to process Chu Xi's words. 800 meters. Chu Xi remained calm as she flew beside, shouting, 800 meters left. If you've had enough of this and wish to avoid death, remember to call for me. I am right here." The words were unchanged. Meanwhile, Lan Yuer continued to scream in a state of confusion, and behind her, some mysterious liquid began to drift out. "Goodness, the color is rather intense, my friend. Are you feeling overwhelmed?" Startled, Chu Xi quickly adjusted her course to evade the oncoming liquid. 700 meters. Chu Xi called out again, maintaining her composure. "If you've had enough of this and wish to avoid death, remember to call for me. I am right here." Yet, she noticed that Lan Yuer had fallen silent, her body in free fall towards the ground. "Oh dear, how can you faint at a time like this?" Sighing, Chu Xi swiftly gestured with her right hand and flew over, tapping Lan Yuer gently on the forehead. In an instant, Lan Yuer awoke with a start, exclaiming once more. 600 meters. Chu Xi continued to shout, "If you've had enough of this and wish to avoid death, remember to call for me. I am right here." The phrase remained the same, but after the initial panic and her recent fainting spell, Lan Yuer's mind became clearer, finally comprehending Chu Xi's words. In that moment, she felt a deep regret, crying and shaking her head. "I don't want to die. Please save me. I want Ding Zixuan to face justice. I need your help." "Now that's the spirit." Chu Xi smiled, embracing her and soothing her. "We can certainly bring such a person to justice if that is your desire. Does he even deserve to discuss life and death? Even in death, he remains unscathed, which surely cannot be what you want. Everyone in school is watching from below. There is no obstacle too great to overcome. Your family would not wish for this either, would they?" In that moment, as Chu Xi held her, Lan Yuer felt enveloped by a profound sense of safety. "Who are you, and how can you assist me?" she pondered, glancing down as they drew closer to the ground. It was then that Chu Xi began to take action. She connected with the battle armor system through her thoughts. Xianglong, hack into the network of Jinhai University, locate Vice Principal Ding Zixuan, and breach his computer and phone to search for evidence of his crimes. "Understood, Master." The intelligence system named Xianglong responded, immediately initiating the task. As a system that surpassed current technology by at least a century, Xianglong effortlessly connected to Jinhai University's network and swiftly infiltrated the system to locate Ding Zixuan. After acquiring his mobile number, as well as the IP addresses of his office and home, it seamlessly accessed them. Within a mere 10 seconds, Xianglong uncovered a plethora of incriminating evidence from both his phone and computer. "Master, Xianglong has secured the evidence against Ding Zixuan. How shall we proceed?" The response coincided perfectly with Chu Xi and Lan Yuer landing atop the building. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xi presented her thoughts. "For the time being, let us back up all the evidence into your internal database as well as on my mobile device. Subsequently, we shall thoroughly erase any incriminating evidence from Ding Zixuan's phone and computer and check if he has stored anything in the cloud to eliminate any possibility of dissemination." "Understood, Master." Xianglong was efficient in executing his tasks. As soon as the instructions were articulated, he commenced the operation without delay. "Thank you." Blue Yuer, pale-faced, managed to utter a feeble expression of gratitude before turning away to vomit. "Downstairs, they have landed on the rooftop. Hurry up and check it out." The principal and the teachers, upon witnessing this scene, shouted and rushed into the building, including the visibly distressed Ding Zixuan. "This damned little wretch." Ding Zixuan seethed internally as he followed the crowd. "Why couldn't you simply comply? Must you create such a spectacle? I see you have no desire to graduate peacefully. Very well. Just wait. I shall sell your little video online and expose you to the world. The principal and the teachers swiftly entered the elevator, heading straight for the top floor. Meanwhile, the students waiting outside attempted to follow, but were halted by the school security. What do so many students want up there? Are they trying to cause trouble? Do they still want to live? On the very first day of school, such chaos arises. Choosing to jump at this moment certainly spells significant trouble. Atop the roof, Chu Xi had already called the police for blueware and was now blocking the entrance to prevent the principal and others from entering. Take your time. No need to rush. Vomiting will become a habit. Chu Xi produced a bottle of water from her ethereal abode and handed it over. In truth, blueware had nothing left to expel by the time Chu Xi made the call. Now, witnessing Chu Xi seemingly conjure a bottle of mineral water out of thin air, she felt a surge of energy. You can perform magic? As she accepted the water, rinsed her mouth, and took a couple of sips, Chu Xi casually raised her right hand, gesturing with a pinch. No need for alarm. With her spirits lifted somewhat, blueware, supporting herself with one hand while holding the water bottle in the other, gazed at her. Are you human or a sprite? Why do you resemble those ethereal beings in the films, complete with wings? Chapter 8. How shall I continue? Knock, knock, knock. What is happening? Why won't the door open? Someone is blocking it. Open the door, don't keep it shut. Yes, quickly, open the door, we can discuss this. Blueware, I am Principal Shinsong. I am aware that your family circumstances are not dire. You can share anything monumental with me. Was the one who just saved blueware a demon or a deity? Please, show some mercy. Without allowing Chu Xi to explain herself, the door to the passage was pounded upon, accompanied by shouts from within as attempts were made to force it open. Chu Xi raised her hand, signaling blueware to remain silent, allowing her to speak. Principal Shun, if you wish for me to abandon this suicidal intent, you must agree to two conditions first. Upon hearing that the other party was willing to engage in dialogue, Shinsong felt relief wash over him. What are your terms? Please, feel free to state them. I shall do my utmost to cooperate. Lan Yuer glanced at Chu Xi in astonishment, for the voice that had just spoken was unmistakably her own. The Xianglong system had effectively captured and reproduced her voice. Chu Xi began to speak slowly. Firstly, my desire to leap from this building is primarily linked to Vice Principal Ding Zixuan. I implore you to detain him immediately. I have already contacted the authorities. He must be nearby. Should you fail to act, you will be complicit in his crimes. What? Shinsong's expression darkened as he turned angrily toward the astonished Ding Zixuan. Ding Zixuan, look at the chaos you've caused. Restrain him. There is no possibility of covering this up. Yes. The two security guards, who had accompanied him, swiftly moved in, one on each side to apprehend Ding Zixuan. No. Ding Zixuan attempted to resist. Old Shin, do you not know who I am? After all these years, do you still doubt my character? That little harlot Lan Yuer is simply spouting nonsense. Do not heed her. With a glacial glare, Shinsong bellowed, gag him. You may remain silent. As for your guilt or her potential slander, that shall be determined by the law. The security guards exchanged glances before hastily removing the tie from the director of the teaching affairs office, twisting and stuffing it into Ding Zixuan's mouth. With a sigh of relief, Shinsong turned to call out, Lan Yuer, I have fulfilled the first condition. Please, proceed with the next. Outside, Chu Xi gave Lan Yuer an okay gesture and continued. The second condition is that this incident will undoubtedly be disseminated online by those unscrupulous students downstairs. And even Ding Zixuan's supporters may deploy online trolls to malign my character. My second request is to control the narrative online. I do not wish to be subjected to cyberbullying. Upon hearing this request, Shinsong found it entirely reasonable and promptly nodded in agreement. No problem. Once the investigation is complete, we will use the official account of Jinhai University to voice our support for you. If that is insufficient, we will collaborate with the Jinhai City Education Bureau to further validate your claims. Chu Xi nodded approvingly, offering a thumbs up to Lan Yuer. Excellent, Principal. You must remember your promises. I have recorded everything. After uttering this, Chu Xi withdrew her outstretched thumb, waved goodbye to Lan Yuer, and vanished from her sight, leaving behind a lingering message. Live well. I have deleted all videos in Ding Zixuan's possession and sent you a copy as evidence. Tomorrow will be a brighter day. But remember, when addressing this matter, ensure that the school conducts a comprehensive health examination to confirm that Ding Zixuan does not carry any infectious diseases. As her voice faded, Lan Yuer listened intently. Just then, the corridor door was effortlessly opened by Shinsong. A throng of people surged in, revealing the disheveled figure of Lan Yuer. Her eyes rimmed with red, slumped on the ground beside a pool of vomit. "Lan Yuer, are you all right?" exclaimed Shinsong, the principal, uttering an utterly foolish remark upon his arrival. It seemed he had been influenced by mindless television dramas. Despite the evident distress, he still inquired if she was fine. Lan Yuer lowered her head and scoffed coldly. "Principal Shun, do I appear to you as though I am unscathed?" Her voice was frigid, clearly indicating that she had lost all faith in the leadership of the nearby university. Shinsong felt a pang of sorrow in his heart, managing a bitter smile as he waved for two female teachers. "Please escort Lan Yuer back to her dormitory to change her clothes. Once the security personnel arrive, we will cooperate with their investigation." "Of course, I will take her. She is in my class," one of the teachers immediately responded. Upon hearing this, two female teachers rushed forward, their expressions filled with compassion as they helped Lan Yuer to her feet and led her downstairs. "Where is everyone?" After Lan Yuer departed, Shinsong scanned the surroundings. "Has anyone seen the person who saved Lan Yuer?" "No." A physical education teacher shook his head. "As soon as I arrived, I looked around, but I didn't see anyone or anything unusual." Furrowing his brow, Shinsong made his way to the spot where Lan Yuer had jumped, peering over the edge. How could such a large individual simply vanish into thin air? This defies logic. "Security, please use the intercom to inquire downstairs if anyone witnessed someone flying away." "Understood." The security officer assigned to watch Ding Zixuan nodded and pressed the intercom. Unfortunately, the response they received was that a large crowd downstairs was gazing skyward, having seen no one depart. This was indeed perplexing. Baffled, Shinsong decided to focus on addressing the situation concerning Lan Yuer. "Ding. An incident has been reported online regarding the recent events. Choose one. 1. Remain indifferent. Let the incident unfold online without revealing your involvement, and receive a reward of a 500 milliliters thermos. 2. Steer the narrative online, divert attention, and create confusion to earn a high-end computer set. 3. Contact the authorities to submit the information to the state, in exchange for the reward of a king's mark." Upon returning to her dormitory, Chu Xi heard the notification sound of the system. A group of ignorant individuals. Chu Xi rolled her eyes in frustration, mentally grumbling. "Are they foolish? Why must everything be broadcast online? Now I've been exposed. How am I supposed to continue?" Suddenly, the sound of flushing echoed from the bathroom. Chu Xi quickly disarmed herself and sat on the edge of her bed, waiting for her mother to emerge. Her father was absent, likely using the public restroom in the hallway, as they had both consumed detoxifying drinks and would be on the same schedule. Ding ding. Just as she pondered this, her phone rang. She took it out and couldn't help but chuckle. The information was sent by Chu Xi, who, in a state of urgency, rushed to the public restroom without bringing any tissue. At this moment, he was seeking assistance from Chu Xi. Chapter 9. The surprise attack at this time. The online world had indeed descended into chaos, just as Chu Xi had anticipated. A sophomore from near Jinhai University, who recorded the entire incident, eagerly uploaded the video to a popular platform, hoping for a moment of fame. It quickly went viral. What on earth is that? An alien? The pixelation was somewhat blurry, yet one could still discern the wings. Is that person an elf? My goodness, has an extraterrestrial race invaded us? Upon magnifying the footage, it was clear that the figure was indeed humanoid and blue, but the wings could not be easily explained. We demand a follow-up. This is incredible. If a director sees this, could it not be transformed into a movie? No follow-up. The uploader is 1 centimeter short. Which department is responsible? Come out and clarify. The comments below varied widely, with some claiming that personnel from a certain department were also watching. In the capital, within a mysterious department, a group of researchers clad in white lab coats gathered around a large screen, intently watching the video. The elder among them removed his glasses, rubbing his temples in frustration. All right, this video is the one that Xiao Su just mentioned. You have all watched it 3 times now. Let's hear your thoughts. A slightly overweight middle-aged man in the rear began, stroking his chin. If we exclude the possibility of a mutant, it is highly likely that this is related to an extraterrestrial race. A middle-aged woman to the left smiled faintly. It seems you've been swayed by those keyboard warriors online. In my opinion, this is not an alien at all, but rather a fairy hidden among ordinary people. Based on its color, I deduce it must be a blue fairy. Huh, this is hilarious. Another researcher chimed in, laughing. You two are absurd, conjuring both aliens and fairies. Should I also take a wild guess, as some commenters suggested? that it is an elf? A guardian spirit concealed among ordinary folk. Saving a girl from jumping off a building at a critical moment, and then quietly departing? This wild guess is more plausible than yours, haha. The elder shot them an irritated glance. I summoned you here to analyze, not to concoct fantastical stories. As his words faded, a young and tall female researcher raised her hand. I have a small suggestion. The elder pointed at her. Xiaosu, speak up. Be bold. This matter was discovered by you. So as a young person, you should express your ideas with vigor. The beautiful researcher blushed slightly and nodded. Well, this is what I think. Regardless of whether that individual is an elf, a fairy, or an alien, it is indeed very likely that they live among ordinary people. And it was only at near Xi University that they could arrive in time. Assuming this conjecture holds true, after he intervenes to save someone, he will inevitably realize that his actions may be broadcast online by oblivious netizens. Therefore, following this line of reasoning, if he is a rational individual, he would certainly seek out his own video online. At this juncture, if we were to leave a message online, adopting a shooting in the dark approach by providing our contact information, would it not increase the likelihood of him reaching out to us compared to indulging in idle speculation here? Moreover, we already possess a fundamental understanding of his basic parameters. The elder nodded approvingly. The idea of shooting in the dark is commendable. When there are no leads, such possibilities become significant. Let us proceed with this, Jinhai. It's your responsibility now. As for the contact details, we can simply leave the official phone number of our research institute. There is no fear in that. The graceful beauty, Su Jinhai, nodded gently. Understood, Director. I will attend to it right away. Jinhai City, Jinhai University. Just as Su Jinhai anticipated, Chu Xi was sitting on his bed engrossed in his mobile phone. The video content displayed was indeed the footage of the person he had just rescued. Meanwhile, his mother, Chen Yao, and father, Chu Xi, were engaged in a discussion regarding the changes that had occurred in their bodies following this enhancement. Naturally, Chu Xi did not pay much attention to the video itself, as it was a personal experience with little novelty. His primary focus was on the comments section of the video, eager to see if any intriguing remarks had emerged. Remarkably, a mere 20 minutes had passed since the incident. Yet the comments section had already accumulated over 1,000 entries, with the number of likes skyrocketing. However, among these comments, one had been pinned by the video uploader. Chu Xi looked on with interest. A user named Jinhai Rushi had commented, "If you, who saved the person and left, happen to see this comment, please DM me. Urgent, urgent, urgent." Chu Xi tilted his head in contemplation. This must be someone from the official side trying to contact me. Ding. Ambush event triggered. Option 1. Pretend not to hear this system task. Reward. An automatic nail clipper. Option 2. Condemn the act of flaunting affection. Tell my parents, hey, your son is still here. Be mindful of the impact. Reward. A smart air conditioner that does not require an outdoor unit. Option 3. Mom and Dad. Since our bodies have been enhanced, why not hurry up and have a younger brother or sister for me? Reward. A satellite. Note. This satellite will not appear out of thin air in outer orbit. The host must find a place to launch it. Just as his thoughts reached a conclusion, the system's notification chimed unexpectedly. Chu Xi's mouth twitched. Oh, so this is how we're playing it, a delightful ambush event. I choose option 3. A satellite, indeed. Having made his choice, Chu Xi raised his gaze toward his parents, who were obliviously engaged in their affectionate banter, showering each other with affection while ignoring their son. Clearing his throat intentionally to capture their attention, Chu Xi finally spoke earnestly. Dad, Mom, I have successfully arrived at university. Let us discuss serious matters now. As the parents exchanged glances, a look of confusion crossed their faces as they turned to their son. Son, what serious matter do you have to discuss? Please, enlighten us. Chu Xi nodded thoughtfully. You both must have felt the effects of the physical enhancement by now. Given our family's modest means and your current health, might we consider the prospect of a younger brother or sister? Being several years older, I have matured and would not harbor jealousy towards a sibling. Furthermore, after my graduation, I would be able to assist in caring for them. Upon hearing this, the couple shared another glance, their eyes reflecting delight. Moments later, Chui gave his son a thumbs up. Well done, my son. I wholeheartedly accept your proposal on behalf of our family. With you living on campus for the next 4 years, undisturbed, this timing is indeed perfect. The mother, equally elated, nodded in agreement. Yes, it's settled. Once we arrange matters on your end, we shall return to begin preparations for conception. Do you prefer a sister or a brother? Chapter 10. A Passionate Love. Chu Xi, exasperated yet amused, raised his hands in surrender. Mother, I am no longer a child. Whether it is a boy or a girl, my opinion matters little. It ultimately depends on my father. Just as he finished speaking, Chu Xi's phone rang, signaling the arrival of their delivery. Soon, under Chu Xi's direction, a computer, chair, new bedding, and mattress were delivered one by one. Is there a new student moving in? A voice inquired from outside. Chu Xi looked up to see a tall girl dressed in a blue dress, cradling a book in her left arm while adjusting her glasses with her right hand. Hello? Chu Xi greeted with a smile, extending his hand. I am Chu Xi, a freshman. Pleased to meet you. The bespectacled girl blinked, glancing at his hand. Then up at his face, tilting her head curiously. Pleased? How amusing. Ah, she seems quite lovely, yet her demeanor is rather blunt. Chu Xi's lips twitched as he retracted his hand and retreated into his room. To his surprise, the girl suddenly smiled, grasped his hand, and playfully stuck out her tongue. I apologize. I was merely joking on our first encounter. Please don't take offense. I am your sophomore neighbor, Wu Minglan. Chuckling dryly, Chu Xi pulled back his hand and took a few steps back. I'm sorry, senior, but I found that joke quite unamusing. We are not yet acquainted. So perhaps you should return to your dorm. Having said this, he turned and approached his bed, dismissing his mother and proceeding to unfold his sheets. This child, Chen Yao sighed, casting a helpless glance at the awkward Wu Minglan lingering at the door, her voice low and reproachful. You will be neighbors from now on. You must learn to maintain good relations with her. Chu Xi, lowering his voice in retort, replied, she initiated an unfriendly encounter. Why should I be the one to compromise and bear the burden of her rudeness? Everyone has their temper. The rewards have been distributed. However, due to the limitations of the system's storage capacity, they have been transferred into the host's spiritual realm. The related information has begun to merge. Ding. The integration is complete. The system seemed to take on the role of a mediator, unexpectedly springing forth with rewards to diffuse tensions, leaving Chu Xi momentarily bewildered. Chu Xi turned to Chen Yao, exchanging a glance, then shook his head, signaling her not to interfere with how their son navigates his social relationships. They had imparted the necessary lessons. Yet what could be done? They had endured the anxiety of witnessing their son's struggles during his tumultuous middle and high school years. Wu Minglan sighed quietly, retreating to her dormitory. Her temperament was peculiar. Despite her efforts to amend it, the results were far from satisfactory. Moreover, upon encountering the more beautiful Chu Xi, her jealousy had resurfaced, prompting her recent actions. Not long after, Wu Minglan, regaining her composure, scoffed. What of beauty? Does it not require parental assistance to set up a university dormitory? Among the students residing here, how many are not utilizing their parents' finances? Meanwhile, after tidying up the room, Chu Xi and Chen Yao left with countless reminders. The new semester would commence with military training lasting 7 days. From August 30th to the morning of September 1st, new students would arrive. Following a staggered schedule based on distance, the 30th and 31st were designated for students from out of town, while the first was reserved for local students like Chu Xi and Haisher. After bidding farewell to her parents, Chu Xi lay on her bed, opening a social media app with a resigned sigh. I had initially planned to reach out to the official account in a few days, but now it seems I must send a message. She clicked into a private chat with Jinhai, sending only her phone number without any additional words. The intent was clear, to gauge the sincerity of the recipient. If the person was earnest, seeing only a phone number without further elaboration would surely lead them to deduce her identity. Subsequently, they would begin investigating her account, and it would not be long before her personal information landed on a desk in some department. In reality, this was indeed the case. Su Jingxue had been vigilantly monitoring her private messages. Upon receiving a message, she instructed her department to initiate an investigation. The outcome revealed that none of the individuals who had previously messaged her aligned with their expectations. Here it comes again. Su Jingxue's eyes sparkled with excitement as she quickly handed her phone to a senior official in her department. After reviewing the information, the official nodded and began typing on his computer. In approximately 5 minutes, all of Chu Xi's information appeared on the monitor. Found it. This must be the individual. She had just enrolled at Haisher University, and the timing coincided closely with the recent incident. Everything aligned perfectly. The elder from the mysterious department stood up in surprise, hastily approaching and retrieving his phone. How delightful. I never anticipated we would actually find him. Please, share the phone number with me. Old Lu, in his excitement, was quickly approached by Su Jingxue. Please, Do not be overly agitated. I believe it would be more appropriate for me to handle this matter, as I might communicate more effectively with a young man. Old Lu slapped his forehead in realization. Yes, you are absolutely right. My dear Su, I shall leave this matter in your capable hands. Nodding, Su Jingxue promptly opened the contact and selected the call option. The phone rang 3 times before it was answered by Chu Xi. Upon answering, Chu Xi casually remarked, "Hello." Steadying herself, Su Jingxue replied, "Hello, Chu classmate. This is Hua Xiaolonka. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude for providing your number." Chu Xi smiled faintly. "No need for such formality. Let us get straight to the point. This will save us both a great deal of time." How composed she is. Su Jingxue glanced at old Lu and the others, biting her lip before directly asking, "All right then, may I inquire if the blue sprite who rescued someone in the video is you?" The call was on speakerphone. And upon hearing this, old Lu and the others widened their eyes, neither interrupting nor reprimanding Su Jingxue for her boldness, but instead holding their breath in anticipation of Chu Xi's response. Chu Xi readily affirmed, "Yes, that is indeed me. I have independently developed a set of powered armor over the course of 3 years, codenamed Xianglong, which means flying dragon. I possess all the research materials here. Should Lonka be willing to accept them, I am prepared to share, but it will not be a gratuitous donation. After all, you are aware that developing such an epic-making product requires substantial funding. I love my country passionately, but it is impossible for me to donate such a precious creation without compensation." Chapter 11. How could this be possible? Upon hearing this, old Lu seized the phone, eager to engage. "Young person, greetings. I am Lu Qingming, the head of Hua Xiaolonka. If what you have just stated is indeed true, rest assured, we will not resort to moral coercion or shamelessly demand you to donate such a valuable asset under the guise of patriotism. On behalf of Huaxia and Hua Xiaolonka, I assure you, we will offer you a satisfactory price for acquisition and sign a cooperation agreement. Once your product is successfully produced, we will share the profits with you at a ratio of 70 to 30 in your favor. Furthermore, all accolades and honors due to you will be rightfully bestowed." However, just as old Lu finished speaking, a smile crept onto Chu Xi's lips. "Over the past 3 months, I have developed not only one set of armor, but also a satellite." A collective gasp resonated through the phone. "Surprised, are we?" Licking her lips, Chu Xi seized the opportunity while the others were still processing this revelation. "This satellite, however, I will not surrender to the state. Instead, I can offer the rental rights to the government." Old Lu inquired anxiously, "Student Chu, is the satellite you developed for commercial use or military purposes?" Chu Xi replied, "It serves both functions and is equipped with a defensive weapon capable of retaliating against ground and aerospace targets." The gravity of Chu Xi's words elicited gasps from the audience, clearly causing them to question the state of the world. How had the times become so terrifying? Was this truly an 18-year-old boy speaking? Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, old Lu asked, "Young friend Chu, when is this satellite scheduled for launch?" Chu Xi straightforwardly responded, "Oh, it hasn't been launched yet. We need you to provide the site." "Not yet launched." Old Lu's eyes brightened as he scanned the faces of those present, quickly nodding, "Very well. I will promptly submit this matter, along with the exoskeleton issue, to the central authority. Rest assured, I will notify you at the earliest opportunity using this number once we have results. However, before that, could you share some non-confidential information with us?" Chu Xi had anticipated this. "No problem, just send me your email." Old Lu turned to a senior official from a certain department, who nodded and swiftly provided an encrypted email address to Chu Xi's phone. "My lord, I have a matter to report." As the message was sent, they heard a notification sound from Chu Xi's phone, leaving them speechless. "Good gracious," old Lu exclaimed. "Even the message alert is so impressive nowadays?" After hanging up, Chu Xi opened his computer, retrieving some inconsequential data from his memory, and prepared it before sending it over. The rest was for old Lu and his team to verify. Ding. Triggered a sudden event. Choose one. Ignore it and continue as planned. Reward: a smart foot bath. Choose 2. Hello 110. ID like to report an emergency. Reward: a plasma rifle. Choose 3. What is this? Dare to invade our skies and see if I don't annihilate you. Reward: a mid-level aircraft carrier. Just after hanging up, Chu Xi heard the system's alert. Sitting up straight, he ran his fingers through his hair and murmured, "What is happening? What kind of sudden event is this, system?" Ding. The sword comes, not the video. The system executed a peculiar operation, projecting an image directly into Chu Xi's mind. It depicted a vast sky, where a stealth reconnaissance aircraft had entered the southeastern airspace of Huaxia and was advancing further inland. Alongside this image, Chu Xi also received a coordinate. Hey! Chu Xi's beautiful eyes widened, and he sprang to his feet, hastening to the window. System, I choose 3. By heavens! Our skies are not to be violated. With a shout, he leaped from the window. Simultaneously, the Xianglong emblem on his chest flickered and armed itself in a mere 2 seconds. With a powerful flap of his wings, Chu Xi locked onto the coordinates and swiftly soared towards his destination. On the way, Chu Xi pondered for a moment and commanded, Xianglong, connect me to Long Ke's previous call. Understood, Master, Xianglong replied, swiftly dialing Su Jingshue's number. Su Jingshue answered instantly. Chu, is there something else you need? Chu Xi relayed the coordinates she had previously obtained and inquired, quickly check with the military whether the radar has locked onto this target. If not, I shall take care of it. Moreover, I am already en route. Su Jingshue was taken aback and nodded hurriedly. All right, I will contact them immediately. After hanging up, Su Jingshue promptly reported the matter to the already departed Elder Lu. Elder Lu understood the gravity of the situation and immediately placed a call to a military leader. Upon receiving the coordinates, the military leader instructed the Air Defense Department to check the radar, only to find no response. Damn it! The military leader slammed the table in anger. This cursed Sam country has secretly developed a new type of stealth reconnaissance aircraft. With no other option, he decided that since Elder Lu had already dispatched personnel, they should handle it first and then leave the aftermath to them. After saying this, he sent a message. Once Elder Lu received the message, he quickly forwarded it to Su Jingshue. By the time Su Jingshue's message reached Chu Xi, she had already approached the stealth reconnaissance aircraft. Cloaked in invisibility, circling around the aircraft, Chu Xi internally scoffed. This son of a gun from Sam country, despite being a stealth reconnaissance aircraft, bears no insignia representing their nation. This is what we call an overt conspiracy. Everyone knows it's them, yet there is no evidence. Xianglong, can you seize control of this reconnaissance aircraft? Xianglong's response pleased Chu Xi immensely. Yes, Master, it is quite simple. Excellent. Then immediately take control and bring it to the capital. Understood, Master. Following the command, Xianglong initiated an electronic assault on the reconnaissance aircraft. In roughly 3 minutes, the aircraft succumbed to a series of tremors and was entirely hijacked by Xianglong. Master, control has been successfully seized, and the destination has been changed to the capital. Hearing this, Chu Xi smiled. Very well, call Su Jingshue. Yes. Xianglong complied and dialed Su Jingshue's number. After their conversation, Su Jingshue provided Chu Xi with a new set of coordinates. Chu Xi instructed Xianglong to adjust their flight destination, and they proceeded to fly alongside the reconnaissance aircraft towards the capital. Meanwhile, in Sam country, within the Black Palace, the military leaders suddenly received a call from the Air Force, erupting in fury. What? You mean our new stealth unmanned reconnaissance aircraft has lost contact while on a mission in Huaxia? How is this possible? With Huaxia's current technological level, they should not be able to detect us. Chapter 12. Just in time? Despite his rage, the reality was undeniable. Disbelief would not alter the facts. Oh, F. With a furious exclamation, a high-ranking military official from the United States bellowed, immediately notify the appropriate channels. If Huaxia discovers that the drone is ours, the Foreign Ministry must intervene to retrieve it. Just convey that the new drone was merely in a test flight phase and accidentally veered off course. Understood. His subordinate responded promptly, seizing the phone to make the call. In the capital, at a military airfield, a crowd gathered, eagerly awaiting the arrival of someone with the audacity to not only seize control of a SAM's reconnaissance aircraft, but also return triumphantly with the spoils. Who could this formidable figure be? Surely, they must hold a rank comparable to ours. Who knows? Look, it's coming. Amidst the murmurs, the anxious crowd finally spotted an aerial vehicle gracefully descending onto the military airstrip. The drone, adorned with a special coating, attracted immediate attention. Wait, weren't we told the aircraft was delivered by someone else? Where are the other planes? Not sure, but didn't they say not to inquire about matters that don't concern us? All right, quick, someone, tow the aircraft away. Yes, the ground crew, who had been on standby, surged forward eagerly. In midair, Chu Xi sent a message to Su Jingshue before returning to Haishan City. The cargo has been delivered and is en route back. Just as the message was dispatched, Chu Xi heard a system notification. Ding. Task accomplished. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a carrier. Due to spatial constraints, it has been transferred to the spirit realm. Ding. Warning, the spirit realm has limited capacity. Please expedite the release of the carrier or strive for a higher realm to expand the spirit realm. Integration of relevant data commencing. Integration complete. Goodness, the carrier just landed in my spirit realm, and I can already feel a sharp sting. A rocket and a carrier won't cause my spirit realm to explode, will it? The sensation of pain in the spirit realm was far more exhilarating than the disorientation from data integration. Reluctantly, Chu Xi sent another message to Su Jingxue. I forgot to mention, I have another carrier here. Please find a place to accommodate it. The price is negotiable. Upon receiving the message, Su Jingxue was momentarily stunned. Heavens! Who is this Chu Xi? Not only has he developed battle armor, but now he is involved with satellites and carriers? Doesn't he realize that private individuals are prohibited from developing such weapons and systems? It's as if he is tearing the very fabric of reality. Despite her complaints, Su Jingxue's hands remained in motion. Thus, the message soon reached Old Lu's phone, who had just arrived at the central command. After reading it, he too was left in disbelief. Placing his phone on the desk of the chief executive and the chief officer, the two leaders exchanged glances, then simultaneously lowered their heads to read the message, their expressions shifting dramatically. How is this possible? The chief executive officer furrowed his brow and turned to Old Lu. Regardless of the cost of a single aircraft carrier, how could an ordinary person possibly construct one in silence? Old Lu, unsure of how to respond, scratched his head and suggested, why don't we first grant him a position and see if he can indeed bring the aircraft carrier here, and then we can investigate how he managed to build it. The chief executive officer nodded in agreement. That is a wise approach. Let us first ascertain whether he is deceiving us before we delve into uncovering the truth. Let it be done immediately. The Navy should act swiftly. The chief executive officer nodded again. It must be so, old Shun. I leave it to you. In the conference room, an elderly man dressed in naval uniform stood up and saluted. Yes, I will attend to it at once. He then turned and made his way outside to contact the necessary parties. In just 3 minutes, the Navy located a designated area near the Bohai Navy base. Through Old Lu, the coordinates were sent to Chu Xi's mobile phone. Upon receiving the information while hovering above the capital, Chu Xi promptly set off. Concurrently, the Bohai Navy base sounded the emergency assembly alarm. Shortly thereafter, several naval vessels departed from the harbor, swiftly heading towards the specified area to secure it. In reality, this area was under military jurisdiction, and there were seldom fishermen in these waters. When Chu Xi arrived, he witnessed the naval ships patrolling the surface. After some contemplation, he decided to instruct the ships to maintain their distance. Xianglong, connect with their radio and inform those ships to keep their distance. Understood, Master, Xianglong replied, promptly establishing communication with the vessels below and relaying the message. The ships, already informed to cooperate with Chu Xi, vacated the area and positioned themselves at a safe distance. Watching intently, what is happening? I do not know. Let us wait and see. The two commanders furrowed their brows, peering through their binoculars in constant observation. However, just as they were engulfed in confusion, a colossal aircraft carrier seemingly materialized out of thin air, gently settling upon the ocean's surface. The descent of the massive carrier instantly stirred up towering waves, causing the nearby ships to retreat further. All naval personnel were left in shock, gazing at the gigantic entity before them, collectively bewildered. When did such a behemoth arrive here? I have no idea. It appears to have appeared out of nowhere. Could it be that such a large aircraft carrier possesses stealth capabilities? Enough of this chatter. We must report this immediately. The higher-ups are awaiting our update. Capture video. Mere words will not suffice. Yes. Regardless of the astonishment displayed by the soldiers, the two commanders hastily retrieved their phones to record the spectacle. Dispatching the footage to Commander Chun, Chu Xi was unperturbed by the possibility of them reneging on their word, for without the data and operational methods residing in his mind, no one else could maneuver this aircraft carrier. Indeed, this vessel was a true aircraft carrier in every sense. Although it could not directly leap into space, it was capable of soaring through the skies. In the capital, within the central conference room, before the video was sent, a decision had already been made to allocate the rocket launch station of the Chuanfu to Chu Xi. The information reached Chu Xi simultaneously with the arrival of the video. As Chu Xi, en route to Haishang City, glanced at the message, a smile broke across her face. Splendid, This will resolve everything at once. Truly, today is quite a busy day. System, I hope this 1 TB a daily occurrence. Ding. Today is just a coincidence. It 1 TB this frequent in the future. Upon hearing the system's unexpected response, Chu Xi felt a wave of relief wash over her. Chapter 13. SSS Level Confidentiality, Chuanfu Rocket Launch Base. Due to the absence of recent launch tasks, the area was nearly deserted, with only security and duty personnel present. As Chu Xi approached, she did so stealthily, drawing no attention. She quietly arrived at the launch platform, placing the rocket directly onto the launcher. After instructing Xianglong to secure the rocket and scanning the surroundings to ensure no one was present at the launch site, she proceeded to initiate the launch. In the security room, a few guards were in the midst of a patrol handover when they suddenly felt the ground tremble. Moments later, the roar of the rocket igniting pierced through their ears. Good heavens! A rocket is launching. How is that possible? There are no scheduled launches today. One guard interjected, "Wait. 5 minutes ago, I received a notification stating that this site was to be lent to someone for a rocket launch. But if that is true, who entered and when? Quick, check the surveillance." As the discussion ensued, someone exclaimed, prompting everyone's gaze to dart towards the screen. The surveillance footage vividly displayed a rocket steadily ascending from the launch pad. The camera, designed for high-definition recording of rocket launches, followed the rocket's ascent. At that moment, Chu Xi was flying alongside, observing the rocket's ascent while messaging Su Jingxue. "The rocket has launched. I will send you the satellite data shortly. With this satellite in orbit, we shall never again encounter situations where stealth reconnaissance aircraft breach our borders undetected by radar. Additionally, this satellite will facilitate smoother operations for our combat suits and aircraft carriers. Don't forget to transfer the funds promptly. Developing these technologies requires substantial investment." After sending the message, she turned and flew back to Jinhai University. While the video soon made its way to the central conference room. At that moment, the chief executive, the chief operating officer, and several high-ranking military officials were left bewildered by the astonishing events unfolding before them. This is utterly surreal. Enough, old Lin, accept reality. Our nation is about to soar. Truly soar. Oh, new information has arrived. The satellite has entered orbit. Look quickly. As the words were spoken, the secretary used a remote control to activate the projector, revealing a breathtaking view of the cosmos on the screen. A satellite, shaped like the character Shun, currently drifts silently through the cosmos. To the casual observer, it appears no different from other satellites. However, upon the return of Chu Xi to near Xi University and the subsequent presentation of the data, astonishment enveloped the room. The satellite's capabilities transcended their comprehension. To label it as an omnipotent satellite would be entirely justified, whether for commercial navigation or cartographic surveying, or for military reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance. Its power was astonishing beyond belief. At this moment, the Secretary General, following the instructions in the data, input the key and established control over the satellite. With a nod from the chief executive, a formal reconnaissance of the entire region of Little Japan commenced. The outcome was utterly ludicrous. At that very moment, His Majesty the Yellow Emperor of the neighboring Little Japan was seen in his residence, engaged in a rather scandalous performance with multiple women. Unable to contain himself, Elder Lu was the first to break into laughter. The chief executive also coughed, suppressing his mirth. "Let us save that video for later. We should send it to Little Japan to give their Yellow Emperor a wake-up call." A female official, blushing, pursed her lips. "Is that appropriate? But I quite like it." Laughter erupted among the group, uncontainable and joyous. Once upon a time, the intelligence capabilities of Huaxia lagged behind those of Sam Country. Incidents akin to today's occurrences had been frequent over the years, with Sam Country's stealth drones conducting reconnaissance over Huaxia, leaving them feeling helpless and exasperated. But now, with the satellite provided by Chu Xi, they could effortlessly target the dark palace of Sam Country with just a flick of a finger. What was even more alarming was the satellite's ability to incapacitate the adversary's satellite systems in a short span of time. What does this imply? Once a satellite system is compromised, they could dispatch a Dongfeng Express without the enemy even realizing it, or at least with great difficulty. The chief executive withdrew his gaze and addressed those present. The surprise that classmate Chu has delivered is nothing short of earth-shattering. Let us discuss what rewards he should receive. Additionally, we must expedite the matter of compensating little Chu. His contribution has propelled our nation's technological advancement by at least 50 years. As his words echoed, the chief executive's gaze settled upon Elder Lu and the experts from the Dragon Academy. Whether it be battle armor, satellites, or aircraft carriers, only the professionals could render a proper assessment. Elder Lu straightened his attire and, with a flushed face and excitement, began to speak. Esteemed leaders, prior to my arrival here, I had a brief discussion with young friend Chu regarding this matter, concerning the manufacturing data for the battle armor. My initial recommendation was a financial arrangement with a 30-70 split, accompanied by appropriate honors. Subsequently, the satellite was introduced, and he stated that while he would not sell it to the state, control could be granted. Thus, we would only need to pay an annual rental fee. Regarding the aircraft carrier, aside from the completed vessel at sea, Chu Xi possesses manufacturing data as well. Thus, my suggestion is to draw inspiration from the battle armor. However, given that mass production and sale of the aircraft carrier is unlikely to occur in the near future, it will merely translate into a substantial sum of money and the honor it rightfully deserves. As for the final pricing, it will ultimately rest in the hands of the esteemed leaders, who must then confer with Chu Xiaoyu for the final agreement. When it comes to Chu Xiaoyu's personal information, at this juncture, old Lu turned his gaze towards the Chancellor and the CEO. Classified at the highest level, SSS grade confidential. Without a moment's hesitation, the Chancellor provided a decisive answer. Additionally, notify the Qianlong Group to arrange security personnel around Chu Xiaoyu, ensuring that his normal life remains undisturbed. If anyone has a daughter currently within the Qianlong Group, I would not mind facilitating an arrangement for a personal bodyguard. Upon hearing this, everyone shared a knowing smile. Indeed, if I had a daughter or granddaughter of suitable age, I would certainly consider it. After all, everyone has seen the young man's photograph. He possesses an extraordinary handsomeness. With such youthful talent, one can only imagine the charm of their future offspring. The atmosphere shifted from tense to relaxed momentarily. Yet soon the attendees in the conference room resumed their deliberations. Chapter 14. Everyone was stunned ultimately. The acquisition price for the individual combat armor manufacturing data was set at 660 million, along with the conferment of the rank of captain, and a subsequent revenue share of 70-30. The rental fee for the satellite was 100 million annually, with the state opting for a decade-long lease, amounting to 1 billion. The aircraft carrier, being the most expensive, had an initial price suggested at 600 billion, encompassing both the acquisition of the vessel and the manufacturing data. Additionally, Chu Xi would be promoted to the rank of Major and awarded the nation's highest honor, a Medal of Commendation for exceptional service, as well as a first-class merit medal. Given the monumental achievements that Chu Xi had accomplished, it was imperative to grant him a military identity. This would ensure that should he produce any further groundbreaking innovations in the future, it would be entirely fitting. At noon, Chu Xi sampled the dining hall at Jinhai University. It must be said, the cuisine at the university's cafeteria was quite delightful, and the environment was commendable as well. However, Chu Xi's presence instantly set the entire cafeteria ablaze with excitement. Look, that's the campus beauty from the freshman year. Have you learned her name yet? Not yet. Aren't you the social butterfly? Why don't you go ask? All right, no problem, just wait for it, guys. Not far from where Chu Xi was dining, a group of boys conferred, and after a brief discussion, a slightly plump young man, with newfound confidence, approached her with a smile. Hello, fellow student. He strolled up to her table and, with a grin, introduced himself. May I have the pleasure of knowing you? I'm Lu Cheng, a sophomore. Chu Xi glanced at him with a hint of indifference, her attractive lips gently moving as she munched on her food. Lu Cheng's heart raced under her gaze, and it was not until she swallowed her bite that he heard her melodious voice. I'm a freshman. My name is Chu Xi. Please do not interrupt my meal. I prefer not to be disturbed while dining. Thank you. The melodious voice resonated not only within the immediate vicinity of Lu Cheng, but also captivated the attention of the surrounding boys, who deliberately took note of this enchanting beauty's dining habits. Lu Cheng, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, chuckled awkwardly and scratched his head, saying, My apologies. I shall not intrude further. Your Majesty, I have a matter to present. Just as Lu Cheng departed, Chu Xi received a message from Su Jingxue. Upon retrieving her phone and glancing at the message, Chu Xi furrowed her delicate brows, contemplating the terms proposed and whether any modifications were necessary. Ultimately, she concluded that there was indeed nothing amiss. In truth, these conditions held little significance for Chu Xi, as the items in question were rewards from the system, akin to a wolf securing its prey with empty hands. Moreover, Chu Xi was not the type to exploit others or to indulge in avarice. Rather, she was a person of serene disposition. With a gentle movement of her fingers, she sent forth her agreement. Agreed. The funding had long been budgeted by the government, and with the resources now in Chu Xi's possession, they could alleviate their own burdens. Following her assent, the capital promptly delegated the tasks of contract signing and fund transfer to Su Jingxue. This was only fitting, as it had been Chu Xi maintaining direct communication with Su Jingxue from the outset. On the website of Jinhai University, a post featuring the freshman campus beauty was astonishingly pinned to the top. In the post, the author compiled photographs of Chu Xi taken from various angles by her classmates. Upon viewing these stunning images, devoid of any flaws, students of both genders at Jinhai University found themselves utterly entranced. "Wow, I'm a girl. Yet why do I feel my heart flutter?" exclaimed one. "I just want to hug her. She is simply exquisite." Another chimed in. "I have learned that this freshman beauty is named Chu Xi, and she resides in a single dormitory rather than the usual shared accommodations. Clearly, her family is quite affluent. I am in love. No one can stop me. I wish to worship at her feet," cried another, to which someone retorted, "That's disgusting. Is she merely beautiful, well-endowed, and slender? What flaws does she possess?" I was stunned. When I caught Chu Xi's beautiful gaze during lunch, I was mesmerized. She is truly breathtaking. With a smile, Chu Xi set her phone down and, after changing into a different outfit, made her way outside. In the afternoon, Jinhai University held its annual welcoming ceremony and military training mobilization, signaling that Chu Xi and her peers were to commence 2 weeks of military training starting the following day. At 3 o'clock, all students gathered on the playground. What followed were speeches from various leaders and representatives from the sophomore and junior classes, tedious and monotonous. Finally, when it came time to address the welcoming theme, Chu Xi was taken aback to hear her name announced. "Now, we invite the freshman representative, Chu Xi, to the stage to speak." What? Chu Xi was bewildered among the crowd. "Who am I? Where am I? Why was I not informed beforehand about speaking?" As the gaze of the crowd settled upon her, Chu Xi blinked her beautiful eyes in a delightful and innocent manner, instantly causing several students, both girls and boys, to feel dizzy and collapse onto the ground. Stunningly beautiful, she quickly stepped forward with a smirk. The fallen individuals gradually regained their composure and rose to their feet after Chu Xi had departed. Goodness, the allure of the stunning Chu is simply terrifying. I was almost enchanted by her beauty just now. I must remember to take anti-dizziness medication before going out in the future. A few classmates whispered among themselves as they watched her advance. Though the situation had unfolded rather unexpectedly, Chu Xi gracefully made her way to the stage. Standing beside her, Shinsong leaned in and quietly apologized. "My apologies, Chu. The suddenness of the event may have caught you off guard. I hope you don't mind. Your popularity on our school's website inspired me to spontaneously appoint you as the representative for the freshmen. Once you're up there, feel free to say a few words, or you may follow the script." With that, Shinsong discreetly handed her a small note. "No need for that." Chu Xi waved her hand dismissively, turning to face the audience with a warm smile, though a slight frown crossed her brow. The position on stage was directly under the sun, making it a bit blinding to look down at her peers. Noticing her frown, the students below became concerned for her, quickly forgetting that the school leaders had also stood under the same glaring rays while speaking moments before. However, in the next instant, the crowd watched as Chu Xi raised her left hand and swiftly performed a few gestures, causing a gust of wind to sweep across the playground. As if by magic, a cloud materialized in the sky, conveniently blocking the sun. This left the students, teachers, and school leaders utterly astonished. Chapter 15. The Arrival of the Wealth-Bringing Youth. What was happening? Summoning the wind and rain with a single hand? Hello, fellow students, teachers, and esteemed school leaders. I am Chu Xi, a freshman. With the sun now obscured, Chu Xi felt considerably more at ease, her smile returning as she began to speak. To be honest, my selection as the representative caught me off guard, and I hadn't prepared a speech. Therefore, my remarks may be brief, and I ask for your understanding. Please do not misunderstand. I was merely a bit nervous and waved my hand, and the wind and cloud cover were mere coincidences. Let us trust in science. Pausing for a moment, she surveyed the audience before continuing. The moment we step into Jinhai University marks our transition into adulthood, as we bid farewell to our past selves at the age of 18. Thus, I encourage everyone to forge ahead with determination and not squander our youth. I would like to share a final thought. Those whose ambitions are weak shall find their wisdom unfulfilled. Those who lack sincerity in their words shall see their actions bear no fruit. Thank you all. With a bow, Chu Xi smiled and gracefully descended from the stage. Bravo! Clapping in appreciation, Shinsong led the applause as he reflected on the brief yet impactful speech she had just delivered. As the applause resonated through the air, the students, previously entranced, gradually regained their senses and joined in the clapping. However, as Chu Xi descended from the stage, the cool breeze on the playground remained. Yet the clouds above quietly dissipated. Was this merely a coincidence? A significant question loomed in the minds of all present. 1-2-1-2 halt. Left turn. Align to the right. Following these commands, a group of instructors clad in military uniforms jogged onto the field. According to the temporary class assignments, Chu Xi found herself placed in the second class of electrical and software engineering. This class had a notable preponderance of female students, resulting in several taller girls standing at the rear of the boys during the formation. These girls, while comparatively taller among their peers, were merely of average height when considered against the boys. Standing at a height of 175 meters, Chu Xi was not exceptionally tall among the boys. Thus, she willingly positioned herself at the back of the male line. The instructor responsible for their class stood at the front, adjusting the formation. However, upon noticing Chu Xi, he appeared momentarily bewildered. "Student, are you not in the wrong line? You should be with the girls." With a composed gesture, Chu Xi replied, "No need, instructor. I am comfortable standing here." The boys nearby felt their hearts race, silently exclaiming, "Indeed, let her remain here, instructor." Goodness, the beauty exudes a subtle fragrance that is intoxicating. "Please, instructor, show some mercy." Unaware of their thoughts, the instructor, seeing Chu Xi's insistence, chose not to press the matter further. "All right, everyone take note of who stands before, behind, and beside you. This will be our formation for the next several days. It's time for formal introductions. My name is Qin Biao, and you may call me Instructor Qin or Instructor Biao. There will be no training tasks this afternoon, so after we get to know each other, you may return to your dorms. Remember to wear your military training uniforms for tomorrow's official start. There will be delightful surprises awaiting you as military training commences. This year's curriculum has been revamped. It will no longer be dull and tedious." Upon hearing this, a voice from the boys erupted. "Report, Instructor Qin. Will we be able to shoot?" "Report, Instructor Qin. Will there be tanks here?" The boys had numerous inquiries. Yet Instructor Qin merely smiled and waved his hand dismissively. As the Buddha says, it cannot be spoken of, it cannot be spoken of. Haha, dismissed. With a gesture of farewell, Qin Biao turned and departed. Once he left, the formation descended into chaos. "Everyone, hold on. Should we create a temporary group for military training?" One suggested. "I believe it is necessary, so we can communicate about any matters." "Indeed, I agree. Let us all add each other." The loudest voices were those of the boys, their gazes occasionally lingering on Chu Xi, discussing the formation of a temporary group for convenience. This is clearly the heart of Sima Zhao, known to all. The primary intention is to invite the esteemed Chu Xi's dear friend, while bringing him into the group is merely secondary. "Chu Xi, your complexion is simply radiant. Indeed, what is your secret to such exquisite care? And your hair is incredibly silky." The girls, engrossed in admiration, have completely surrounded Chu Xi, either gently caressing her hand or admiring her ponytail. With a serene smile, Chu Xi waved her hand dismissively, saying, "I have not made any deliberate efforts for maintenance. It is all innate, complemented by my commitment to regular exercise." As she spoke, Chu Xi noticed an increasing crowd around her and began to move outward while continuing her conversation. However, due to the welcoming event, the sheer number of students made it impossible for her to progress. She felt as though she would soon be trapped. "There are too many people. It's not advisable to act rashly," she muttered to herself. With a resigned expression, Chu Xi discreetly formed a gesture with her left hand, then gently stomped her left foot on the ground, causing a radiant glow to appear beneath her feet. This luminescence was subtle, unnoticed amidst the chaotic throng. In the next moment, Chu Xi accelerated, gliding through the crowd like a wisp of smoke, effortlessly navigating her way forward without obstruction. "Where did that stunning beauty go?" exclaimed one onlooker. I blinked, and she vanished. Remarkable. The crowd, regaining their senses, was left in awe and astonishment, gradually dispersing. With the target having fled, what purpose remained for them to linger? Upon returning to her dormitory, Chu Xi lay on her bed, feeling somewhat disheartened. I initially thought residing in a single room would spare me from many troubles. Yet, it seems even a military training session can be quite bothersome. Your Majesty, I have a report to make. Just then, her phone chimed. Glancing at it, Chu Xi sat up abruptly. The message was from Chu Xi, who had arrived at Jinhai City and was now outside Jinhai University. With a nimble roll, she sprang from her bed, cheerfully exclaiming, "Ah, the harbinger of fortune has arrived." Unfazed by the presence of others, she confidently stepped into the elevator. Descending from above, the elevator contained 2 women and a man. The 2 women were of average appearance, while the man was robustly built, his musculature quite prominent. Isn't she the campus belle of the freshman class, Chu Xi? She is simply breathtaking. Upon catching sight of Chu Xi, the boy was struck as if by lightning, instantly understanding the notion of love at first sight. Raising an eyebrow, he approached her, executing a bold wall slam. "Chu Xi, let's get acquainted." As he spoke, he deliberately flexed his left arm to showcase his bulging biceps, followed by a display of his well-defined chest. Chapter 16, Becoming the King of Dogs. Step aside. Chu Xi shot him a cold glance, feeling her previous cheerful mood dissipate in an instant. One moment, she was a vibrant beauty. The next, she transformed into an icy enchantress, causing the boy to shudder. "Don't be so distant. It's a privilege for you that I have taken notice of you. You should feel honored," he insisted. "Whatever." With a dismissive glance, Chu Xi slowly raised her right hand, extending her index finger to gently tap the boy's chest. "Presumptuous mediocrity, keep your distance from me." To her surprise, this seemingly casual gesture elicited a pained cry from the boy, who staggered back several steps, his face ashen. "Humph! Scoundrel! Step aside." The other 2 girls, unable to tolerate the scene any longer, rushed forward to shield the boy from view. "Fear not. Yes, we are here for you." They approached Chu Xi, their small fists clenched in righteous indignation. Chu Xi merely smiled slightly, causing the 2 girls to momentarily lose their composure. As they reached the first floor, Chu Xi promptly exited, quickening her pace towards the entrance. With every step she took, heads turned in admiration. Flirtations were abundant, and there were numerous individuals attempting to capture her image discreetly. At that moment, Chu Xi was clad in a crisp white shirt and tailored trousers, a sight to behold. Moreover, her masculine stature and the absence of a supportive garment accentuated her voluptuous 36D figure, which swayed enticingly with her brisk stride, captivating the attention of countless onlookers. As she made her way, it was impossible to ascertain how many boys were left breathless, or how many, lacking self-control, found themselves momentarily entranced. At the entrance of Jinhai University, Chu Xi, wearing glasses and a pure appearance in a white dress, paced back and forth. Although she had never met Chu Xi, she could easily identify her. Thus, when Chu Xi approached with purpose, Chu Xi immediately focused on her target. There was no denying that Chu Xi was simply irresistible. "Chu Xi, over here," she called out, waving her hand with a smile as she made her way towards her. Chu Xi nodded in acknowledgement and pointed outside, saying, "Let us find a place to talk." "All right," Chu Xi replied, following closely behind her. At the entrance of Jinhai University, there were numerous shops, and they chose a cozy cafe. Once seated with their coffees, Chu Xi placed her bag on the table, unzipping it to reveal its contents. First, here is the Golden Dragon card, containing the transaction amount of 616 billion, with the password being the last 6 digits of your ID. This is your identification. And here is your medal, military honor, and certificate. Be sure to keep them safe. Observing the items Chu Xi produced, Chu Xi smiled, and with a swift motion of her hand, made them vanish from sight. "Oh," Chu Xi exclaimed, blinking in surprise as she gazed at Chu Xi. "You can perform magic too? How did those items disappear so suddenly?" "Of course," Chu Xi replied with a smile, raising her right hand to reveal the Golden Dragon card now balanced between her fingers. "Just a little trick I learned to pass the time." As she spoke, the card danced gracefully between her fingers, appearing and disappearing, leaving Chu Xingxue's eyes sparkling with wonder. With the business at hand concluded, Chu Xingxue engaged in further conversation with Chu Xi regarding the matters she had been instructed to discuss, before producing the contract for Chu Xi to review. The topic is quite straightforward, as it inquires about Chu Xi's subsequent thoughts and the new developments she is working on. Unfortunately, Chu Xi is utterly reticent. Just then, the system notification chimed. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task and receiving the reward. King S. Mark. King S. Mark. You may choose to become the ruler of either the feline or canine species. Upon selection, you will ascend to kingship and enjoy seamless communication with cats or dogs. Chu Xi felt a twinge of confusion and couldn't help but ask in her mind, "System, are you not a black technology system? Why does it seem to veer into the realm of the fantastical? Ding. Have you not heard that the pinnacle of technology leads to metaphysics? Fine. I concede all explanations to you." Chu Xi was left speechless. Due to her tight-lipped nature, Su Jingxue failed to extract any useful information, and the two merely spent half an hour there, reviewing and signing the contract before parting ways. Su Jingxue had hurriedly come and gone, returning to the capital to fulfill her task. As for Chu Xi, she walked along the path back to Jinhai University, feeling somewhat troubled with suddenly acquired wealth. She was at a loss for what to do. And what about the King's mark? Should she choose the adorable cat or the silly, endearing dog? The answer to this question was not difficult to deduce. In the end, Chu Xi followed her heart and chose the dog. Ding! King's mark activated. Congratulations, host, for becoming the canine king. Howl! Howl! As the system announced this, Chu Xi heard the resounding barks of dogs echoing around her. They sensed the arrival of their king, notifying all nearby canines of the royal presence in their unique manner. Upon her fruitful return, Chu Xi promptly edited the complete 3 documents and sent them out just in time for dinner. In the capital, at Lonka, a certain magnate received the encrypted email and opened it immediately. Following the prearranged protocol discussed at the higher levels, he first backed up the 3 documents, leaving 1 copy at Lonka before heading directly to the central authority for submission. By this time, the central meeting had already adjourned. When the chief executive officer and the chief administrator received the information from the Lonka magnate, they hastily had a couple of bites to eat before rushing to the central conference room. Not only they, but also other relevant officials who had been notified, quickly gathered. Among them were not only Elder Liu but also General Chun from the Navy and his deputy. As for the satellite issue, they left it to the relevant departments to familiarize themselves with, so there was no need for their concern. The current priority was to study and research the new type of battle armor and the new aircraft carrier. After an eventful afternoon, the chief executive and others had already taken a helicopter to personally visit the ship. The aircraft carrier provided by Chu Xi was so vast that it overshadowed the 4 carriers they had previously constructed. Thus, they sincerely felt that this expenditure was not just justified but indeed a tremendous profit. My goodness, look quickly. After reviewing the materials on his tablet, General Chen suddenly exclaimed and stood up, projecting the information he had just seen onto the screen. Look here. It clearly states that our new aircraft carrier possesses 3 distinct modes. In addition to the conventional naval carrier mode, there are also aerospace and assault modes. Chapter 17. The joy of many is greater than that of one. Old Liu lifted his gaze and remarked, "I can comprehend the aerospace mode. It simply involves flight. However, what is this assault mode?" "Do not worry, I will activate it," General Chen responded, tapping on the assault mode to display it for everyone to see. Observe. It indicates that in emergencies, the carrier can undergo a simple transformation into assault mode. Unfortunately, there are no illustrations provided regarding its appearance. However, since this option exists in the documentation, we can expect it to be displayed when we commence operational trials aboard the vessel. Additionally, General Chen's bright gaze shifted toward the Chief Executive Officer and the Chief Operations Officer. "Gentlemen, I believe it is imperative that we allocate time to test this. It mentions that part of the operating system employs holographic projection technology. This alone is several decades ahead of our current operational capabilities." The Chief Executive Officer took a deep breath, his expression serious as he nodded in agreement. "This is a necessity that must be executed promptly. Subsequently, you must select utterly loyal naval personnel for the experimental operations. Furthermore, we need to conduct a discreet investigation into how Chu Xi managed to construct the carrier without a whisper of notice. Remember, this must be kept confidential. He must not suspect a thing. Even if we uncover nothing, we must ensure he remains unaware." His willingness to entrust such a groundbreaking aircraft carrier to the nation, rather than covertly selling it to foreign powers, speaks volumes of his patriotism. Everyone has their secrets. We cannot disregard others' privacy in our quest for the truth. As long as this individual remains devoted to the country, we must not alienate him or his family, who must also be kept under the highest confidentiality. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded solemnly in understanding. As the Chief Executive Officer asserted, Chu Xi's ability to produce such revolutionary inventions, regardless of how he acquired them, is of great benefit to the nation. What they must avoid is the folly of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, or hiding the bough once the birds have flown. Just then, the phone of the Dragon Network magnate suddenly blared an alarm. It was a warning from the satellite. Startled, the magnate quickly pulled out his phone. Could they have detected something this swiftly? As he spoke, the magnate accessed the satellite alert and projected it onto the screen. The imagery shifted, revealing the satellite's warning contents. Through detection and analysis, the screen displayed a stealth unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, along with a series of text indicating the aircraft's origin, the country it belonged to, and its model. "Goodness!" exclaimed President Chun, his eyes sparkling as he slammed his hand on the table. "This satellite is truly remarkable. It has detected things that our original radar systems failed to notice, issuing a warning the moment it entered our airspace." Just as he finished speaking, two options appeared at the bottom of the screen. Engage target. Yes, no. The CEO suddenly had a thought and turned to the magnate of Longwang Network. "Old Sure, didn't you mention that this satellite is equipped with a weapon system? Shall we test its power?" The magnate, Sher Kaishan, nodded enthusiastically. "What a coincidence, leader. I was thinking the same. Since you've suggested it, let us make some noise." In his eagerness, Sher Kaishan quickly selected yes. Upon confirmation, the satellite immediately locked onto the reconnaissance drone, and after a 3-second predictive interval, a cannon emerged from beneath, accumulating energy. The process was swift, taking merely a few seconds. Before the cannon, under the watchful eyes of the assembly, emitted a radiant purple beam. In the vacuum of space, devoid of sound, only the luminous beam was visible. Before long, the screen split into two segments. On the left, the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. On the right, the purple beam. Old Chen gasped in astonishment. Is this satellite's monitoring system really that powerful? It can even split its own screen. The Air Force commander, Yuan Jingtian, pointed excitedly. "Here it comes." "How fast?" The onlookers stood in eager anticipation, watching the beam swiftly approach the drone. They couldn't help but count down in unison, especially as the moment of impact drew near. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom. As they reached 1, the drone was struck by the beam, piercing through it and resulting in an explosion midair. "Splendid. Marvelous. What a thrill." The crowd erupted in cheers. Even the cooling countdown of 24 hours displayed on the screen could not dampen their exhilaration. Amidst the jubilation, the CEO turned to Sher Kaishan with a smile. "Kaishan, send that video out through a more secure channel. It's better to share joy than to enjoy it alone, right?" Sher Kaishan nodded excitedly and promptly complied. Little did the carefree Chu Xi, who was enjoying herself at home, realize that her playful antics would be captured and uploaded online, quickly trending both domestically and internationally. At Jinhai University, after dinner, Chu Xi was changing into her athletic wear and running shoes, ready to unleash her youthful energy on the university's track. Dressed in a white short-sleeved sports shirt and white shorts, with her hair tied up in a high ponytail, the stunning Chu Xi made a striking appearance on the field. To be precise, when the vibrant and youthful Chu Xi made her entrance before the crowd, a considerable throng of admirers trailed behind her, whether they were individuals who had come to jog or those who had never run before. Even a few couch potatoes joined in. Their intent was simple, merely to catch a glimpse of the stunning beauty. Thus, the athletic field of Jinhai University became an unprecedented spectacle of excitement. Chu Xi ran ahead, followed closely by a multitude of young men. On the sidelines, a group of less athletic boys gathered, waiting to catch sight of Chu Xi as she passed by. These boys were truly bothersome. It was not as if today was the last opportunity to see such a beauty. "Hey, you fellows, there are still 3 years left to admire her. Don't be so excessive. Indeed, 3 more years remain. Today merely marks Chu Xi's first day as a freshman. Must you leave such a poor impression on this lovely girl?" A few female joggers, utterly exasperated, shouted in frustration. Chapter 18. The dreadful aura of diminished intelligence. Upon hearing their outcry, many men were jolted into realization. Yes. Am I losing my mind? We have 3 more years to enjoy. Oh dear, I'm exhausted. Since there is still ample time, I shall take my leave. Yes. We mustn't leave a bad impression on the beauty. After this awakening, some of the less capable boys promptly turned to depart. Their exodus alleviated the previously overwhelming crowd at the field, though not significantly. Outside the field, a voluptuous beauty with cascading waves stood with 2 friends. casting a disdainful glance at the scene. The glamorous beauty, irked, stamped her foot. Humph. Are these dreadful boys out of their minds? I'm also a campus beauty, you know? We've been standing here for ages. Why hasn't anyone come to pay their respects? She, too, was a freshman and indeed a campus beauty of considerable renown, Lu Ruyan. However, in comparison to Chu Xi, despite her current fame and following, her looks were slightly inferior. Just as many recognize Mount Everest as the world's highest peak, few recall or know what the second highest is. Hey, look, isn't that Lu Ruyan? It is her. Let's go ask for an autograph. At that moment, the previously uninspired group of boys suddenly recognized the illustrious Lu Ruyan and flocked toward her. Observing the gathering crowd, Lu Ruyan's vanity was somewhat appeased. Now this is the feeling I was waiting for. A smile graced her lips as she slightly turned to welcome the attention of the eager young men. Meanwhile, as Chu Xi jogged past, she noticed the throng encircling Lu Ruyan and couldn't help but chuckle. I never imagined there would be such a phenomenon as the Empress of Smoke. I wonder how potent her aura of diminished intelligence truly is. Reflecting upon the scene from when she first registered earlier that morning, encountering the Empress of Smoke sent a shiver down her spine. The aura of diminished intelligence, how terrifying it is. Upon this realization, Chu Xi felt a sudden stir in her heart, and her footsteps slowed slightly to match the pace of a boy who had been closely trailing her. She glanced at him and offered a faint smile. Classmate, may I inquire if you are a freshman or an upperclassman? The boy's heart raced, and he hurriedly replied, I'm a sophomore. My name is Shinning. Chu Xi nodded, pointing in the direction of Lu Ruyan with a puzzled expression. So you are an upperclassman. Do you know who she is? I noticed that the group of boys who approached her seemed to lose their wits. Shinning turned to look and immediately recognized Lu Ruyan. Oh, her. She is a freshman named Lu Ruyan. I've heard she is quite a renowned little star lately. Chu Xi nodded thoughtfully and smiled in return. I've heard that such beauties often come with an aura that diminishes intelligence. Upperclassman, could you assist me in discovering whether she truly possesses this aura? Diminished intelligence aura? Shinning was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing Chu Xi's radiant smile, he couldn't help but chuckle. I've heard of this notion as well, especially in novels. Since you wish to investigate, I, Shinning, shall not hesitate to assist. With that, he eagerly decided to approach her. I too shall test the waters. Called out Wang Li, Senator, count me in, Miaoren Feng. However, as he began to move, the other boys who had been following him overheard and immediately joined in. Chu Xi paid them no mind and continued her brisk pace ahead. The notion of testing the diminished intelligence aura was merely a whimsical thought she wished to explore. Soon, the boys with their noble mission arrived at the outskirts of the crowd encircling Lu Ruyan. They kept their distance, treating the excursion as a reconnaissance mission. For in their eyes, both Chu Xi and Lu Ruyan were the epitomes of beauty among the freshmen, destined for a showdown. Therefore, for the supporters already aligned, gathering intelligence on the rival was deemed essential. Shinning furrowed his brow as he surveyed the surroundings, noting the dazed expressions on the faces of the boys. He couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, it seems that Goddess Chu was correct. This aura of diminished intelligence is indeed formidable. I must control my emotions and remain vigilant. With this thought, Shinning cautiously approached Lu Ruyan, blocking out the surrounding chatter. His gaze fell upon her blooming smile. Step by step, he drew closer, and soon a sheen of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. As he advanced until he was merely 3 meters away from Lu Ruyan, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. This is bad, he thought, desperately wanting to retreat. But unexpectedly, someone from behind jostled him. With fright, Shinning turned to see that the ones who had vowed to follow him were now sporting equally dazed expressions, evidently ensnared in the same predicament. Cursed teammates, do not. Just as a cry of despair escaped his lips, Shinning found himself thrust into a 3-meter radius. At this proximity, when his gaze fell upon Lu Ruyan once more, his expression took on a dazed quality. Shinning was doomed. On the other side, Chu Xi had completed her run, yet Shinning had not returned to report, and she knew he would not be coming back. What a terrifying aura of diminished intelligence. Accompanied by a group of boys, Chu Xi made her way back to the dormitory. However, just as she had traversed part of the path, a dog suddenly burst forth from the greenery beside her. As soon as the dog appeared, it immediately lay down in front of Chu Xi, wagging its tail in a plea for help. Woof! Please assist me. Taken aback by the dog's voice, Chu Xi momentarily froze. only to recall her current identity as the Dog King. Pausing in her steps, she knelt down and gently stroked the dog's head, inquiring, "What has happened? Tell me." The dog hurriedly replied, "Your Majesty, someone has fallen into the water and is calling for help." Startled by the revelation, Chu Xi gasped, "What? Someone has fallen into the water? Quickly, lead the way." With a bark, the dog turned and dashed into the greenery. Chu Xi followed closely, her speed matching that of the dog. "Did you all just hear what the goddess said?" "I did. Someone's in the water." "Oh no. Enough chatter, let us hurry." As the dog and Chu Xi sped away, the boys who had been left behind finally reacted, shouting as they chased after them. In an instant, a throng of 30 to 40 individuals followed the dog towards the artificial lake at Jinhai University. Meanwhile, beneath the pavilion on the southern shore of the lake, a girl was struggling desperately in the water, rising and falling. Thankfully, the lake was not deep, only 2 meters, providing the girl with intermittent opportunities to touch the lake bed and resurface for air. The dog was a stray from Jinhai University, nurtured collectively by the girls of her cohort. That evening, the girl had come to feed the dog as usual. Everything seemed normal, and the pavilion had nearly become their designated feeding spot. However, as she sat by the lakeside, an unexpected wave of dizziness overtook her, causing her to stumble and fall into the water. The dog was frantic, but upon sensing the presence of its sovereign nearby, it immediately sought out Chu Xi. Splash! Upon arriving at the lakeshore, Chu Xi heard the sounds of splashing water, prompting her to drop her phone and headphones and leap into the lake. The dog stood by the phone, anxiously glancing into the water, aware that these were its master's cherished belongings and wanting to safeguard them. "Oh no, the goddess has jumped in. Those who cannot swim, step aside. Let me." 2 boys trailing behind quickly shed their shirts and dove in after her. Chu Xi moved swiftly, executing a rapid freestyle stroke. At that moment, the girl was nearly exhausted, even beginning to bid farewell to her parents and best friend in her mind. "Hold on." However, at that moment, Chu Xi's shout resonated like celestial music, piercing through her ears. Following closely behind, Chu Xi seized the girl from behind, preventing her from flailing about, and swiftly dragged her towards the shore. Along the way, 2 boys who arrived shortly thereafter grasped the girl's arms from either side. "Are you all right, goddess?" they inquired. "Yes, are you injured?" On their return journey, they did not forget to check on Chu Xi's condition. Chu Xi swam steadily, responding calmly, "I'm fine, just take care of yourselves. I do not wish to see you in tomorrow's news." She is concerned for me. The 2 boys, upon hearing this, felt an exhilarating rush, their efforts becoming even more fervent. Through their combined endeavors, they finally pulled the girl onto the shore, while the 2 boys, aided by the onlookers, also made it to safety. As for Chu Xi, with a gentle exertion, she effortlessly emerged from the water. However, clad in a white tracksuit and unaccustomed to wearing a bra, her attire turned semi-transparent, and her damp hair was somewhat disheveled. The sight was rather overwhelming for the boys present, with several of them even experiencing nosebleeds, hastily covering their noses as they fled. Meanwhile, as Chu Xi attempted to slip away from the crowd's gaze, the internet was ablaze. A myriad of UFO videos captured from various angles, alongside footage of an unidentified beam of light descending, quickly ascended to trending status. One video was recorded in the afternoon, while the other was captured later that evening. Beneath the daytime footage of the unidentified flying object, speculation ran rampant. Yet, several knowledgeable individuals offered insights, suggesting it was most likely a rocket launch, particularly noting that the disintegration of the light points in the footage represented the separation of the boosters. This explanation was quite convincing, resulting in few dissenters. However, the second video was far more enigmatic. A purple beam of light descended from the cosmos, shimmering momentarily before vanishing into thin air. This phenomenon defied explanation, as it disappeared precisely within the cloud cover, shrouded in mystery. Even with the smartphone's 100-fold zoom, the clarity remained elusive. Consequently, the comments section overflowed with wild conjectures, a chaotic dance of speculation. In the United States, within the Black Hall, General MacArthur bellowed furiously, "Damn it! The drone dispatched to China has gone dark again." "Sir," one of his subordinates exclaimed, sprinting over with a phone in hand. "You must see this video." MacArthur waved his hand dismissively. "I have no time for this." "What are you doing watching videos at a time like this? Has another dancing beauty caught your attention?" The subordinate offered a resigned smile. "No, General. You really should take a look. It will clarify everything." MacArthur shot him a disgruntled glare, then reluctantly took the phone to view the footage. On the mobile phone, there was indeed a video that had been paused. Lao Mai reached out to resume playback and beheld a purple beam of light descending from the heavens. Moments later, the beam flickered within the cloud cover before vanishing entirely. Lao Mai furrowed his brow, questioning the purpose of such a special effects video. What is the point of showing me this? Are we simply wasting time? His subordinate shook his head fervently. No, General. Our investigations have revealed that the location where this video was filmed is not far from where the drone disappeared. Therefore, do you believe it is possible that our drone was intercepted and destroyed by some secret weapon of Huaxia? Ding. Upon hearing this, a large exclamation mark seemed to float above Lao Mai's head. If that is indeed the case, then Huaxia's clandestine methods are quite concerning. We must immediately arrange for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to launch a public protest against Huaxia. His subordinate had no objections, as he was merely a messenger with no authority to partake in the decision-making. Before long, the official government of Sam Nation lodged a protest with Huaxia through both official media and telephone communication. Ironically, they protested without specifying the reason behind their discontent. Simultaneously, this protest video appeared on a popular social media platform, where Chu Xi, freshly showered and just settling down, stumbled upon it. Chu Xi frowned as he gazed at the footage of the protest. Why does that beam of light seem so familiar? Could it be that the capital is attempting to send a warning? Speculation notwithstanding, Chu Xi refrained from messaging anyone for clarification. With a swipe of his finger, he then encountered another video. This one was a report from the Public Security Bureau of Jinhai City, detailing a tragic incident that transpired at Jinhai University. The suspect, Ding Zixuan, after a lengthy interrogation that afternoon, finally confessed to all his crimes. Of course, he had no choice but to admit his guilt. Earlier that day, Chu Xi had taken the time to anonymize the footage he had retrieved from Xianglong, sending it to the reporting email of the Jinhai City Public Security Bureau. Upon receiving the notification, the bureau chief promptly organized a special task force to review the video content. Upon completion, a tide of fury almost overwhelmed the group, leading them to storm the interrogation room and execute Ding Zixuan on the spot. Chapter 20, a product of the system, guaranteed excellence. How atrocious! How despicable! A vice president of Jinhai University had exploited his authority to prey upon nearly 1,000 female students. Most appalling was that Ding Zixuan had documented each act of coercion to further intimidate his victims. Faced with such overwhelming evidence, it was impossible for Ding Zixuan to remain silent. Just then, Chu Xi was startled by the sound of firecrackers outside. Firecrackers within the university? Bewildered, he set down his phone and approached the balcony to ascertain the source of the noise. Straining his ears, he soon found himself amused by the revelation that the source of the firecrackers was none other than the girls from Tingyu Pavilion. Moreover, the students who secretly procured firecrackers and fireworks and specifically set them off at school did so in response to the news of Vice Principal Ding Zixuan being convicted and formally apprehended. This illustrates the depth of their loathing for him. With a sigh of resignation, Chu Xi withdrew her gaze, reflecting, truly, while one may be forgiven for sins imposed by fate, self-inflicted misfortune is inexcusable. It also enlightened her to the notion that justice may arrive late, yet it is never absent. Evil begets retribution. It is not that vengeance is delayed, but rather that the time has yet to come. With a bitter smile, Chu Xi shook her head and reclined back onto her bed. This time, however, she did not resume playing on her phone. Instead, she lay flat, drawing her legs together with the soles of her feet touching, her knees naturally falling apart. She raised her left hand to rest upon her head, palm placed on the crown, while her right hand descended to rest upon her lower abdomen. With her gaze directed towards her nose towards her mouth, and her mouth towards her heart, she began her meditation in preparation for sleep. 10 seconds later, Chu Xi fell silent, and a faint white light began to envelop him, flowing into his body. At the first hospital of Jinhai City, in the surgical ward, Lan Shuier gazed at the content on her phone, tears streaming down her face like rain on a pear blossom. Thank you. Thank you. I will heed your words and live well. Overcome with sobs, she set her phone aside, drawing her knees to her chest, burying her head as she wept aloud. The class teacher, responsible for caring for her, could only sigh in sympathy and embraced her. She had also watched the video, which indeed brought a sense of satisfaction, yet the victims remained victims nonetheless. What a truly heartless beast. She cursed inwardly, tears brimming in her eyes. The following day, at 4 in the morning at Jinhai University, Chu Xi was startled awake by a sudden exclamation. Ding. Event triggered. Choose 1. Pretend not to hear and continue sleeping. Reward. A sleep mask. Choose 2. Pound the wall and shout for silence. Reward. A smart speaker. Choose 3. Offer assistance. Reward. A memory extractor and relevant materials. Furrowing his brow, Chu Xi turned towards the source of the sound, which emanated from the adjacent room. What is going on? This must be significant if it has triggered an event. I choose 3. Having made his decision, Chu Xi closed his eyes and reopened them, a silvery glow illuminating his gaze. Although he could not see through the wall to discern the situation next door, he utilized his ability to perceive the energy of the adjacent room. Upon inspection, he discovered that it was indeed beset by a malevolent spirit, a swirling mass of dark energy faintly visible within the neighboring chamber. What a nuisance, he muttered under his breath, and for the sake of the task, Chu Xi reluctantly donned his clothes and swiftly made his way outside. Arriving at the door of the neighboring room, he gestured with his hands, and with a flick, the lock clicked open from within. Pushing the door open, he strode directly to the bedside, where he found Wu Menglan lying in agony, her hands incessantly rubbing her chest, clearly afflicted by a lecherous spirit. Humph. With a cold snort, Chu Xi stepped forward, grasping Wu Menglan's neck with her left hand while delivering 2 sharp slaps with her right. Then, forming a hand seal, she grasped the air between Wu Menglan's eyebrows, commanding, "Come forth." As her voice echoed, a swirling mass of black mist was drawn out by Chu Xi. "Help me." Wu Menglan weakly glanced at the shadowy figure of Chu Xi, her voice barely a whisper. "Count yourself fortunate," Chu Xi replied indifferently, releasing her left hand while maintaining her grip on the black mist, turning to leave Wu Menglan's room. Wu Menglan, dazed, watched Chu Xi depart, and only after the door closed did she finally relax, succumbing to a deep slumber. Back in her own room, Chu Xi resumed her seat on the bed, regarding the black mist in her right hand with a cold gaze. "Do not feign death. Confess truthfully. Who sent you here?" she demanded. "Should your answers please me, I might consider leading you onto the righteous path, freeing you from that person's torment." After struggling for a moment, the black mist ceased its resistance upon hearing her words. "Do not kill me. I will tell you. I am under the control of Chiu Mengliang, sent to torment Wu Menglan. The aim is to push Wu Menglan to the brink of despair, compelling her to seek mercy from young Master Yao, even to the extent of playing cards with him." Chu Xi nodded in satisfaction, confident that the black mist spoke the truth. "Excellent. Given your honesty, I shall spare you for now. You may remain here until the opportune moment arrives, when I will guide you onto the right path." As she spoke, Chu Xi produced a small porcelain vial, swiftly enclosing the black mist within, and then affixed a talisman upon it. Would the black mist dare to move? Certainly not. An entity of Chu Xi's caliber was beyond its capacity to resist. Ding. Rewards have been deposited into the system space. Relevant data is beginning to merge. Merging complete. As the rewards were dispensed, Chu Xi felt a fleeting dizziness, followed by the infusion of the memory extractor's data into her consciousness. "Let me see what this is." Closing her eyes, Chu Xi examined the information regarding the memory extractor. True to its name, this device was primarily designed to extract the memories of target individuals, with no side effects. The data further elaborated on the extractor's applications, revealing that aside from its primary function in solving cases, it could also enhance memory and stimulate brain activity. The key point was the absence of side effects. The more it was used, the greater the enhancement, leading to increased intelligence. Thus, its secondary function was to assist individuals of genius caliber in strengthening their abilities. The third auxiliary function was astonishingly the elimination of cerebral thrombosis. While enhancing brain activity, it could also invigorate the blood vessels in the brain, effectively removing clots. "Oh," Chu Xi exclaimed in surprise, her eyes widening as a satisfied smile graced her lips. "This truly is a remarkable item. A product of the system is bound to be of exceptional quality." Muttering to herself, Chu Xi took out her phone and sent a message to Su Jingxue. "There is something to discuss. Contact me upon waking. I need the assistance of old Lu and the security chief." Having sent the message, Chu Xi found herself devoid of sleepiness and decided to rise, wash up, and venture out for a morning run. At around 4 in the morning, the vast playground was empty save for Chu Xi, who was running alone. Chapter 21. Video conference. Feeling quite pleased, Chu Xi decided that in the future, she would emerge early to avoid the chaos of being pursued by a multitude. As for her evening routine, she sighed wearily. Perhaps it was best to forego night runs, or at least don some makeup before venturing out. Moreover, as she contemplated this, Chu Xi clenched her fists in frustration. System, you wretched thing. Why can't I cut my hair? Ding. Standard features cannot be reduced. Otherwise, if you cut your hair, your shall also diminish. Fine. You've got some nerve. As if you know the hassle of maintaining long hair. Chu Xi gazed in silence at the pale sky, questioning the heavens in her mind. Meanwhile, during her morning run, in the interrogation room of the capital Qianlong group, an aggressive bald man was being subjected to a surprise interrogation. Bang! A security officer, bearing a scar on his left cheek, slammed his hand on the table in anger. Tang Hu, we've reached this point. What grounds do you have to remain obstinate? Seated on the interrogation chair, Tang Hu responded with a cold smile. Whether I speak or remain silent, death awaits me. Why should I forsake my life for integrity? Spare me your time. Just expedite my sentence to the higher-ups. I've had enough of living. You. The officer, infuriated, stood up. A slightly overweight officer beside him raised a hand to restrain him, casually addressing Tang Hu. Tang Hu, if you voluntarily disclose what you know, we might consider granting you a commuted sentence, allowing you to care for your parents and children for a few more years. Of course, there's no rush. We can give you 2 days to ponder your decision. Tang Hu rolled his eyes, tilted his head, and whistled nonchalantly, exuding indifference. Sighing internally, the officer waved his hand. Let us leave it for now. Everyone is tired. Take him away. Tang Hu smirked triumphantly, mocking silently. Is this all you've got? Huh. If this is your level of competence, don't expect to extract anything more from me. The Qianlong group has truly disappointed me. Tang Hu was taken away and confined. As time passed, the incessant beeping of a phone alarm echoed through the Lonka dormitory. Huh. Turning off the alarm, Su Jingxue yawned, instinctively glancing at her phone, only to find an unread message. Who could be messaging at this hour? Rubbing her eyes, she grumbled as she unlocked her phone and opened the message. It was from him. With a gasp, Su Jingxue bolted upright and read the message. Looking to contact the professor and the security chief? Could it be that he has discovered something beneficial for the security bureau? Speculating, she promptly replied to Chu Xi with a simple good, before hastily getting ready. Afterward, she had breakfast, and, when the clock struck 8:30, she arrived at Lonka Academy and pulled out her phone to call old Lu. It wasn't that she didn't wish to inform him sooner. It was simply that he was unreachable before working hours. Due to the secretive nature of individuals like old Lu, their mobile phones are classified and are not permitted to be taken home. It is only when old Lu arrives at his office that his phone can be reached. Of course, his personal number is also highly confidential. In urgent situations, he can still be contacted. Unfortunately, Su Jingxue does not possess that privilege. After listening to Su Jingxue's report, Lu Qingming promptly dialed the relevant authority, specifically the head of the Security Bureau, Director Xiao Jun. Early in the morning, Xiao Jun was convening a meeting with Lin Feng, the leader of the Qianlong team, to discuss the recent capture of the notorious drug lord Tang Hu, who had been apprehended during a joint operation between the Qianlong team and the Security Bureau. On the surface, he presents himself as a philanthropist, yet behind the scenes, he is a trafficker, smuggling drugs from the Golden Triangle into the country. However, he is not the only drug lord. There exists an even more enigmatic figure above him. After capturing Tang Hu, the Qianlong team aims to uncover this elusive puppet master, who wields considerable influence and has facilitated Tang Hu's operations. Just after finishing his soy milk, Xiao Jun's phone rang. It was old Lu. Glancing at the screen, he answered, "Hello, old Lu. What's the matter so early?" Lu Qingming replied with a smile, "Xiao Jun. Good news, good news. I will add you to an encrypted video conference shortly. You'll understand." Xiao Jun furrowed his brow as Lu Qingming hung up, leaving him with several unanswered questions. What is going on? Observing his expression, Lin Feng tilted his head in confusion. Xiao Jun, still frowning, waved his hand dismissively. I don't know, let us wait and see. Meanwhile, after Su Jingxue arrived at Lu Qingming's office, he promptly sent her a link to a secure video chat application. Download this, then forward it to Xiao Chu so he can install it as well. This is the key code for the encrypted room. Also send that to him. Su Jingxue nodded in silence and hurriedly set about downloading the software and sending the information. Attention, stand at ease. Subject, individual unarmed drill training. On the grounds of Coastal University, the first-year students are engaging in their initial military training. Typically, Mobile phones are prohibited during such exercises, yet Chu Xi is an exception. Prior to the commencement of training, he was preoccupied with thoughts of Su Jingshue's Chu Xi raised her hand, her beautiful eyes gazing seriously ahead. Upon meeting her gaze, Qin Biao instantly understood that she had come with a matter of great importance. Step forward. Go ahead. Yes. Chu Xi nodded, took out her phone, and promptly stepped out of line, checking her messages as she sprinted toward the deserted playground. The freshmen of Class 2 were utterly astonished that Chu Xi could bring her phone to military training. However, as they were still engaged in training, none dared to move. Upon reaching the edge of the field, Chu Xi swiftly chose to download the necessary software. Following the encrypted key number sent by Su Jingxue, she entered the secure video conference room. At that moment, the conference room already hosted 4 individuals: Lu Qingming, the dean of Taoist Academy, academician Su Jingxue, Director Xiao Jun of the General Administration, and Lin Feng, the leader of the Qianlong Group. Chapter 22, Video Conference, Part 2. Hello everyone. Good morning. Chu Xi greeted with a smile before glancing around. Lu Qingming followed suit. Good morning, Xiao Chu. I am Lu Qingming. Then came the imposing Xiao Jun and the sharp-eyed Lin Feng. Hello, Xiao Chu. I am Xiao Jun, Director of the Public Security Bureau. I am Lin Feng, leader of the Qianlong Group. Hearing that they were all prominent figures, a flicker of excitement stirred within Chu Xi's heart. After the pleasantries, Lu Qingming delved straight into the matter. So, Xiao Chu, what surprise do you bring us today? Or rather, how many surprises do you still have up your sleeve? And why not reveal them all at once? With a slight smile, Chu Xi glanced around to ensure no one was approaching before addressing her phone. Old Lu. Everyone has their own secrets. Please don't put me in a difficult position. As for why I didn't mention this yesterday, but do so today, it is because I only completed this research project today. Without further ado, I wish to propose a transaction with the state regarding a memory reader, quite literally. This was why she sought the presence of Lu and the officials from the General Administration. At her words, Xiao Jun and Lin Feng exchanged astonished glances, with the former hastily inquiring, Xiao Chu, are you suggesting that we can use the memory reader to directly interrogate suspects? Chu Xi nodded affirmatively. Precisely. Lin Feng then asked, does this machine have any side effects? For instance, could it lead to brain death or damage? Chu Xi shook her head. There are no side effects whatsoever. Furthermore, this machine has an additional function that might greatly benefit you, Old Lu. Old Lu, who had been observing as a bystander, suddenly expressed his excitement. Oh? What's in it for me? Do tell. Today was indeed off to a splendid start. Chu Xi beamed, causing the individuals across from her to momentarily be taken aback. She then pursed her lips and spoke. The second function of this machine is to stimulate and enhance brain vitality. In simpler terms, exceptionally intelligent individuals can become even more astute with the aid of this device. As for the upper limit, I currently have no knowledge, as no one has truly tested it yet. Lastly, there exists another significant function, the treatment of cerebral thrombosis and the elimination of blood clots. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingming, Xiao Jun, Lin Feng, and Su Jingxue all gasped in astonishment and delight. Moments later, Xiao Jun and Lin Feng erupted into laughter almost simultaneously. The former emphatically slapped the table and gave Chu Xi a thumbs up, exclaiming, Xiao Chu, you are truly my timely reign. Lin Feng also sprang to his feet, raising his arms in jubilant cheer. Heaven is indeed on our side. Just this morning, we apprehended a major drug lord, and while grappling with his obstinates, you have presented us with such a remarkable solution. With their explanations concluded, Lin Feng and Xiao Jun laughed heartily once more. However, Lu Qingming calmly inquired, Xiao Chu, do you have a finished product? If so, we can dispatch someone to retrieve it immediately, while also finalizing the purchase price. Observing the reactions of Lin Feng and Xiao Jun, Chu Xi nodded. There is a finished product, and as per our usual protocol, payment is required before the information is released. Xiao Jun hastily waved his hand. No need to wait. We can discuss the price right now. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, this venture benefits us all, our Qianlong Group, the Public Security Bureau, and Lonko alike. Thus, let us collaborate on the funding. Old Lu chuckled. Very well. I accept this proposal. As for the price, I propose 1 billion from each of our 3 parties for the finished product. For the complete machine and its documentation, I suggest a buyout price of 2 billion per entity, totaling 9 billion. How does that sound? Having secured over 600 billion just yesterday, Chu Xi was not particularly surprised by this offer. Agreed, Old Lu is indeed forthright. Let's settle on this price. Lin Feng and Xiao Jun exchanged approving glances, nodding in agreement. To them, this price seemed exceptionally favorable, considering the profound implications of the memory reader's initial two functions. Moreover, the potential to treat cerebral thrombosis, a condition deemed irreversible, was an immense boon. If it could indeed clear blood clots while treating and revitalizing cerebral blood vessels, it would be a remarkable benefit. With the price settled, Chu Xi excused himself and swiftly made his way towards the dormitory. Given old Lu's demeanor, with the price established, the funds would likely be dispatched promptly. Therefore, he needed to return and finalize the documentation, postponing thoughts of military training for later. As Chu Xi anticipated, he received a text notification approximately half an hour later, confirming a deposit of 6 billion into his bank account. Simultaneously, a message from Su Jingxue inquired about the size of the machine, as they would arrange suitable transportation based on its dimensions. The memory extractor was relatively compact, measuring 2 meters in length, resembling the shape of an MRI machine. Had it not been for the intricacy of its internal structure, the entire unit could have been packaged as a single chair. After responding to the inquiry, Chu Xi resumed his work on the computer. His hands left a lingering impression on the keyboard, yet the instrument showed no signs of wear, a testament to his remarkable control over strength. Were it not for the necessity of transmitting information in this manner, Chu Xi would have preferred to impart knowledge directly through a form of enlightenment. As a practitioner at the opening heaven stage, he was already capable of bestowing power upon others. Alas, ordinary individuals could not withstand such a transfer. His counterpart must possess at least the guiding chi stage. Ding ding. A message from Su Jingxue arrived. Received. The elders have decided to dispatch a helicopter to collect the goods. Please provide a location. After reading the text, Chu Xi pondered, stroking his chin. Where should I go? Perhaps I should just head to the rooftop. With the complications surrounding the satellite and aircraft carrier, how could they possibly explain an additional memory retrieval device's ascent to the rooftop? Having made his decision, Chu Xi responded to the message and resumed typing. It seemed that military training was a blessing he would have to forego this morning. An hour later, he received another message from Su Jingxue, informing him that the helicopter would arrive in 5 minutes. Stretching lazily, Chu Xi turned and exited, taking the elevator to the top floor. However, upon reaching the entrance to the rooftop, he found it locked. It appeared that the recent incident involving Lan Yuer necessitated the locking of the door for a time. Chapter 23. Hidden Dragons and Crouching Tigers. This was of little consequence. Chu Xi strolled to the window on the rooftop, opened it, and stood on the ledge before leaping upward, turning to grasp the edge of the roof. With a firm pull, he effortlessly ascended to the rooftop. Everything seemed to proceed smoothly. He retrieved the memory extractor and placed it atop the building, awaiting the helicopter's arrival. However, just as Chu Xi was climbing through the window, he was spotted by someone, none other than Principal Shin Song. On this fine day, with the morning temperature pleasant and military training not too oppressive, Shin Song had arrived at the school in a somewhat somber mood, intending to survey the training activities. While passing by the Xingxing apartment building, he inexplicably glanced up at the rooftop, internally reflecting on how fortunate it was that nothing had gone awry the previous day. To his astonishment, he witnessed a figure leap from the window, causing his heart to skip a beat and his breath to momentarily halt. Then, he saw Chu Xi successfully make it to the rooftop without falling, which allowed his frantic heartbeat and hurried breathing to resume. Oh my heavens, I locked the door. Who is this showing off? Can't they let me be? Grabbing his hair in despair, Shin Song dashed into the apartment and pulled out his phone to summon security. The key to the rooftop door was not in his possession. He needed to call for security to unlock it. 2 minutes later, a frantic knocking echoed. Students outside. Let us discuss whatever matters you have. Please, don't jump. Spare me. I assure you, I, Shin Song, have treated you all quite well. Just don't push me any further. I beg you. The sound of knocking and Shin Song's increasingly frantic shouts filled the air. With a touch of exasperation, Chu Xi slapped her forehead and rose to the door, calling out, Principal, fret not. I am not here to leap from the building. I have matters to attend to. This is a matter of confidentiality, and I implore you to keep this under wraps. Otherwise, not only will your position be at stake, but your family may also face repercussions. Inside, Shin Song was momentarily taken aback. What is happening here? How did this become a matter of confidentiality? What does this have to do with me? After a few seconds of bewilderment, Shin Song noticed the door being pulled slightly ajar, sunlight streaming through the crack. Yet, In the center of the opening, a shadow loomed. Chu Xi's voice resonated once more. Take a look at this, just glance at it. And once you have seen it, depart swiftly. Do not allow anyone to come up. What on earth? Xin Song swallowed nervously, his mind conjuring countless dreadful scenarios. Nevertheless, he leaned closer, peering through the crack with his right eye. His left eye was not particularly reliable, yet his right eye was normal. As his eye adjusted to the light, he discerned an identification card placed outside the door, but he failed to see Chu Xi, who had hidden to the side. It was a military identification, a high-ranking one at that. Upon recognizing this, Xin Song gasped. Why you are with the military? Chu Xi retracted the card and closed the door. Now that you know, make haste and leave this place. Do not allow anyone to come up. Understood. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Xin Song felt the tension in his throat finally settle. As long as it's not about jumping, that's a relief. No gunfights or zombies. Everything else can be managed. Muttering to himself, Xin Song returned to the elevator and called the security to prevent anyone from coming up. Just then, the sound of a helicopter grew louder, approaching. Xin Song, still on the way down, felt a surge of astonishment. A helicopter was coming to the rooftop. It seemed something significant was indeed unfolding. I must leave. This is a matter of confidentiality, and I cannot afford to be entangled in it. With that thought, Xin Song hurriedly entered the elevator, not daring to hesitate. On the rooftop, Chu Xi raised her hand to shield her hat, gazing up as the helicopter descended gradually. When it was 3 meters above the rooftop, it hovered and lowered several ropes. 4 fully armed soldiers slid down, 3 remaining by the memory extractor, while one jogged over to salute Chu Xi. Good day, Commander. The Qianlong team has been dispatched to retrieve the cargo. Chu Xi nodded and returned the salute. Proceed with your mission. Please ensure the safe return of the cargo. Yes, the soldier replied, patting his chest. We guarantee the completion of the mission. With a smile, Chu Xi gestured for them to proceed. Go ahead, your efforts are appreciated. The soldier shook his head. This is our duty. After saying this, he turned and waved to the above. In the next moment, a platform that had been suspended beneath the helicopter was lowered. 4 individuals collaboratively hoisted the machine onto the suspension platform. After securing it, they meticulously inspected the safety of the locks before nodding in approval and giving a thumbs up towards the elevated position. Once the platform ascended, they respectfully saluted Chu Xi and then, using the ropes, began their ascent. The helicopter above adjusted its direction and swiftly departed into the sky. Task accomplished. At the edge of the building, Chu Xi positioned herself with her back to the ledge, balancing on her toes, and then gently leaped down. Mid-fall, she grasped the edge with her hands, transforming her body into a pendulum as her lower half swung into the window. With a final release, she exerted a force from her abdomen and smoothly returned to the interior of the building. Below, witnessing the spectacle, Xin Song breathed a sigh of relief and patted the shoulder of the security captain beside him. Did you see that? Now, that is what it means to be a true powerhouse. If it were you up there, how would you manage? Could you even make it inside? Me? The security captain chuckled wryly, gesturing to himself and scratching his head. Principal, please, do not jest. If you were to send me up there for a stunt like that, you'd have to summon the janitorial staff to collect my remains. Xin Song smiled faintly, saying nothing, but his heart surged with elation, regardless of who this individual is. It is evident that our students at Jinhai University are truly exceptional. At 11:40 in the morning, within the Dragon Science Research Institute in the capital, Old Lu was currently engrossed with Xiao Jun and others, circling around the memory extractor while anxiously awaiting the information from Chu Xi. It's here, at the computer, Shi Kaishan called out, hastily maneuvering the mouse to open the encrypted email sent by Chu Xi. The contents of the email included all the data regarding the memory extractor, encompassing both the user manual and manufacturing details. Quick, check the user manual. Lin Feng approached briskly. I've sent for Tang Hu. He's waiting outside and can be brought in for the initial trial at any moment. In their eyes, Tang Hu was undeniably a figure of significant notoriety. Chapter 24. Memory Retrieval. Shi Kaishan nodded silently and promptly began perusing the user manual. Following the instructions within, they first connected the machine's cables to the computer and subsequently installed the accompanying software. A group of them watched the installation progress bar inch forward, their anticipation palpable. 30 seconds. The installation software took 30 seconds to complete. One can only imagine the tension experienced by Xiao Jun and the others during that brief interval. their eyes nearly bloodshot with eagerness. Sure Kaishan exhaled in relief and moved the mouse to click on the newly appeared icon on the desktop. The screen unfolded, revealing an interface reminiscent of video software. At the bottom of the screen were two options: extract memory and enhance brain function. After cross-referencing the user manual once more, Sure Kaishan turned to Lin Feng. It's ready, bring the subject in. Just follow the instructions here and place the helmet on him. Understood. Lin Feng nodded and swiftly turned to summon the individual. Shirkai Mountain rose, rolling his eyes. I implore you all, do not linger here. Swiftly connect the machine's power supply. Lu Qingming, realizing the urgency, sheepishly nodded. All right, I shall do it. He then turned and hurried towards the machine to power it on. Before long, Tang Hu entered, escorted by two soldiers and Lin Feng, oblivious to the ordeal awaiting him. Tang Hu's eyes were covered, rendering him blind to his surroundings. Lie down. Upon reaching the machine, the soldiers forced Tang Hu onto the platform. Though he attempted to resist, Lin Feng swiftly incapacitated him with a precise blow. Following Shirkai Mountain's instructions, Tang Hu was laid flat upon the platform. Lin Feng personally adorned him with a helmet and pressed the green button affixed to it. Everyone, step back, Shirkai Mountain called out, resuming his seat while maneuvering the mouse to select the memory retrieval option. Elder Lu and the others quickly gathered around, their eyes filled with anticipation as they gazed at the monitor. After a brief moment, as Tang Hu's body trembled slightly, the screen finally revealed a flurry of snowflakes. Xiao Jun, brimming with excitement, slapped Shirkai Mountain on the shoulder. Hey, it's working. Shirkai Mountain grimaced in irritation. Good heavens. Do you have any idea of your own strength? Xiao Jun, awkwardly smiling, hastily apologized. My mistake, my mistake. As they spoke, more seconds passed, and the snowflakes gradually faded, revealing a blank white screen adorned with 35 options. Having perused the manual, Shirkai Mountain pointed at the screen, elucidating. These are the options displayed according to age following memory retrieval. Upon selecting a specific age, one will encounter further choices for months and days. Exchanging glances, Xiao Jun and Lin Feng deliberated, with the latter suggesting, let us first examine this year. Today is September 2nd. We apprehended him in the early hours. So let us choose September 1st. Shirkai Mountain nodded, swiftly clicking to make the selection, and then the group began their wait. The memory retrieval progressed for approximately 10 seconds, after which a scene materialized on the video. It featured Tang Hu's perspective, with a timestamp in the upper right corner indicating 9:10 a.m. on September 1st. Tang Hu blinked, grasped his phone to check the time, and then glanced at the woman lying beside him. Leaning in, he planted a kiss before rising to don a bathrobe and head to the bathroom. Though these sequences depicted mundane daily life and bore little intrinsic value, they symbolized the successful extraction of memories and heralded a breakthrough in their future investigations. With this newfound experience, they swiftly uncovered the identity of the enigmatic mastermind and the true owner behind it all. Faced with such a monumental advancement, both Xiao Jun and Lin Feng felt a mix of joy and heavy hearts, for they had not anticipated that the shadowy figure would turn out to be him. As the memory advanced once more, it revisited a day in June when Tang Hu was 20 years old. Due, if you proceed, you may very well sacrifice yourself. Do you still wish to go? I am resolute. I seek vengeance for my sister and all those who have sacrificed. As Lin Feng and Xiao Jun absorbed the content of the video and listened to the words emanating from the speakers, they were both left utterly astonished. It turned out that Tang Hu was none other than the undercover operative codenamed Drifting. After dedicating over a decade to his mission, he had finally ascended to his current position. Just as he was on the verge of completing his task, he was abruptly captured by the formidable Qianlong group. This was a grave matter indeed. Xiao Jun was acutely aware of Tang Hu's codename, which had been imparted to him by his mentor, the very same person who had introduced him to the enigmatic Drifting over a decade ago through the video. Within the entirety of the Huaxia security system, only Xiao Jun possessed knowledge of this individual named Drifting. Regrettably, his mentor had only revealed the code name and passed away without disclosing the identity of the individual. Seated in despair, Xiao Jun grasped his hair in frustration, lamenting, "This is a major issue. It's all my fault." Lin Feng, with a grave expression, placed a reassuring hand on Xiao Jun's shoulder, stating, "This is not insurmountable. We now know who the shadowy protector is, as well as the identities of all the key individuals involved, including the mastermind. We can close in." Xiao Jun sighed, rising to his feet and approaching the machine to remove the helmet. In a moment of fury, he delivered 2 sharp slaps to Tang Hu's face. The onlookers, including Elder Lu and Shi Kaishan, were left bewildered. So, you feel remorse and respond with 2 slaps? They thought incredulously. To their surprise, the unconscious Tang, who was jolted awake by the pain, Xiao Jun, standing nearby, saluted, saying, "Drifting, welcome back to the team." Upon hearing this, Tang Hu instantly regained his composure, his expression shifting dramatically as he shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, "No, no, that's not true. Please don't say such things. I cannot rejoin the team just yet. I am so close to obtaining the evidence." Xiao Jun offered a wry smile, gesturing towards the monitor. "It's unnecessary. We have already seen the evidence. Your mission has been accomplished." Tang Hu, taken aback, sat up and followed Xiao Jun's pointing finger, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gasped, "How is this possible? I had no recording or filming devices with me at that time. What is going on?" Elder Lu and the others were still quite excited, prompting Su Jingxue to step forward and provide a brief introduction to the memory extractor. After Tang Hu comprehended the machine's function and operation, he was filled with elation, quickly donning the helmet again and pointing at Shi Kaishan, shouting, "Continue. Select May 21st of this year at 7 p.m. It is crucial. You must remember everyone present." Chapter 25. Host, are you polite? Shi Kaishan nodded. And as Tang Hu reclined, he observed the memory extraction process resume, swiftly maneuvering the mouse to make his selection. In no time, the memory from May 21st at 7 p.m. appeared on the screen. The backdrop depicted a warehouse, where numerous boxes of narcotics were stacked. Additionally, several individuals were seated on a sofa. At that moment, Tang Hu sat opposite on the sofa, observing the woman to his right, a stunning beauty whose allure rivaled even that of Chu Xi. The sounds of conversation emanated from the speakers. "Brother Hu, you must ensure the utmost security for this shipment," the exquisite beauty exclaimed. "Rest assured, I will personally oversee the operation. Safety is absolutely guaranteed." Tang Hu replied confidently. The slightly plump man in the center, adorned with a large gold chain, grinned widely. "I still trust Brother Hu's reputation. But I've heard that the bullets from the West have been rather restless lately." Tang Hu scoffed. "Just them? They are nothing but trash." At this juncture, the stern middle-aged man seated to the left retrieved a box from his bag and placed it on the coffee table. "Brother Hu, here is the item you requested." Tang Hu reached for it, opening the lid to reveal a human skin mask. "Impressive. It looks flawless. You never disappoint, Lu Xiao. How does one use this? Is there a tutorial video?" The stern man rolled his eyes, touching his own face, and surprisingly peeled off a human skin mask. "I didn't expect you to be so progressive, Brother Hu. However, there is no video. I will demonstrate for you. It's quite simple, similar to applying a facial mask. Just press the mask onto your face and smooth the edges to make it less detectable. If you apply some makeup to conceal the edges, it will be even more perfect." At this moment, Xiao Jun suddenly interjected, "Pause. Rewind a few seconds. This person is crucial." Lin Feng nodded vigorously. "Indeed. This man capable of disguise might be the infamous faceless killer from the blood list. I believe this is the individual Tang who wanted us to recognize and remember." "All right." Shi Kaishan agreed, rewinding 8 seconds to when the faceless killer unveiled his mask. The visage of a man with deep dark circles and a pallid complexion appeared before everyone's gaze, a figure that looked as though he had been burning the midnight oil, on the brink of collapse. After freezing the frame, Shi Kaishan turned to Xiao Jun. "Let us confirm this with Tang Hu." Xiao Jun nodded and approached the extractor. "Fuyo, please remove the helmet for verification." "Very well." Tang Hu lifted his hand to remove the helmet, his eyes eagerly fixed on the monitor, and he nodded with a sense of relief. "Indeed, this is the man. Be sure to remember his true appearance. This individual has committed numerous murders domestically. We must not let him escape. Additionally, there is this woman. She is also an undercover agent. However, recently, she has been betrayed by someone, and her whereabouts are now unknown." As he spoke, Tang Hu's expression grew somber. Such a stunning beauty was also one of their undercover agents. The potential consequences of such a situation were all too evident. The group fell into silence, weighed down by apprehension as the atmosphere turned tense. A few minutes later, Xiao Jun gently patted Tang Hu's shoulder, assuring him, "We will commence the investigation immediately. Rest assured, we are no longer the same as before." He then inquired, "What is the code name of this beauty?" Tang Hu glanced at the monitor and replied, "Her code name is Flash Butterfly. The goddess of light, Flash Butterfly." Flash Butterfly. Upon hearing this codename, Xiao Jun suddenly realized. So it is her. At that moment, Shi Kaishan unexpectedly spoke up. Found her. Ah. The others turned to Shi Kaishan. Their expressions a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Shi Kaishan pointed at the screen. I just utilized Dragon Number 1 to conduct a screening for Flash Butterfly. I never anticipated that the capabilities of Dragon Number 1 had reached such an extraordinary level. While you were engaged in conversation, it managed to locate Flash Butterfly in an incredibly short span of time. She is here and currently quite safe. Upon hearing this, everyone eagerly focused on the screen. The display revealed a secluded mountain village, where she donned the attire of a village woman, her face slightly soiled. However, the satellite sent by Chu Xi was still able to pinpoint Flash Butterfly's location through various matching filters in a remarkably brief period. Wonderful! Xiao Jun exclaimed, pumping his fist in excitement. I will immediately dispatch personnel to retrieve Flash Butterfly. Send me the coordinates. Shi Kaishan sighed. You might want to see her location first. As he spoke, Shi Kaishan began to scroll the mouse wheel. The image on the monitor gradually zoomed in on Flash Butterfly's view until it finally revealed the location. Xiao Jun and the others were left speechless. This location was not within the country, but rather in the vicinity of the Golden Triangle, outside national borders. Damn it! Xiao Jun glared at the side. Fengzi, send your people. Lin Feng nodded but remained silent. After a few seconds of contemplation, Lin Feng suddenly spoke. I just thought of a potential possibility. Xiao Jun quickly asked, what possibility? Speak up. Lin Feng directed his gaze toward Lu Qingming, old Lu. Based on Xiao Chu's performance yesterday, I believe the only person capable of swiftly reaching the site for a rescue is him. Unless, of course, someone has already been developed. Both old Lu and Xiao Jun's eyes brightened, the latter nodding in agreement. Good, good, good. If he goes, I wholeheartedly agree. Old Lu smiled at Su Jingxue. Then it's settled. Xiao Shui, send him a message and include the coordinates. Inform him that if this rescue operation is successful, we can offer him an admission slot at Qingbei. Su Jingxue took out her phone and nodded. All right, Uncle Shi, please send me the coordinates. Shi Kaishan nodded, executing a few swift movements, and the coordinates arrived on Su Jingxue's phone. At Jinhai University, in the cafeteria, Chu Xi had just finished her meal amidst a flurry of attention when her phone rang. Upon checking her phone and seeing it was Su Jingxue, a sense of unease washed over her. Could it be that the system rewarded me with a defective product, and now they are here to settle the score? Ding. Host. Are you being polite? Ding. Triggering an unexpected event, I faced three choices. First, I could simply ignore the text message, pretending nothing had occurred, and receive a water purifier as a reward. Second, I could dismiss it as not my concern, rejecting it after reading, which would earn me 3 bottles of reinforcement liquid. Third, recognizing that others had sacrificed their lives for the nation, I felt compelled to take action, which would reward me with a set of medical robots and relevant materials. Before even opening the message, Chu Xi had already heard the system's commentary and deliberations. In Chapter 26, Leave it to me. She blinked in surprise and resolutely made her choice. Although she was unaware of the specifics, the implications of the third option indicated that the situation was indeed serious. I choose 3. Since they seek my assistance, I cannot allow them to bear the burden alone. I shall lend my support. Upon finalizing her choice, Chu Xi opened the text. Overseas? Undercover? Rescue? Location? All right, let's go. She squinted, glancing back at the boys trailing behind her, then dashed into the women's restroom in the cafeteria, seeking a private stall. Xianglong, initiate the deployment. Understood, master. A flash of light emanated from her chest, and in the next moment, a suit of armor akin to liquid mercury enveloped her. 10 seconds later, Chu Xi, now cloaked in invisibility, exited the restroom and swiftly made her way outside the dining hall, soaring towards the designated location. Overseas, in a mountain village, the extraordinary beauty known by the codename Flash Butterfly, whose alias was Tian Cici, was currently pouring a bucket of water into a large tank. This village was quite primitive, lacking even mobile phone signals. Upon realizing she had been betrayed, Flash Butterfly sought refuge in the mountains. A devoted bodyguard had sacrificed himself to provide her with the chance to escape. In the rush of the moment, she had brought little food and water, relying solely on her survival skills learned from the security forces and military as she wandered aimlessly into the wilderness. Fortune favored her, for after what felt like an eternity, she fortuitously stumbled upon this mountain village. The villagers were former soldiers who had become lost and chose to remain in this place, exuding a rustic charm. Had she encountered local inhabitants, she would have surely been subjected to unimaginable torment, ultimately meeting a gruesome fate. To them, Flash Butterfly was not merely a means of venting frustration, but a delicacy to be savored. Little Tian, you have endured much. An elderly man emerged with a warm smile. Clad in a tattered, vintage military uniform. Have you decided when to leave this place? We have prepared ample food for you over the past few days. With these provisions and water, you can set out at any time. I have also arranged a route map for you. You are still young, the future of our nation. You cannot sacrifice yourself here. As he spoke, the elder carefully retrieved a slightly yellowed piece of paper from his pocket and unfolded it with great caution. The butterfly, filled with surprise, cautiously approached and took the route map. Wonderful. With this map, I shall surely return to my homeland. Once I am back, I will contact the relevant authorities to bring you all back. You are all heroes of our generation. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from the village entrance, accompanied by the barking of dogs. The old man's expression shifted dramatically as a realization struck him. He swiftly turned and walked back into the room. Hurry, my dear. It must be them bringing the dogs to track you down. Take this and leave. However, the butterfly's face paled, and she followed him inside. But what will happen to you if I leave? The old man grabbed a backpack from the cabinet and thrust it into her hands. We are already halfway in the grave. Why should we fear those rascals? Rest assured, we are not helpless. As the butterfly grasped the backpack, the old man bent down and retrieved a gun from under the bed. See this? We are the veterans of the Expeditionary Army. For this day, we have not only stayed here, but have also gathered many weapons. He continued to pull out 2 handguns and 6 fully loaded magazines, handing them to the butterfly. Take these for self-defense. Now go. Remember, our homeland lies to the north. Follow the route map and look for the signs we have left along the way. As he spoke, the butterfly was already being pushed out by the old man. Thank you, she said, tears in her eyes, bowing deeply before turning to leave. Just then, a water-blue figure abruptly appeared before her. Both the butterfly and the old man gasped in surprise. The former, in a panic, drew her handgun and aimed it at Chu Xi. Indeed, the newcomer was Chu Xi, who had arrived in just half an hour, standing before the butterfly. With a calm gesture, he began to introduce himself. You must be the butterfly. My mission is to escort you back to your homeland. The butterfly stared in astonishment, her beautiful eyes wide. You're here to escort me? Don't joke around. I don't even know who you are. And you are alone. How do you plan to take me back? Another gunshot echoed. This time it was accompanied by a scream. The butterfly's expression changed as she anxiously turned toward the direction of the noise, pointing and shouting. If you truly intend to escort me, please help. The elderly in this village are all veterans of the Expeditionary Army. They cannot be sacrificed like this. Chu Xi glanced over. The scene wrapped. Chu Xi nodded slightly. And in a blink, her figure vanished from the spot. By heavens! The elderly man could not help but exclaim, My daughter, has our nation truly become this formidable? What was that just now? It was astonishing. The bewildered Flash Butterfly shook her head. I am uncertain. However, one thing is certain. That individual was clad in a suit of armor. The elder gazed in shock towards the village entrance. Armor? Truly unheard of and unseen. Our homeland has indeed grown so powerful. Now, I find myself eager to return to our country. At the village entrance, a series of muffled sounds erupted. Before the group could fire their weapons, a flash of blue light appeared, and their heads separated from their bodies. What is happening? The leader of the group, instead of feeling fear, appeared both astonished and delighted. Chu Xi stood firm and waved her hand. The crisis has been averted, esteemed heroes. I bid you farewell. I shall be awaiting your return home in our homeland. With that, a flash of blue light enveloped her, and she reappeared before Flash Butterfly. Chapter 27. Are you pretending to be foolish with me? Simultaneously, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Medical robot has been stored in system space. Relevant data integration commencing. Integration complete. After a moment of disorientation, without further ado, Chu Xi uttered her farewells and effortlessly scooped Flash Butterfly into a princess carry, soaring into the sky. Flash Butterfly gazed at the mountains below, her face a mask of astonishment. You can actually fly? Chu Xi looked down at the pale-faced Flash Butterfly. This is armor. Flying is merely a fundamental function. In the near future, our military, security squads, and firefighting teams will all be equipped with this. At that time, Being an undercover agent will no longer be a high-risk profession. With the armor's stealth and tracking capabilities, it will be a breeze. After a prolonged silence filled with yearning, Flash Butterfly buried her face in Chu Xi's embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks as she expressed her gratitude, no matter what the future holds. Thank you for coming to my rescue. Once upon a time, I thought I had only a dead end. I do not know who betrayed me. I merely wished to complete my mission and avenge my fallen comrades. Overwhelmed by the release of pressure, the dream of returning home no longer felt distant, and she began to sob heartily. Simultaneously, in her heart, she developed an irreplaceable sense of security towards the person who had saved her. Sigh women. Chu Xi sighed helplessly in her heart, tightening her grip around Flash Butterfly, drawing her closer. Feeling enveloped in a profound sense of safety, Flash Butterfly wrapped her arms around Chu Xi's neck, crying even more freely. The tears, unable to fall, danced in the air with the wind or soaked into Chu Xi's armor. On the return journey, Chu Xi instructed Xianglong to send a message to Su Jingxue. Firstly, to inform her that she had completed her mission and was en route back. Secondly, to reiterate the location, urging Xiao Jun and the others to find a way to escort the elderly heroes back home, lest they forget until it was too late. In recent years, the homeland had frequently brought back the heroes who had sacrificed their lives abroad. In the capital, within the Lonka Institute, upon receiving the text message, Su Jingxue glanced at it and, filled with excitement, rushed towards old Master Lu. Teacher, we have succeeded. Chu Xi has made contact with the target and is now on the way back. This is wonderful. Let me see. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jun hurried over, reaching for the phone to take a look. It's true. Fuyo, you can now rest assured. The person has been retrieved. However, there is also a mention in Xiao Chu's message about the villagers in the mountain village where Shandai is hiding. They are all former expedition troops. We will certainly make arrangements to bring them back, and this does not require his request. Fuyo nodded in delight. That's splendid. Now I can relax. Just then, another message from Chu Xi arrived. Xiao Jun glanced down, quickly handing the phone back to Su Jingxue while directing his gaze towards Lu Chengming and Lin Feng. It's another message from Xiao Chu. He is inquiring whether the person will be sent to the capital or temporarily settled in Jinhai City with him. This Xiao Chu is quite prudent. Lin Feng scratched his head. Isn't Shandai one of yours? Why ask me? Xiao Jun shot him a glare. Are you pretending to be oblivious? Didn't I just mention it? Shandai's real name is Yi Ruodong, the granddaughter of the Yi family. You, along with the Lin, Shi, and Chu families, are pillars of our Huaxia, so it would be more appropriate for you to reach out to the Yi family. Lin Feng took a deep breath and nodded. Little Su, please inform Xiao Chu to take the person to rest in Jinhai City for the time being. I will contact the Yi family later to gauge their stance. After all, this operation by Yi Ruodong is primarily her own initiative and hasn't received direct approval from the Yi family. I even heard from my father that the elder of the Yi family was quite upset about it. She is indeed the apple of their eye. Su Jingxue nodded, her fingers gliding over the screen as she sent the message. Upon receiving a reply, Chu Xi slightly adjusted his course and flew back to Jinhai City. However, he was currently residing in a single apartment at the university and certainly couldn't bring Shandai back to his dormitory. Never mind, I will buy a house outside. After all, money is not an issue now. After a brief contemplation, Chu Xi made his decision. Xianglong, search for housing information near Jinhai University and select the best option for me. I would like a villa that is closest to the university, either a flat or a duplex. The right side of the screen flickered momentarily, displaying a stream of data as Xianglong responded. Understood, master. Please hold on. Chu Xi then glanced down at Shandai and was startled to discover that she seemed to have passed out. Not merely asleep. After the initial terror, worry, excitement, and sorrow, Shandai had finally calmed down and recalled her fear of heights. Moreover, given Chu Xi's swift flying speed, Shandai, who wouldn't even dare ride a roller coaster, had peacefully succumbed to slumber. 10 minutes later, Chu Xi casually found a place to land and disarmed himself, thus cradling Shandai. He entered the sales center of the Jinxiu garden that Xianglong had found for him. Upon the arrival of Chu Xi at the sales office, the eyes of the sales representatives gleamed with interest. However, their enthusiasm waned upon noticing the disheveled, plainly dressed Shandai in her arms. Shall Lu you go? They directed towards the newly employed university student, Lu Yun. All right. Lu Yun nodded shyly, rising to approach. Hello, beautiful. Are you here to view apartments, or is there something else I can assist you with? Is she unwell? Chu Xi shook her head, offering a gentle smile. I am here to look at your spacious apartments. I'm a student at Jinhai University, and your location is quite convenient. Lu Yun, taken aback, suddenly widened her eyes. I remember now. You are the campus beauty, Chu Xi, from the freshman year. Chu Xi nodded with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Yes. Could you show me the apartments? Certainly. Lu Yun promptly nodded, gesturing for her to follow. The spacious apartments are this way. Please. Chu Xi, cradling Shandai, followed Lu Yun to the model room. Lu Yun appeared somewhat awkward, frequently checking her notes while introducing the spacious apartments. After a considerable time, she concluded her presentation and inquired, That's the overview. If you wish to see the apartment, we can head to the show flat now. Chu Xi casually shook her head. No need. The layout is quite appealing. Do you have any fully furnished units ready for immediate move-in? If so, I'll take one. Lu Yun paused, astonished. Are wealthy individuals always this impulsive? After a moment of thought, she pulled out her phone for verification and smiled as she looked up. Indeed, there are several fully prepared show flats. Would you like to see them? Let us go. Chu Xi decisively nodded and turned to exit. Fantastic. My luck today is simply extraordinary. Lu Yun's heart raced as she hurried to fetch the keys for the tour vehicle. Amidst the envious and skeptical gazes of the seasoned salespeople, she rushed to lift the curtain and drove them into the splendid garden. Everything proceeded smoothly, with no one daring to confront the stunning Chu Xi, which left her feeling somewhat bored. She too wished to flaunt her prowess and make an impression. After viewing the apartments, Chu Xi promptly purchased one outright, leaving Lu Yun's face flushed with delight. During their visit, Shandai awakened, appearing bewildered as she remained in the new apartment. Chu Xi then withdrew several tens of thousands from the ATM at the entrance, returning with the cash. Here's the money for you. Buy whatever you need. Until someone from Beijing arrives to pick you up, you can stay here. Dazed, Shandai stared at the money on the coffee table, feeling as if she were in a dream, her entire being enveloped in a surreal sensation. Rising, Yi Ruodong swiftly dashed to the restroom, splashing her face with cold water before emerging to face Chu Xi. Once again, I am grateful for your rescue. I never imagined you were such a beautiful sister. My true name is Yi Ruodong. Once my identity was revealed, my mission was deemed a failure. Chu Xi raised his hand dismissively, saying, Do not misunderstand. I am not your sister. I am a male indeed. Yi Ruodong stared in astonishment at his face, then shifted his gaze downward to his chest, disbelief etched across his features. Rolling his eyes, Chu Xi boldly removed his shirt, revealing his well-defined, robust pectoral muscles and the perfection of his 8-pack abs. Yi Ruodong was momentarily stunned, then blushed as he exclaimed, You, quickly put your clothes back on. I understand now. Despite his words, Yi Ruodong couldn't resist stealing several glances, his lips involuntarily pursing as he swallowed hard. With his striking good looks and impressive physique, who wouldn't be enamored by a handsome man like Chu Xi? With a satisfied smile, Chu Xi dressed again, took a piece of paper and a pen, and wrote down his phone number, placing it on the coffee table. He then approached the door and opened it, saying, You can keep the phone number and the money. Go buy yourself a phone and some daily necessities. Call me if you need anything. With that, he exited, leaving Yi Ruodong to gaze at the door, his heart racing as he muttered to himself, How could there be such a beautiful boy? Mother, I think I might be in love. However, glancing down at the money on the coffee table, Yi Ruodong could not help but chuckle ruefully. But here I am, someone without even an ID. I truly need to buy a phone to contact my family. Yet before that, he decided to take a shower. Having made up his mind, Yi Ruodong headed towards the bathroom. Haha, this is hilarious. Who filmed this? Amazing. In the afternoon, when Chu Xi returned to the Xingxing building waiting for the elevator, two boys standing nearby suddenly burst into laughter. Curious, Chu Xi turned to look at them, inquiring, What is so amusing that you're laughing so heartily? The boys turned to see Chu Xi and immediately perked up. It's the goddess. You must see this video. It's the reason for our laughter. It's simply too funny. Right, it's absolutely hilarious. One of the boys handed over his phone. Chu Xi accepted it and soon found himself chuckling as well. Upon opening the video, he was greeted by an AI voiceover. As the saying goes, the world is vast and full of wonders. Today, let us take a glimpse into the daily life of the contemporary Tian Huang of the Little Days Kingdom. Immediately, chaotic images reminiscent of Zhu Beiji's wedding crash appeared before Chu Xi's eyes. The faces of Tian Huang and the women were obscured by a mosaic labeled, I am a mosaic. The boys erupted in laughter again. Ha! This video is genuinely hilarious. It appeared online last night and has already climbed to the trending list today. The key point is that such videos usually get taken down swiftly, but this one remains prominently on the trending list, unhindered. Chu Xi returned the phone just as the elevator doors opened. It's indeed quite amusing. I'll take a look after I return and share it on my moments. Let us go up, he continued. The young man promptly nodded and hurried inside. To ride the elevator in such close proximity to the campus belle of the first year was indeed a stroke of luck. In Jinhai City, at Jinhai University. Room 611 of the Stellar Pavilion, Chu Xi quickly took a shower before preparing to head to the playground to observe the military training. He had already envisioned himself emulating a character from a novel he had read prior to his transmigration, swaggering about with a cup of milk tea in hand to tease those around him. However, alas, the system's alert tone suddenly chimed. Ding! Emergency event crisis of Su Jingxue triggered. Choose 1. Option 1. Immediately report to the police and receive a reward of 10 strength. Option 2. Immediately notify Lu Qingming, Xiao Jun, or Lin Feng to rescue her, receiving a reward of 10 tons of exceptionally pure celestial energy. Option 3. Immediately locate and proceed to rescue, receiving a set of mechanical prosthetics and a neuronal connection system, along with relevant file. What on earth? Something has happened. Xianglong. Chu Xi's eyes widened in alarm as he exclaimed, throwing open the window and leaping out. I choose 3. Sister Su has been a great help to me as a liaison these past few days. I cannot allow her to come to harm. In a mere 2 seconds, his gear was equipped, and Chu Xi soared into the sky. Xianglong. Lock onto Su Jingxue's location and accelerate to rescue her. Understood, master. Locking on now. In the capital, at the Gourmet Street, Su Jingxue was happily sampling various delicacies, accompanied by a young man. Given her contributions over the past few days, Lu Qingming had granted her a half-day off that afternoon. After all, Su Jingxue was now in a relationship. It was only fair to allow young lovers some time together, wasn't he it? Su Jingxue's boyfriend, Zhou Wen, was tall and handsome, standing at 1.8 meters, and treated her with great tenderness and care. In her eyes, the love they shared epitomized the happiness and sweetness she had always yearned for. Chapter 29. The attack on Su Jingxue with a boyfriend who was not only strikingly handsome, but also gentle and attentive. It was no wonder every girl would desire such a partner. Darling, let us go have pig trotter rice, Su Jingxue exclaimed, pointing to a restaurant ahead. I've always wanted to try it, and today I finally have the chance. Zhou smiled and nodded. Sure, but after all the food you've had today, do you still have room? Su Jingxue sweetly smiled, her eyes sparkling as she responded, there should still be a little space left. We can just order 1 bowl of rice and ask the owner for an extra bowl, and we can share. Zhou, with a doting gesture, playfully pinched her cheek. Silly girl, there's no need for an extra bowl, we can just share one. I don't mind your appetite. Su Jingxue happily nuzzled against Zhou palm. All right, dear. You're so wonderful. Let us go. As they spoke, the couple entered the restaurant and ordered a large bowl of pig trotter rice. The flavor of the pig trotter rice was remarkably authentic, and Su Jingxue fell in love with it after just 1 taste. At that moment, Zhou suggested they indulge in some wine, subtly hinting at the possibilities of the evening. Blushing, Su Jingxue shyly agreed, noting that this was not their first time together. They sweetly shared a bowl of rice and sipped on their drinks, eliciting envy from onlookers. However, unbeknownst to Su Jingxue, Zhou discreetly added an unknown liquid to her cup. Once they finished their meal and had consumed a sufficient amount of alcohol, they embraced and departed. Yet, just a few steps outside, Su Jingxue felt dizzy and her legs grew weak, prompting her to lean against Zhou, exhaling softly. Darling, I think I'm a bit drunk. Could you carry me? Of course, my love. Zhou replied with a gentle smile, promptly crouching down to lift her onto his back. Su Jingxue had always maintained a reasonable figure, making her weight manageable. A glint of pride flickered in Zhou's eyes as he carried her away. About 10 minutes later, they arrived at a car. Zhou placed the already drowsy Su Jingxue in the back seat, then settled into the driver's seat before suddenly speaking. Wife, has something good happened at your institute recently? You seem quite cheerful today. Su Jingxue, upon hearing this, displayed a radiant smile and replied, her voice slightly slurred. You guessed it right. Recently, our institute not only acquired an impressive satellite system, but also obtained a new type of aircraft carrier and individual combat armor straight out of a movie. It's incredible. Indeed, it seems like a significant gain. Zhou eyes brightened at her words, and he quickly inquired, "Oh, that is certainly impressive. But I wonder if these innovations were developed by your institute?" He did not rush to the main topic, but rather gently guided Su Jingxue to reveal more. Su Jingxue, with an adorable gesture, shook her head. "No, of course not. The technological sophistication of these marvels far surpasses current scientific levels. Our institute's old-timers couldn't possibly develop such things. Could it be that they were not developed by the institute?" Excited by the revelation, Zhou pressed further. "No way. If such a formidable place as your institute couldn't develop them, who could? Do you know who it is?" Su Jingxue licked her lips and nodded. Of course, it was developed by the stunning beauty, Chu Xi. After uttering this last sentence, Su Jingxue succumbed to sleep. A chill crossed Zhou's eyes as he murmured, "Chu Xi? I shall remember that. She seems to be quite a beauty, and thus, she should not escape my grasp. Since that is the case, you have become expendable." With that, Zhou started the car and drove towards a secluded area on the outskirts of the capital. Seizing the opportunity while Su Jingxue remained in slumber, he engaged in a game of poker with her in the car. Once he had disembarked with a sense of satisfaction, he rummaged through the trunk and retrieved a box, placing it inside the vehicle before pressing a switch. "Farewell. No, it should be a final parting, my beloved." With that, he turned away, and with a cruel expression, Zhou extracted his phone, walking while activating an application and pressing a button. In the next instant, a burst of flames erupted within the car, engulfing it in a fiery inferno. Although Su Jingxue, in a state of unconsciousness, felt the searing pain, her body was too weak to struggle, let alone summon the strength to cry for help. The scorching air invaded her respiratory tract, tormenting her further. Suddenly, a thunderous curse reverberated from above. It was Chu Xi. Witnessing the horrific scene unfold, Chu Xi felt a fire within her heart that mirrored the flames consuming the vehicle. With a resounding crash, she descended and immediately kicked the stunned Zhou into the ground, following up with 2 swift blows that shattered his legs. "Master, the target possesses a locator and poison in his mouth. Please handle with caution." After incapacitating him, Chu Xi, guided by Xianglong's prompt, found a stone and forced it into his mouth, then dislocated his jaw, ensuring he could not close it. "Poison, is it? Let us see how you manage now." Zhou, filled with terror and agony, gazed at the figure before him, nearly losing his composure. Chu Xi then darted to the car, yanking the door open and hastily rescuing Su Jingxue, who was ensnared by flames. In those fleeting seconds, Su Jingxue's once lustrous black hair had been completely singed away, while her exposed skin bore the marks of severe burns. After retreating from the inferno with Su Jingxue in her arms, Chu Xi quickly raised her left hand, releasing a cooling gas from her palm to lower Su Jingxue's temperature. This gas not only cooled but also alleviated pain, a feature of her combat suit designed for such emergencies. Noticing the faintness of Su Jingxue's breaths, Chu Xi anxiously called out, Sister Su, don't frighten me. Look at me, it's Chu Xi." Hearing Chu Xi's voice, Su Jingxue's parched, burned lips stirred, yet no words emerged. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed. The vehicle had detonated. However, Chu Xi did not spare it a glance. With a flick of her left hand, she produced a talisman and pressed it against Su Jingxue's chest. This was a calming charm, designed to stabilize her spirit and prevent her from succumbing to despair. Chapter 30. Su Jingxue in peril. Her clothing had been charred, exposing large areas of damaged skin. Her once elegantly long legs, adorned with black stockings for Zhou, now lay in tatters, reduced to charred remnants clinging to her thighs. "Master, toxic substances have been detected within the target's body. Please address this matter promptly." After a thorough scan of Su Jingxue, Xianglong issued a warning. Chu Xi, with her left hand forming a gesture, pointed it at the talisman and inquired, "Can you handle this?" Xianglong responded, "I cannot, but my master can." "I can." Chu Xi furrowed her brow, suddenly recalling that she had recently acquired a set of medical robots. Indeed, the medical robots would surely be able to manage this. The detailed information had long since been integrated with them, and after a moment of contemplation, a smile spread across her face. With a swift motion, a cubic white metal box, measuring 1 cubic meter, materialized before Chu Xi. She reached out to open the lid, revealing a display screen inside. At the top of the box, half was a translucent control panel, while the other side served as the entrance for the robots. Following the instructions in the operation manual, Chu Xi activated the switch and, While waiting for the operating system to boot, commanded Xianglong, "Can you get in touch with Director Xiao Jun from the General Bureau? Or Lin Feng, the leader of the Qianlong team?" "Certainly, Master." During the last video conference, Xianglong had already connected with Lu Qingming's encrypted phone, came the reply. "Shall I contact Lin Feng immediately?" Without hesitation, Chu Xi affirmed, "Please do. I believe it would be better to communicate this matter with him." A notification chime sounded, indicating that the medical robot's operating system had finished loading. Chu Xi gently laid Su Jingxue on the ground and directed the scanning probe from the box towards her, pressing the Start Treatment option. "Welcome to the medical robot system. Scanning of the current patient will commence," the medical system announced as the scanning probe emitted red, blue, and green beams, repeatedly scanning Su Jingxue. Simultaneously, Lin Feng's call connected. "This is Lin Feng. Who is this?" Chu Xi got straight to the point. "Uncle Lin. This is Chu Xi. Su Jingxue has been harmed, and it is of utmost importance. Please dispatch personnel for immediate assistance. I am located in the outskirts of the capital. Coordinates XXX, XXX. Lin Feng's heart raced, and he promptly replied, "Understood. Please ensure your safety. I will be there shortly." As the call ended, Chu Xi once again turned her attention to the robot. During their conversation, the medical system completed the scanning of Su Jingxue. Subsequently, the robot within the box surged forth like the deployment of the Xianglong battle armor, swiftly enveloping Su Jingxue with medical equipment. This so-called medical robot was, in fact, an entire suite of nanobots. The robots flowed over her body like a torrent, akin to liquid venom, with a portion entering through her mouth and nose without causing any discomfort to Su Jingxue. Witnessing the medical robots functioning properly, Chu Xi glanced at the display screen. The screen displayed a split view. On the left was a virtual 3D image of Su Jingxue's body after scanning, accompanied by her current condition. On the right side, the internal camera captured images from within her body after the robots had entered through her nose and mouth. The data revealed that 75% of her body was burned. Her respiratory tract was severely damaged, and there were hallucinogenic toxins present. As she absorbed this information, a surge of fury ignited within Chu Xi, prompting her to turn and glare at the unconscious Zo1. He was not far from the car when the explosion occurred. The shockwave not only toppled him, but rendered him momentarily unconscious. Quietly, Chu Xi retrieved a talisman and casually tossed it. It floated gently towards him before igniting and vanishing. When he glanced down at Su Jingxue, a blush crept onto his cheeks, prompting him to hastily fetch a blanket from his spiritual abode to drape over her. Why? Because as the medical robot attended to Su Jingxue's injuries, it had inadvertently removed the charred remnants of her clothing, leaving them scattered on the ground. Thus, when Chu Xi looked over, he saw her unadorned, her skin gleaming as the medical robot worked swiftly to heal her. Time passed slowly, and approximately 10 minutes later, a helicopter rushed towards them like a bat out of hell, easily locating them due to the towering column of smoke rising from the car explosion, visible from afar. The helicopter descended, landing a short distance away, from which two figures leaped down. Xiao Jun and Lin Feng had arrived together. Accompanying them were the anxious Lu Qingming and 3 fully armed soldiers. Little Chu. The moment Lu Qingming spotted the blue sprite, he recognized Chu Xi and began shouting from a distance, "How is little Su?" Chu Xi looked up at them, gesturing toward the ground. "She has sustained burns over 75% of her body, but her life is secured. The specifics here." Chu Xi gritted his teeth and turned to point at Zo1. "I saw that scoundrel emerge from the car just before it ignited. He should know the details." Lu Qingming followed Chu Xi's gaze, startled. "Isn't that little Su's boyfriend? How could this happen?" Lin Feng, whose duties often involved handling special incidents, pieced together the situation from Chu Xi's words and Lu Qingming's revelation of the boy's identity. A hypothesis formed in his mind, based on the circumstances, and drawing from my experience, it's highly likely that this individual is a spy. He must have employed some underhanded means to extract vital information from little Su. Thus, he brought her here with the intention of erasing all traces. Xiao Jun nodded in agreement. "I too find this possibility plausible. Otherwise, little Su, being aware of confidentiality protocols, would never divulge the events of the past few days." At this juncture, the group had gathered around Chu Xi, their eyes fixed on Su Jingxue. Lin Feng waved his hand decisively. "Apprehend him, and inspect his mouth. Ensure he does not perish." "Understood." The 3 complied and turned to leave. Chu Xi called out after them. "He has a locator and poison in his mouth. I've dislocated his jaw, so be cautious." Lin Feng's expression darkened. His fists clenched in fury. That despicable wretch, to possess a locator as well. What kind of interest could compel him to betray his country? Chu Xi remained silent, deeming the matter beyond his jurisdiction. What was this? Old Lu first assessed Su Jingshua's condition before turning his gaze towards the medical box. Chapter 31. Indeed. A remarkable creation. Chu Xi pointed to the display screen atop the box. This is a set of nano-medical robots that I developed, along with the medical box and operating system. Old Lu's eyes lit up as he glanced at the notification indicating a burn area covering 75% of the body. Following this alert, a green message appeared, currently repaired, 10. The subsequent notifications bore similar green text. Xiaojun squatted down with wide eyes, eager to touch the translucent substance on Su Jingshua's cheek. Stop! Old Lu swatted Xiaojun's hand away, his gaze piercing as he turned to Chu Xi. Little Chu. This medical system. Chu Xi hurriedly waved his hand. It can be sold, but let me clarify. This finished product is not for sale, only for rent. However, do not fret. You already possess all the data regarding the battle armor, so it shouldn't take long for you to manage the nano-robots. With the nano-robots, creating medical robots will be a straightforward task. Lu Chengming closed his eyes and took a deep breath, nodding. You are right. I have been overly anxious. Now, could you briefly elaborate on the efficacy of this medical robot? Chu Xi pressed her lips together, gesturing towards Su Jingxua. Certainly. As you can see, the nano-robots can stimulate cell growth, rapidly heal burns without leaving any scars. Furthermore, they can penetrate the human body to treat internal damages, annihilating and eliminating toxins and malignant cells. The principle is that several or a dozen nano-robots envelop the cancer cells and escort them through the body's excretion system. Additionally, if ligaments in the limbs are severed, they can be repaired. However, they cannot mend severed limbs or broken bones. They can only provide temporary stabilization without surgical intervention. The others listened with growing excitement, their mouths agape by the end of the explanation. At that moment, a stream of nano-robots emerged from the corner of Su Jingshua's mouth. Chu Xi noticed and quickly pointed. Look, that is the unidentified toxic liquid being expelled by the nano-robots. According to the medical robot's scan, it appears to be a hallucinogenic substance akin to the so-called listening water. Lin Feng's expression turned grave as he nodded. This makes sense. Anyone capable of obtaining such a substance must be hiding a far greater secret. Please wait here for the ambulance. I will take this individual back and immediately utilize the memory reader for investigation. I am eager to uncover this person's identity and the mastermind behind it. With that, Lin Feng departed, accompanied by 2 soldiers back to the helicopter, taking off towards Lonka Institute. Meanwhile, Xiaojun stepped aside to verify the ambulance's location, transmitting the precise coordinates to his team, instructing them to bring the ambulance over. After a moment of silence, Lu Chengming slowly spoke. Xiao Chu, I have decided to purchase this set of medical robots for 1 billion. What do you think of this price? You need not worry about the cost. Ultimately, this money will end up in the healthcare system, which is never short of funds. Chu Xi shrugged nonchalantly. All right, let us go with this price. Lu Chengming blinked in astonishment, his mind racing with doubts. Did I offer too much? This acceptance was rather too swift. I wonder if I might offend him by initially quoting a price of 10 million for future innovations. No, perhaps it would be best to refrain. If I inadvertently displease him, and he chooses to sell superior products abroad, it would spell disaster for us. As Lu Chengming pondered these thoughts, a system notification echoed in Chu Xi's mind. Ding. The mechanical prosthetics and neuron connectors have been stored in the system space. Relevant data is now integrating. Integration complete. After a moment of disorientation, Chu Xi, while waiting to the side, began to explore the utility of this equipment. The outcome revealed that this set of gear could not only restore limbs to those with physical disabilities, but also enable a fluidity akin to the natural use of hands and feet. Even more astonishingly, according to the introduction of the mechanical prosthetics, its ultimate form could resemble that of a RoboCop, where the entire body is prosthetic, retaining only the brain. This implies that as long as one has not reached brain death, individuals paralyzed from the neck down could potentially have their heads severed and, after installing the neuron connectors, directly interfaced with a mechanical body. From a certain perspective, this method could even achieve a form of immortality. Wow, this technology is genuinely remarkable, Chu Xi marveled inwardly, immediately thinking of the current chief executive. If this technology were unveiled just as the chief executive and the chief officer were nearing the end of their lives, allowing them to be reborn as mechanical beings, how could one not foresee a flourishing future for Huaxia under their leadership? It is crucial to note that the present chief executive and chief officer are highly revered leaders among the populace. Under their guidance, numerous formidable adversaries have been vanquished. With their presence, countless enigmatic protective umbrellas have been dismantled. With them at the helm, outdated and unreasonable laws have been reformed, and the lives of the citizens have improved day by day. Lost in thought, Chu Xi was suddenly roused by Xiao Jun's voice. Xiao Chu, this must be the battle armor currently under development. It looks incredibly cool. Chu Xi snapped back to attention and nodded. Indeed. The intrinsic value of this battle armor is already quite high, but the value of the Xianglong system it houses is even greater. This system can not only be utilized in the battle armor, but can also seamlessly connect with satellites and manage a myriad of tasks. Furthermore, if applied to computers, mobile devices, and automotive systems, everything exported from our country would transform into powerful detection systems. Galu, upon hearing Chu Xi's words, both Lu Qingming and Xiao Jun were taken aback, swallowing hard. The soldiers stationed nearby, responsible for security, felt a chill run down their spines. Yet their hearts raced with excitement. It is said that the fruit phones from Sam's country are mere spy devices. If they were to encounter a phone with the Xianglong system, they would be utterly outclassed. At that point, to claim that the Xianglong phone is merely civilian equipment would be more accurate to say it is military grade. Indeed, it is an exceptional piece of technology. Old Lu sighed. Our technical personnel have already begun developing the Xianglong system. With the detailed data in hand, we merely need to code accordingly. I estimate that in a few days, the new system will be ready. At this juncture, Old Lu and Xiao Jun exchanged a knowing glance, both revealing a mysterious smile. Chapter 32. Endless Resources. Truly limitless. Half an hour later, the medical robot completed its repair work, flowing back into its medical box like quicksilver. A few minutes later, the ambulance finally arrived. However, by this time, Su Jingxue was already able to rise and walk with assistance. Xiao Jun glanced at the ambulance, expressing his frustration. You folks are really quite early. If you had arrived just a tad later, our injured would have already recovered. The leading doctor chuckled wryly. Oh, Director Xiao, you know the traffic situation in the capital. Even with security personnel clearing the way, it took us less than 40 minutes to get here. Xiao Jun waved his hand dismissively, and Su Jingxue followed the others into the vehicle. Before departing, she cast a grateful glance at Chu Xi, her voice somewhat hoarse as she expressed her thanks. Thanks to the nanorobot's repairs, her respiratory tract had finally undergone preliminary treatment, although her voice remained slightly raspy. However, while the nanorobots could activate cells and rapidly repair her skin, they could not restore her lost hair, eyelashes, body hair, or other such features. On a brighter note, one could say that Su Jingxue unexpectedly benefited from the ordeal. Not only did her skin become even fairer than before, but she also enjoyed a complimentary full-body hair removal. Once Su Jingxue and the ambulance departed, Chu Xi pulled Old Lu aside, seizing the opportunity for an offline meeting. She intended to share the rewards she had just received with Old Lu while also discussing pricing. Noticing the two stepping aside, Xiao Jun hurriedly followed. Upon seeing him, Chu Xi felt no concern. She simply extended her hand, revealing a beautifully crafted metallic right arm. Come, let me show you something new. This is a mechanical prosthetic I developed while working on the nanomedical robots. It can be used in conjunction with the nanorobots to install neural connectors more effectively. Once the installation is complete, this prosthetic will operate seamlessly, as if it were a natural extension of the body. At this revelation, Xiao Jun's breath quickened. Are you suggesting that our team members and soldiers who have suffered amputations from bomb disposal or missions can return, transformed, and equipped with their wealth of experience? With a snap of her fingers, Chu Xi nodded emphatically, affirming, indeed, that is precisely the point. It is no exaggeration to assert that had it not been for the deliberate decision to retain individuals for the Paralympics, our nation would witness the complete eradication of physical disabilities. Even those who are visually impaired need not rely on corneal transplants. They could simply opt for electronic eyes. At this juncture, Chu Xi elegantly turned her right hand, revealing two lifelike electronic eyes in her palm. Once the neural connectors are installed, all one needs to do is insert the eyeballs and connect them. The installed electronic eyes not only function as normally as the original, but also possess additional capabilities. such as a 100-fold zoom. After pausing for a moment, Chu Xi allowed Lu Qingming and Xiao Jun a moment to process this information. It took several seconds before they exchanged glances and inhaled deeply. Tears in his eyes, Lu Qingming looked at Chu Xi and inquired, "Little Chu, is there more you wish to convey?" Observing Lu Qingming's expression and recalling his status as one of the foremost researchers in all of Huaxia, Chu Xi understood he had grasped the implications surrounding the electronic eyes. With a subtle smile, she provided a breathtaking answer. Indeed, it is no exaggeration to say that once the prosthetics are installed, one's capabilities will be magnified exponentially. For instance, a special forces soldier who has suffered amputation could deliver a punch that no one could withstand after receiving a prosthetic. Furthermore, this system possesses an ultimate form, which can be simply described as a semi-immortal mechanical body that links the brain with machinery. A thunderous realization surged through Lu Qingming and Xiao Jun's minds. They were acutely aware of the significance and terror of such an ultimate form. For once realized, it would signify that exceptional talent would no longer be lost to the ravages of age or illness. Leaders of the nation, such as the chief executive and chief officer, would be able to continue guiding Huaxia. The flourishing era of Huaxia seemed to materialize before their very eyes. Panting heavily, with a flushed face, Lu Qingming gazed intensely at Chu Xi, exclaiming, "Little Chu, is the information regarding this system fully developed and comprehensive?" Chu Xi, with an air of calm, nodded affirmatively. "Of course. Whether it pertains to the neural connection system or the crafting of prosthetics, every detail is meticulously accounted for." Splendid. Upon hearing this, both Lu Qingming and Xiao Jun leaped up simultaneously, cheering with exuberance. This startled Chu Xi, causing her to shudder. When she departed, the entire assembly of mechanical prosthetics, neural systems, and nanomedical robots remained behind. Of course, until the nanomedical robots are fully developed. Chu Xi would rent them to Lu Qingming for an annual fee of 10 million. Lu Qingming assured her that he would rent them for a decade, akin to a satellite agreement. Shortly thereafter, they would transfer the funds to Chu Xi, including 100 billion for the acquisition of the prosthetic data. Chu Xi remarked that it would be more than sufficient, as the expenses would hardly be exhausted. An hour later, in the capital, at the central hub, when the medical robots and mechanical prosthetics were placed on the conference table in the central meeting room, both the chief executive and chief officer gazed in astonishment. As they listened to Lu Qingming elucidate the applications of the project, he excitedly turned to the chancellor and the CEO after a 10-minute introduction. "Once the final product is developed, I am willing to be the first test subject to experience the neural linkage with the mechanical body. At my age, I have few years left to strive for success. If it truly succeeds, I will have more time to learn and pass on my knowledge." The two leaders were equally stirred by his words, for they understood the underlying implication. Should he succeed, it would signify that they too could undertake such an endeavor, while true immortality may remain elusive. Extending life by a couple of years to contribute further to the nation and enhance the happiness of its citizens was a pursuit they would readily embrace. When Chu Xi returned to university, the clock was nearing 4:30 in the afternoon. Nevertheless, the playground still brimmed with youthful exuberance, as military training persisted. He decided to buy a cup of milk tea and a slice of watermelon, balancing one in each hand as he sprinted towards his classmates, eager to showcase his treat. The students from Class 2 watched in awe, their mouths watering. Although the sweltering September heat was daunting, the boys hardly complained, while several girls internally grumbled at him. Chu Xi, however, paid no heed to their sentiments, content in his own joy. Chapter 33. Whom have you offended? Qin Biao cast a glance at Chu Xi before commanding the classmates to take a 10-minute break. He then approached with a respectful demeanor and whispered, "Commander, have you completed the task?" Chu Xi nodded, lowering his voice. "Yes, I went abroad and saved someone." "Wow, in just half a day, you went abroad and saved a person." Qin Biao's eyes widened in disbelief, yet he did not doubt Chu Xi's words. He immediately raised his thumb in admiration. "Impressive. I never imagined you were such a big shot." Chu Xi smiled slightly. "Of course, I needed to keep it confidential before I left, so I didn't mention it. Don't hold it against me." Qin Biao waved his hands dismissively. "Not at all. The military training is merely a guise to protect your identity. What you've done is of great significance." Just then, a security guard arrived at the edge of the playground, shouting, "Class 2 from the Department of Electrical Engineering. Come here. Chu Xi has brought a truckload of watermelons to share with everyone. Please come help carry them." "Are you serious?" You fool, didn't you hear? The goods have arrived. Goddess, I love you. So do we. Beautiful and kind-hearted. You're a living bodhisattva. Upon hearing this, not only did the students from Class 2 cheer, but the surrounding freshmen joined in the jubilation as well. They understood that the security guard had mentioned sharing with everyone, not just Class 2, indicating that the watermelons would be for all. Indeed, the reality was that upon his return, Chu Xi had not only purchased milk tea to tease his classmates, but had also encountered a vendor selling watermelons along the way, and he spontaneously bought an entire truckload. Although I may be regarded as a stunning beauty in the eyes of my classmates, and even without military training, few would dare to complain about me. However, one could argue that I have indeed taken advantage of certain privileges to depart, could one not? Soon enough, a van arrived, escorted by security, and halted at the entrance of the playground. Under the guidance of the instructors, students eagerly surged forward to collect watermelon according to their respective classes. The vendor had even prepared several watermelon knives, distributing them among us. The school administration was quite supportive. Upon receiving a report from the security, Shinsong promptly dispatched cleaning staff with several garbage bins to the playground. What is so remarkable about this? Do not think that merely distributing watermelon can win hearts. On the periphery of the crowd, Emperor Ru Yin looked on with disdain. Goddess, here, have a sip of water. A boy hurried over, cheerfully presenting a bottle of iced tea. Ru Yin's expression shifted instantly as she sweetly accepted it, saying, "Thank you, fellow student, but I cannot twist it open. Could you assist me?" With a playful flutter of her eyelashes, she sent a wave of charm his way. The boy, his heart fluttering, nodded eagerly. "All right, I'll open it for you." As she observed him, Ru Yin cast a sidelong glance at Chu Xi nearby. "Did you see that? This is the true way a beauty captivates attention. What is this? Just a trivial favor, hardly worthy of note." Chu Xi, keenly sensing the unfriendly gaze, turned to find Ru Yin's provocative look. Is she concocting some unhealthy fantasies again? Chu Xi offered a faint smile in return, then withdrew her gaze, feeling somewhat unsettled. It feels as though something unsavory is fixating on me. This grand watermelon distribution event rapidly bridged the gap between Chu Xi and, well, the vast majority of the freshmen. When they looked at her, it was no longer merely awe and admiration for her beauty. There now existed a warmth of camaraderie among classmates and friends. During dinner that evening, Chu Xi received a call from Chu Xi, inquiring about her impressions of her first day of military training. Just after hanging up, the chief instructor began to address the students. "To ensure you all have a restless night, I hereby announce that a delightful surprise awaits you tomorrow." At this, protests erupted among the students. "No way. I was hoping to sleep early." "Chief instructor, that's not fair. You can't leave us hanging. Come on. Just tell us directly." As long as I remain uncurious, don't expect me to be interrupted in my quest for sleep." I refused to listen. The boys and girls expressed their dissent in differing manners, which only amused the chief instructor. Yet, to maintain an air of mystery, he simply chuckled and resumed his meal. "Master, the satellite has completed its coverage over the Asian region." Just as Chu Xi was enjoying her meal, Xiang Long's voice resonated. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Xi connected with Xiang Long through brainwaves. "In that case, let me test just how powerful this satellite truly is. Xiang Long, please instruct the satellite to survey the territory of Huaxia and even the surrounding regions for the existence of extraterrestrial beings or spacecraft." Xiang Long promptly responded, "Understood, Master. The command has been issued. As the supreme authority, should I notify the primary controller?" Chu Xi gently shook his head. "There is no need. I merely wish to observe the capabilities of the satellite. It is highly likely that extraterrestrial life does not exist." At this moment, Xianglong fell silent, entering a state of quietude when no response was required from him. This command was initially born out of Chu Xi's curiosity, a whimsical impulse. However, he could never have anticipated that, in the near future, the system would indeed detect some peculiar phenomena. But that is a tale for another time. Upon returning to his dormitory after dinner, Chu Xi encountered Wu Menglan once more. This time, it seemed she had deliberately awaited his arrival at his doorstep. As soon as she spotted him, Wu Menglan hurried forward, her expression brimming with anticipation. "It was you who saved me, wasn't it? It was you." Despite the confusion clouding her consciousness at that moment, she had heard his voice. Upon hearing this, Chu Xi perked up, nodding affirmatively. "Yes, it was indeed me. But why were you haunted by a malevolent spirit? Have you encountered anything unusual recently? Or perhaps offended someone?" Wu Minglan shivered slightly, her face paling as she shook her head. I don't know. I, who should have trusted in science, suddenly found myself facing such bizarre occurrences. To be honest, I still feel quite lost, let alone recalling if I have wronged anyone or encountered anything peculiar. Ah, so you're not going to tell me the truth? You haven't mentioned that young Master Yao at all. Chu Xi's smile vanished, and his expression turned serious as he gestured. If that is the case, please step aside. I need to return to my dormitory. Wu Minglan shook her head. No, you must first promise me that after your military training, you will allow me to treat you to a meal as a gesture of thanks. Chu Xi shot her a stern look. What meal? A simple thank you would suffice. Chapter 34. Truly overwhelming generosity. Wu Minglan stepped closer, grasping Chu Xi's hand, and insisted, no, let us be friends, shall we? After all, we are neighbors. And it would be fitting to deepen our bond, considering you are my benefactor. Chu Xi quickly retreated a step. Do not jest with such frivolity. I cannot bear the burden of such a friendship. With that, he swiftly maneuvered behind Wu Minglan, opened the door, and shut it with a bang. Before she could react, he had already retreated into his room. Turning back to the door, Wu Minglan sighed, a mix of amusement and exasperation. Look at you. You left a poor impression yesterday. And now they don't even want to converse with you properly. Is it my fault for having a small heart and not being able to take a joke? The contrasting tones of her words lingered in the air as she too returned to her room. However, in those two sentences just now, Chu Xi clearly heard everything. What does it mean? Is it soliloquy or a manifestation of dual personalities? Considering her behavior yesterday, the latter seems more plausible. Having changed into a new outfit, Chu Xi donned a hat and glasses, stepping outside. He intended to check on Yi Ruodong to see if she had gone out to procure supplies. After all, she was entrusted to his care by Xiao Jun and Lin Feng, and it was only right to ensure her well-being. In Building 3 of Jinhai Garden, on the 10th floor of Unit 1, Yi Ruodong, now clad in fresh attire, noticed that it was 7 o'clock and Chu Xi had yet to arrive for dinner. She began humming a tune while preparing her meal. Since they had not explicitly agreed on whether he would join her for dinner, she had merely purchased a few ingredients. Planning to prepare a meal should he not appear by 7. She had bought herself several new loungewear sets and pajamas, currently wearing a long nightgown adorned with a cheerful duck pattern. The hem of the nightgown fell just above her knees, revealing a generous expanse of her fair calves. Freshly bathed, she emanated a subtle fragrance. Her hair, fragrant and alluring, was tied up in a bun at the back of her head, rendering her both captivating and elegant. At that moment, she was slicing carrots and potatoes, with marinated shredded meat and bamboo shoots soaking in water nearby. The presence of fish-flavored shredded pork seasoning on the countertop indicated her culinary intentions. Alongside this dish, there were also diced tomatoes and beaten eggs in another bowl. Clearly, the evening's offerings were to be scrambled eggs with tomatoes and fish-flavored shredded pork. Meanwhile, the aroma of steaming rice wafted from the pot, accompanied by a notification indicating that the rice was ready. Just as Yi Ruodong began to stir-fry, the sound of the exhaust fan humming, the door swung open, and Chu Xi stepped in, drawn by the enticing scent. Are you cooking? He cast a surprised glance toward the kitchen before surveying the room. Yi Ruodong had clearly purchased an abundance of items, now piled on one side of the living room, presumably waiting to be sorted after dinner. After a quick tour of the bedroom, where the air conditioning created a refreshing atmosphere, Chu Xi returned to the kitchen, eager to offer assistance. Oh, the sugar is still outside, Yi Ruodong suddenly recalled, turning off the heat and rushing to retrieve it. In her haste, she collided with Chu Xi, who had just approached the doorway. Ah! Yi Ruodong gasped, immediately engulfed by a familiar scent. An overwhelming sense of safety washed over her, conjuring thoughts of that person. It's him. Her heart leaped with joy as she quickly looked up at Chu Xi's charming face, her eyes sparkling with delight. It really is you. When did you arrive? I thought you weren't coming. Cradling the softness in her embrace, Chu Xi's heart raced uncontrollably for the first time. I arrived just now, and the noise in your kitchen was too loud. I didn't hear the door open. She bit her lip, and Yi Ruodong gazed at Chu Xi with watery eyes, reluctant to leave his warm embrace. Chu Xi, could you tell me once more? Are you a man or a woman? Chu Xi resolutely responded. I am a man, as pure and authentic as can be. Just as the words left his lips, Yi Ruodong suddenly leaned in and pressed her lips against his equally alluring red ones. As a time traveler and reborn individual, Chu Xi was no stranger to such encounters. Nonetheless, he found himself momentarily dazed. only registering the significance of the act after Yi Ruodong pulled away, realizing that his first kiss had been taken from him. Oh dear, I was still cooking. Flushed with embarrassment, Yi Ruodong suddenly recalled the food and hurriedly extricated herself from Chu Xi's arms to fetch some sugar. Chu Xi took a deep breath, quickly calming himself before striding to the stove to stir-fry the tomatoes. After Chu Xi approached, Yi Ruodong did not let him leave, for it was evident from his movements that he was skilled at cooking. This allowed Yi Ruodong to start on her own dish of fish-flavored shredded pork. Standing side by side at the stove, their occasional glances met, each eliciting a knowing smile that sent their hearts racing. 4. Whether it was the alluring charm of Chu Xi in Yi Ruodong's eyes or her radiant beauty reflected in his, both had developed a nascent fondness for one another. Moreover, the deep sense of security and gratitude that Chu Xi evoked within Yi Ruodong fostered a heartfelt reliance and affection for this impeccably handsome young man. Before long, the two dishes were ready and served at the table, where Yi Ruodong found herself gently seated by Chu Xi. He then returned with 2 bowls of rice, and they gathered around the dining table. Growing up in a courtyard, Yi Ruodong took a bite of her own fish-flavored shredded pork, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. It seems my culinary skills haven't deteriorated. Chu Xi sampled a bite as well, nodding in approval. Indeed, quite good. Just as he was about to say something further, he suddenly heard the system's notification sound. Ding. Fate event triggered. Option 1. Finish the meal, wave goodbye. Reward. 3 insight points. Option 2. Begin to pursue. Reward. 20 stamina points. Option 3. Enjoy some wine. And tonight, let mutual feelings take the lead. Reward. 500,000 tons of pure celestial energy. One opportunity for physical enhancement for Yi Ruodong. Upon hearing the choices, Chu Xi's hand trembled involuntarily. System, you are overstepping. Why do you meddle in my private affairs? But it's not that I lack willpower. It's just that the rewards for option 3 are too tempting. I choose option 3. Facing the delectable Yi Ruodong, Chu Xi steeled his resolve and made his choice. Chapter 35. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. With a playful smile directed at Yi Ruodong, Chu Xi boldly inquired, shall we enjoy a glass of red wine? I recall there being quite a selection on the wine rack when I bought the house. Yi Ruodong gently pressed her lips together, shyly nodding. Very well. Just a moment. Chu Xi immediately rose to fetch a bottle of red wine and 2 elegant goblets, returning to the table to pour for both herself and Yi Ruodong. With a soft clink of their glasses, she proclaimed, this first toast is dedicated to you and the unsung heroes behind you. Without waiting for Yi Ruodong's response, Chu Xi raised her glass and downed the wine in one swift motion. Yi Ruodong, momentarily taken aback, gracefully followed suit. Chu Xi refilled their glasses and raised another toast. This second one celebrates our acquaintance. May I call you Sister Yi? Yi Ruodong, her cheeks flushed, nodded. Of course. Some friends at home call me that as well. With a cheerful clink of their glasses, Chu Xi candidly confessed, to be honest, I have feelings for you, Sister Yi. You are the first woman to evoke such feelings in me. Cheers. Could he be confessing to me? Is this love at first sight? Yi Ruodong blushed and drank her wine, her heart racing with excitement. Chu Xi refilled their glasses once more, but this time he did not rush to drink. Instead, he began to savor the food. Yi Ruodong was left in a daze, her mind racing with questions. Why this sudden pause? Surely, you have more to say? Observing as Chu Xi served her some food, Yi Ruodong licked her luscious red lips, unable to fathom his intentions, and silently began to eat. Chu Xi was, in fact, teasing Yi Ruodong, having discerned that she, like him, harbored a strong affection for him. Thus, at a pivotal moment, he employed a strategy of playful distance, creating a push-and-pull dynamic. While Chu Xi was lost in thoughts of deepening their connection, events unfolded tensely across the ocean in the Sam country, where officials were convening an urgent meeting. Today, they lodged a stern protest regarding the disappearance of 2 drones within the borders of Huaxia. Traditionally, such protests would lead to Huaxia's concession after the Sam country threatened sanctions on various goods. However, this time was different. As the Sam diplomat concluded his carefully prepared statement, the response from Huaxia was a curt farewell, leaving them taken aback. Bang! General MacArthur slammed his fist on the table in fury, exclaiming, how dare Huaxia? Have we given them the illusion that they can stand against us due to our recent restraint? The esteemed deputy, I suggest we join forces with our allies, the Stick Nation and the Little Sun Nation, to conduct a naval military exercise off the coast of Huaxia as a display of our might. Standing there, afflicted by Parkinson's and relying on his secretary for assistance, the Sam Country's Deputy Secretary Shaluchuan nodded with a foolish grin. That's a splendid idea. Huaxiao is like those troublesome women. They need to be reminded of our strength from time to keep them in line. Mike, I entrust this matter to you. Please expedite it. MacArthur rose excitedly, saluted, and assured, Understood, sir. I shall make the necessary arrangements immediately. With that, he turned and swiftly exited the conference room. Observing this, the others in the room hastily rose to bid farewell. Soon, only Shilequan and the young secretary remained in the conference room. With a mischievous grin, Shilequan abruptly removed his trousers, exclaiming, Your actions are too slow. This way is far more efficient. The secretary's face paled as she concealed her deep-seated revulsion, crouching down to sound the horn in the conference room. In the realm of the Little Sun Nation, the cabinet of Tianhuang convened. Bang! Clatter! The leader of the Little Sun Nation, in a fit of rage, was seen smashing objects upon viewing a certain video. Surrounding him were relatives of various shapes and sizes, all rendered mute with fear. The tradition of the Little Sun Nation dictates that, in order to ensure certain absurd bloodlines, they engage in procreation with their cousins and distant relatives. This not only guarantees the purity of their lineage, but also ensures that the intelligence of the Tianhuang generation remains notably low, occasionally leading to unexpected outcomes, such as deformities. Just like the Tianhuang, who was currently throwing a tantrum and was unable to pass even a primary school exam. After venting his frustrations, Tianhuang gasped for breath and glared at the ministers outside, exclaiming, Incompetence! You are all utterly useless. They have infiltrated my domain to film me, and you failed to notice, allowing it to be posted online. Find them. Immediately. The ministers, terrified, nodded vigorously. Silence ensued until a middle-aged man with a receding hairline dared to speak. Your Excellency. The angle of the video indicates it was filmed from above. This suggests that the intruder did not install cameras in the yard, but rather utilized a drone-like device to capture footage from above. Above, Tianhuang stormed outside, gazing skyward and pointing, By the heavens! I care not who you are. I will not let you escape. You shall pay dearly. In Huaxia, within the monitoring room of Dragon Network, uncontrollable laughter filled the air. They were reveling in the spectacle of Tianhuang's madness, finding it increasingly amusing. Shirkaishan banged on the table, shouting, Share the video with old Lu and the others. If the chief executive and the chief officer wish to see it, send it to them as well. Understood, responded a stunning woman with a score of 90 in beauty, who promptly took out her phone to share the video with a smile. This woman, surnamed Shir, was Shirkaishan's niece, named Shir Tiantian, and also one of the 4 pillars of Huaxia, Yi, Lin, Shir, and Chu, belonging to the Shir family. As the little princess of the Shir clan, she had access to various contacts among her uncles and elders. After the video was shared in the I Love My Family group and the Caring Family group, it immediately garnered enthusiastic reactions and playful banter from all members. Laughter erupted as someone exclaimed, Did you see that short fellow? He is the yellow light of our little lives. How could a person who can't even pass a primary school exam possibly guess that it was captured by our satellite? Observing the elders in the group engaging in lively discussion, Shir Tiantian emotionlessly set down her phone. Chapter 36. I truly discovered a treasure. At the entrance of Jinhai University, a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle had been lingering for quite some time, uncertain of how to proceed. Who possesses such remarkable skills to dismantle my carefully laid plans? If only I could enter, he muttered to himself. Glancing around, he noted that under the cover of night, every corner surrounding Jinhai University was under surveillance, with no blind spots in sight. Even if he attempted to scale the wall, there was simply no opportunity to do so. Damn it! Frustrated, he stamped his foot and pulled out his phone, just as several security personnel approached him. Wait, don't move. The 3 security officers had been alerted to his presence by the campus security and immediately pursued him upon noticing his suspicious behavior. After loitering near the entrance for quite a while, it was clear that the university guards had their wits about them. This man was none other than Qiu Mengliang. And who was Qiu Mengliang? Previously, Chu Xi had caught a troublesome lecher in the vicinity of Wu Menglan. And that lecher was none other than this man who had been targeting Wu Menglan. After suffering a minor injury due to Chu Xi's intervention, he intended to seek revenge. Unfortunately for him, he was unaware that Chu Xi was not on campus that night, but rather at Jinxiu Garden. The following morning, at Jinxiu Garden, Yi Ruodong suddenly sniffed the air, her eyes brightening as she headed towards the dining room. On the table lay 2 meal boxes, the enticing aroma of steamed buns wafting through the air. Beside the boxes was a note from Chu Xi, informing her that he had gone out to buy breakfast and then went for a morning exercise. Upon reading the note, Yi Ruodong smiled sweetly and turned towards the bathroom to freshen up. However, upon entering the bathroom and catching sight of her reflection in the mirror, her beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. He truly spoke the truth. Not only has my constitution improved, but my skin has also become fairer than before. I have indeed found a treasure. This decision was undoubtedly correct. Chu Xi is truly my treasure boy. As she spoke, her happiness radiated even more brightly. After a quick freshening up and brushing her teeth, Yi Ruodong prepared to take a shower when suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Who is it? Startled, she shouted towards the door. It was still early, only 5 o'clock. Ruodong, it's me. A stern man stood outside the door, responding to a voice that echoed from within. Upon hearing it, Yi Ruodong's beautiful eyes instantly glistened with tears, and as she rushed outside, she cried out, "Dad, wait for me. Let me grab a jacket." It appeared that perhaps she had underestimated the timing of my arrival. The formidable figure at the door remained silent. Yet within him, thoughts raced through a myriad of possibilities. His identity was far from ordinary. He was Yi Ruodong's father, Yi Jinhai. Just yesterday, upon receiving a call from his daughter, he immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and swiftly organized a family video conference. During this meeting, the entire Yi family actively participated in discussions, ultimately reaching a unanimous decision to wholeheartedly support and encourage Yi Ruodong's relationship with Chu Xi. The rationale was straightforward. As one of the 4 pillars of Huaxia, the Yi family was already well acquainted with Chu Xi's background and the contributions he had made. Thus, they unhesitatingly chose to support the young couple. However, despite the family's overwhelming support, Yi Jinhai, as a father, remained deeply concerned. After hastily returning to the capital to meet with his family, he barely had time to linger before purchasing a late-night ticket, embarking on a swift journey to Jinhai City. After all, as the provincial governor of Hunan, his days were filled with pressing duties, leaving little time for such back-and-forth travels. As seconds ticked away, Yi Jinhai anxiously awaited outside the door. 5 minutes later, the door slowly creaked open, revealing his daughter Yi Ruodong, clad in a short-sleeved nightgown, her tear-filled eyes glistening at the threshold. "Dad." Before Yi Jinhai could step inside, Yi Ruodong, resembling a wounded bird, flew into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. This sudden display caught Yi Jinhai off guard, and he instinctively reached out to catch her, fearing she might fall. Chapter 37, Gathering Sighing. Yi Jinhai had initially intended to scold Yi Ruodong, but now he found himself at a loss for words. He pondered the experiences his daughter had endured during her time undercover. Once they entered the house, closed the door, and settled on the sofa, Yi Jinhai finally spoke softly. "All right, my dear, stop crying now. Whatever it is, your father is here for you. Tell me how things are going." He continued, "You must share with me what has transpired so that I can assist you in understanding it all. It's all those wicked people's fault. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to be in this situation. The family is very worried about you. Please, speak." Yi Ruodong nodded through her tears, clutching her father's hand as she began to recount her situation. Her current predicament was straightforward. Her identity could not be revealed, and she needed to remain concealed in Jinhai City for the time being. Additionally, she briefly touched upon her relationship with Chu Xi. Nevertheless, even with this limited disclosure, Yi Jinhai, now a father, sensed something amiss. With a heart full of mixed emotions, he gently stroked his daughter's back to comfort her, saying, "My dear, you have endured much. If you do not wish to be with him, we will not pressure you. Once you return to the capital, we will find a way to speak with young Chu." Yi Ruodong decisively shook her head, declaring, "No, I am here of my own volition. Chu Xi is my type, and he candidly expressed his fondness for me yesterday. Thus, I have claimed this remarkable man." Yi Jinhai, with a hint of exasperation, nudged her gently, saying, "You, as always, are quite something. A beautiful young woman such as yourself, yet you still behave like a boy." Upon hearing this, Yi Ruodong's spirits lifted even higher. "Isn't that splendid? My man resembles a woman too much. Many unsuspecting individuals mistake him for a stunning beauty. As for me, while I too am quite lovely, my personality leans more masculine. Isn't that a perfect compliment?" Yi Jinhai paused, then couldn't help but applaud his daughter. "What a unique perspective. You truly are my daughter. By the way, Where's Chu Xi? I came here to meet him as well. Also, I brought your identification and this. As he spoke, Yi Songhai retrieved his handbag and began pulling out items. Among them were Yi Ruodong's ID and her former mobile phone, along with a file containing admission letters from Tsinghua and Beida. These admission letters were promised to Chu Xi by Lu Qingming and were entrusted to Yi Songhai when he mentioned his trip to Haishur. Gulyalu. Yi Ruodong rummaged through the items, and unexpectedly, both their stomachs growled in unison. The father and daughter exchanged amused glances, and Yi Ruodong stood up, pulling Yi Songhai towards the kitchen. Come, Dad, let us have breakfast first. My little husband bought me 2 buns before he went out for a run. Let us have a little something to tide us over. Yi Songhai cast her a sidelong glance. Oh, while I acknowledge that your generation is quite open-minded, isn't it a bit premature to call him husband after just 1 day of meeting? Yet, he added, he certainly is attentive. If he maintains such a demeanor, I would feel assured in trusting you to him. As he spoke, Yi Songhai gazed at his daughter in slight astonishment, taking a seat at the dining table. My dear, is it just my imagination, or do you seem stronger than before? You effortlessly lifted me. Yi Ruodong's cheeks flushed as she bit her lip, setting down the bowls and chopsticks. After a moment of contemplation, she thought, it appears my little husband never mentioned needing to keep that matter a secret. After fetching a bottle of vinegar, Yi Ruodong shyly took her seat and began to recount her training experiences to her father. Yi Songhai was utterly stunned. What on earth? Is there truly such a miraculous method of cultivation? Our ancient Qin dynasty has endured through the ages, and while there have always been practitioners of qi, authentic cultivation techniques have never existed. Occasionally, dubious practices have surfaced, primarily involving the yin-yang exchange, but these are not genuine paths of cultivation. Yi Ruodong shook her head as she opened the lunchbox. I am not entirely sure of the specifics. We can discuss it further when he returns. I will send him a message to prepare him. Picking up her phone, she composed a message. Husband, my dad has suddenly arrived. When will you be back? Upon returning, there is no need for anxiety. Others are quite amicable. On the playground of Coastal University, Chu Xi sits cross-legged beneath a tree, diligently practicing the Genesis Classic. At this moment, Chu Xi is harnessing 300,000 tons of pure spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, fervently expanding his domain. This sensation reminds Chu Xi of the time in his previous life when he played Age of Empires, obsessively fortifying city walls. The size of the city directly correlates with the extent of its defenses, such is the principle. On his spiritual prairie, Chu Xi has constructed a formidable city wall, subsequently releasing his constraints to step into the mid-stage of the establishment realm, progressing to the latter stage, and ultimately achieving perfection. The mid-stage involves establishing the foundation. The latter stage involves refining the domain, and perfection signifies sealing the gate. Once the gate is sealed, the establishment realm is deemed fully cultivated. 300,000 tons of pure spiritual energy is an immense quantity for Chu Xi's cultivation level. With merely 100,000 tons, his cultivation reached the pinnacle of the establishment realm. This process took approximately 1 hour, a remarkable speed, with an additional 200,000 tons of pure spiritual energy remaining. Chu Xi persisted in his practice and directly broke through to the gathering general realm. This realm is critical. The future potential for further advancement hinges on successfully condensing the 5 generals of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The Genesis Classic states that to create the world, none of the 5 elements may be omitted, for they are indispensable to existence. With these 5 elements, the principles of mutual generation and restraint come into play, leading to the alternation of yin and yang, and consequently, the emergence of the path of life and death. At this moment, as the morning sun rises and all things awaken, pure energy ascends while turbid energy descends, and the auspicious purple aura flows from the east. It is indeed an opportune moment to condense the wood attribute spirit general. Furthermore, at noon, with the sun blazing high, the intense fire energy presents an excellent time to refine the fire attribute spirit general. By the lakeside at night, tranquility prevails, with mist rising, marking the perfect opportunity to condense the water attribute spirit general. Aside from these 3 attributes requiring specific times for refinement, the condensation of earth and gold attribute spirit generals can be conducted in a metal mine. Chu Xi arrived at this location at 4 in the morning and, within an hour, broke through the establishment realm, stepping into the gathering general realm. At this moment, the morning's auspicious purple aura flows like a gentle stream. accompanied by an endless supply of wood attribute spiritual energy, intricately permeating Chu Xi's body. After another hour, he successfully completed the condensation of the wood spirit general. The subordinate pays respects to the Lord. As the ethereal figure of the wood spirit general materializes in the training ground of the spiritual domain, an overwhelming aura of life bursts forth from Chu Xi. Chapter 38. Would it be alright to call me wife? This pure wood attribute aura, once diffused, causes the surrounding grass to flourish and the great tree behind him to grow even more robust and lush. Hearing the sounds of morning exercisers approaching the playground, Chu Xi promptly ceased his cultivation, exhaling a breath of turbid energy. This turbid energy transformed into a sword of air, soaring 5 or 6 meters before dissipating into the ether. Taking out his phone, Chu Xi discovered several messages from Yiruado. He quickly opened them and then hurriedly left the place. Goodness, has his future father-in-law arrived so swiftly? Just yesterday, they had barely reached the combined realm, and now, at the break of dawn, the man had come knocking? The modern father-in-law is indeed formidable. On his way back, he purchased some breakfast, feeling a bit disgruntled. With the father-in-law arriving so early, he hadn't even brought a token gift for their first meeting. Faced with uncertainty, Chu Xi decided to consult the system. My future father-in-law has arrived. Why haven't you issued any tasks for me to choose from? The system remained unresponsive. Was this trivial matter truly worthy of intervention from the system? Upon returning to the Jinhai, Chu Xi unlocked the door with his fingerprint. The father and daughter, who were conversing in the living room, paused and turned towards the entrance. Hello, uncle. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xi entered with a smile. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. By greeting them warmly, he hoped to make a good first impression. Moreover, he felt quite confident about his appearance. Additionally, his voice had returned to its previously neutral tone. However, he was somewhat distressed by the fact that this neutral voice still leaned slightly towards the feminine side. Upon seeing Chu Xi in person, Jinhai's eyes widened as he scrutinized him from head to toe. If my daughter had not repeatedly confirmed that you are a male, I would certainly have mistaken you for a female. Nevertheless, this could work to his advantage. If others mistook him for a girl, it might reduce the competition for his silly daughter. Chu Xi was at a loss for words. He couldn't tell whether his future father-in-law was complimenting him or disparaging him. The atmosphere became more harmonious afterwards. After receiving a gentle nudge from his daughter, Jinhai promptly shifted the topic to the matter of Qingbei. In truth, Chu Xi wasn't too anxious about it. After all, the spot was guaranteed for him. So why not spend a year at the nearby university to gain some experience before heading to the capital for 2 more years of advanced studies? After the three of them shared another breakfast, Jinhai hastily departed. As the governor of a province, his time was indeed precious. Moreover, from yesterday to today, he had only managed a little over 4 hours of sleep. Dad, this is for you. Chu Xi flipped his hand, revealing a delicate little cloth pouch which he extended towards him. Inside are 5 safety talismans, 1 life-saving talisman, and 1 calming talisman. The safety talismans ward off misfortune. The life-saving talisman is for critical moments, and the calming talisman, when kept close, will keep your mind alert and your spirits high. Jinhai received it in astonishment. Unable to suppress a wry smile as he advised, you can draw talismans? We live in a technological age, my child. You must believe in science. Chu Xi smiled lightly and, placing a hand on his chest, introduced himself once more. Dad, let me reintroduce myself. My name is Chu Xi, and I am 19 years old, a native of Jinhai City. I graduated from the high school division of the Huaxia Taoist Academy, where I achieved the remarkable distinction of being second in the national cultural examination and first within the Taoist Academy. Consequently, I was admitted to Jinhai University. Given my academic accomplishments, I could have easily applied to prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Beida. However, the generous offerings from Jinhai University, coupled with familial ties, swayed my decision toward remaining here. Thus, I hold a profound belief in both science and the Taoist arts. Before I had the chance to investigate further, upon hearing this, Jinhai, my future father-in-law, appeared invigorated. Oh, if that's the case, I shall gladly accept all of it. However, our family is quite large. Do you have any extras? Please provide a set for your mother, your grandparents, and my uncles and aunts as well. Witnessing his father-in-law's enthusiastic acceptance, I promptly produced 10 additional small fabric pouches and handed them to him. Thus, my future father-in-law returned home, tearful yet laden with gifts. After seeing him off in a taxi, we returned home, only for Yi Ruotong to extend her hand towards me, a smirk dancing upon her lips. I smiled gently, flipping my hand to present her with a pink fabric pouch. Your share is included, of course. Inside, she discovered 10-piece talismans, 2 life-preserving talismans, and 2 calming talismans. Additionally, there was a skincare talisman and a vision-enhancing talisman, both quite literal in their meanings. With an excited cheer, Yi Ruotong leaped forward to embrace me, planting a kiss on my cheek. Although this was merely the second day of our acquaintance, she exhibited no sense of awkwardness and swiftly assumed the role of my beloved. Such was her nature. During her time in the courtyard, she had earned the nickname Tomboy, often mingling with the boys and engaging in playful brawls. I found her spirited personality quite endearing, genuine, and unpretentious. Our romance blossomed effortlessly, devoid of intermediaries or artifice. After a prolonged kiss, I changed into my military training uniform. Sister, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I will be undergoing military training for the next few days. Yi Ruotong pouted, shaking my arm playfully, and teasingly remarked in a high-pitched voice, "Yesterday, you called me your good wife, yet today, you address me as sister. How about calling me your wife instead?" Her sudden shift in tone nearly ignited my temper. Taking a deep breath, I managed a wry smile and nodded. "All right, from now on, I shall call you my wife. However, when you refer to me, could you refrain from using little in front of my name? You've seen for yourself that I am not that small." Her cheeks flushed, and she bit her lip, glancing down before nodding. "Understood, dear husband. Be careful on your way." As I departed from Jinhai Garden and returned to school, I found the instructors already leading the new students in their exercises. Reporting in, Chu Xi requests to join the ranks. I shouted as I fell in step with my classmates. Qin Biao glanced my way and nodded. "Join the ranks." "Yes." With a faint smile, I jogged to the back of the line. The morning exercises were quite lively, with over a dozen classes from the first-year students of electrical software and telecommunications combined, along with several other departments. This playground accommodated more than 20 classes in total. Additionally, a few other groups were present on the field for military training. But that is another matter entirely. Suddenly, a joyful barking echoed through the air. Chu Xi turned her head and smiled, recognizing the dog that had come to the rescue 2 days prior. "Wang, Xiaohua is here." The dog joyfully dashed alongside the group, exuding pure happiness. How could it not be joyful? In the entire city of Jinhai, this dog was likely the only one that could see its master every day. I take pride in being able to stay by Wang's side. The classmates, all freshmen, looked on with curiosity, unfamiliar with this beloved campus dog and unaware of its name. However, in the next moment, Chu Xi surprisingly spoke up. "Have you had breakfast?" "Woof woof." The dog retracted its tongue to respond. "Not yet. Xiaohua has to wait until the adoptive parents have finished their breakfast before someone comes to feed me." The name Xiaohua was given by the entire school community, primarily because it was indeed a little flower dog. By breed, it was difficult to discern its lineage, yet it appeared both festive and adorable. With a flick of her wrist, Chu Xi tossed a large meat bun into the air, saying, "What are you waiting for? Go on, eat over there. If it's not enough, come back for more." "Woof. Thank you, Wang," Xiaohua exclaimed joyfully, catching the bun in midair and scampering off to the side to eat happily. Meanwhile, the student known as Yu Yin observed this scene, a glint of cold malice flashing in her eyes. "Ah, I've got you now. Just wait. Prepare for the onslaught from dog lovers." She had already envisioned posting about Chu Xi feeding the dog meat buns online as soon as the military training concluded, combining that with the analyses from various self-proclaimed experts to critique her from a moral high ground. In ancient times, dogs that guarded homes typically ate whatever their masters consumed, and there were no reports of them perishing. Yet in modern times, many so-called experts emerged, proclaiming what dogs should and shouldn't eat. They even took it upon themselves to analyze human food, pointing out this was excessive and that contained additives. Consequently, well-meaning netizens compared dog food ingredient lists with those of human food, leading to bewilderment. The ingredient list for dog food appeared remarkably clean, devoid of additives, while the corresponding human food contained a plethora of additives that made one's scalp tingle, making one almost want to eat dog food. 2 meters apart. A line to the right. After a few laps, Qin Biao began leading the students in warm-up exercises. Following a brief period of formation training, the clock struck 7:30. As Qin Biao led the team toward the cafeteria, a student could no longer contain their curiosity and asked, "Report, Instructor, where is the surprise? Report, Instructor, yes. When will the surprise arrive? From where? Report, Instructor, what is it? I am so looking forward to it. Qin Biao smiled as he glanced at his watch. Don't rush. If we calculate the time, by the time you finish your meal, the surprise should be arriving. Is there really one? That's wonderful. Can you guess what the surprise is? The students could not help but murmur among themselves. Qin Biao gave them a quick look before leading the group in song. The night breeze stirred, and the sound of hooves echoed as they trampled through the enemy camp, flames lighting the sky. The military songs of this world lacked the richness found in the realm of Chu Xi. Those that had been passed down carried an ancient charm. Chu Xi reflected, should I bring over a few songs to refresh the military song playlist? In his previous life, he had learned many military songs during training. This thought sparked in his mind. What a pity, he lamented. I only know how to sing, but I don't know the musical scores. System, will you grant me that divine singing skill reward that other systems provide in future rewards? Ding. The host should seek out those they envy. Chu Xi chuckled at the response. Hey, you're quite Sundara. Must I remain silent then? Upon arriving at the cafeteria's lower level, the classes that had arrived early were already singing. In such circumstances, the first to finish singing would be the first to enter. Every second counted. Unfortunately, during military training, the time allotted for meals was only half an hour. 10 minutes later, once all classes had entered the cafeteria, the chief instructor pressed the intercom button. The chicks have returned to the coop. You may proceed. Yes, came the response from the intercom. Soon after, military armored transport vehicles began to roll into the campus in a queue. Since both freshmen and sophomores were occupied with their meals, very few students witnessed this scene, and those who did could not share it with their respective class groups. Especially the freshmen who had not brought their phones. Overall, the air of mystery was palpable. Ding. Triggered a sudden task. Option 1. Call 120 immediately. Reward of 10 charm points. Option 2. Encourage others to rescue someone. Remain a bystander and witness the drama unfold. Reward of 10 tons of pure spiritual energy. Option 3. Use the Heimlich maneuver to save someone. Reward of a time-space film city. Just as Chu Xi sat down to eat after getting his meal, the system's notification sound startled him, leaving him puzzled. What is this? Who is choking? Right, this world lacks the Heimlich maneuver, so no one would employ it for first aid. Realizing this, Chu Xi began to eat while observing his surroundings. To his dismay, he discovered that at his table, he was the only one seated, while a circle of boys surrounded him, each casting glances that were shy, greedy, admiring, or astonished. Chu Xi chose to ignore them, expanding the small spatial domain he had recently cultivated to examine his surroundings using spatial laws. Having reached the gathering general realm and recently acquiring a junior wood spirit general, Chu Xi had grasped some new techniques. In the realm of confined spaces, there exists a form of auxiliary detection capability. This also encompasses the ability to retrieve objects from a distance, not merely moving something from a few meters away to one's immediate vicinity, but rather making it vanish from its original location into one's spiritual domain. Suddenly, after 10 seconds of attentively consuming her meal while remaining vigilant of any unusual occurrences, Chu Xi heard a peculiar noise. Startled, she stood up and turned towards the source of the sound, only to be astonished to discover that the one who was choking was none other than Lu Ruyan. Chu Xi and her admirers occupied the southern half of the cafeteria, while Lu Ruyan, unable to tolerate the situation, claimed the northern half for herself. Goddess, what is wrong? Please don't frighten us. Speak up. They observed her expression of agony. Look at her hands, she asked, pointing to her neck. Pointing to her neck? And her expression is so pained? Could it be that a ghost has gripped her throat? Don't scare me. It's still broad daylight. What of daylight? We are indoors. Even if there were ghosts, they wouldn't fear the sunlight. Chu Xi rolled her eyes at the increasingly absurd remarks of her companions and rushed over, exclaiming, System, I choose 3. How terrifying is ignorance. She thought. As she moved, her followers realized something was amiss and turned to follow her. Everyone, don't go over there. Suddenly, a boy, drenched in cold sweat, blocked their path, shouting in terror, Lu Ruyan's intelligence-sapping aura is too fearsome. Anyone who approaches will surely fall into the trap. If anyone could escape unscathed, it would only be our Chu goddess. The crowd gasped in shock, halting in their tracks as they witnessed Chu Xi rushing to save Lu Ruyan. Make way! Chu Xi bellowed, and the bewildered crowd momentarily regained their senses, parting to clear a path for her. What are these fools thinking? I'm merely choking on food. Lu Ruyan thought in anguish. Her eyes filled with both anger and despair. Yet, her heart raced upon seeing her lifelong rival charging through the throng with evident urgency, leading her mind to wander into fretful thoughts. Please, don't come any closer. What are you planning? To push me into the abyss and end my life? Please, I don't want to die yet. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Lu Rian's complexion changed. To her surprise, Chu Xi, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, approached her from behind and enveloped her in an embrace. Then, with her left hand clenched into a fist against Lu Rian's abdomen and her right hand clasping the left, she began to exert pressure inward. 1 thrust, 2 thrusts, 3 thrusts. Those observing were left dumbfounded. What on earth is she doing? In disbelief, the students of Jinhai University witnessed the two stunning beauties engaged in such an unrefined act under the bright sun. My goodness, have they lost their minds? Confused thoughts flooded their minds uncontrollably as Chu Xi performed the Heimlich maneuver on Lu Rian for the 5th time. A foreign object was expelled with a gasp from Lu Rian's mouth. Simultaneously, upon hearing the noise and glancing at the object on the ground, Chu Xi relaxed her grip and remarked, "It's all right now that you've expelled it, but do be cautious. Avoid swallowing indiscriminately. Your throat is not that spacious." Having said this in a calm tone, she turned and returned to her meal. Was the esteemed beauty, Chu Xi, truly engaged in a life-saving act? Indeed. Let us cease the unfounded gossip about her. What was the principle behind such a method of rescue? I have never encountered such a technique before. Though the posture may have appeared awkward, it was undeniably effective. It turned out that the goddess Lu had merely been choking. Those who claimed she was being tormented by a ghost should be sent to a corner for punishment. Lu Rian paid no heed to the idle chatter of the onlookers. Her thoughts were occupied with the recent intimate encounter. If I am not mistaken, his chest is indeed quite ample and elastic. However, during the collision, it seemed there was something pressing against me below. Could it be that his previous assertion of being a boy was not a jest, but rather the truth? No, I must observe further. Should he indeed be a boy, such a strikingly handsome one would be a missed opportunity. With this thought, a flicker of confusion and desire unexpectedly surfaced in Lu Rian's gaze as she looked at Chu Xi. Beautiful girls attract boys. Yet boys who possess beauty akin to that of girls are even more alluring to girls. For such a taboo romance, akin to being with someone of the same sex, brings a thrilling sensation. The face is feminine, yet the body is masculine. How exhilarating is that? Lost in her reverie, the Empress Rian couldn't help but blush. Ding. Relevant documents have been issued to the system space. Data integration is commencing. Just as Chu Xi returned, the system's rewards arrived. Upon reviewing the information, Chu Xi discovered that the film studio was located to the east of the coastal city, covering an impressive area of over 30,000 acres, complete with mountains and water. According to the system's records, the studio had been acquired in full due to its monotonous architecture and poor management. While perusing the information and enjoying her meal, Qin Biao entered with a peculiar expression, accompanied by 2 security personnel, and approached her directly. Chu Xi looked up in surprise, puzzled by Qin Biao's demeanor. Instructor, what is the situation? Qin Biao shook his head expressionlessly. I am not certain. The security personnel mentioned they needed to speak with you to clarify some matters. Please cooperate with them and provide a statement. Understood. With a face full of confusion, Chu Xi stood and followed the 2 oddly gazing security officers outside. Qin Biao had arranged for their discussion to take place in the restaurant's office, so it was not far. Once seated, the middle-aged security officer waited for the younger officer to retrieve a pen and notepad before speaking. You are Chu Xi, correct? Chu Xi nodded. Do you know Wu Minglan? Chu Xi nodded again. The situation is as follows. Last night, we received a call from your school's security, reporting the apprehension of a suspicious individual at your university's entrance. After we brought him back for interrogation, he identified himself as Chiu Mengliang, claiming to be a spirit conjurer hired to harm Wu Minglan. Initially, we were skeptical about the existence of such practices. However, upon interviewing the victim, Wu Minglan surprisingly corroborated his claims and even stated that it was you who saved her. Furthermore, Chiu Mengliang emphasized that he had come to the university gate seeking revenge on you, as you had thwarted his plans. That is the crux of the matter. Do you have anything to say? At this point, the young security officer had prepared to take notes, eagerly glancing at Chu Xi. Chu Xi was undeniably stunning, and even though they were all professionally trained, they couldn't help but steal a few glances at her. After grasping the situation, Chu Xi found herself both amused and perplexed. Was Chiu Mengliang truly so misguided as to come directly to us? The three of them couldn't help but chuckle at that thought. Chu Xi nodded, affirming the situation. Indeed, the spirit is still in my possession. I have already inquired about the specifics. You may question him directly. Without waiting for Qin Biao and the others to react, Chu Xi produced a vial and released the lustful spirit she had imprisoned. The spirit, upon appearing, immediately greeted Chu Xi respectfully. Turning around, it locked eyes with the bewildered Qin Biao and his companions. As staunch believers in science, they never anticipated witnessing a genuine ghost in their lifetime. Thus, they found themselves momentarily unable to process the reality of the situation, their minds buzzing with disbelief. Chu Xi gestured toward the security officer. You should share your experiences with them. In a couple of days, it will be the Mid-Autumn Festival, and I will guide you onto the right path. The spirit nodded eagerly. Absolutely. The young security officer quickly regained his composure and began to take notes. Listening to the spirit's account, the middle-aged officer couldn't help but smile wryly. Can a ghost's testimony even be considered evidence? Although historical records exist, encountering such phenomena in the modern era left him feeling rather uneasy. Once the spirit finished speaking, Chu Xi returned it to the vial. I understand your predicament. Just record what I have said. For further details, you may follow up with Chiu Mengliang. As long as he admits that he was hired by Yao Xiao, the issue will be resolved. The officer nodded, sighing. I truly never expected to encounter something so bizarre. Very well then. Thank you for your cooperation. With everything said and done, Chu Xi returned to her meal, as the dining period had come to an end. Chapter 41. You shouldn't dwell on it, however. Once everyone exited the dining hall, they discovered that instead of returning to their dormitories, they were organized by the instructor to line up and head toward the playground. It dawned upon them what was happening. Excited glances exchanged among them. They eagerly gazed toward the playground. When they spotted armored transport vehicles lined up, smiles of joy erupted on their faces. This was indeed a delightful surprise. Unfortunately, Qin Biao did not provide an explanation, and they tacitly refrained from asking. Wouldn't it diminish the thrill to clarify everything? The second class of electrical engineering was assigned to vehicle number 1516. Upon arriving at the vehicle, the students, under the direction of Qin Biao, boarded. The girls entered vehicle 15, while the boys took their places in vehicle 16. Everything seemed in order. Yet Chu Xi found herself rather dismayed to be assigned to the girls' group. Before long, the vehicle was in motion, and the convoy of transport vehicles formed a long line, heading northeast towards the coastal city. Initially, while still within the city limits, the students felt relatively comfortable in the stifling armored transport. However, once they left the urban area and the convoy hit a bumpy road, the discomfort became unbearable. Where are we headed, instructor? I can hardly tolerate this. One student exclaimed. I feel nauseous too. Several classmates glanced at Qin Biao, who remained calm, waving his hand dismissively. Do not let your mind wander, and refrain from self-hypnosis about motion sickness. The more you think about it, the worse it gets. Upon hearing this, the students protested in unison. Instructor, it's not about wanting to think or not. Indeed, it's stuffy and hot in here, and the bumps are relentless. I can barely hold on. Unable to contain himself any longer, Qin Biao hastily retrieved several plastic bags from his prepared kit and handed them out. Don't vomit carelessly. If you must, use the bags. A few boys who could no longer suppress their sickness immediately accepted the bags, opening them to relieve themselves. Nearby, a few boys with steadier stomachs, upon hearing the commotion and catching a whiff of the unpleasant odor, soon felt the effects as well. If the boys' vehicle was experiencing such chaos, the situation in the girls' vehicle was even more exaggerated, except for Chu Xi's group. Thanks to her presence and the two talismans affixed inside the vehicle, the previously agitated atmosphere among the girls calmed significantly. One talisman provided a cooling effect to alleviate the heat, while the other ensured mental clarity, making it less likely for them to succumb to motion sickness. After another 10 minutes, the convoy finally halted at the foot of a grand mountain. As the doors opened, the instructors' voices boomed. We've arrived. Disembark and assemble. The students, who had felt queasy throughout the journey, hastily stumbled out of the vehicle. A refreshing breeze swept over them, revitalizing their spirits. All right. Qin Biao clapped his hands to gather everyone's attention, then pointed behind them and announced loudly, Dear students, the surprise has arrived. I hereby declare that for the next 6 days, we will complete the remainder of our military training here. The subject will be shooting practice. At this proclamation, The students erupted with excitement. Wow, this is fantastic. I guessed it right. Yay, we get to handle firearms. They exclaimed. They say one regrets 2 years of military service, but regrets a lifetime if one does not serve. Now I finally understand. Guns, the beloved weapons of men. Listening to the jubilant cheers of his classmates, Qin Biao could not help but smile. For the next 6 days, they indeed engaged in shooting and individual arms drill training. Moreover, they would select 1 or 2 boys of average height around 1.8 meters from each class to form a distinguished squad, which would also serve as the National Flag Honor Guard during their training. Chu Xi stands at a mere height of 175 centimeters, which does not meet the height standards, thus rendering his training considerably simpler. Perhaps even the system does not wish for Chu Xi to be stuck in the mountains undergoing military training. For the ensuing 6 days, no tasks were triggered. Each morning, as the air turned crisp, the students practiced their formations in the open field. In the afternoons, as the temperature rose, they eagerly engaged in shooting practice. On the 2nd and 3rd of September, the students merely held empty guns to practice their shooting stances and techniques. However, by the 4th of September, the mountains echoed with the relentless sound of gunfire. The shooting scores of the other students were rather unsatisfactory, with many missing the target entirely, and some bullets even soaring into the sky. When it came to Chu Xi, Qin Biao felt it was only natural. Why? Simply because Chu Xi's shooting scores, aside from achieving a 93 on the first day, consistently reached a perfect 100 in the following days. In Qin Biao's perception, only such formidable prowess warranted the rank of a young major. Soon, the morning of September 7th arrived, marking the assessment time for the freshmen. As the music played, the honor guard, marching in precise formation and wearing serious expressions, appeared on the field. On the platform, the school leaders, including Shen Song, watched with satisfaction, nodding in approval. Despite only 6 days of formation training, the students in the honor guard demonstrated remarkable resilience. Following the honor guard, the various classes and departments marched forward, exuding vitality and stepping in unison towards the platform. Right face. 1, 2. Qin Biao shouted, and the students of Electric Soft Class 2 raised their rifles in unison. The sound of their synchronized footsteps resonated as the class, brimming with spirit, gazed towards the platform. The chief instructor and principal Shen Song smiled at them, continuously waving in acknowledgement. Once the formation drill concluded, the highlight of the military training, shooting assessments, commenced. Excelling in these assessments could add points to their graduation scores. Moreover, outstanding students would be presented with the option to consider enlisting directly. This opportunity was jointly guaranteed by both the school and military authorities. What did this guarantee? It ensured that after 2 years of service, they could return to Coastal University to continue their studies. Your classmate Chu Xi has performed exceptionally well in shooting. By the shooting range, the chief instructor diligently patrolled and naturally noticed Chu Xi, who had once again scored a perfect 100. Qin Biao, with a wry smile, tugged at the chief instructor's arm and leaned in to whisper, "Boss, we can't do anything about Chu Xi. You might as well forget about it." The chief instructor, somewhat unconvinced, retorted, "Why not? Does he possess more arms or legs than the others?" Qin Biao glanced around and then pulled the chief instructor to a secluded corner. Lowering his voice, "Let me explain." After this explanation, the chief instructor finally understood and ceased his relentless pursuit of Chu Xi. As noon approached, the cafeteria of Jinhai University became the setting for the farewell gathering between the freshmen and their instructors. During the brief acquaintance of merely 7 days, some sentimental students were moved to tears at the dinner. It was not until after the afternoon meal that the students bid their farewells to the instructors, marking the conclusion of the freshmen's military training. Ding. Event triggered. Option 1. Shake hands and bid farewell, never to meet again. Reward. A set of tactical terminals. Option 2. Exchange contact information for future meetings. Reward. A new smartphone and related materials. Option 3. Pre-book 100 slots for Qin Biao's retirement. Arrange jobs for them. Reward. A nanolithography machine and relevant materials. As Qin Biao prepared to depart, Chu Xi was about to express his thoughts when the system's task notification interrupted him. Nodding in agreement, he mused, "This is more like it." With nanorobots in play, it would be absurd if no groundbreaking rewards related to lithography emerged. System, I choose option 3. This technology can be shared with the nation, and I could easily start a company myself. Having made his decision, Chu Xi spoke up. "Instructor, when will you retire? I would like to invite you to work at my company." Qin Biao's eyes brightened as he eagerly nodded. That sounds fantastic. If such an opportunity arises, you must not forget us. My term ends next year. He had no doubt about Chu Xi's words, as he was well aware of Chu Xi's true identity. Chu Xi deliberately turned his gaze elsewhere. What about the rest of you? If you all retire as well, I can secure 100 slots for you. He continued. There will be plenty of positions available, and as we are all comrades, the benefits will be exceptional. Upon hearing this, Qin Biao felt even more exhilarated. Wonderful. I will return and report this to you immediately. If all goes well, I will definitely bring no fewer than 100 people to seek you out next year. With a smile, Chu Xi extended his hand. Then it is settled. Safe travels. Indeed. Qin Biao reciprocated, shaking his hand firmly. Wishing you academic success. We shall meet again in the future. Goodbye. Upon releasing hands, Qin Biao waved farewell to everyone and swiftly boarded a military vehicle. Farewell, instructors. Do not forget us. With the departure of the instructors, Chu Xi's journey through university was about to commence. However, before that, he planned to take advantage of the afternoon off to visit the east of Nearsea City and explore the meaning behind the previously acquired time-space film city. Ding. Rewards have been deposited into the system space. Relevant materials are beginning to merge and have completed integration. After returning to the dormitory and changing out of his military training attire, Chu Xi donned his white sportswear, tying his hair into a high ponytail, and set out with youthful exuberance. Before embarking on his adventure, he intended to meet his girlfriend and explore the site together. In the future, he might find little time to manage such places, but Yi Ruodong would be an excellent choice. On the road, Chu Xi took out her phone and dialed a number. The screen displayed the name Master. Her master was indeed a person who kept pace with the times. Upon connecting, the ringtone was a calming mantra personally recorded by him. After 5 rings, he finally answered. My dear disciple, what brings you to call? How is university life treating you? Have you encountered any difficulties? If so, you must inform me. I shall assist you in resolving them. Given my current level of cultivation, there is no one in the entirety of Huaxia who could rival me. His voice brimmed with care and confidence, making Chu Xi want to laugh. Master, as long as I do not bully others, how could I possibly be bullied? She continued. The primary reason for my call is to report to you and ask a few questions. The loving voice of her master responded. Oh, that is well. Speak. I am listening. In the background, the sound of him sipping tea could be heard. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Xi decisively stated, Master, a few days ago, I broke through to the gathering general realm. The effect of this statement was immediate. Upon hearing it, her master spluttered, Ahem, what did you just say? I did not quite catch that. Chu Xi smiled with pride and repeated, I have broken through to the gathering general realm. And I have already condensed a wood spirit general in the initial stage. After further refinement, the wood spirit general has recently entered the mid-stage of awakening and is expected to awaken soon. The sound of a crash was heard. Her master, upon hearing this, lost his balance and fell to the ground. A few seconds later, his exasperated voice echoed through the phone. You little rascal. How did you suddenly break through? When you left, you were only in the opening mansion realm. Is there no justice? No law? Chu Xi chuckled softly. Master, please remain calm. I also wanted to ask if you know of any good places for me to condense earth spirit generals and metal spirit generals? Iron mines, copper mines, silver mines, gold mines, or rare metals. I am not picky. After taking a few deep breaths, her master finally replied, All right. I will note this down and check for you in the coming days. Moreover, since you have returned to the mundane world for your trials, why not look for classmates with wealthy backgrounds or those who are second-generation rich? Expand your horizons. Do not come to me for everything. Well then, I shall hang up. With that, he hung up the phone abruptly. Previously, he had said to seek him out for help, but after this stimulation, he directly advised her not to rely on him for everything. Chu Xi smiled wryly, taking this advice to heart. As she walked, she sent a message in the class group she had recently joined. Is there anyone in the group who is a hidden big shot? Preferably someone from a wealthy family, or someone who knows someone from a wealthy family. I would like to visit sometime. After sending the message, she also sent a note to Lu Qingming. Currently, Su Jingxue is still in her recovery phase, making it unsuitable to approach her at this time. Upon the announcement of the stunning beauty from Chu, the chat group erupted in a frenzy. The illustrious Chu beauty actually intends to visit a mine. Unfortunately, my family possesses no such mine. However, I do have a cellar back home. Dear Chu beauty, would an air raid shelter suffice? I am aware of several air raid shelters around Coastal City. Away with you, a bunch of impoverished souls. Do refrain from cluttering the public screen. Chu Beauty. My distant relatives possess a mind. Would you care to accompany me for a visit? Goddess, do not heed his words. One glance at his statement reveals he is merely fishing for attention. Indeed, such individuals are untrustworthy. Chapter 43. Haitian Film City. Chu Xi gazed for a considerable time, realizing that the group was filled with chatter and no one truly owned a mind. It seems that while Coastal University is indeed a prestigious institution, the number of wealthy second-generation heirs with minds is scant. One can only place hope in the side of old Liu. After all, the state possesses an abundance of resources. Upon returning to the splendid garden, Yi Ruodong was busy watering flowers. Bored over the past few days, she had purchased several pots of flowers to purify the air at home. Hearing the sound of the door opening, a delighted smile graced Yi Ruodong's exquisite face as she hurriedly set down the watering can and ran with open arms into the living room. Darling, you've finally returned. I've missed you so much. Chu Xi quickly reciprocated with open arms, embracing the rushing Yi Ruodong in a comforting hug. I apologize for my absence during military training. I've been away from school. Have you been well these past few days? Yi Ruodong asked, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she pouted. Gazing at the equally stunning Chu Xi. Not well? I miss you. I want kisses, hugs, and to be lifted high. As a typical man, such reasonable requests are impossible to refuse. Chu Xi gently lowered his head, kissing Yi Ruodong in the living room. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. After 6 days apart, Yi Ruodong's longing for Chu Xi was indeed insatiable. Now that they had finally reunited, a prolonged kiss could only quench about 20% of the flame of desire. As their breaths began to quicken and their hearts rhythmically collided against their chests, a moment of clarity washed over Chu Xi. Slowly, he released Yi Ruodong, wiping her lips tenderly with a gentle smile. Do not rush. First, accompany me on an outing. I have recently acquired a poorly managed film city. Let us go and take a look. All right. Yi Ruodong nodded, her eyes shimmering like water. After a few minutes of affectionate closeness, they reluctantly parted. Returning to her room, she changed into a lovely white dress, adorned herself with a pair of glasses and a charming white sun hat, and emerged with a radiant smile, linking arms with Chu Xi as they stepped outside. Once they were out, she donned a white sports outfit while he wore a white dress, garnering attention from passers-by. Lacking a vehicle, they decided to take a taxi. During the journey, Chu Xi felt a sudden inspiration and, while retrieving his phone, inquired of the driver, Sir, I am a student at Coastal University. Do you know any nearby locations where one can directly obtain a driver's license? I am already proficient in driving and do not require a full course. The driver, a middle-aged woman of unremarkable appearance, always wore a smile that imparted a refreshing aura. Upon hearing Chu Xi's inquiry, the driver glanced at the rearview mirror with a grin. You've come to the right person. Here, my young friend, take this. She continued. If you wish to take the driving test, you can call this number and mention that I referred you. My name is Li Ping. Just use my name. And not only will you receive a discount, but I shall also earn a small commission. As she spoke, the driver retrieved a business card from behind the sun visor and handed it over. Oh, great. Chu Xi accepted it, glancing at the card while reading aloud. Specializing in infertility, convulsions, bone adjustments. Huh? Yi Ruodong was taken aback and hurriedly leaned in for a closer look. The driver, upon realizing the mix-up, chuckled awkwardly as she swiftly reached out. Oh dear, my apologies. I grabbed the wrong card. This one is from a conversation I had today. My son has been running a high fever, and none of the medications seem effective. I was thinking of taking him to see someone to find out if he was frightened. In the midst of her explanation, she had already handed Chu Xi the correct card. Frightened, Chu Xi examined the card before passing it to Yi Ruodong with a smile, inquiring, Do you really believe in this? The driver wore a wry smile. I wish I didn't tea, but my son's fever just one tea subside. We went to the hospital for a thorough examination, and yet they found nothing. Chu Xi quickly reassured her, Please don't worry. Allow me to briefly explain what it means to be frightened. In essence, there are two types. One is psychological shock stemming from self-hypnosis, and the other relates to supernatural fright. Given your son's young age, the likelihood of supernatural fright is minimal, leaving us with self-induced psychological shock. Consider whether your son experienced something startling recently. Afterward, did you and his father immediately comfort him, or did you scold him harshly instead? If so, therein lies the issue. The solution is simple. Just buy him some of his favorite treats and offer him some tender reassurance. As the traffic light turned green, the driver, still frowning, pondered the advice but remained skeptical. Young man, do you truly believe this is reliable? However, you do have a point. Just a few days ago, my son was frightened by a dog in our neighborhood. His father, who already has a temper and had been drinking that day, ended up scolding my son first before confronting the dog's owner for compensation. Yi Ruodong pouted in discontent. Your son is rather unfortunate to have such a father, drinking and hitting his own child. If you had been home at that moment, would you have faced the same fate? Upon hearing those words, the driver's eyes instantly glistened with unshed tears. Who can argue with that? He drank too much and even struck me. But fret not, I have been in the process of obtaining a divorce. If I do not finalize it soon, I fear that both my son and I may not endure much longer. At this point, Chu Xi and Yi Ruodong fell silent, as matters concerning one's family are delicate and not easily discussed. Fortunately, the driver had weathered many storms, and her melancholy was but a fleeting moment. Soon, she regained her cheerful demeanor. The Haitan Film City is situated on the outskirts of the eastern district of Jinhai City, sprawling across approximately 30,000 acres. It was initially conceived to develop both as a film production site and a tourist attraction. However, due to its overly commonplace architectural designs lacking distinctive features, it gradually approached insolvency due to mismanagement. Chu Xi mused over this, reflecting on how the world of Huaxiao was remarkably resilient, having not experienced significant dynastic changes for over a millennium. Compared to the resplendent historical continuum of her previous life, this seemed almost pitifully weak. After paying at the entrance, Chu Xi and Yi Ruodong alighted from the vehicle, gazing up at the desolate gate before them with a sense of incredulity. The gate was modeled after ancient city gates, yet it loomed empty, save for a sign on the right side inscribed with the words Haitan Film City. Within the gateway, an elderly gentleman lounged in a decked chair, clad in a tank top and shorts, fanning himself while listening to traditional opera from a nearby mobile phone. Chapter 44. The security post gazing through the gate toward the street beyond. They noticed a cat sauntering lazily by, with no human figures in sight. Yi Ruodong tugged at Chu Xi's sleeve, asking, "Do you think we can get a refund? This place seems rather dubious." Chu Xi responded, equally perplexed, "Perhaps not. Yet, I am confident that under our stewardship, this place can truly be revitalized." Yi Ruodong, recalling her family's connections and Chu Xi's enigmatic identity, nodded in agreement. "Yes. I believe in you." With a gentle smile, Chu Xi placed a kiss upon Yi Ruodong's cheek, exclaiming, "Come, let us venture inside and explore." Although the old man appeared to be dozing, he quickly sat up upon hearing their footsteps as they approached. Seeing the beauty of both Chu Xi and Yi Ruodong, he assumed they were celebrities and cheerfully inquired, "Ladies, are you here for sightseeing or to discuss filming opportunities?" Exchanging glances, Chu Xi and Yi Ruodong smiled at one another before stepping forward to introduce themselves. "Greetings, sir. I am Chu Xi, the new owner of this film city. I wonder if you have been informed of my arrival?" The old man furrowed his brow, contemplating, and then scrutinized the stunning Chu Xi before shaking his head dismissively. "I haven't heard of that. Don't think your beauty grants you the right to waltz in and take advantage of the film city without paying." Chu Xi chuckled, remaining unperturbed. Instead, she took out her phone and dialed a number from her memory. The call was quickly answered. "Hello, good day." Chu Xi introduced herself. "Hello, I am Chu Xi, and I recently purchased your film city." The gatekeeper seemed skeptical. "Could you kindly clarify this for him?" Upon hearing the voice of Chu Xi, the demeanor of the individual across the line transformed into one of exuberant warmth. "Ah, it is the esteemed Chu boss. You have finally graced me with your call. Simply pass the phone to old Master Niu. Not only does he bear the surname Niu, but his temperament is equally formidable, quite stubborn in his ways. Once you take the reins of the film city, he can retire to his home and enjoy his twilight years." Chu Xi nodded in acknowledgement and handed the phone to old Master Niu. "Please, have a listen." Old Master Niu eyed Chu Xi with caution, took the phone, listened intently, and his expression swiftly morphed into one of enthusiasm. After a brief moment, he returned the phone to Chu Xi, rising with a cheerful demeanor. "I understand now. You are indeed the Chu boss. Since you have arrived, I shall take my leave. I have been employed here to guard the entrance until your arrival. Until we meet again." With that, the old man gathered his belongings, carried his reclining chair outside, placed it on the nearby tricycle, and pedaled away. Chu Xi couldn't help but twitch her lips in amusement, a breeze whisking by, leaving her momentarily speechless. Ding! The system has detected that the host has officially taken over the time-space film city. This system has also officially assumed control of the film city. Ding. The management interface for the film city has been generated. There are 4 security positions available. The host may reselect personnel for the security posts through the time-space portal. Ding. Special reminder. Personnel for this time-space film city may only be selected from those drawn from the time-space portal. Ding. The system has detected that there is already a candidate for the important position of deputy manager. The host must make arrangements, and only this one position may be assigned. A series of system notifications rang out, nearly overwhelming Chu Xi's senses. Goodness, is it truly this grand? Within the film city, aside from the general manager, only the deputy manager can be assigned to Tong Tong, she mused. All right, no doubt about it. This system is impressive, she thought to herself as she mentally grumbled. Walking alongside Yi Ruodong into the premises. Simultaneously, she multitasked, exploring the site while reviewing the management interface in her mind. The management interface was clear and comprehensive, depicting a 3D architectural terrain map of the entire film city. All buildings within the film city could be demolished and reconstructed or relocated through the management interface. At the top of the interface, a statistical overview of personnel for relevant positions was displayed. Currently, the only available positions in the film city were 4 security roles. It appeared that only by successfully summoning 4 security personnel could she proceed to summon individuals for other roles. The previous owner had left this place in utter disarray. Utterly unwatchable. After a brief contemplation, Chu Xi promptly made a decision. She would delineate the film city along its north-south central axis, with the eastern section featuring traditional architectural styles and the western section showcasing modern designs. Each area would be further divided from south to north according to the stylistic evolution of different dynasties. In the modern section to the west, the southern area would be developed, with the northern area reflecting a rural aesthetic nestled against the mountains. The eastern section, with its traditional architecture, would also exhibit a distinct progression in style from south to north, clearly defined in its layers. The center should establish a few more palace districts, allowing for captivating scenes to be captured in these courtly areas. In summary, Chu Xi, hailing from another realm, possesses grand visions for this film city. By adeptly utilizing the management interface, he can effortlessly transform his ideas into reality. System, commence the extraction of security personnel from the time-space portal. After reviewing the management interface, Chu Xi summoned the system in his mind. Ding. Understood, the time-space portal is now open. Please select your desired candidates from the randomly extracted individuals. A vision reminiscent of a temporal wormhole materialized in Chu Xi's mind, followed by the appearance of several individuals along with their personal profiles. These individuals were not presented individually, but rather in groups of 4. Upon glancing at the first group on the left, Chu Xi was left astounded. The profile clearly indicated they were from the Great Qin, the Dagger Warriors. Following them were the Han Assault Troopers, the Tang Divine Strategy Army, and astonishingly, the Ming Jinhai. However, throughout the entire presentation, not a single figure from the Qing dynasty appeared. It seemed the system harbored little fondness for this notorious dynasty, thus omitting them entirely. As the dynasty responsible for the most civilian slaughter in history, it was evidently disregarded by the system. Contemplating this, Chu Xi ultimately decided that selecting the Dagger Warriors from Qin was the wisest choice. After all, in this world, the people were quite familiar with and accepting of the Qin Dagger Warriors. Introducing individuals from other dynasties might not be as readily embraced. Consequently, Chu Xi began devising plans to create a narrative for the Huaxia universe, starting inevitably with the Great Qin. He envisioned crafting online literature based on the historical framework from another world, allowing the populace to gain insight into the dynasties that had vanished from this realm. The first narrative would be the search for Qin, followed by the Chuhan contention, the Three Kingdoms, the Sui Tang epic, Journey to the West, Song Zhao Kuangyin, the 8 parts of the Heavenly Dragon, the 7 Heroes and the 5 Righteous, the Legend of the Condor Heroes, the Return of the Condor Heroes, Water Margin, and Heavenly Sword and Dragon Saber. The storytelling of the late Master Sun Tianfang was something Chu Xi had avidly listened to in his past life. Chapter 45. How could one converse with a dog? Now, with an exceptionally sharp memory, recreating these tales would pose no challenge. Moreover, with Xianglong assisting him, all he needed to do was contemplate briefly, and Xianglong would summarize his thoughts swiftly. A long and arduous journey lies ahead. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xi arrived at his final decision. System, grant me the Dagger Warriors. Ding. Acknowledged. The dagger warriors will appear at the entrance in 5 minutes. Please proceed to receive them. As the system concluded its notification, Chu Xi, adhering to the recorded location, accompanied Yi Ruodong to the manager's office of the film city. The previous manager had quite the exquisite taste, transforming the office into a setting rich with ancient charm, adorned with redwood furnishings. My dear, Chu Xi said. Seating Yi Ruodong in the boss's chair, experience the sensation of being a boss for a moment, while I venture out to recruit some individuals for the security team. It simply won't do for us to lack even a single guard at the entrance. We are bound to misplace something. Yi Ruodong pondered for a moment and then picked up the documents arranged on her desk, smiling slightly. All right, you may proceed with the recruitment. I will review the materials here. These documents had been meticulously prepared in advance by the previous manager, specifically for Chu Xi and her team. Exiting the office, Chu Xi strode swiftly towards the entrance, her mind racing with inquiries. System, if the roles within the film city can only be summoned, does that imply I could procure 2 dogs to guard the premises? Otherwise, my King's mark would be rendered quite useless. I have no desire to be merely ornamental. In response to such a request, the system provided a remarkably professional reply. Ding. Special event triggered. Option 1. Seek to acquire dogs yourself. You may ignore this message and receive a reward of 3 dog kennels. Option 2. Call the authorities to apprehend individuals. Reward. 1 ton of ordinary dog food. Option 3. Take matters into your own hands. Reward. 10 tons of premium dog food. Yet again, she was faced with these cryptic tasks. After hearing the options, Chu Xi began to decipher what the system intended to convey. However, help, help, let me escape this place. Master, where are you? Hurry and save me, Baozi. Just as Chu Xi reached the entrance, before she could even spot the warriors arriving, she was startled by a series of desperate cries. Of course, these were the cries she perceived. Woof, woof, woof. In reality, it was a cacophony of barking. Looking up, Chu Xi suddenly realized. The system's message was referring to a truck filled with dogs, uncertain of its destination. How intriguing. With a glint of determination in her eyes, Chu Xi hastened forward. At that moment, 4 warriors clad in chain armor, wielding large halberds, appeared beside her. Prior to their arrival, they had heard a system notification, which prompted them to agree to come here. Follow me, block their path. Chu Xi commanded after glancing at them. I am Chu Xi, the owner of the film city, and you may refer to me as Boss Chu. The previously bewildered expressions of the 4 individuals shifted immediately upon hearing her words, their gazes fixated on another tall and handsome man among them. Go assist. The man furrowed his brow and led the charge forward. Stop. Chu Xi gathered her energy and shouted unexpectedly. Her voice pierced through the air like a sword, reaching the ears of the truck driver from a distance. Ugh! A pained scream erupted as the driver hastily slammed on the brakes, clutching his ears and glaring angrily in the direction of Chu Xi. Who the hell are you? Are you insane? Don't you know this is dangerous? As his words hung in the air, the driver caught sight of her visage, and his expression froze in place. Upon realizing that such a stunning beauty was blocking his path, the anger that had welled up within him dissipated instantly. Chu Xi approached the driver's side and pointed towards the dogs in the back of the truck, inquiring, Excuse me, sir, are these dogs being transported for someone else? Or are they part of your own business? The driver regained his composure and explained, I am merely responsible for transportation. None of these dogs belong to me. Chu Xi nodded and inquired further. Do you know where these dogs are headed? I noticed there are a few fine specimens among them, and I have a fondness for dogs. I am curious if I might purchase one. Just as the driver was about to respond, he was startled to see 4 guards approach the front of the vehicle, brandishing their weapons. What are they up to? He thought. Chu Xi waved at them and gestured towards the film studio behind her, saying, They are security from the studio, merely accompanying me for a look. The driver sighed in relief, glanced back to confirm there was no traffic jam, and then said, These dogs are destined for the slaughterhouse in the village below. If you see one you like, feel free to choose. I know the owner and can inquire about the price on your behalf. He decided to pull the vehicle over to the side of the road to avoid causing any obstruction. This is no longer the city. It should be fine to stop here for a moment. Chu Xi nodded and stepped aside with the 4 guards. The driver parked the vehicle and stepped out. Addressing Chu Xi, Come here, miss, take your pick. Suddenly, the dogs sensed her presence, immediately responding to her regal aura, and all laid down in their cages, their previous barking replaced by soft whimpers. The driver was taken aback by this display. Chu Xi approached the cages and asked, What if I said I wanted to buy them all? I am the owner of this film studio, which is quite large. Having more dogs around would certainly add to the liveliness. Upon hearing this, the driver's demeanor changed dramatically. He finally realized that this striking woman, though claiming to wish to purchase dogs, might not have the best intentions. With an awkward smile, he pulled out his phone and said, "All right then. I'll call to check the price." Chu Xi waved dismissively. "Go ahead. The price is not a concern." The driver nodded and stepped aside to make the call. Chu Xi approached the dog cages and quietly asked, "Do tell me, were you stolen by dog thieves, sold by your owners? Or were you raised as meat dogs by butchers?" Upon hearing this, the followers behind her were baffled, wondering, what is wrong with this Chu boss? Has she lost her mind? How is she talking to dogs? Unaware of their thoughts, Chu Xi focused on listening to the dogs' lamentations. Most of the dogs in the van had indeed been stolen, with only a few having been sold by their owners. None were originally raised for meat. The driver, meanwhile, had reached the roadside and dialed the owner's number, saying, "Hello, boss. I was intercepted by a stunning woman while transporting the dogs. She expressed a desire to purchase all of them, and price is not an issue." On the other end of the line, the boss was momentarily taken aback, soon realizing that the driver's tone was rather peculiar. "Are you suggesting that this so-called beauty is here to cause trouble?" The driver glanced at the truck and replied, "Indeed. However, if she is willing to purchase everything, perhaps we could take this opportunity to profit modestly, don't you think? After all, selling these dogs to a meat vendor would yield a meager return. Selling to her, on the other hand, could allow us to raise the price a bit." After a few seconds of contemplation, the boss decisively responded, "Very well, that proposal is quite intriguing, but do exercise discretion. If you overreach with your pricing, you might find yourself in legal trouble for fraud. Those of us in this line of work must tread carefully and navigate the law wisely." The driver grinned, "Rest assured, boss, I have it all figured out. Among the 83 dogs in this truck, there are 5 of a superior breed. We could sell those for 2,000 each, while the others could go for 200 apiece. The larger, meatier ones could command a higher price. This way, the pricing remains relatively reasonable." The boss smiled. "Excellent. Let us proceed with this plan. As long as we avoid exorbitant pricing, we should be fine. I look forward to your good news." The call ended. The driver retrieved his phone's calculator and began to tap away. 5 premium dogs at 2,000 each totaled 10,000. The remaining 78 ordinary dogs at 200 each would amount to 15,600. Upon calculating this, the driver felt a tremor of excitement in his hands. This figure was not even the final price. He walked over to the side of the truck to count the larger, heavier dogs, those weighing over 30 pounds. If sold to a vendor, they would fetch $7 per pound. To ensure a profit, these larger dogs should be priced higher. Thus, he decided to set their price at 500 each. This pricing seemed fair and reasonable, minimizing the risk of complications. There were 13 larger dogs, bringing the total to 25,600 plus 300 for each of the 13, which equated to 25,600 plus 3,900. After pressing the equals button on the calculator, the total value of 29,500 appeared on the screen. This calculation indeed suggests a price that exceeds what we would receive from the meat vendor. Elated, the driver returned to Chu Xi's side and handed her the phone. "Miss, take a look at this price I just calculated. What do you think? If all is well, I will drive the truck directly to your film studio for unloading." Chu Xi turned to glance, a nonchalant smile gracing her lips. "It's acceptable. I can agree to this price. You may proceed to drive over now, and I will round it up to 30,000. The driver was overjoyed, responding as he climbed into the truck. "Great. I'll head over right now." Chu Xi waved her hand and, accompanied by 4 formidable warriors, began to make her way back. "I will introduce you to our film city shortly, so do not rush," she said. Jinhai clasped her fists together, responding with a resonant affirmation. Chu Xi nodded in satisfaction, praising her. "Truly, you are the mightiest warrior of our great Qin." Meng Yi smiled faintly, choosing to remain silent. Before long, they arrived at the film city, where Chu Xi settled the payment and observed the driver as he began to unload. The unloading process was quite simple. She just needed to open the outermost cages, allowing the dogs inside to emerge on their own. To the driver's astonishment, the dogs obediently approached and sat at Chu Xi's feet, resembling soldiers awaiting orders. Despite his surprise, the driver did not dwell on the unusual sight. After the dogs were unloaded, he left his phone number with Chu Xi, indicating that she could contact him directly should she wish to acquire more dogs. Once the driver departed, Chu Xi turned to the neatly arranged group of dogs and raised her left hand, pointing to the left. Those who have been stolen, those with owners. Go to the left. The dogs complied, and a substantial number made their way to the left side to sit. Chu Xi then raised her right hand, directing, those who have owners but have been sold, go to the right. At her command, a smaller group moved to the right, including 5 distinguished breeds, 2 golden retrievers, a Labrador, a Samoyed, and a Shepherd, along with various mixed breeds and several common German Shepherds. Once all the dogs were sorted, fewer than 10 remained in the center. Observing them, Chu Xi furrowed her brow. What is your situation? A short-legged dog, clearly a mix with a corgi, stepped forward. Your Highness, we are all stray dogs abandoned by our owners, along with a few foolish ones who got lost while playing. Chu Xi's gaze shifted to the dogs behind the short-legged one, noting the intelligence in some of their small eyes. Waving her hand dismissively, she began to make her decision. Very well, the strays and lost dogs, along with those of you who have been sold, shall remain here with me. Follow me, and you shall never worry about food and shelter. However, you must all maintain cleanliness, no indiscriminate messes. The dogs selected for companionship leaped joyfully at her words. The ones on the left, panting and smiling, looked toward their fate. As for you, Chu Xi's gaze turned to the remaining dogs. You should know where your homes are. Even if you do not recall the exact street or city, you ought to remember your owners' names and the names of your neighborhoods. By now, you should be able to remember such basic information. Yes, Your Highness, I remember. I remember. Your Highness, I am a retired police dog. I know the way home. After a burst of joyful commotion, Chu Xi raised her hand to calm everyone down and took out her phone to start recording. Those who remain can disperse. You may go explore the film city to familiarize yourselves. Additionally, you should become acquainted with their scents. They are our own people. The remaining individuals stepped forward one by one as she continued. I will document your details. Chapter 47. Could we not have something more practical? Woof woof. All right, Wong. Let me catch a whiff of your scents. And me too. Enough chatter, let us do this together. After the remaining dogs barked excitedly, they gathered around Meng Yi and his companions. Initially bewildered, Meng Yi and the others raised their halberds nervously at the sight, while capturing photographs of the dogs. Chu Xi turned and reassured them. Do not be alarmed. They are merely here to familiarize themselves with your scents, ensuring no misunderstandings in the future. Realizing this, Meng Yi and his companions sighed in relief and lowered their halberds. Indeed, the dogs simply approached and sniffed them vigorously before scattering into the film city to explore their territory. Upon hearing the barks, Yi Ruodong opened the window to glance outside. Noticing several dogs on the street, presumably the ones purchased by Chu Xi, she smiled and returned to her research without further thought. After spending some time photographing the dogs, Chu Xi dialed the emergency services. Once all matters were addressed, she turned her attention to the patiently waiting Meng Yi and his companions. Now, let us discuss your responsibilities. Your primary duties will involve guarding and patrolling in pairs on a rotating basis. As guards, you are to remain vigilant during your shift and cannot leave your posts without permission. If nature calls, you may alternate shifts. For patrols, you will receive designated breaks, allowing you to familiarize yourselves with the film city. At night, you may return to Daqin and resume work the following morning at 8. As for remuneration, I shall be generous. Each of you will initially receive 2,000 monthly, and as the film city thrives, I will consider increasing your pay. Now that I have outlined your duties, feel free to voice any questions. Meng Yi turned to the 3 individuals behind him before addressing Chu Xi. I am Meng Yi, and these 3 are Li Wu, Niu San, and Chen Ming. I would like to inquire, Madam Chu, where exactly are we, and how did we come to be here? With a gentle smile, Chu Xi patiently explained, you are 2,000 years into the future of the Daqin era. The reason for your presence here lies in the uniqueness of my film city, which has the capability to draw you from the annals of history for employment. For you, everything we possess in this future world will significantly impact your own era. For instance, the primary crops absent in your time are abundant here. The vegetables unknown to you exist here. The diverse knowledge lacking in your world is also available here. In simpler terms, there is nothing that you could possibly imagine that we do not possess. Oh, except for the elusive concept of immortality. Upon your return today, make it a priority to inform your sovereign not to heed the empty words of Su Fu and those alchemists. The elixirs they consume are, in fact, toxic. Excessive indulgence will not grant them longevity, but rather hasten their demise. Surely, You do not wish for the Great Qin, which seeks to unify the 6 states of Huaxia, to meet an early end, do you? Upon hearing Chu Xi's words, Meng Yi could not help but gasp in shock, urgently inquiring, Boss Chu, our king is still in his prime. Could this truly happen? Chu Xi nodded affirmatively. Did I not just mention that consuming too many elixirs leads to a swift death? Meng Yi remained skeptical, but that should not lead to a premature end. If Crown Prince Fu Su were to ascend the throne, how could such a demise occur? Chu Xi shrugged. Whom can we blame? Your Zhao Gao, who confuses the deer for a horse, wields power, and supports the fratricidal Hu Hai in his ascension. He swiftly allied with Li Si to eliminate Fu Su. Subsequently, the court was thrown into disarray, conflict reignited, and thus the Great Qin met its demise. Meng Yi and the 3 warriors found themselves momentarily overwhelmed by this influx of information. Chu Xi offered reassurance. I understand your Meng family's unwavering loyalty to the Great Qin, which ultimately led to your family's tragic downfall at the hands of Hu Hai. However, this is merely the historical trajectory I am aware of. Now that you have arrived in the modern era and are cognizant of these impending events, might you not inform His Majesty Shi Huang about these developments in advance? If you can eliminate all variables before they manifest, what reason would there be for the Great Qin to meet an early end? Oh, and by the way, we still possess numerous methods and remedies to cleanse the toxins within His Majesty's body. Although immortality is unattainable, we can certainly promote health and longevity. The more Meng Yi listened, the brighter his eyes became, and the faster his heart raced. Indeed, is he not the one whom our king trusts deeply? All he needed to do was return home tonight and convey what he had just learned to His Majesty. The realm has just been unified. We cannot allow the populace to suffer the ravages of war any longer. Resolutely clenching his fist, Meng Yi took a deep breath and clasped his hands. Thank you, Boss Chu, for the warning. We shall fulfill our duties and accomplish what is necessary. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting 4 security personnel. Other positions in the film city will soon be unlocked. Please expedite the renovation of the film city. Ding. The host is urged to improve the current state of the film city to unlock more features. Ding. The chosen rewards have been deposited into the spirit realm. The system space is limited. Please expand it promptly. At that moment, the system's notifications rang out. Chu Xi turned away in silence, internally lamenting. System, is there nothing more practical you can offer beyond these messages? Could you at least provide me with corresponding reward options? Niu San and Chun Ming. Behind him, Meng Yi began to assign groups. You 2 will take the first shift at the gate. After an hour, I and Li Wu will relieve you. Understood. Niu San and Chun Ming responded with a nod, then positioned themselves at the entrance, standing resolutely like 2 guardians. The weather was quite warm, and as Chu Xi turned to glance at them, concerned they might succumb to heat, she promptly suggested, General Meng, wearing this armor while standing guard must be quite uncomfortable. Would you care to remove it for a bit of relief? Meng Yi resolutely shook his head. No need, Boss Chu. As soldiers, we have long acclimated to such conditions. A mere heat wave is insignificant. Given the strict military discipline they adhered to, Chu Xi chose not to press further. At most, she would ensure an ample supply of water and heat relief medications for herself. The film city was equipped with small supermarkets and pharmacies, essential facilities indeed. Additionally, there was a bookstore within the premises, brimming with numerous volumes. As this thought crossed her mind, Chu Xi dashed over to procure a copy of the History of Qin from this world and presented it to Meng Yi. General Meng, during your patrols, you might find it beneficial to familiarize yourselves with our History of Qin. It could prove invaluable. Chapter 48. A major incident unfolds. Meng Yi was overjoyed and hastily clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Boss Chu. I shall treasure this book. For the moment, that was sufficient. And Chu Xi proceeded to visit the supermarket. The 31 dogs left behind still lacked their food and water bowls, so she intended to procure some essentials for them. As for the dogs that were about to be taken away, Chu Xi did not neglect them either, providing disposable paper bowls for their meals. Just as she returned to the entrance, neatly aligning the disposable bowls and extracting a bag of dog food to feed them, the security personnel arrived. Stop! Who are you? And what brings you here? They demanded. However, as soon as they stepped out of their vehicle, Niu San and Chun Ming swiftly blocked their path with their polearms. The 2 guards exchanged glances and shared a smile. The middle-aged officer in the passenger seat nodded. I must say, the people of this film city are quite resourceful. Their attire looks remarkably authentic. The young officer at the wheel chuckled in agreement. Indeed, this is quite professional. He then turned to Chen Ming. Hello? We are from the Peace Road Security Office. Are you the ones who reported the incident? Yes, that's right. Chu Xi's voice called from within. She jogged to the entrance, waving at Chen Ming and Niu San with a smile as she approached. Greetings. I am Chu Xi, the general manager here, and I made the call to report. As she spoke, she glanced at the back of the security vehicle and was pleasantly surprised to see that, as per her request, a bus had indeed followed. With this vehicle, accommodating the dogs would certainly pose no challenge. Hello. Upon encountering an exquisite beauty, the young security officer was momentarily entranced. Foolishly extending his hand to shake with Chu Xi, his heart racing with excitement. What a delightfully soft hand. Ahem. Observing the young officer's lack of composure, the middle-aged security officer promptly intervened, pulling him away and shaking hands with Chu Xi instead. My dear Ms. Chu, please forgive him. It's simply that your beauty has left our young colleague rather flustered. Chu Xi smiled in response, offering no words. Releasing her hand, the middle-aged officer introduced himself. I am Song Changjiang. You may call me Lao Song or Song Ge. You reported saving a stolen dog. Where is it? Chu Xi gestured invitingly. Right this way, gentlemen. Nodding, they followed her through the entrance, where they were greeted by a row of dogs on the right, all obediently focused on their meals. With a smile, Chu Xi pointed at them. These poor creatures were stolen by dog thieves, but fortuitously passed by my place. I have a deep fondness for dogs, so I spent a little to rescue them all. Additionally, I have taken in some stray dogs and others who were sold by their owners. My film studio is quite spacious, providing ample room for them. As she spoke, she gestured towards the left side of the entrance. Song Changjiang and his companion turned to see another group of well-behaved dogs enjoying their meals. Chu Xi took out her phone, addressing the two. I have already recorded their information. You can simply return them based on their profiles. Of course, I am aware that they all have dog licenses, so you can also contact their owners through their details. Song Changjiang nodded eagerly, pulling out his phone with a smile. Wonderful, please send me the children's information. Chu Xi nodded, enabling face-to-face sharing, and stood opposite Song Changjiang, selecting images to send en masse. The pictures, previously taken by Chu Xi, included edited names of the dogs, their owners, and the neighborhoods they resided in. The clarity of such information astonished Song Changjiang, leaving him puzzled about how Chu Xi had acquired it. Surely, those dog thieves could not have researched their targets beforehand. That would be utterly terrifying. A few minutes later, once the dogs had finished their meals, Chu Xi called them over to deliver a few instructions. The security officers are preparing to return you to your owners. You must be obedient. Refrain from barking or running around in the vehicle. When your name is called, you will board the car. No disorder, understood? Wong. We understand. The dogs responded in unison. Ah. Song Changjiang marveled at the dogs, then glanced at Chu Xi. Miss Chu, I had no idea you were also skilled in dog training. Chu Xi flashed a sweet smile. Just a little, just a little. Upon finishing her words, Chu Xi's heart suddenly stirred as a certain video from her past life came to mind. She could not help but turn to the dogs and inquire, by the way, before you depart, might I ask if any of your masters are involved in criminal activities? Such masters must not be allowed to remain. Who knows? They might one day devour you. The dogs exchanged bewildered glances, remaining silent. However, this question left the two security officers nearby utterly flabbergasted. Even if one of these dogs' masters had committed a crime, could they truly convey such information to this beautiful lady? And even if they could, would she comprehend the language of dogs? Or might one even learn such a foreign tongue? The younger security officer expressed his desire to learn it as well. After a moment of silence lasting 30 seconds, a mixed-breed poodle stepped forward and spoke first. Woof. My male master killed my female master right before my eyes. And I was terrified at the time. In the end, he disposed of her body in the river outside the community, and I witnessed it all. Chu Xi's heart skipped a beat. Goodness, I merely thought of a certain news story from my past life, and asked on a whim. I never anticipated this would lead to something so significant. With a look of astonishment, she glanced at Song Changjiang, who, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, widened his eyes in disbelief and asked, could it be that Chu has truly uncovered a serious incident? Chu Xi, her expression grave, nodded and gestured towards Song Changjiang's phone. You should first locate his information. He claims that his male master murdered the female master and subsequently discarded her into the river outside the community. As for whether this case is genuine, You can have him lead you to the river where the body was disposed of when you escort him back. A search there should reveal the truth. Do not forget to consider the river's current and direction. Song Changjiang, swallowing hard in disbelief, numbly nodded. Thereafter, the other dog's masters appeared quite ordinary. The two security officers approached the bus door, and Song Changjiang began calling names while looking at the images on his phone. Bowsy, woof. A Pekingese emerged, hopping in front of the bus doors several times, but failing to leap aboard. The young security officer, at a loss for words, bent down to lift it up. Once on board, the Pekingese found a seat and climbed up. Chapter 49. Do not jump to conclusions too soon. How obedient indeed. Witnessing this scene, the young security officer regarded Chu Xi with an even more peculiar gaze. His eyes reflected wonder, surprise, shock, confusion, and admiration, emotions befitting a young man's perspective. Song Changjiang, unfazed by this, being slightly older and having experienced life-threatening situations, quickly adjusted his mindset. With the mixed-breed poodle alerting the authorities and Chu Xi understanding the language of beasts, what else was there to consider? Dragon fruit. Woof. Kent. Woof. Carrot. Woof. As Song Changjiang called out names, one dog after another obediently boarded the bus and took their seats in an orderly manner. This left the driver and the young security officer utterly astonished. Truly, there are new wonders every year, and today, it has come to my doorstep. The driver recorded nearly the entire journey, intending to share the incident online upon his return. It was indeed a rare occurrence to witness such a multitude of obedient dogs. Within a mere 10 minutes, all the dogs had boarded the bus. After exchanging phone numbers and bidding farewell, Song Changjiang and Chu Xiang boarded the vehicle to organize the dogs. Once they departed, Chu Xiang convened a brief meeting with the remaining dogs, thoughtfully assigning them living quarters and outlining the rules they were to follow. She then appointed several leaders among them, responsible for managing the dog teams within their designated areas. Once the dogs' tasks were allocated, Chu Xiang sent a message to Yi Ruodong, inviting her to familiarize the dogs with her scent. Yi Ruodong, who had a fondness for dogs, felt a twinge of anxiety upon witnessing the large number of them that Chu Xiang had acquired. Darling, how did you manage to bring so many dogs at once? This is a bit overwhelming, she expressed. Chu Xiang embraced her warmly, reassuring, our film studio is vast. It is not too many at all. May I assign you some tasks? Yi Ruodong bit her lip and nodded, her heart racing with excitement. Chu Xiang gestured towards the dogs, explaining, these are all rescued from dog dealers, and I am unsure if they have been vaccinated. Additionally, we need to procure some dog supplies. I propose that we split our efforts. You will take the dogs to the nearby veterinary clinic for checkups and baths, while I will head to the pet market to purchase essentials like dog beds for their future use. Wait, are you sure they will listen? They are newly acquired, and I worry about them biting someone if I take them out, Yi Ruodong asked, her concern evident as she gazed at the dogs. Chu Xiang smiled gently and beckoned. Come here, my children. Come and smell your mistress. Remember her. I am your king, and she is your queen. We are now one family, and you must not only refrain from bullying your mistress, but also protect her at all costs. However, you must remember that biting indiscriminately is strictly forbidden unless absolutely necessary. In most situations, if danger arises, you should rely on intimidation to drive away the threat, understood? And when it comes to other people's children, you must never bare your teeth or display aggression. No unnecessary barking. Maintain your distance and do not approach. With a collective bark, the dogs rushed to Chu Xiang and Yi Ruodong, surrounding her and sniffing. Observing the dog's obedience brought a sense of reassurance to Yi Ruodong. Furthermore, having shared an intimate moment with Chu Xiang, her being carried traces of his scent, the essence of a king. This made it even clearer to the dogs what it meant to have a queen. As long as this scent lingered, whether among the dogs here or those outside, they would never harm her, not even at the cost of their own lives. Song Changjiang led the dogs back to the Peace Road Public Security Bureau. In the database, through the names of the dogs and their owners, all the guardians were swiftly contacted. The caretakers were overwhelmed with joy upon learning that their beloved pets had been found. Subsequently, Song Changjiang distributed the dogs in his possession, delivering each one according to the addresses provided in the records. Only the mixed-breed Teddy was personally escorted by Director Xiao Lin and Captain Song Changjiang. Near the Tianyu community, only the Tianfu River flowed by. Based on the information provided by the mixed-breed Teddy, it was evident that this river was the one in question. Upon arriving at the Tianfu River, Song Changjiang released the dog from its leash, squatting down to stroke its head, Mahua, lead us to the place of the incident. With a bark, Mahua took off running to the left. That location was all too familiar to him, for he had witnessed the incident unfold, leaving an indelible shadow in his heart. Is this reliable old song? Director Xia Lin inquired with a peculiar expression, following closely behind. I've never heard of a dog being able to report a case. Song Changjiang shook his head, his expression grave as he regarded Mahua. Director, please do not jump to conclusions too hastily. Our world is far from simple. Historical records indicate that during the ancient Qin dynasty, practitioners of Qi appeared among us. Moreover, in times of great calamity, extraordinary individuals and events often arise to offer salvation. These are distant examples, yet even in recent history, there have been peculiar occurrences. For instance, in 2020, did we not face an apocalyptic crisis? A massive meteorite was universally predicted to strike the Earth, causing untold devastation. Even more alarming, our astronomical observatory calculated that its final landing point would be in the southwestern region of our homeland. What transpired? Just as the meteorite neared Earth's orbit, it was violently deflected by an unknown force, narrowly missing both our planet and the moon. Who can explain such phenomena? Upon hearing this, the director fell silent. Though doubt lingered in his mind, Xiaolin remained quiet as well. In 2020, he too had made baseless speculations after the meteorite was deflected. Bark, bark. Mahua halted by the riverbank, barking excitedly towards them. The two men perked up, waving their hands before hastily joining Mahua's side. Song Changjiang grasped the railing and leaned over to inspect the riverbank below, discovering distinct marks of abrasion, squinting as he observed. Director, there are indeed several fresh friction marks here, suggesting something was discarded from this spot, leaving traces along the riverbank. Chapter 50. My king possesses the majesty of an emperor. Xiaolin nodded, his gaze instinctively drifting towards Mahua as he cautiously inquired. Mahua, are you certain this is the place? If so, bark once. If not, bark twice. With obedient compliance, Mahua barked once. Xiaolin smiled and turned to look at the approaching vehicle. Come down and take a look. Let us calculate properly. The divers were also ready, prepared to descend at any moment. Yes, the three individuals who had alighted from the car responded promptly, immediately beginning to manipulate the equipment and don their diving suits. Curious passers-by gathered around to witness the scene. Xiaolin waved to them. This is an investigation by the Public Security Bureau. Please do not crowd too closely. Someone in the crowd recognized Xiaolin and inquired with curiosity. Isn't that Director Xia? What case are you handling? Xiaolin smiled gently at the person. It's not a major case. Someone reported that while playing by the river, they accidentally dropped a phone worth over 10,000 into the water. We're here to prepare for the recovery. Upon hearing this, the onlookers quickly lost interest, exclaiming, Oh, is that all? We're off then. Time to buy groceries. As the crowd dispersed, others soon arrived. Such is the nature of cases, constant spectators. Xiaolin reiterated his instructions, speaking until his words nearly ran dry. Half an hour later, personnel from the technical department of the Public Security Bureau calculated the likely location of the body based on the river's current and flow rate, as well as the estimated weight of the victim. With the results in hand, the already prepared divers immediately sprang into action. True to form, the technical team proved invaluable, following the designated area they outlined, just minutes after the divers submerged. Xiaolin and his team felt a tug on the rope they were holding and began to pull with force. Shortly, a body wrapped in a vacuum-sealed bag was retrieved. Through facial recognition and fingerprint identification, the authorities swiftly confirmed the identity of the deceased. The victim was named Shui Hong, aged 29, married to Kai Feng, aged 31, who were the proprietors of the local establishment. Once the identity was established, Xiaolin decisively instructed Song Changjiang to lead a team to apprehend Kai Feng. As for the final disposition of the establishment, Song Changjiang suggested they could call Chu Xi for further instructions. In the film studio, Chu Xi returned in a delivery truck and watched as the workers unloaded dog kennels of various sizes. After the truck and workers departed, Chu Xi arrived at the entrance and placed the bottled water he had previously ordered on the water dispenser. He then brought over 4 cups of different colors and handed them to Niu San and Chun Ming. This is the water dispenser. Choose a cup for yourselves. When you're thirsty, this is how you get water. After demonstrating how to fetch and drink water, the two began to try it for themselves. Having stood there for over an hour under the sweltering heat, they were already sweltering in their armor. As the sweet, purified water quenched their thirst, Chu Xi offered each of them a Huixiang pill. This is to prevent heat stroke. Take one each. Just place it in your mouth and swallow it down with a sip of water. I'll get you some mung bean soup later to help cool you off. While speaking, Chu Xi set up a large sun umbrella provided by the water supplier to shield them from the sun. Seeing how considerate their boss was, both Niu San and Chen Ming felt deeply touched. After making another call to Yi Ruodong, she was informed that it would take some time to finish her tasks. After all, dealing with 31 dogs at once certainly required some effort. With time to spare and the film city relatively deserted, Chu Xi decisively returned to her office, opening the management panel to begin her adjustments. Within the management interface, apart from the architectural edits of the film city, there were also several new building templates and renovation designs. It appeared quite fascinating, yet having experienced a rebirth and possessing a system as an external aid, Chu Xi felt rather indifferent upon encountering such a management interface. Suddenly, Meng Yi and Li Wu, who were just patrolling a small bridge and preparing to change shifts, felt the ground begin to tremble. Before they could comprehend the situation, the surrounding buildings began to blur and vanish from view. Li Wu, astonished, looked around in disbelief, pointing towards his right hand. Not long before, when they had just arrived, there had been a square two-story building on the right. However, in the blink of an eye, that very structure had transformed into an ancient-style edifice with glazed tiles and red brick walls, complete with flying eaves and bracketed roofs, a style Li Wu had never encountered before. All the structures in the film city were shifting and securing themselves according to the area that Chu Xi had previously planned, making Meng Yi think of the phrase "the stars shift and the cosmos changes." Additionally, another group was left trembling in fear, the dogs that Chu Xi had recently taken in. While Meng Yi and the others felt it was a miracle, the dogs were even more terrified. Was this the power of a king? How frightening. The dogs expressed their admiration for their king's majestic presence. Gradually, the dogs noticed that along the streets of their designated area, charming and exquisite doghouses were appearing one after another. Each doghouse bore a name, though the dogs were unable to decipher it. Nonetheless, this did not prevent them from recognizing their own shelters, as the food bowls they had previously used were now placed outside their respective doghouses. The dogs approached to sniff the scents, quickly confirming their new abodes and happily settling in to experience their new homes. When Chu Xi purchased the doghouses, she selected them based on the sizes of the dogs. Consequently, each doghouse catered perfectly to the comfort of all the dogs, making them exceedingly fond of their new dwellings. After spending about 10 minutes, Chu Xi completely reshuffled the structure of the film city, adding and renovating several buildings in the process. As a result, several architectural styles from different eras, streets, and picturesque bridges emerged within the film city. With a central axis running north to south and small bridges flowing east to west, a variety of styles were seamlessly integrated. Your Majesty, I have a report to make. Suddenly, the notification sound of a text message interrupted her thoughts. Chu Xi picked up her phone to find a message from Old Lu. Xiao Chu, there are no significant issues with the mine. Feel free to choose any metal mine you want. Once you decide, just let me know. After reading the message, Chu Xi recalled a small matter and promptly edited her response. Old Lu, please find me a gold mine. Recently, I have been contemplating the purchase of a vehicle for transportation. However, I currently lack a driver's license. Might you be able to assist me with a small favor? This individual, driven by the notion of leveraging connections without effort, hastily dispatched the information. In my previous life, I was already adept at driving. Thus, once I obtained my driver's license, I would be able to take the amphibious white SUV, equipped for protection against bullets, explosions, and chemical threats, out for a spin. Chapter 51. Certain positions have been unlocked after sending that message. I waited a few minutes and edited another message to send. By the way, I almost forgot to mention, I have developed a nanolithography machine and wish to share the technology with the nation, while also considering the establishment of a factory. I wonder if the government would be interested in a stake? In the capital, at the Lonka Institute, Elder Lu was currently in the Department of Electrical and Soft Sciences, his excitement palpable as he gazed at the colossal screen before him. Wonderful. Shenlong number 1 has successfully completed signal coverage across the entire globe. Now, we merely await the completion of the Xianglong system, and we shall officially enter a rapid development phase, establishing comprehensive firepower coverage over the Earth. The adage that truth only lies within the range of cannons shall become the unequivocal affirmation of China's supremacy on the world stage. I have already submitted a military order to the Central Command, We possess complete research documentation, and thus we must produce results within 6 months. Do we have confidence? Yes. All heads of departments enthusiastically raised their arms in affirmation. Elder Lu nodded with satisfaction, only then recalling matters pertaining to Chu Xi. He promptly retrieved his phone to check. The first message was trivial and easily addressed, but upon reading the second message, his composure faltered. What a clever lad. Truly, when one is in need of a pillow, it is delivered without delay. Ha. The academicians of the Electrical and Soft Sciences Department, curious, inquired, Elder Lu, what is the matter? Please share with us, so we might share in your joy. The other scholars nodded in agreement. Indeed, Elder Lu, unless it is classified, let us partake in the merriment. Seeing you so elated surely indicates good news. Ah, yes. As they spoke, all eyes were eagerly fixed on Elder Lu, awaiting his words. Elder Lu first gestured for silence, replied to Chu Xi's message, and then turned to the crowd, his face beaming as he waved his phone. Just now, young Chu sent another message. He has managed to concoct a nanolithography machine. Let me ask you all, is a nanolithography machine impressive or not? Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted. Incredible. This young Chu is nothing short of a genius. Who would have imagined he possessed such remarkable inventions? Satellites, aircraft carriers, medical robots, exoskeleton prosthetics, nano battle armor, each one a groundbreaking creation. With a nanolithography machine at our disposal, I wonder how those foreign competitors will continue to hold us back. Indeed, the most advanced technology abroad has only just reached 7 nanometers, while young Chu is already at 1 nanometer. Ha. I am eager to see how they will continue to flaunt their superiority, whether they can withstand it or not. Elder Lu chuckled heartily as he observed their discussions, his hands busy with activity. He directly sent a message to Xiao Jun, casually mentioning that Chu Xi could drive and expressing interest in obtaining a driver's license for the purpose of purchasing a vehicle. Subsequently, he communicated with Jinhai, informing him of Chu Xi's desire to visit the gold mine and her intentions to establish a company. Why would old Lu think of Jinhai from the Yi family? Most likely, it is due to the abundance of gold mines in the province where Jinhai resides. As for the relationship between Yi Ruotong and Chu Xi, Jinhai is currently keeping it confidential, having disclosed it to no one. As a provincial governor, such matters should not be flaunted casually. Regarding the gold mines, there are several located in Qi province, making it prudent for old Lu to delegate this task to him. After reviewing the message from old Lu, Xiao Jun did not perceive this matter as trivial. Chu Xi had made a tremendous contribution to the nation, and all she sought was a driver's license. It was imperative to facilitate this for her. Xiao Jun took matters into his own hands, swiftly retrieving Chu Xi's information and successfully resolving the driver's license issue within just 10 minutes. He then notified the authorities in Jinhai City through the internal network, instructing them to expedite the issuance of Chu Xi's credentials, thus resolving the issue. Such connections indeed simplify matters. Just as he completed the message, old Lu received a communication from Admiral Qin Bingkong, who spoke of the proposed military exercises from the Sam Nation that required technical support. Old Lu responded with a cold smile. Military exercises? Very well. With whom shall we engage? Liao Fan, the chief developer of the Xianglong system, nodded and adjusted his glasses with a confident smile. Boss, rest assured, the documentation for the Xianglong system is complete. We merely need to implement the entire system. Given the speed of our team in the electronics and software department, I assure you it will be ready in 2 days. We will then take another day for testing, and the Xianglong system will be freshly unveiled. Old Lu cautioned with a wave of his hand. I do not wish to hear your grandiose claims. A week is a week. In a week, the Sam Nation will be here, conducting military exercises right before us. We must replace the current system used by our troops with the Xianglong system before that time arrives. His laughter, tinged with mischief, resonated throughout the room, inciting a peculiar laughter among all present. After all, it is said that when researchers laugh, it rarely heralds good tidings. In Jinhai City, Chu Xi's phone rang. Upon answering, he discovered that the errand he had ordered not long ago had arrived. When purchasing the dog kennel, Chu Xi had ordered 100 walkie-talkies and 300 sound toys, in addition to 4 mobile phones, through a delivery app. The walkie-talkies and phones were intended for Meng Yi and his team as the Phil in the future. They will serve as the concealed security personnel within the film and television city. Should any incidents arise, mere barking would not suffice to inform others of the situation. Thus, Chu Xi conceived the idea of utilizing sound-emitting toys, which would allow them to communicate by recording specific phrases. For instance, upon spotting a thief, the dogs could utilize the toy to directly alert others. Capture the thief. Capture the thief. Just as Chu Xi arrived at the entrance and signed for the goods she had ordered, the system notification chimed in. Excellent. Now we need not worry about the lack of personnel in the film city. With a heart full of joy, Chu Xi refrained from hastily selecting staff. Instead, she first handed the walkie-talkies and phones to Niu San and Chen Ming, as well as to Meng Yi and Li Wu, who had just returned to switch shifts. The operation of the walkie-talkies was straightforward. After selecting the appropriate communication channel, one simply needed to press the send button to speak, releasing it once finished. However, the use of the mobile phones was far more complex. Meng Yi and his companions, being individuals from ancient times, were unfamiliar with pinyin input, let alone Wubi. Thus, Chu Xi only briefly taught them how to unlock the phones, utilize the camera for photos and videos, navigate the browser, and employ voice input to search for desired information. During their patrol breaks, they would be able to explore knowledge through their phones. However, both the phones and walkie-talkies were to remain on site. They could only be used within the premises and were to be returned to the security room before the end of their shifts. Only after receiving their salaries could they purchase their own devices. Chu Xi envisioned that once they received their wages a month later, they could first spend 1,000 yuan to acquire second-hand phones. Prior to that, they could download some instructional videos on topics such as forging steel, creating steam engines, papermaking, and salt production. Additionally, procuring a set of solar equipment to charge the phones would ensure everything was in order. Once Meng Yi and his companions returned laden with knowledge, the rapid development of the Qin dynasty would be assured. Feeling quite pleased with herself, Chu Xi mused, "How clever I am. Isn't this far more efficient than the convoluted plots in neighboring novels?" Once Meng Yi and the others had mastered the usage of the devices, Chu Xi gathered the remaining items into her spiritual abode and returned to the office to recruit staff. Given that the film city was to develop along dual lines of film and tourism, the ticket booth at the entrance certainly required multiple ticket sellers, as one would be overwhelmed with the workload. Accessing the management panel, Chu Xi first selected the position for ticket sellers. The recruitment portal opened, and with a flash of light, profiles of several candidates appeared before her. The first two were the renowned beauties of the business world: Shi Shi from the spring and autumn period, and Zhenmi from the Eastern Han dynasty. One was a tofu seller, while the other hailed from a prominent merchant family. The subsequent individuals, of whom Chu Xi had never heard, were all men, leading her to refrain from further deliberation. Is there even a need for selection? It's clearly the mature Shi Shi and the young Luo Li Zhenmi. Without hesitation, she made her decision and turned her attention to the other positions available. There were roles for chefs, cleaning staff, and additionally, for newly established security positions. The 4 new security roles offered no alternatives. They were directly linked to the formidable soldiers of Deqin. Chu Xi readily accepted this arrangement. Next, she examined the chef positions. There were 4 head chef roles and 12 assistant chefs, which essentially meant 1 head chef for every 3 assistants. Following her usual preferences, Chu Xi chose to disregard the male candidates presented by the system, ultimately narrowing it down to 4 women. They were Tang Lunyang, Song Wu Sa from the Southern Song dynasty, Dong Xiao Wan from the late Ming dynasty, and the Qing dynasty beauty, each representing a different era, ensuring fairness. As for the 12 assistant chefs, after selecting only females, she resorted to a random selection process. Lastly, regarding the cleaning staff, the system did not present any historical figures, mostly showcasing ordinary civilians, some of whom were even refugees. Just by glancing at the character profiles and images, Chu Xi discerned the hardships these individuals endured. Each one appeared emaciated, their eyes devoid of luster. The cleaning positions required a substantial number of personnel, totaling 30. This time, without specific criteria for selection and uncertain of how to proceed, she opted to let the system randomly choose 30 individuals based on family units. Once the personnel were finalized, Chu Xi stood up and made her way outside. He designated the location for the characters to be at the entrance of the ancient city's restaurant. His intention was that the spacious dining hall on the first floor would serve as the workplace starting tomorrow, allowing everyone to dine there during their shifts. The only difference being that the chefs would need to arrive an hour earlier for preparations. Niu San, please come to the ancient city's restaurant. Chu Xi called out using a walkie-talkie while standing at the entrance. Received, Niu San, who was on patrol, promptly responded, pulling out his phone to access the map of the film city that Chu Xi had previously sent. Before Nyosen could arrive, several individuals began to materialize before Chu Xi. Their expressions were predominantly filled with confusion and astonishment as they scanned their surroundings, finally settling their gaze upon him. The first to appear were two stunning ticket sellers, Xi Shi and Junmi. Upon their approach, Chu Xi's eyes were drawn to them, and he couldn't help but raise his thumb in admiration. Indeed, as history attests, both beauties are truly magnificent. Xi Shi and Junmi blushed at his compliment and respectfully greeted him. "We are Xi Shi and Junmi. Pleased to meet you, Boss Chu." Prior to their summoning, they had attentively listened to the system's prompt, understanding that they were to head to the film city and meet Boss Chu. Thus, with their keen intellect, they quickly discerned that Boss Chu was none other than Chu Xi himself. Upon hearing this, the others promptly bowed to Chu Xi, exclaiming, "Greetings, Boss Chu." Chu Xi quickly gestured for them to rise. "There is no need for such formality. Shortly, I will guide you all to familiarize yourselves with your work environment. However, before that, I believe we should first allow our cleaning staff to have a meal, as it is quite challenging for them to manage their families." Turning to Lun Yangzi, Dong Xiaowan, Song Wunyang, and Xiu Marin, she inquired, "Which of you sisters can cook porridge? Please hurry and prepare some for them. They are refugees and should not be overwhelmed with food at once. A bit of porridge will help them acclimate." Lun Yangzi glanced at Dong Xiaowan and the others before addressing Chu Xi. "Boss Chu, as long as we have the ingredients, we should all be able to manage." Chu Xi nodded and gestured for them to follow her. "All right, you and those assisting in the kitchen come with me. I will first teach you how to use our cooking tools. The great halberd warriors of Daqin will come to guide you shortly. Feel free to ask them any questions." The remaining individuals were invited to sit down. Upon hearing this, everyone bowed in unison, affirming, "Yes." They began to move, with most entering the restaurant, leaving only 4 great halberd warriors waiting for Nyo-san and the others. Once the 30 cleaning staff found their seats, Xi Shi and Junmi followed Chu Xi into the kitchen. After all, Xi Shi considered herself somewhat of a cook and was curious to see the kitchen. Junmi, on the other hand, was purely eager to seize the opportunity to learn more about the intriguing aspects of this world. The system had previously mentioned that they were about to be transported to a film city of the future, where they would work and even have the chance to alter their destinies. Chapter 53. You are fortunate while others may not fully grasp their thoughts or understand the situation. Xi Shi and Junmi certainly did. Although the kitchen maintained an ancient aesthetic, it was equipped with a modern kitchen setup. The traditional design served for filming, while the concealed modern kitchen was for actual cooking. The stoves, sinks, and cutting boards were all of contemporary design. The storage room contained various grains, oils, and a small cold storage unit stocked with meats, perfectly suited for their needs. Chu Xi first taught Lun Yangzi and the others how to ignite the fire and boil water. She then explained the seasonings, such as salt, sugar, and soy sauce, before showing them where to find the grains and how to access the cold storage for the meat. After taking thorough notes, Lun Yangzi and her companions felt ready to take on the task. "Boss Chu, leave the porridge to us," they exclaimed. "We can handle this. It's easy to learn." Their eyes sparkled with excitement as they assured Chu Xi, recognizing this as a splendid opportunity to enhance their culinary skills. After all, during the introduction, Chu Xi had promised them that a modern chef would soon come to teach them contemporary cuisine. Such occurrences are indeed monumental blessings for them. The 12 women engaged in menial tasks displayed palpable excitement. Those assigned to cleaning diligently scrubbed surfaces, while others busily rinsed rice, each swiftly assuming their roles. Having momentarily settled them, Chu Xi led Xi Shi and Junmi toward the entrance, retrieving 2 walkie-talkies to instruct them on their usage. Xi Shi, gleefully toying with the device, suddenly turned to Chu Xi, inquiring, "Boss Chu, since we are in a future world, do you happen to know what my future holds?" Junmi, upon hearing this, gazed eagerly at Chu Xi, echoing, "Indeed, Boss Chu, are you aware of our futures?" At present, Junmi was still quite young, resembling a delicate little girl. According to the records, she had arrived in the year 195 and had yet to face the persecution from the Yuan clan. Observing the 2 ancient beauties beside her, Chu Xi couldn't help but sigh with a mix of admiration and concern. "Alas, dear sister Xi Shi, you have yet to be captured by that scoundrel Go Jian and offered to King Wu, I presume?" Upon hearing this, Xi Shi's complexion paled, her hand instinctively covering her mouth in terror. "Heavens, Boss Chu, Are you suggesting that I will be presented to King Wu? Chu Xi sighed again. Indeed, Sister Xi, sure. Your beauty is celestial, and with your humble origins, barring any unforeseen changes in the future, you are destined to be used as a pawn in King Wu's scheme. In the future, King Go Jian would seize this opportunity to annihilate Wu, leaving your fate uncertain. Ah, she sure gasped, her legs buckling, nearly collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, Chu Xi was swift and caught her, reassuring, Sister, do not panic. Since you have already received this chance by coming here, your future is bound to change. She sure bit her lip, her nose tinged with tears, nodding shyly as she extricated herself from Chu Xi's embrace. Goodness! A woman from the spring and autumn period being held by someone whose gender was difficult to discern. How could she not feel embarrassed? Witnessing their exchange, Jinmi cautiously inquired, Boss Chu, if Sister Xi sure is fated thus, does that mean I in terms of beauty? Jinmi believed she was not inferior to Xi Sure. Standing alongside Chu Xi and Xi Sure, she felt confident that they could enchant any man. Chu Xi seemed to grasp her unspoken thoughts and coughed lightly. Ahem, actually, I am male, not female. It's merely that I possess an excessively handsome visage. Upon hearing this, Xi Sure's charming face flushed an even deeper shade of crimson. Chu Xi, avoiding her gaze, directed his attention ahead, continuing, as for you, dear Sister Jinmi, your future is even more tragic than that of Sister Xi Sure. It can be said that the Yuan clan has wrought havoc upon your family. And ultimately, you will be seized by Chao Pai, falling into the hands of the Chao clan. Upon hearing this, it was Jinmi's turn to turn pale, letting out a cry of despair as she nearly fainted. Fortunately, Chu Xi was quick-witted and swiftly embraced the petite and charming Jinmi, soothing her with gentle words. Do not be alarmed, dear sister. Did I not mention earlier that since fate has brought you here, you shall both have the opportunity to change your destinies? Jinmi nodded obediently, and like Xi Sure, her cheeks flushed as she momentarily broke free from Chu Xi's embrace. Simultaneously, her heart raced with the thought, he is indeed a man, exuding such a strong aura of sunshine. Subsequently, Chu Xi refrained from discussing their origins and instead focused on the relevant details of their future employment. The role of a ticket seller primarily involved collecting payments and issuing tickets without requiring them to provide introductions. Therefore, Chu Xi merely needed to familiarize them with the currency of this era and the process of scanning QR codes for payments. In due course, they would simply need to collect payments and issue tickets according to the prices, which appeared quite straightforward. Moreover, the ticket booth was equipped with a network ticket machine, allowing visitors to purchase tickets online and retrieve them on-site. The booth was located to the east of the main entrance, a small, standalone structure. In front of the ticket booth was the ticket window, while the back housed a lounge area with a single bed. If the crowd was sparse, Xi Sure and Jinmi could take turns selling tickets at the front. As they approached the entrance, a chorus of barking reached Chu Xi's ears, signaling that Yi Ruodong had returned with her team of dogs. She smiled at the two women. You are in for a treat. You will soon meet our Film City's canine team. Canine team? The two women exchanged glances, and the slightly older Xi Sure inquired with curiosity, Boss Chu, what is the canine team? Chu Xi explained, the canine team consists of 31 dogs, all members of our Film City. How about I leave the little milk bag with you? She is quite beautiful. Jinmi's eyes sparkled with delight at the mention of dogs. Beautiful dogs? I love them. But what is a little milk bag? Chu Xi pointed towards the entrance. The little milk bag is the name of that dog, and we shall see her shortly. All right. The two women nodded enthusiastically, quickening their pace to follow Chu Xi. Indeed, at the entrance, Yi Ruodong was watching as the dogs disembarked from the vehicle. Chapter 54. They have truly survived after a bath and grooming. The dogs bore little resemblance to their former selves upon arriving at the Film City. The dogs here, whether they were fine-bred Samoyeds, shepherds, golden retrievers, or the ordinary Huaxia rural dogs and various mixes, all appeared remarkably beautiful. Little milk bag. Chu Xi called out ahead. Woof, woof, responded the Samoyed, immediately turning and dashing towards her, tongue lolling in delight. The snow-white Samoyed was irresistibly adorable in motion. Xi Sure and Jinmi watched in awe. Two beautiful women, of differing stature, joyfully crouched down, extending their hands in eager anticipation of the arrival of the little pup. Upon her arrival, the adorable creature tilted her head curiously at the two ladies before gazing expectantly at Chu Xi for clarification. With a smile, Chu Xi gestured toward them, saying, Little pup, Your role from now on will be that of the ticket booth at the entrance. Their safety will also be entrusted to you. Go on, familiarize yourself with their scents. All right, boss, I shall protect them. The little pup nodded in understanding, grinning widely as she wagged her tail and approached. Woof woof, from now on. I will be with you. At that moment, Yi Ruodong arrived with the other dogs, looking curiously at the two stunning women. Chu Xi in traditional attire and the lovely Junmi. A sense of unease washed over her, prompting her to ask, Darling, who are they? Chu Xi replied with a smile. The lady on the left is named Chu Xi, and the one on the right is Junmi. They are both ticket attendants I have hired to manage ticket sales for our film city. What? Who? Yi Ruodong exclaimed in surprise. You mean she is Chu Xi? The one from the Warring States period? Chu Xi calmly smiled. It's merely a shared name. Consider it as such. Yi Ruodong pointed at Junmi with a hint of annoyance. All right, I can accept that she sure is plausible. But what about this little girl? Don't tell me you intend to hire a child laborer. Chu Xi chuckled awkwardly, turning to the dogs. Why don't you all come over and get accustomed to their scents? Then head over to the ancient street restaurant where there are more of our people. Familiarize yourselves with them as well. Woof woof, understood, boss. The dogs responded eagerly, racing towards the little pup and Chu Xi. Are there others? Yi Ruodong marveled at Chu Xi and Junmi. They won't be like the others, will they? Chu, I must warn you against creating a harem. With your capabilities. I only allow 2. Yes, just 2. As she spoke, Yi Ruodong pointed emphatically at Chu Xi and Junmi. She rolled her eyes in exasperation. Dear, please don't get it twisted. Chu Xi is one thing, but Junmi is merely 15, just 3 years my junior. What are you thinking? I can only engage in matters starting from 3 years with no upper limit, can I? Now it was Yi Ruodong's turn to feel awkward. All right then. I will tentatively trust you. Just make sure to tell me their names later so I can keep a record and arrange their contracts. Chu Xi waved her hand dismissively. The contracts are already signed, and their information is on the desk in the office. After completing the summoning, the system generated an employment contract that was placed on the office desk. However, these individuals currently possessed only an employment contract, lacking household registration and identification belonging to this world. Yi Ruodong nodded. Very well, I will go check the office first, then meet them at the ancient street restaurant. What about you? Chu Xi pointed outside. I will take them to familiarize themselves with the ticket booth before joining you. Yi Ruodong glanced at them, then suddenly leaned in to kiss Chu Xi lightly, whispering a gentle warning in her ear. Do not act recklessly. Once you are familiarized, come quickly. Chu Xi felt a warmth rise to her ears and nodded eagerly. After watching her beloved depart, she turned her attention to the two blushing young ladies, abruptly making a sharp turn in conversation. What were we discussing? Ah, right, Jinmi. Make sure to devise a plan to escape the territory of the Yuan clan once you return today. Otherwise, if you delay, you might find yourself betrothed to Yuan Shao's son, which is utterly dreadful at your tender age of 15. It is terrifying to think of marrying a beast at such a young age. In our future, which is now, women are permitted to marry only at 20. Moreover, if anyone dares to act improperly towards a girl under 18, the penalties are severe. Indeed, as soon as these words left her mouth, the attention of the two young women shifted entirely. Junmi nodded earnestly, her pallor indicating her contemplation of how to persuade Junyi to make a hasty escape. Chu Xi was also considering how to run away after returning, determined to leave her former surroundings to avoid being found by the scheming Go Jian, who might exploit her beauty for his own ends. While they conversed, the trio arrived at the ticket hall. Chu Xi first instructed them on how to utilize modern keys to unlock doors. Once inside, she taught them about electricity, how to operate the ticket machines and computers, among other things. She also planned to purchase mobile phones for them and download some basic computer tutorials. It was essential for them to learn at least some fundamental operations, given that only the ancients could perform tasks in this setting. By the time Chu Xi finished her introduction, dusk was settling in. Upon returning to the restaurant, they found 30 cleaning staff who had already completed their meals, awaiting Chu Xi's arrival. Currently, the roles of the chefs and ticket clerks had been clarified, but the cleaners were still uncertain about their responsibilities. The system had not provided any information upon their arrival, so Chu Xi had to briefly explain their duties. Upon hearing that they merely needed to maintain the cleanliness of the film studio to earn 2,000 yuan monthly, with meals provided, they were overwhelmed with gratitude. Kneeling and weeping. Thank you, Boss Chu, for your generosity. You are truly our savior. Indeed, Boss Chu, our entire family is grateful to you. Thank you, heavens. For your mercy. We have survived, truly survived. Chu Xi was taken aback, unsure of how to assist each individual as they reached out in their emotional turmoil. Finally, she waved her hand, and a gentle force appeared, lifting everyone up. All right, everyone, please cease your tears. Since fate has brought us together, I assure you that you will no longer have to worry about food and drink. If you are from the same region, you may gather and seek a place with mountains and water where you can settle and establish a home. Once all of you have received your salaries, you can use the earnings to procure items of genuine utility. For instance, various seeds and tools would be immensely beneficial to your endeavors. Upon hearing this, the crowd wiped their tears while nodding in agreement. Once their emotions had settled, Chu Xi led them to familiarize themselves with their duties, delineating areas based on their respective households. The task of cleaning is quite straightforward. They are responsible for maintaining the cleanliness of the streets within their designated zones, as well as a few public restrooms. Indoor sanitation will be managed by future personnel assigned to that role. In total, there are 8 households represented as cleaning staff, namely Kong, Chong, Wan, Ho, Pan, Lu, Luo, and Tian. Observing them, Chu Xi couldn't help but ponder within her heart. System, I shall refrain from commenting on others. But is it possible to provide these cleaners with uniforms? I feel a pang of guilt seeing them in such tattered clothing. Ding. Affirmative. In recognition of the host's benevolence, 3 rewards have been granted. Reward 1, an infinite energy lighter, capable of igniting even underwater. Reward 2, a mountain-class large mech along with relevant documentation. Reward 3, a headset phone, referred to as Mushuan 10, alongside pertinent information. Indeed, good deeds are met with good fortune. Upon hearing the rewards, Chu Xi was so moved, she nearly wept. No, she was already shedding tears as she tearfully selected the second option. The romance of a man is a mystery only understood by men. But what does mountain class signify? Not understanding, Chu Xi inquired internally. System, please clarify the classification of mechs. Ding. A mountain class mech not only indicates its towering stature akin to a small mountain, but also signifies its operational battlefield is primarily mountainous. Ding. In addition to mountain class, mech classifications encompass 4 other levels: sky, earth, sea, and abyss, all denoting respective operational terrains. Now Chu Xi comprehended. Ding. Rewards have been deposited into the spiritual space. The system's capacity is limited. Please strive, host. Silence. Once again, with this same phrase. If you had granted me an expansion of space as a reward, I would have unequivocally chosen the mech. Irritated, Chu Xi dismissed the system from her thoughts. With some time left before the end of the workday, the cleaning personnel, under Chu Xi's guidance, ventured to familiarize themselves with their designated areas. Along the way, Chu Xi casually inquired about their origins, engaging in conversation as they walked. As for the clothing issue, adult sizes could be easily procured based on height and weight, but for the children, work uniforms would be unsuitable. Such matters were entrusted to Yi Ruotong for resolution. Tomorrow, she must attend school and lacks the time to manage these details. Subsequently, Chu Xi received a call from a courier in Haiqing, her face lighting up as she went to the door to collect her driver's license. She then hurried to the parking lot, seizing the opportunity to discreetly bring forth her SUV while no one was watching. The sleek, white SUV can now be driven with unabashed confidence. When dinner time arrived, whether it was Chu Xi and Yi Ruotong or the valiant warriors, they all witnessed the remarkable culinary skills of their chef. After merely an afternoon of acclimatizing to the new environment, she adeptly utilized unfamiliar spices to concoct delectable dishes. It was akin to mastering one principle and thereby mastering all. Once they discerned the flavors of various seasonings, they instinctively knew how to employ them. The food was simply exquisite, unlike anything they had ever tasted in their lives. Boss Chu, upon our return, we shall certainly establish a longevity tablet in your honor and offer daily incense. Enough. There is no need for that. The heartfelt expressions of gratitude from the cleaners left Chu Xi feeling somewhat overwhelmed. After the meal, as the workday concluded, the cleaners along with Shi Shi and Zhun Mi vanished like beams of light. Only the valiant warriors remained, their shifts lasting longer than those of the others. For Meng Yi and the seasoned warriors, this was hardly a concern. After closing the door and exchanging a few words, Chu Xi drove back home with Yi Ruotong. In the palace of Xianyang, Meng Yi sought out the first emperor upon his return. As he approached, the emperor squinted his eyes and inquired, "Meng Yi, where have you been all day?" I dispatched numerous individuals to find you, yet they returned empty-handed. Meng Yi quickly bowed and glanced at Zhao Gao and the others nearby. The emperor understood and waved them away. You may leave. Yes, look at this fellow. He must be hiding something. I hope this doesn't concern me. Zhao Gao thought, bowing as he led the maidservants out. Once the door was shut, Meng Yi, with a grave demeanor, clasped his fists again and said, Your Majesty. May I speak? This matter is peculiar. The walls may have ears. The first emperor furrowed his brow and beckoned him closer. Proceed. Meng Yi hastily leaned in and began recounting the extraordinary events of the day. As the emperor listened, his astonishment grew, culminating in a furious stand as he slammed his hand on the dragon table, exclaiming, How dare he? How dare he? Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Meng Yi quickly interjected. Indeed, Boss Chu made a very astute observation. Since we have ventured into the realm of the extraordinary and are now working in the future, what is there to fear about altering the fate of the Qin? The emperor's heart raced with excitement at these words. Indeed, you speak the truth. Meng Yi, take this elixir and test it on a small creature. If, as you claim, it results in death, then Su Fu and those alchemists shall not escape my wrath. Nor shall Zhao Gao, Li Si, or that ungrateful Hu Hai. At this point, the emperor's chest heaved, and his complexion flushed with indignation. This is all caused by anger, as well as the fact that his body has truly begun to fail him. At that moment, the first emperor suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and he slumped onto the dragon couch. Witnessing this scene, Meng Yi's eyes widened in alarm as he stepped forward to inquire, Your Majesty, how do you feel? The first emperor, supporting his forehead with his right hand, sighed weakly. Alas, I suddenly feel dizzy, accompanied by a faint throbbing pain. Meng Yi, anxious, clenched his fists tightly. Indeed, these are symptoms of lead mercury poisoning. Headaches, dizziness, irritability, and inability to concentrate. Your Majesty, I found this information on my mobile device, and it aligns perfectly with your current condition. Chapter 56. Indeed, there is. The first emperor nodded feebly. Is there a remedy in the future? Meng Yi quickly affirmed. Yes, there is. I also discovered that in cases of metal poisoning, one must first distance oneself from the source of the poison, which means you must refrain from consuming the elixir. Then, it is necessary to take medications such as disodium edetate and sodium dimercaptopropane sulfonate, along with vitamins to aid recovery. These medicines can be procured after this month when I receive my salary. The first emperor inhaled deeply, his eyes rekindled with light. A month? I can wait for that. However, before that, we must first settle accounts with certain individuals. At this juncture, the first emperor's tone had grown chillingly severe. Fearing that the first emperor might become increasingly enraged, Meng Yi swiftly employed a diversionary tactic. Your Majesty, certain events are destined to unfold in the future, so we must prepare ourselves in advance. Before my return, I contemplated for quite some time and outlined several key points. First, seed cultivation. After receiving my salary next month, I will undoubtedly purchase a batch of high-yield seeds and agricultural tools. At that time, Your Majesty can experiment with planting on the land that has long been prepared. Second, salt production. There are already established methods for producing salt in the future. I noted down a simple approach before my return, and we can attempt to produce it immediately. Third, iron forging. Meng Yi's skillful redirection of attention was indeed effective. As he recounted each point, the first emperor's focus was entirely captivated. The first emperor began to envision a promising future. Abundant harvests, indomitable steel weaponry, paper making, textile production, movable type printing, wind power generation, engines. It all became increasingly fascinating and absurd, to the point that, when Meng Yi mentioned the possibility of flying freely in the sky, the first emperor became utterly exhilarated. Of course, he paid no mind to the absence of immortality. As Meng Yi concluded, he spoke of the vastness of world maps, which are far greater than all of Huaxia combined. What does it mean to be larger than all of Huaxia? In the late Eastern Han Dynasty, when Liu Bei fled from Xinye, he took the entire populace of the city with him. The number of people in the fleeing party was so great that even if 30 individuals from 8 families suddenly vanished along the way, no one would notice. In the midst of the night, a series of lights suddenly illuminated a desolate roadside. Subsequently, several families materialized in this location. Upon their arrival, they immediately surveyed their surroundings with caution, fully aware that they had been summoned away while fleeing. Earlier that afternoon, while familiarizing themselves with the environment alongside Boss Chu, They had inquired about their situation. Upon learning of their circumstances, Boss Chu promptly outlined the potential scenarios that might unfold. Lu Huangshu, in essence, was nothing more than a cunning thief, relying predominantly on his acting skills rather than any substantial ability. Thus, Chu Xi advised them to seek refuge under Cao Cao's governance upon their return. Regardless of the opinions others held regarding Cao Cao's character, it was evident that under his rule, the common folk led relatively prosperous lives. In stark contrast, Lu Huangshu, the so-called moral exemplar, frequently resorted to manipulating others through morality and tears. In his desperate attempt to escape from Xinya, he coerced the populace to flee alongside him. What was the outcome? Lu abandoned his wife and children, as well as the commoners, leaving many to suffer injuries or worse along the way. Ultimately, Zhao Yun valiantly rescued Ado, while Lu feigned righteousness, betraying his kin for the sake of appearances. In summary, do not be deceived by Lu Huangshu. If one can establish a stable and prosperous life in Chao's territory, it is far better than enduring the tribulations that accompany Lu Huangshu's path. The world ultimately belongs to the common people, not merely to the emperor's family. If the people wish to leave, they may do so at any time. Enlightened by Chu Xi's guidance, these 8 families experienced a profound realization, comprehending many truths. Thus, upon their return, rather than pursuing Lu Huangshu, they chose instead to move in the opposite direction under the cover of night. Kong Wu softly reminded everyone, "Let us not forget Boss Chu's counsel. Our 8 families must remain closely united, advancing and retreating together." Chang Xian nodded in agreement. Indeed, if we encounter Boss Chao, we must remember to present a unified front. Wan Yin glanced at the children. "Especially you little ones, be sure to refrain from speaking out of turn. We shall handle all communication." The children nodded, though their faces betrayed little fear or anxiety. In the state of Yu during the spring and autumn period, in Zhuolu village, the tofu stall of Shishir remained closed all day, leaving many puzzled. As darkness fell, a flicker of light within the tofu shop signaled Shishir's return. Upon abruptly awakening, she immediately dashed home. After tidying up briefly, she prepared to flee. Her destination was already determined, with the future of the Qin uniting the 6 states. Her aim was to head towards Qin. However, Yu was situated in the eastern regions of Huaxia, bordering the sea, corresponding to what would later become Zhejiang province. To traverse from Zhejiang to Shaanxi during the spring and autumn period was no small feat. She sure herself harbored doubts about her ability to complete such a journey. Disguise. Chu Xi had advised her. Even in her flight, it was paramount to conceal her true identity to evade capture by Gojian. The challenge was surmountable. With a tousled mane and a touch of charcoal gray smeared across her face, she sure managed a simple yet adequate appearance. She packed some provisions and a change of soft attire before stepping out of her home. Traveling at night posed significant risks, so her first destination on this journey was a nearby village to the west, where she intended to rest and rejuvenate. Simultaneously, in the late Eastern Han period, Jinhai was engaged in a similar endeavor. Although she too lived in this tumultuous era, her circumstances differed markedly from those of her contemporaries. One was in the year 195, the other in 202. Unlike Shishir, Zhenmi's challenge lay not in fleeing with a bucket in hand, but rather in persuading Zhenyi, a task fraught with a daunting difficulty level of 90. It was clear that mere words from a daughter could not possibly sway the entire Zhen family to depart on a whim. Nonetheless, she was determined to make an earnest effort, inspired by Chu Xi's counsel to head south and establish roots in the territory of Eastern Wu. This plan promised not only a comfortable life and commerce, but also the potential for maritime trade. Once they had earned their wages, the Zhen family could follow Chu Xi's guidance to locate Yizhou. Given the Zhen family's considerable resources, they could eventually employ others to settle in the area, planting the seeds for a prosperous future. With the advancement of technology, there was no reason to doubt that the Zhen family could establish a tranquil and affluent little nation. Suddenly, a system notification interrupted Chu Xi's leisurely conversation with his wife on the balcony, announcing the detection of 13,981 extraterrestrial entities within the Asian region, 11,235 of which resided within the borders of Huaxia. Incredible, Chu Xi exclaimed, astonished. His mind briefly clouded, but soon he found himself aware of the locations of all the alien beings. Upon further inspection, his eyes widened in disbelief. The nearest extraterrestrial was not just within proximity, but was located right in the city center of their coastal metropolis. 21 of them, in fact. Chapter 57. Is the Elder truly an extraterrestrial being? Shouldn't we go take a look? He thought, excitement bubbling within him as he stood up, pinpointing the nearest alien. He turned to his wife, Yi Ruodong, and said, "Darling, I'm stepping out for a bit, but I will return shortly." Yi Ruodong furrowed her brow and asked, "What is going on? It's so late to be going out." With a playful grin, Chu Xi replied, "Nothing major. Just stumbled upon something intriguing that I want to check out." He then leapt from the window, exclaiming, "Xianglong." Yi Ruodong approached the window, witnessing the entire spectacle of Chu Xi's transformation. As he jumped out, he faced her, waving cheerfully. She could see everything clearly. A faint blue dragon-like luminescence emanated from his chest, swiftly enveloping him in a torrent of shimmering aqua light, which cascaded over him in mere seconds. At last, like a figure clad in a water-blue bodysuit, Chu Xi unfurled a pair of wings behind her, ready to take flight with a single powerful beat. "Wait, darling," Yi Ruodong called out, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she grabbed her phone to capture the moment. "Let me snap a quick photo before you go." "Sure." Chu Xi cheerfully struck several cool poses midair, allowing Yi Ruodong to take a flurry of snapshots before she finally soared away, exclaiming, "I'm off, woo." Under the moonlight, Yi Ruodong gazed at Chu Xi's retreating figure, her heart brimming with affection. "Truly, I have snatched my little husband through my own prowess. He is undeniably handsome and charming," she mused. Blowing a kiss toward Chu Xi's vanishing silhouette, she returned to edit her social media post, selecting a limited audience for visibility, and published, "Look, behold. This is my destined one. Captured by virtue of both looks and capability. Are you not envious?" The individuals she chose to share this with were all prominent members of the four pillars of Huaxia, each possessing their own esteemed family backgrounds, including members from the Chu, Lin, and Shi families. As soon as the post was shared, a flurry of likes and comments flooded in. "Wow, Sister Tongtong, who is this? And he can fly? Is your destined one donning the armor from the movies? Tongtong, is this an official announcement? Who dares to claim someone from our four esteemed families? I must see if I can compete with him." Yi Ruodong, you returned without a word. Do tell us about your destined one. I want to witness him too. Shernanan from upstairs chimed in. "Is this how we treat our friendship? What about our alliance? Call us." The incessant requests for a call flooded in. As Yi Ruodong read the comments, particularly those from her former close friends, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. 6 months prior, she had resolutely chosen to go undercover, disregarding her family's counsel, and had not informed a soul of her departure. Consequently, during this time, Shernanan, Lin Xiaoxua, and Chu Lanyan had all been concerned for her well-being. With a bittersweet smile and slightly reddened eyes, Yi Ruodong finally decided to send her first message in the group dedicated to their large-chested competition. "Dear sisters, please forgive my abrupt departure. I am overjoyed to see you all alive, and I am back." Shernanan replied, "Don't cry. Come here. I missed you so much." Chu Lanyan added, "Seriously, are you even a woman? Why are you so impulsive like a man? Could you not consider our feelings? Oh, how I've missed you." Lin Xiaoxue remarked, "Mom asked me why I was crying while messaging, and I told her my dear friend has returned. I am so happy." "Sister Tongtong, where are you now? When can we meet? I long to embrace you." Yi Ruodong wiped her tears and, with a gentle touch, replied, "I'm sorry, my sisters, but I cannot surface just yet. It will be some time before I can return to Beijing." In Jinhai City, to the east of the Municipal Administration Building, lies the People's Park, a testament to the nation's emphasis on the bond between citizens and the government. Hence, the park was strategically constructed adjacent to the administrative building. In the park, the alien creature that Chu Xi had first set her sights on was leisurely wandering about. At first glance, this extraterrestrial being resembled an elderly gentleman. Under the glow of the lights, the man bore a benevolent smile, appearing to be in his 70s or 80s. However, he stood tall and walked with a certain vigor, defying the typical frailty associated with his age. In a state of invisibility, Chu Xi hovered above her target, furrowing her brow as she inquired, "Xianglong, please confirm with the satellite. Is this old gentleman truly an alien being? Ensure a rigorous examination. Verify thoroughly to avoid any wrongful accusations. Acting in haste could lead to complications. I have faith in your abilities. A little diligence can save a great deal of trouble. Let us commence." "Understood, Master." "I am currently verifying the target's information," replied Xianglong with remarkable efficiency. Within mere seconds, he provided an answer, "Master," after multiple confirmations via satellite scans. It has been established that the old man below is indeed an alien creature. His outward appearance is merely a guise. Upon finishing his statement, Xianglong projected a diagram of the old man's biological structure onto Chu Xi's holographic screen. The illustration revealed that the old man, while seemingly indistinguishable from an ordinary person, was actually host to a parasitic alien organism. This entity was enveloping the old man's heart, having formed a clever symbiosis contingent upon the continued health of its host. As long as the elderly gentleman lived, so too would the alien. Moreover, should the old man ultimately succumb to the ravages of time, the creature could evade demise by seeking out a younger host before the old man's passing, thereby ensuring its survival for another century or so. This cycle could repeat indefinitely, allowing the being to achieve a form of immortality despite its inability to reproduce. The concept bore striking similarities to the final form of exoskeletal prosthetics. Yet, confronted with this astonishing discovery, Chu Xi refrained from hastily exposing or apprehending the creature. Instead, she opted to have Xianglong contact the leader of the Qianlong team, Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng had already concluded his day's work and returned home, fully engrossed in supervising his child's homework. It must be said, the antics of a mischievous child can be utterly exasperating. Lin Feng felt his blood pressure nearing its limits, as he feared the possibility of a stroke from sheer frustration. In stark contrast, his eldest daughter, Lin Xiaoxue, was a model of sweetness and charm, akin to a comforting embrace. Whenever it was time for assignments, the troublesome Lin Hao would lament and groan, as though homework were the most arduous task imaginable. Yet, the moment he picked up his phone, whether battling a formidable boss in a game or solving intricate puzzles, nothing seemed to pose a challenge for him. To complicate matters further, a parent-teacher meeting was scheduled for the following day, and Lin Feng had mentally prepared himself for the inevitable reprimands. As the phone rang, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief and walked over to answer the call. Upon witnessing the departure of the old Deng from his home, the mischievous Lin Hao let out a sigh of relief, expressing his sense of relief. As the phone connected, Chu Xi took the initiative to speak. "Uncle Lin, this is Xiao Chu from Jinhai City." Lin Feng, taken aback, inquired, "Oh, it's you, Xiao Chu. Your sudden call must pertain to some urgent matter, correct?" Chu Xi promptly got to the point. "Indeed, Uncle Lin. I wish to inquire if our Qianlong group has any organization responsible for the inspection of extraterrestrial beings, or perhaps a department that oversees individuals with extraordinary abilities. Is there a possibility that someone might investigate me in the near future?" Lin Feng, momentarily stunned into silence, exhaled deeply. "I never anticipated you would raise such a question. However, since you have brought it up, allow me to provide you with an answer. Firstly, regarding the oversight of extraterrestrial entities, our nation established a monitoring department long ago, initially named the Extraterrestrial Surveillance Division. It has evolved over time and now falls under the auspices of our Qianlong group, rebranded as Division 230. The significance of 230 is quite straightforward. It refers to the lunar calendar's second month, which will never witness the arrival of a 30th day. Should such a day occur, it would invariably indicate the presence of extraterrestrial life. As for the department responsible for monitoring individuals with special abilities, it also exists, formerly known as the Spiritual Energy Division. It now operates under the name 111. The reasoning is similarly simple. Since the Extraterrestrial Surveillance Division occupies February, they have claimed January 11th. As for you, the chief executive has already stated that everyone possesses their secrets. In comparison to your secrets, the contributions you have made for our country recently are substantial enough to render them negligible. We cannot engage in actions that exploit others for our gain." After another deep breath, Lin Feng cautiously asked, "Xiao Chu, your sudden inquiries. Have you encountered something unusual?" "Indeed," Chu Xi replied without preamble. "I have discovered an extraterrestrial entity, which prompted my questions regarding the legality and registration of such beings within our nation." Lin Feng's mind raced with realization. "Ah, so that is the reason for your sudden inquiry. Where are you located? What type of alien have you observed?" Chu Xi looked down and began to describe. "I spotted it right here in Jinhai City. The creature appears to be a parasitic extraterrestrial. When I first detected it, it was residing atop an elderly man's heart. It seems they have established a symbiotic relationship where the well-being of one depends on the other." Lin Feng furrowed his brow in contemplation. Jinhai City, parasitic elderly man, symbiosis. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Lin Feng grasped something, his expression one of shock. "But Xiao Chu, Since the target extraterrestrial is a parasite, how did you come to discover it? With a proud smile, Chu Xi replied, "You may review the satellite data I submitted. Recently, I utilized satellite technology to probe the Asian region for the presence of extraterrestrial beings. The results just came in, enabling me to pinpoint the exact location of the extraterrestrial." Lin Feng was taken aback. "Is it true? The satellite you deployed is that powerful?" To his astonishment, it was indeed possible to scan terrestrial organisms and identify extraterrestrial beings. Regardless of Lin Feng's surprise, Chu Xi chuckled lightly, stating, "Since there are relevant authorities, I shall take my leave. Should this individual remain unregistered, I shall send you his photograph shortly." With that, Chu Xi hung up, leaving Lin Feng with no chance to respond. Such audacity. Chu Xi departed. Meanwhile, an elderly gentleman strolling below suddenly felt a chill at his neck, pondering the odd sensation as if he were being scrutinized by something unclean. Lin Feng stared at his phone in a daze for a few seconds before abruptly turning and rushing into his bedroom. He proceeded directly to the bed, 3 meters wide and 2 meters long, lifting the right side of the mattress and bedboard, revealing a passage leading downward. Without hesitation, he descended, and the bedboard slowly closed above him. This concealed space was, in fact, a secret chamber. Within this chamber were some of Lin Feng's equipment, combat attire, exercise apparatus, and an enormous display screen, accompanied by a powerful computer system. He swiftly took his seat at the computer, maneuvering the mouse to click on the satellite icon displayed on the large screen. After inputting a series of complex codes, he finally gained access to the satellite. Following Chu Xi's instructions, Lin Feng opened the operation log option and immediately beheld the scanning task that Chu Xi had mentioned. Shaking off his apprehension, Lin Feng nervously clicked on the scanning results, revealing a multitude of red dots densely scattered across the map of Asia. Over 10,000. Lin Feng gasped, raising his hands to grasp his hair in disbelief. How could there be so many? This is more than double the number recorded in 230. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Feng hastily seized the phone marked 230 from his desk and dialed rapidly. "This is chaos." Lin Feng's lips turned pale with anxiety. Within the borders of Huaxiao alone, there were over 10,000 extraterrestrial beings. What were their intentions? Did they harbor an unyielding desire to undermine Huaxiao? In Haisha City, Chu Xi initially intended to return home directly. However, much to his perplexity, on his flight back, a figure suddenly zipped past him on his left. Xianglong promptly tracked the trajectory of this individual, even capturing the chives lodged between his teeth. The man appeared to be in his 30s, clad in a black short-sleeved shirt and black trousers, with a disheveled hairstyle. Moreover, Xianglong zoomed in on the ID badge affixed to the man's black shirt, displaying it prominently for Chu Xi. 111? Upon glimpsing the 3 digits on the badge, Chu Xi came to an abrupt halt, pivoting to pursue. What could 111 signify? He had only recently heard of it. Now, encountering someone from the Flying 111 department, he could not resist the urge to follow and observe. Whether in ancient times or the present, curiosity runs deep in the bones of the Huaxia people. Not having flown far, Chu Xi quickly discerned the destination of his quarry. Not far ahead, flames were shooting into the sky. To the north of the coastal city lies the development zone, where Chu Xi glanced around, uncertain of what factory it was. The middle-aged man flew straight towards the direction of the distress calls. Chu Xi followed, commanding, "Xianglong, scan the source of the sound and locate the survivors." "Understood, Master," Xianglong replied promptly, initiating a scan of the burning factory below. Chapter 59, Missing My Wife. Boom. Suddenly, a large tank to the right erupted in an explosion. Chu Xi's expression turned grave as he cast a worried glance in that direction. Why? Because there were 3 more large tanks in that vicinity. If those tanks were to explode, the lives of everyone within the factory would be in grave peril. "Master, the scan is complete. A total of 7 locations have been identified. Based on the current analysis, the most dangerous area is here." Xianglong's voice echoed as he projected an image before Chu Xi's eyes. Chu Xi surveyed the scene, his gaze shifting to the indicated direction where 2 figures were turning valves amid the intense heat of the flames. Truly brave souls. Chu Xi praised silently before darting towards them. With a swift motion, he landed behind the 2 individuals, deactivating his cloaking and inquiring, "This place is perilous. Why aren't you fleeing?" The 2 valve turners were startled by his voice, turning back in shock. "Goodness, a ghost!" they exclaimed, their earlier bravado dissipating as they turned to flee. Chu Xi, quick on his feet, seized the slightly plump man on the left, asking, "Why are you running? I am human, not a ghost. Quickly, tell me what you are doing." The man gulped nervously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he replied, "We are closing the valves. If we can shut them, we can prevent the other 3 tanks from exploding." Releasing his grip, Chu Xi stood before the valve and urged loudly, "Just tell me which way to turn, and you must leave here at once. I am clad in advanced personal combat armor. I am not afraid of explosions." Encouraged, the plump man raised his hand to gesture, "Turn right. Keep turning until at 1T turn anymore." "Okay." Chu Xi raised his hand and began to rotate the valve, calling out, "Stop dawdling. You must leave now." "Understood." The plump man replied, watching Chu Xi turn the valve twice before he felt reassured and sprinted away. Meanwhile, Shenmu had just rescued several individuals when he suddenly heard the sound of an explosion, his demeanor shifting from calm to urgent. "Quickly, everyone evacuate," Shenmu shouted, urging them onward. The flames spread with alarming speed, fueled by the flammable materials within the factory. Even as the fire suppression systems activated, the cascading water failed to extinguish the raging inferno. At that moment, fire engines and security vehicles, sirens blaring, approached from a distance. Shenmu glanced towards the source of the sound, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "Where's the person in charge? Don't just think of yourselves. Come and help organize the evacuation." A middle-aged woman rushed over, declaring, "I am the supervisor for tonight. Allow me to organize the evacuation." Shenmu nodded in acknowledgement and promptly soared into the air, heading towards the giant vat. Beneath the vat, Chu Xi had successfully closed one valve and was swiftly attending to the second. "Master, someone is approaching. It is that flying individual from before." The alert from Xiang Long suddenly echoed. Chu Xi activated his stealth mode once more, yet his hands did not cease their rotation of the valve. As Shenmu flew closer, he noticed no one in the vicinity and failed to perceive the inconspicuous valve turning under his very nose. He scanned the area for any victims before departing with a sense of relief. Ding. Event triggered. Choose one. It's about to explode. Run. Perhaps more lives can be saved. Reward. An intelligent robotic maid. Ding. Choose 2. Do not remain passive. Take the initiative and extinguish the flames before you. Reward. A pair of safety-rated 5-star undergarments. Ding. Choose 3. No more pretense. I shall reveal my true self and extinguish all flames with overwhelming force. Reward. 20 information points and related materials, interpreted as a headset. The system's prompt rang out. With a frown and a brief contemplation, Chu Xi resolved to select the third option. What use were 5-star undergarments? He preferred to extinguish the entire conflagration rather than merely the flames in front of him. System, I choose 3. No more pretense. I reveal my true identity as a cultivator. With a mere thought, Chu Xi expanded his spatial domain, enveloping all the burning areas. As he focused his intent, the air within his spatial realm was instantly siphoned away. Devoid of air, regardless of the flame's origin, they were all extinguished in an instant. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 20 information points, now stored in the system space. Relevant materials are beginning to merge. Merging complete. It was as simple as that. As the system provided the reward, the flames throughout the factory were extinguished in an instant. Shenmu looked down in bewilderment, scratching his head in confusion. What just happened? How could all the flames vanish so suddenly? Could it be that a hidden fire element adept has come to our aid? As he pondered, Shenmu increasingly felt his conjecture was indeed correct. Subsequently, security and fire trucks arrived in succession. Even though the fire had been extinguished, they rushed into the factory to inspect and eliminate any hidden fire hazards. It was only sensible to ensure that all potential dangers were addressed. Witnessing the influx of personnel, Chu Xi decided to return home. He had gleaned all the answers he sought and, moreover, found himself yearning for his wife. The following morning, news of the inferno at a chemical plant near Haishur City unsurprisingly dominated the headlines. 2 men, one portly and the other slender, appeared before the camera, expressing their agitation. However, Chu Xi had no time to concern himself with such matters. Early in the morning, he rose from his slumber and hastily made his way to a secluded spot by the small lake at Jinhai University to commence his cultivation. The reward chosen during his last session had bestowed upon him 500,000 tons of ethereal energy. Previously, he had utilized 300,000 tons to break through his cultivation and condense the wood spirit general, leaving him with a remaining 200,000 tons. which he intended to use for the manifestation of other spirit generals. With the immense reservoir of spiritual energy at his disposal, he swiftly began to absorb the mist rising from the lake at dawn. In approximately 40 minutes, the second spirit general materialized within his spiritual abode. Concurrently, as his cultivation advanced, the wood spirit general successfully awakened its spirit. The once ethereal form of the spirit general became significantly more solid than before. The wood spirit general blinked, still grappling with its nascent consciousness, struggling to comprehend the nature of the world outside. After an astonished tour of the spiritual realm, it finally stood before the formidable mountain-level armor, gazing up in awe. Ignoring the newly awakened wood spirit general, his primary focus was on solidifying the water spirit general. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps drew nearer, a sound that the perceptive Chu Xi quickly detected. However, he did not feel undue urgency, for he had deliberately chosen this location for its high degree of secrecy. It was unlikely that he would be discovered unless someone had been watching him enter. Chapter 60. Yin Huang No. 1 on standby. The footsteps approached, finally halting beside a roadside trash bin. It turned out to be a janitor from the campus, arriving early in the morning to tend to the bins. She routinely came around 4 or 5 in the morning to collect the refuse. After replacing the trash bag, she departed without casting a glance in Chu Xi's direction. Not long after the janitor's departure, Chu Xi's phone suddenly emitted an alarm. Furrowing his brow, he glanced at the screen, which was inundated with red warning alerts. An earthquake wave is expected to reach Jinhai City in 30 seconds. The epicenter is in Shenyang City, with a warning magnitude of 7.0 times 0525. 70. Chu Xi gasped in astonishment, promptly abandoning his cultivation to stand up. Boom. In a matter of moments, the seismic wave arrived, causing the ground beneath him to tremble slightly. Even at this distance, the tremors were palpable, indicating that something significant was occurring nearby. A heavy feeling settled in his heart as he recalled the Wenchuan earthquake from his past life, prompting him to dash home. Indeed, as he reached home, he found Yi Ruodong already awakened by the tremors. She had hurriedly risen after hearing the phone alert, having initially sought refuge by her bedside until the quake subsided, ensuring her safety before getting up. Honey. Seeing Chu Xi return with a tense expression, Yi Ruodong rushed towards him, collapsing into his embrace. I was so scared. I thought I would never see you again. As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes, despite having held them back just moments before. Chu Xi gently patted her back, offering comfort. It's all right. The epicenter is in Shenyang, Chuzhou, which is quite distant from us. However, a warning of level 70 could spell disaster for that area. Yi Ruodong nodded in Chu Xi's embrace. Indeed, I also considered that if the epicenter were in the urban district, the buildings there are designed to withstand level 80 tremors. But if it occurs in a mountainous village, the situation could become dire. After speaking, Yi Ruodong released her hold, her expression filled with concern as she gazed at Chu Xi. Ding! A natural event has triggered options. Option 1. Stay home to comfort Yi Ruodong. Reward: Qingming Spirit Eye. Option 2. Go online to watch the live broadcast. Leave messages of support for the affected people. Reward: Arm. Left. Option 3. Head to the disaster area to provide assistance at all costs. Reward: Super Graphene Battery and related materials. Upon hearing the sudden system notification, Chu Xi felt no surprise. Often, the system would trigger tasks over trivial matters. Given the magnitude of this disaster, it would indeed be peculiar if no task were to arise. Let us check the news first. She kissed Yi Ruodong on the forehead, took her hand, and led her to the living room, where she turned on the television. System: if I were still the person I was before crossing over, I would undoubtedly choose option 2, just like many ordinary citizens, for I would have no ability to go there or participate in the rescue. But now it's different. Having you means I possess infinite possibilities. Therefore, I choose option 3. It is essential, as she made her choice in her heart. The television connected to the network and powered on. Indeed, just as Chu Xi tuned in to Chuzhou Satellite TV, the current affairs news broadcast was already live. It was 5:30 in the morning. 5 minutes prior, a tremor of level 70 had struck Shenyang City. Now, let us connect with our correspondent in Shenyang City, the host announced. As the host spoke, the screen divided into two. On the left was the studio, and on the right, the local situation in Shenyang City. After establishing contact with the provincial station, a short-haired woman with a disheveled hairstyle and a sharp appearance appeared on screen. Hello, host, and dear viewers. We are currently on the streets of Shenyang City. As we can see, following a severe earthquake, not only have cracks appeared on the road, but even the walls of the shops along the street have developed fissures. However, according to the Earthquake Bureau's detection, Shenyang City is not the epicenter. The epicenter is located in the northwestern part of Shenyang City, in Zhoushan County. That area is partly situated in the mountains. As we continue at this point, the left side of the studio screen transitioned to a satellite map. A flashing red dot appeared to the left of Zhoushan County, northwest of Shenyang City. As the on-site reporter narrated, the map zoomed in, ultimately focusing on Xishan Town, located to the west of Zhoushan County. This area predominantly consists of mountainous villages, and with the occurrence of the earthquake, it is likely that roads will be cut off, making subsequent rescue efforts exceedingly challenging. I must go and see. Chu Xi held Yi Ruodong's hand, his expression filled with concern as he gazed at her. My dear, please wait for me at home. When school starts, do not forget to help me request a leave of absence. Yi Ruodong nodded, leaning in to plant a kiss on her little husband. All right. You must take care of yourself. I will be waiting for you at home. I feel so fortunate to have such a caring husband who worries for the nation and its people. Chu Xi returned the kiss, rising to his feet and apologetically waving his hand. I'm sorry, my love. I didn't bring you breakfast on my way back. Please make something for yourself later. I'm off. After a final embrace with Yi Ruodong, Chu Xi turned and leaped out of the window. In a mere 2 seconds, his battle armor was fully equipped. He turned back, waved goodbye, and his wings unfurled as he soared away. In the capital, an urgent video conference convened at the residence of the chief executive. The chief executive, observing several key figures on the screen, inquired, "What is the current situation on the ground?" The provincial executive of Chu province wore a grim expression and shook his head. Chief executive, things do not look optimistic here. I have already contacted the county executive of Zhoushan County. He is on his way to Xishan Town. We have lost communication with that area and have not received timely updates on the situation. Naval Commander Chen Binkong raised his hand to speak. Chief Executive, the Yanhua No. 1 is on standby. Although Yanhua No. 1 is a true airborne aircraft carrier, it is still classified under my Navy and does not belong to the Air Force. The Chief Executive nodded and turned his attention to Shi Kaishan of Longwang. Old Shi immediately used the signal from Shenlong No. 1 to cover Xishan Town. I want to see the satellite imagery of the scene as soon as possible. Shi Kaishan saluted. Understood. Shenlong No. 1 is ready. Switching to video now. As he spoke, the video conference displayed an additional screen. It was the live feed from the Shenlong No. 1 satellite capturing the situation in Xishan Town. Chapter 61. I apologize, everyone. I shall graciously accept. The chief executive's eyes widened in terror. Is this an aftershock? Jin Buhuan, immediately deploy the station troops near Shanyang for support. Chen Binkong, prepare resources on your end as well. We can no longer hide. We must ready the Yanhua No. 1 for takeoff. Rescue supplies cannot wait. Yes, yes. Both Naval Commander Chen Binkong and Army Commander Jin Buhuan acknowledged and promptly exited the video conference to make arrangements. Just as the chief executive was about to speak again, a signal request for connection suddenly rang out. Shi Kaishan, as the group leader, quickly glanced at the notification, then turned to the screen with a look of delight. Chief Executive, it's Little Chu. He must have seen the earthquake alert and is now requesting to join. The chief executive nodded. Let him in quickly. I have a feeling he has some valuable insights to share at this critical moment. Shi Kaishan nodded and clicked to accept the connection. Chu Xi was en route to Xishan Town, and on a whim, he glanced at the app he had downloaded earlier. Thus, they beheld the already established video conference room. And on a whim, they decided to click in. The screen flickered, revealing an aerial view, though devoid of any figures. Suddenly, the voice of Chu Xi resonated. Esteemed Chief Executive, Chief Officer, and all respected uncles, greetings, I am Chu Xi. The Chief Executive managed to smile and nodded. Ah. Little Chu, your timely connection suggests you have something to convey. Chu Xi promptly inquired. I am en route to Shanyang and noticed this video conference. So I wanted to ask if there are any challenges anticipated in the forthcoming rescue efforts. If so, please do not hesitate to voice them. I shall see if I can assist in saving lives. Lu Chengming's eyes brightened, yet he remained silent, pondering. Given the tone of this young fellow, he must have concocted something remarkable. The chief executive and chief officer also refrained from speaking, gesturing for Chu Xi to continue. The provincial governor of Chu spoke up. The area around Xishan Town in Shanyang is predominantly mountainous. After the earthquake, the roads will undoubtedly be severed. As such, The chief executive has already ordered the Chu provincial military to proceed with rescue efforts, while the aircraft carrier Yin Huang No. 1 will also transport supplies. Thus, the most pressing challenge lies in the difficulty of the ground rescue teams reaching the affected area. Upon hearing this, Chu Xi declared a statement that left everyone astounded. Understood. I shall take on the issue of ground rescue difficulties. Shortly, I will pilot the mountain-class mech to clear the way. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Moments later, Lu Qingming was the first to react. I knew this young lad must possess some new treasure to reach out to us. He added, Little Chu, I was right about you. When the nation is in peril, you truly step up and bring forth valuable aid. Upon hearing this, the others began to nod in agreement. Praising, old Lu is correct. When there is a matter at hand, Little Chu is indeed proactive. Little Chu, when did you acquire this mountain-class mech? A mech? Did I hear that correctly? A mech. Little Chu, do show us. Chu Xi promptly declined. Now is not the time to showcase it. I have yet to reach my destination. This mech, known as the mountain class, should evoke certain associations. It is not designed for flight, but is rather suited for mountainous combat. General Jin Buhuan of the army, upon hearing this, laughed with excitement. Mountainous combat? That is indeed a treasure for our army. My apologies, everyone, but I shall gladly accept. Little Chu, do you possess comprehensive research documentation? Shall we discuss it privately with old Lu later? Chu Xi cheerfully agreed. Certainly, no problem. Since the matters have been addressed, I shall now take my leave and accelerate my journey. Ding! Chu Xi exited the group chat. Without waiting for others to respond, Chu Xi exited the chat. The gazes of the attendees then shifted towards the imagery of Xishan Town. If Chu Xi truly intends to travel to Xishan Town, then the satellite should undoubtedly capture his figure at the earliest opportunity. Thus, a brief silence enveloped the video conference room. Everyone began to busily exit, simultaneously awaiting Chu Xi's arrival in Xishan Town. They were headed to convene in the Central Grand Conference Room for an in-person meeting. In Chu Province, Zhujiang City, Zhushan County. Within Xishan Town, a sudden earthquake had obliterated nearly half of the buildings. In the streets, cries for help intermittently pierced the air. Some fortunate night owls had escaped to the streets, and upon hearing the calls for assistance, they hurried towards the sound. They had just been reveling in their luck, never anticipating that their all-nighter gaming session would enable them to hastily flee to safety at the very moment the warning sounded. Mom. Rin Yuhao gazed around in bewilderment when he suddenly heard a girl's cries, instantly turning his attention in that direction. It was from the home of Uncle Fong, across the alley from theirs, where the two families maintained a relatively amicable relationship. Covered in dust and grime, Rin Yuhao was indeed one among the multitude of night owls. At the first sound of the earthquake warning, he had dashed out of his bedroom, rushed into his parents' room, and pulled them towards the yard. Thus, they now stood in their courtyard, bewildered, gazing at the scene of their house's collapse. Dad! Rin Yuhao turned to his father. In the haste of their escape, his father had emerged wearing only a pair of shorts, having not even had time to put on shoes. You go help. Rin Guodao waved his hand with a pained expression. Your mother and I will sift through the rubble. Although our house has collapsed, the large cabinet remains intact. Rin Yuhao nodded and immediately turned to run towards the source of the cries, shouting to those around. Is anyone else out? Come quickly to help. Feng Dong, hurry up. I know you're fine. Just moments ago, they had been playing in a duo. As his words fell, a voice responded from the east yard. I'm here. You go ahead. I'll be right there. I ran a bit slowly and got injured, but I'll join you after I take care of it. Without further ado, Rin Yuhao found himself in the girl's yard. All the courtyard walls of the single-story houses had collapsed, allowing him unobstructed access. Mom, the girl, Hyumeng, continued to cry out, which fortuitously provided Rin Yuhao with a clear direction. Within her yard, he located a rake and a shovel, hastening to the front of the collapsed bedroom to commence his urgent rescue efforts. Chapter 62. Stand back. I'm about to show off. At the very first sound of the earthquake warning, he had merely stood in shock for 2 seconds, glanced at his phone, and then, with a surge of panic, dashed out of his bedroom and into his parents' room, fervently pulling them towards the yard. Thus, they now sat in the courtyard, bewildered, watching the collapse of their home. Mom. Suddenly, he heard a girl's cries and turned to look. It was from Uncle Fong's house across the alley, where their families generally maintained a good rapport. Dad. Rin Yuhao gazed at his elderly father. In his haste to escape, Rin Yuhao's father had emerged clad only in his undergarments, having not even donned his shoes. Fortunately, he had refrained from presenting his daily offerings to his mother the night prior. Otherwise, he would have dashed out entirely unadorned. You should go lend a hand, Rin Guada said with a bitter smile, waving his hand dismissively. Your mother and I will sift through the rubble. Although our house has collapsed, the wardrobe remains intact. It would be rather indecorous for us to venture out like this. Indeed, Rin Yuhao nodded, swiftly turning to run in the direction of the cries for help. He called out to those nearby. Is anyone else escaping? Come quickly to assist. Feng Dong, hurry. I know you're unscathed. We were just playing doubles. When the earthquake struck, I was the one who alerted you. As his voice faded, a response came from the eastern yard. I'm here. You go ahead. I'll be right there. I'm a bit slow and have sustained minor injuries, but I'll join you shortly. Rin Yuhao said nothing further, for he had already arrived at the girl's home. The walls of all the single-story houses had crumbled, allowing him unobstructed access. Mother! The girl, He Yameng, continued to wail, her cries guiding Rin Yuhao toward her. In the yard, he found a rake and a shovel, hastening to the collapsed bedroom to commence his urgent rescue efforts. The situation unfolded relentlessly, with aftershocks persisting. Chu Xi soared toward Xishan town at a speed that breached the sound barrier. Upon entering the territory of Zhushan County, he hastily reduced his velocity, navigating the mountain road leading to Xishan town. On this occasion, he had not concealed his presence, and as he slowed, the Central Command promptly detected him via satellite. His intention was to assess the damaged routes before deploying his mech for cleanup. During his approach, Chu Xi observed a formidable convoy of various vehicles originating from Shouyong City and Zhushan County. Among them were fire brigade units, public security forces, local military personnel, and medical organizations. Following closely were numerous civilian rescue teams. Their response time rivaled that of the fire brigade, as many among them were veterans. China boasts a substantial population of retired servicemen, and when disasters strike, they spring into action. Once they identified the most severely affected areas, they communicated with their respective rescue groups, confirming their destinations before setting off without delay. Chu Xi had been airborne for approximately 20 minutes, a sufficiently swift journey. Yet, upon reaching the first devastated stretch of road, he encountered several rescue teams that had arrived even faster. This particular team hailed from Zhushan County and was part of a nationwide rescue organization. The camera zoomed in, revealing the name of the rescue team emblazoned on the vehicle, Blue Sky Rescue Team. Upon seeing this name, a wave of nostalgia washed over Chu Xi, reminding him of the rescue teams from his past life on Earth. Unexpectedly, I have traversed into another world, where this rescue team bears the name Blue Sky. Hurry, let us expedite our efforts. Regardless of when the army arrives, we must clear as much of the road as possible. Let us rally, brothers. The current soldiers are our juniors. Let them witness the strength of their esteemed predecessors. Ahead of the convoy, a diverse group of men, varying in appearance, united as one, shouted loudly, pushing and prying to move the obstructing stones. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground. Everyone, be cautious. Aftershocks are upon us. Take cover. Beware of falling rocks. The leaders immediately issued loud warnings. Yet, despite their efforts, several individuals gazed in horror at the mountainside. A few colossal boulders rolled and bounced toward them with alarming speed. They realized they had no chance to evade the impending disaster, nor did they know how to escape. Even if they sought refuge behind their vehicles, the rocks would obliterate the cars, and they would suffer the same fate. The tumbling boulders descended in an erratic manner, and no one could predict whether they would land to the left or right. In such dire circumstances, they dared not gamble on the whims of fortune. At that moment, Chu Xi observed the scene and swiftly flew into action, delivering a powerful kick to one of the boulders. This is bad. How could this happen now? Meanwhile, the individuals in the video conference room anxiously watched the unfolding drama. With a resounding thud, the force of Chu Xi's kick, augmented by the mech's power, sent the boulder crashing onto the collapsed road ahead, sparing anyone from harm. That was close. Indeed, it was fortunate that little Chu arrived just in time, allowing the High Commissioner and others to exhale with relief. The rescue team members, who had narrowly escaped death, stared at Chu Xi in astonishment. One person, unable to believe his eyes, rubbed them and exclaimed, I remember now. I saw a video of him. He is the blue elf from Nearshore University who saved lives not long ago. The crowd perked up at this revelation. So it was him. I also stumbled upon that video. At first, I thought it was special effects. I was mistaken. So was I? Esteemed one, thank you for saving our lives. Thank you. Chu Xi, however, had no time to acknowledge their gratitude, as he was still preoccupied with clearing the fallen stones to protect the rescue team below. Internally, he silently berated them. What a bunch of idiots. I'm here risking my life to save you, and you can't even move to a safe area? Still thanking me? Do I really need your few words of thanks? This is truly ridiculous. After several minutes of toil, all the large stones posing a threat to those below were kicked aside by Chu Xi. Sighing in relief, he cast a discontented glance at those below as he heard the distant sound of approaching vehicles. The fire engines, police vehicles, military trucks, and ambulances from Zhoushan County are nearing. Stand back. I'm about to showcase my prowess. Chu Xi shouted downwards, then soared towards the road ahead. Chapter 63. No regrets in embracing Huaxia. What? Wasn't he just showing off? And now he's just getting started? The crowd gazed in bewilderment. The next moment unfolded with such astonishment that every observer's eyes widened and jaws dropped. Upon reaching the deserted stretch of road, Chu Xi swiftly retrieved the mountain-class battle armor. Towering at an impressive 10 meters, it resembled a small mountain, landing with an overwhelming presence that shook the ground. The exterior of the mountain-class battle armor was adorned with rugged camouflage, its angular form resembling a powerful tripod. Equipped on both shoulders were several grappling claws, breaching hammers, and oversized drills, all ready for immediate use once detached. Master, do you wish to connect to the mech? Affirmative. Connection received. Initiating link. Connection complete. Master, you may enter the mech now. Upon hearing Xianglong's prompt, Chu Xi commanded the opening of the hatch via network connection. With a hiss, the mech's head section revealed an entrance. Chu Xi flew inside, and at the same moment, the armor retracted back to his chest. Without the armor, Chu Xi instantly felt immersed in a soft, yielding space within the liquid mech control room. The mech operator, upon entry, felt as if floating in midair, entering a semi-sleep state. This liquid sensory medium provided absolute safety while integrating with the operator's nervous system. Once the hatch closed, within a mere 5 seconds, Chu Xi successfully established a connection with the mech. The sensation was extraordinary. As soon as the neural link was formed, Chu Xi perceived the entire mech as an extension of his own body. His vision transformed into a holographic display, with every image shifting in alignment with his gaze and head movements. Lowering his head and raising his hand to form a fist, the massive mech's arm mirrored his actions without the slightest delay. Chu Xi turned to the stunned rescue team. All right, step back. This is my moment to shine. The task of clearing the road is now mine. You all must prioritize your safety. In the event of aftershocks, please halt immediately and wait. I will ensure your protection. His melodious voice resonated through the mech's speakers, instantly rousing everyone from their stupor. This is a mech. Incredible. Huaxia is amazing. When did our country acquire such technology? Who would have thought? This definitely needs to be recorded. Record? Huh, you're too naive. I've already begun live streaming. Amidst the chatter, Chu Xi commenced maneuvering the mech to clear the roadway. With a mere sweep of his hand across the ground, the obstructive rocks were effortlessly brushed aside as if they were mere sunflower seed husks upon a table, rolling down the mountainside with ease. With just a few swift strokes, the path was immediately cleared. In the video conference room of the capital, old Lu couldn't contain his astonishment and exclaimed, "Wow, this is absolutely incredible." The Supreme Commander and others were equally stunned, staring at the screen in speechless awe. The local governor of Zhoushan County, having arrived at the scene, trembled with excitement just like the others. To rescue those in need, the nation had even deployed its secretly developed mechs. In that moment, a collective thought surged through everyone's minds. I have no regrets coming to China. In my next life, I wish to be a Chinese person. Many were moved to tears. Boom, boom, boom. After clearing the road, Chu Xi turned and called out once more, "Keep up." "Yes, understood. Get in the vehicles." Laughter erupted among the rescue team as they swiftly boarded their vehicles. However, Chu Xi's mountain-class mech did not follow the road but instead ascended the nearby hillside, moving forward with the steady gait of a seasoned beast. Any potential boulders in its path were effortlessly lifted and tossed into the ravine. Thus, under Chu Xi's guidance, the previously obstructed mountain road was cleared. The convoy successfully entered Zhoushan town, quickly dispersing to various areas to rescue individuals. "Dogs, come." Chu Xi shouted at the entrance of Zhoushan town through a megaphone. "Dogs, what is the boss planning? Who knows? Let's hurry and save people. The video is done. It's time to get serious." The signal vehicles also arrived, and soon, the network here should be restored. The primary concern was electricity. No. The focus isn't on Xishan Town. It's on the epicenter, the mountain village. Blue Sky Team 1 and 2, continue forward. The others remain to assist with the rescue. Got it. Understood. No problem, leave it to us. You all stay safe. Amidst the shouts, 2 teams from the Blue Sky Rescue Team diverged from the main group, heading towards the mountain village. Woof, woof. Just then, the sounds of barking echoed from all directions in Xishan Town. Before long, dozens of dogs of various sizes and breeds approached the towering mech and laid down in submission. Chu Xi, controlling the mech, crouched down and addressed the dogs. The disaster caused by the earthquake is too severe. It is time for you to step up. From this moment on, you are to use your keen sense of smell and hearing to assist in rescuing those in need. After speaking, Chu Xi raised the mech's arm and retrieved several bags of premium dog food from storage, placing them before the dogs. Before you set out, make sure to fill your bellies. With a slight squeeze of its fingers, the bags of dog food burst open. All right, everyone, no need to rush. Come forward in an orderly manner and eat. Once you're full, go immediately to rescue. Understood. In a flurry of barks, several elder dogs stepped forward to maintain order. They held significant sway in Xishan Town, and their words carried weight, prompting the other dogs to approach in an orderly manner and feast heartily. With her duties fulfilled, Chu Xi departed, heading toward the mountainous village at the epicenter. At the town's exit, the convoys of the Blue Sky Rescue Team, military, security forces, and fire brigade stood still, having forged a tacit understanding along their journey. They had adjusted their walkie-talkies to the same frequency for streamlined management and calls for aid. Soon, the familiar thudding of mechanized footsteps approached. It was Chu Xi arriving from the roadside. Despite the earthquake, she was determined to avoid further destruction caused by the mecha's passage. Chapter 64. Do I still care about these matters? Pressing onward, Chu Xi's strides remained unbroken as she surged past the convoy, confronting the road leading to the village, which had suffered severe blockages from fallen rocks. A section had even collapsed entirely, rendering it impassable. Clearing and repairing it by mere human effort would take not just a day, but likely 2 or 3 to accomplish. However, to Chu Xi, this was hardly a concern. The formidable mountain-class mecha was not only adept at mountainous warfare, but also possessed exceptional auxiliary capabilities. Clearing a path through the mountains was akin to child's play for her. Behold my relentless advance, she proclaimed, drawing a firearm from her waist, tilting the barrel, and charging forward with a thunderous shout. The rocks obstructing the path crumbled before her, effortlessly swept aside by the angled tip of her gun, clearing a passage to the other side of the mountains. Impressive, exclaimed the captain of the Blue Sky Rescue Team, giving a thumbs up before hastily knocking on the vehicle door and seizing the walkie-talkie to shout, "Attention behind. Time waits for no one. Follow the lead and rush toward the village." Received. Understood. The rescue teams responded with urgency, allowing the military and fire brigade vehicles to pass first. Understood, leader. After a brief exchange, the convoy swiftly followed. Chu Xi advanced at a remarkable pace. The 10-meter-tall mecha ran with strides spanning several meters. Strikingly, when such a towering machine moved, one would expect the earth to tremble. Yet, the mountain-class mecha, thanks to its advanced shock absorption, produced only a subtle vibration beneath its feet, causing little commotion. Along the way, Chu Xi encountered the fractured roadway. Without hesitation, she drew a massive cleaver from her side and plunged it forcefully into the break. With a sharp crack, the several-meter-wide blade embedded itself deep into the mountainside. The knife's edge aligned perfectly with the broken section of the road. For added security, she pried several large stones from the mountainside and wedged them beneath the blade as makeshift supports. Task accomplished. Releasing her hand, Chu Xi wielded the mech forward. We are racing against time, competing with the inexorable forces of fate. We cannot pause. We must press onward. A chorus of soldiers at the forefront responded with a unified shout as the convoy continued to trail behind Chu Xi. After a span of 10 minutes, the convoy finally broke through the last stretch of road and ventured into the village. The village, known as Shrug Village, comprised 315 households with over 1,000 inhabitants. The earthquake struck in the early hours, around 5 o'clock, while most villagers remained in slumber. Only a few young individuals, who had their mobile devices activated for earthquake alerts, were aware of the impending disaster, as the elderly predominantly used outdated phones lacking such features. Consequently, The sudden quake claimed the lives of nearly 700 villagers, leaving their fates uncertain. From her elevated position, Chu Xi surveyed the scene, and her heart sank at the sight of devastation. The village appeared almost obliterated, with only a handful of resilient homes standing, indicative of solid construction. "This is utterly tragic," she remarked, her voice hoarse. "Has the medical assistance team from the convoy arrived? There may be numerous individuals in need of rescue." The leading official from Zhoushan County responded emphatically, "Yes, we have urgently dispatched all available ambulances, emergency doctors, and medical supplies from the county. Additionally, a substantial shipment of medical resources will be sent from the city shortly." The battalion commander added, "Furthermore, our transport helicopters will deliver additional supplies soon, but some preparation time is required. We must strive to make the most of this interval." Just as he finished speaking, a cacophony of barks resonated from the village. With over 300 households, virtually every family owned a dog. These canines, having lived in their yards year-round, were unharmed by the earthquake's destruction. Hearing the commotion, Chu Xi called out, "Dogs, come." The thunderous response echoed as the village dogs barked in unison. With the untethered ones racing toward Chu Xi, she crouched beside her mech, addressing the approaching canines. "I have summoned a battalion of reinforcements. Allow them to assist in the rescue efforts. They are more familiar with this terrain. With their help, our rescue operations will be expedited significantly." The battalion commander exchanged incredulous glances with the county official, both astonished yet nodding in agreement. Once the dogs arrived, Chu Xi reiterated her instructions. The dogs, responding promptly, dispersed into the village. The battalion commander signaled, "Soldiers, rally. Follow the dogs to search for and rescue any survivors." "Yes," came the resounding reply from the soldiers, who had already disembarked. Armed with their weapons, they swiftly divided into teams under the guidance of their squad leaders and charged into the village. The drivers parked the troop transport outside the village, clearing the path for entry. The station troops from Zhoushan County consisted of only one battalion, with nearly 300 personnel dispatched for this urgent assistance. Remaining in the camp are merely a few post-2000s only child recruits guarding the area. Subsequently, personnel from the Public Security Bureau, the Fire Brigade, the Ambulance Corps, and the Blue Sky Rescue Team arrived in succession. The total number of these individuals amounted to approximately 300, and when combined with the troops, the total reached around 700. This does not account for those who would still be arriving or those who remained in Xishan town. At this juncture, Chu Xi's mountain mech became somewhat redundant. However, a few leaders stood beside the mech's feet. Would it not seem abrupt if he were to suddenly retract the mech into his spiritual domain? Damn, why should I even care? Observing their reluctance to depart and their initiation of a live conference, Chu Xi silently scoffed and took action. With a swift motion, he opened the mech's hatch, awakening and exiting the cockpit. Despite the cockpit being filled with liquid mental essence, Chu Xi emerged completely dry. He glanced down from the shoulder of the mech and called out softly, "Xianglong." In just 2 seconds, the battle armor completed its loading. Simultaneously, the massive mountain-grade mech vanished without a trace. The attendees of the live conference were left utterly dumbfounded. Where did the mech go? How could such a large mech disappear in an instant? They were in disbelief, yet they had to accept it. The current mission was to save lives. No further trivialities should be discussed. Perhaps the state did not wish the mech to remain exposed before us for too long. Indeed, after a brief discussion, they resumed their meeting. Chapter 65. I suspect you are creating something from nothing. Chu Xi flew above the village and began issuing orders. Xianglong, scan for life signs. If the satellite possesses this capability, utilize it as well. Understood, Master. There happens to be someone monitoring this area via satellite, and we can initiate the scan directly. Shall I proceed? Upon hearing Xianglong's prompt, Chu Xi pondered. It seems that the capital is closely monitoring this region. Proceed. It would also demonstrate to them that the satellite's capabilities are numerous and require further exploration. Yes. After Xianglong acknowledged, he simultaneously activated both the battle armor scan and the satellite scan. Unbeknownst to him, the video of his path clearing in the mech had already gone viral online. Early in the morning, regardless of whether the netizens were domestic or those abroad in the dead of night, they were all in a frenzy. Domestic netizens exclaimed, "My heavens!" The ground trembled. Initial warning, level 70. What am I seeing? A mech. It's a mech. Huaxia is incredible. They developed such a massive mech. The future holds great promise. Which university offers mech engineering courses? Can I still enroll? So imposing. Just by looking at the mountain camouflage paint, one can tell it belongs to the military. In the pursuit of saving lives, the nation's secrets cannot be hidden any longer. Indeed, what do a few secrets matter in the face of human life? American netizens responded, "Oh my God, when did Huaxia become so formidable? How can they be accused of plagiarism? Huaxia is undoubtedly imitating our great nation. Where are the officials? Come forth and speak. It's impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. How could Huaxia achieve this?" Netizen from Zairizi, Baga. When did Huaxia secretly develop such mechs? Will we still be able to play in peace? Where are the officials? You all better behave yourselves lately. They have already developed mechs. To be honest, I have already surrendered. I plead for mercy. It was always their fault. It has nothing to do with us. I concur with the previous comments. Let us seek peace. Netizen from A3. Where did Huaxia steal this technology? They have developed such impressive mechs. You low-caste individuals, be quiet. That mech was clearly lent to Huaxia from our nation. To the one above, I suspect your intellect may be lacking. Is your focus misplaced? There was an earthquake. They experienced an earthquake. What does that have to do with me? The frequency of earthquakes here is far greater than theirs. Oh my goodness. Are the military personnel present? If I see you provoking Huaxiao at the border again, don't blame me for scolding you. Indeed, such colossal mechs, could you possibly contend with them? It's simply laughable. Netizen from Bangzi country. Aish. Why did our mechs go to Huaxia? They must have stolen our mechs. I suggest the government protest. How could Huaxia possess such treasures? Only our Bangzi country is worthy of such mechs. Appa, hurry and bring that mech back. Regardless of the online commotion, the rescue efforts are proceeding in an orderly manner. Thanks to the assistance of the Canine Army, rescuers quickly pinpointed the locations of survivors. Over 700 rushed in, sleeves rolled up and ready to act. 700 victims against 700 rescuers. The advantage is ours. Subsequently, the scanning results from Chu Xi came in, and immediate rescue operations were launched in the most perilous areas. No matter how heavy the rubble was, he could easily lift it alone and rescue individuals. His speed surpassed even that of teams of several rescuers. It was precisely because of Chu Xi's involvement that the dilemma of choosing between saving a son or a daughter did not arise. A miracle unfolded. On September 8th, at 12:14 p.m., the rescue operation in Shurgo village, with over 1,000 inhabitants, was completed in just a morning. Ultimately, it was tallied that among the 1,000-plus individuals, only a few lives were lost to the disaster. The conditions of the others were stable, and the severely injured were temporarily out of danger thanks to the doctor's diligent efforts. Apart from the canine heroes, Chu Xi was the greatest contributor. His every action caught the attention of the chief executive and others, earning him many praises from afar. All right, I will leave this matter in your hands. I must take my leave. After bidding farewell to the county officials, Chu Xi flew away, not looking back, humbly concealing his achievements. To his own surprise, he completed the rescue operation in Shurgo village in merely one morning. As for the situation in Xishan town, Chu Xi believed that with the assistance of the dogs, the rescue efforts would also be swiftly concluded. In Haishur City, at the Jinxiu Garden, within the confines of her home, Yi Ruodong observed the live broadcast on television, witnessing Chu Xi bidding farewell to several leaders. The weight that had been pressing upon her heart finally lifted. Simultaneously, she felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for those who had been rescued. This was indeed a momentous occasion. With her eyes sparkling, Yi Ruodong clenched her fist. She must seize this opportunity to have her father promote the good deed widely. No sooner had she thought this than her phone rang unexpectedly. Glancing at the screen, a smile crept onto her lips. Truly, a father-daughter bond is profound. Just as she thought of him, he called. With a chuckle, she swiped her finger to answer the call. To her surprise, as soon as the call connected, she was greeted by her father's hearty laughter. "Ha, my daughter, you have truly struck gold. You must be aware of the earthquake situation." Yi Ruodong replied in a calm tone, "Of course, I know. Not only that, but I also know that Chu Xi is currently on site conducting rescue operations." Yi Songhai expressed his satisfaction with a nod. "Well done, my good son-in-law is performing admirably. I'll take care of the subsequent matters. I understand what you were thinking." With that, Yi Songhai chuckled and ended the call. Yi Ruodong set her phone down, inhaled deeply, and hastily rose to the bedroom window, leaning against the sill while gazing blankly at the scenery outside, though in truth, she was awaiting Chu Xi's return. In the capital city, within the central conference room, relevant leaders had gathered for a meeting. Concurrently, satellite broadcasts continued to relay live updates from the disaster-stricken area. Observing Shrug village, which had been at the epicenter of the earthquake, they were relieved to learn that the collective effort had resulted in the successful completion of the village's rescue operations within a mere morning. The chief executive turned to Chu Xi. Old Chu, you must closely monitor the public sentiment regarding this earthquake online. It is imperative to provide proper guidance and, if possible, root out any troublemakers. Chapter 66. I will avenge you. Chu Xi nodded affirmatively. Understood, Chief Executive. I will not permit anyone to incite chaos online in any form. Especially concerning topics related to the mountain-class mechas, I will maintain strict control. After he finished speaking, the chief executive's gaze shifted to Lu Qingming. Old Lu, how is the progress on your new projects? Lu Qingming let out a bitter laugh. Chief Executive, I know you share our urgency. However, the sudden influx of new projects has overwhelmed us. All departments are operating at full capacity, resulting in a slower pace. Most critically, the timeline is still too short. Everything is merely in its infancy. At present, whether it is the mecha manufacturing factory, the aircraft carrier manufacturing facility, or the medical robots, and even the nanolithography machines, these are not tasks that can be completed in the short term. Moreover, this is concurrently taking place. However, rest assured, the Xianglong system will be completed in just 2 days. Once the Xianglong system is operational, it can seamlessly manage multiple projects simultaneously. Upon hearing this, the CEO and the others felt a sense of bewilderment. If it weren't for old Lu's reminder, I might have forgotten how much Xiao Chu has already submitted. Indeed, it is often said that one cannot overindulge, and now I truly feel the weight of that wisdom. It is quite vexing. If only we could directly establish the production line, akin to a game where a mere click of the mouse yields production. I suspect you are conjuring ideas from thin air, fabricating notions without basis. Due to the swiftness of the rescue efforts, the atmosphere in the conference room grew markedly lighter. Chu Xi turned to Chu Xi. Old Chu, your family must keep a close watch on matters lately. The rapid progress of this earthquake relief operation must be carefully navigated in the online sphere. We will fully cooperate with you, particularly concerning the mountain-grade mecha videos. He added with a smirk, and tell me, is Xiao Chu truly not your illegitimate child? As the current head of the esteemed Chu family, one of the 4 pillars of Huaxia and overseer of the media division, Chu Zihong shot him a glance and nodded. Yes, I will ensure we steer the narrative properly. As for Xiao Chu, it is merely a coincidence that he shares the same surname. We have verified his father, Chu Xi, and discovered that their lineage has been rooted in the coastal city for 3 generations. There is no connection to our family in the capital whatsoever. However, if necessary, I could establish a distant connection between our ancestries, thereby uniting us as one family. We must collaborate effectively this time, rooting out more spies and traitors. The 2 media moguls exchanged knowing smiles, raising their hands across the conference table in a silent acknowledgement of their shared control over the situation. The chief executive, however, took Chu Zihong's jest to heart, and a faint smile crept onto his lips. Online, as the news from Chu province was being live-streamed, announcing the latest progress of the earthquake relief, a tidal wave of excitement surged across the internet. Wow, did you see that? Unprecedented. The earthquake relief was completed in just 1 morning. Of course we saw it. We owe much to the mecha that cleared the roads this morning. Our great Huaxia, united as one. When one side is in trouble, all others come to aid. The mecha is incredible, and the blue spirits assisting behind the scenes are equally remarkable. I spent the entire morning watching the live stream. The blue spirits directly and indirectly saved over 300 people. I've decided to be her lifelong fan. I counted 2. A total of 375 lives, with the extra 5 being those she indirectly helped. So, can Huaxia overnight surpass Western nations? Surpass? Brother, you might have chosen the wrong word. It should be crush. Ha ha. This is hilarious. A certain Western nation is likely trembling right now. Just imagine. If we airdrop that mecha over there, what would they have to counter it? I timidly inquire. When might our nation commence the mass production of such mechas? I humbly wish to acquire one. Oh my, I have stumbled upon a wild expert. Esteemed one, do you still require any embellishments for your legs? To contemplate purchasing a mecha at the outset, esteemed one, do you also lack a son? We are indeed living in the same world, are we not? I seek a means of traversing dimensions. Contact me at 199x times x times x. This is truly a noble deed. Upon returning home, Chu Xi glimpsed Yi Ruodong, who stood by the window, her arms wide open and a radiant smile gracing her face as she awaited him. "Hello, my dear wife. I have returned." Chu Xi waved and soared through the window, promptly shedding his battle armor to embrace Yi Ruodong, their lips meeting in a tender kiss. In the afternoon, around 4 o'clock, Chu Xi gently addressed her, "Darling sister. I have been contemplating a matter these past few days, and I believe it is imperative to address it promptly for clarity of thought." Yi Ruodong raised her chin, her big, glistening eyes fixed upon her beloved, inquiring, "What is this matter? Do share." Chu Xi planted a soft kiss on her forehead, smiling warmly. "It pertains to you. I am determined to avenge you. Please provide me with all pertinent information regarding the target, for I intend to seize the opportunity afforded by my leave today to resolve this issue comprehensively. You have been undercover for quite some time. Surely you must have gathered the necessary intelligence by now. Do such individuals not require any evidence? If it is feasible to eliminate them, why not do so?" Upon hearing this, Yi Ruodong recalled matters that were still shrouded in secrecy, her eyes brimming with emotion. "Darling, you are truly wonderful. You are right. They indeed do not require evidence. If it is possible to eliminate them, all the better. However, this endeavor is fraught with danger. You must not act recklessly. It would be prudent to leave this to the authorities." Chu Xi resolutely shook his head. "No, this is a matter that I, as your husband, must handle. It is only right. Furthermore, the authorities have been dealing with this for far too long, and we do not know how many have sacrificed themselves in the process. Now that I possess the strength to eradicate them, why should I refrain? Besides, you have witnessed the capabilities of my armor. It is impervious to bullets, explosions, chemicals, fire, and water. Even in the event of a nuclear explosion, as long as I am not directly struck, I shall remain unharmed." Yi Ruodong gazed at him in astonishment. "Is it truly so? Your armor is that formidable?" Chu Xi nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is as powerful as I have described. If you desire it, once I have avenged your grievances, I shall entrust the Mecca to you. This way, you will possess a means of self-defense, allowing me to rest easier. Even in my absence, should you encounter peril, activating the armor will enable you to navigate any challenges with ease. He is willing to bestow such a significant gift upon me." A warmth enveloped Yi Ruodong's heart as she nestled closer to Chu Xi, exclaiming, "Darling, you are truly remarkable. I shall now provide you with the details of the target. There are 5 factions involved, but the primary targets number only 4. The first faction, of course, is the local official authority, which we need not concern ourselves with for now, as we will require their assistance later. The second faction is a military force that has developed from a local armed group, led by General He Jun, who has provided protection to numerous major drug lords. Thus, this individual must be eliminated. Only then can chaos ensue, allowing us to intervene. My recent pursuit involved participation from their military personnel. The third faction is the most formidable drug lord, Bo Cha, who stands as the largest supplier of narcotics within Asia. The quantity of drugs that infiltrate Huaxia annually through him is substantial. My undercover mission primarily targets him. The fourth faction comprises Bo Cha's ally, the kingpin of a massive fraud syndicate, Zheng Tianji. They not only operate a cyber scam organization, but also engage in heinous acts such as organ trafficking and the exploitation of women. The fifth faction is the weakest among these powers, led by Bo Cha's lover, Mei Chuanying, under whom I am to infiltrate. She runs an adult entertainment business, maneuvering adeptly among the other 4 factions, entangled in complex interests. If the leaders of these 4 factions were to perish, the entire structure would be thrown into disarray, providing our remaining undercover operatives with the opportunity to act. Rest assured, none of our operatives are among those marked for death. They are free to be dealt with. However, are you truly willing to take action, being merely a university student? Chu Xi noted down the names with determination, patting her chest. "Certainly. When I went to rescue you, I personally dealt with several individuals. I harbor no guilt about eliminating these nefarious characters. Xiang Long, please lock in the locations of He Jun, Bo Cha, Zheng Tianji, and Mei Chuanying." Chapter 67. This situation will soon unfold. "Understood, Master," Xiang Long responded promptly, initiating satellite coordination to pinpoint the locations of these 3 individuals. Yi Ruodong curiously glanced at Chu Xi's chest and poked it. "I've seen your chest before, but is that armor really here? Where is it?" Chu Xi pointed to the center of her chest, where a flicker of light revealed a small, pale blue dragon-shaped insignia. "This is the armor. in standby mode. It is semi-transparent, invisible to outsiders. Afterward, she stood up, lifted Yi Ruodong for a romantic bath, and once dressed, they set off. This matter is urgent. Chu Xi would not allow her beloved to live in the shadows. Only by addressing the root of the problem can she ensure her happiness. This is the natural way taught to him by his master, a principle of clarity in thought. In the capital city, at Long Network, Shi Kaishan had returned to his post. He soon discovered that the satellite connection was active, displaying search information for 4 individuals. As Shi Kaishan furrowed his brows and gazed at the information regarding the 4 individuals, his eyes widened in astonishment. How could it be them? The access level appears to be the highest. It should be Xiao Chu conducting the search. But if it is indeed him, why would he be seeking information on these 4? Unable to comprehend, Shi Kaishan decided to inform Xiao Jun about the matter via message. Upon receiving the information, Xiao Jun was equally perplexed and chose to forward it to Lin Feng. After reading the message, Lin Feng wore a puzzled expression, further deepening his confusion. Consequently, he shared the information with his close companions in the group consisting of the contemporary leaders of the 4 pillars of Huaxia. This group comprised only 4 individuals: Lin Feng from the Lin family, Shi Kaishan from the Shi family, Yi Songhai from the Yi family, and finally, Chu Zihong from the Chu family. Since this matter was not deemed confidential, Lin Feng approached it in a casual, gossip-like manner. Brothers, come take a look. What could Xiao Chu be investigating these 4 individuals for? Surely, he is an idol. Shi Kaishan responded. Oh, you fellows, have we come full circle back to me? Chu Zihong replied. I am bewildered yet impressed. I shall refrain from commenting. Yi Songhai, having read the message, did not respond but began to have his own thoughts. Oh dear, it seems these 4 individuals are indeed the culprits who have wronged my daughter. Could it be that my fine son-in-law is seeking vengeance against them? If that is the case, I must prepare myself in advance. Once chaos ensues on that side, we can intervene. The Yi family was also entangled in this affair. Otherwise, Yi Ruodong would not have been so impulsive as to go undercover. This was due to the fact that many in the Yi family had suffered losses in this matter, including her cousin, who had been particularly close to Yi Ruodong, as well as a good friend. Chu Xi set off, flying at full speed. The journey from Jinhai City to the Triangular Zone would take about an hour. However, Chu Xi was not in a hurry. The sky was still bright, and in the summer, nightfall would not arrive until around 7 or 8. Thus, maintaining an energy-efficient flight while cloaked, Chu Xi decided to take advantage of the remaining time to send a message to Old Lu via Xianglong. The content was a casual note about inadvertently developing a super graphene battery and inquiring whether the government would like to invest. If not, he intended to establish a factory independently. At that point, with the super graphene battery, photolithography machines, and Mushuan 20 projects, Chu Xi could directly seek policies and land from the city to create a high-tech industrial park. Contemplating this, Chu Xi also had Xianglong send a message to his father-in-law, seeking his advice. After all, the future management of the company would be entrusted to Yi Ruodong, as he still needed to attend school. In this regard, the Yi family would inevitably follow Yi Ruodong into the fray. Chu Xi had already experienced the benefits of having connections within the government, and thus, utilizing them now felt entirely natural. At least from his perspective, the company he established through connections could elevate the technological prowess of Huaxia by decades. This, he believed, constituted a significant contribution. What was wrong with leveraging a few connections? Finally, the end of the workday arrived. Yi Songhai, at that moment, was hastily driving home when a message from Chu Xi pinged in. It's little Chu. Glancing at the notification on the central console, he swiftly turned right and pulled over to the roadside to check the message. 3 minutes later, Yi Songhai raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of excitement illuminating his gaze as he murmured to himself. This young man possesses an impressive array of resources and is willing to allocate a portion to the nation. Hasn't this opened up a new horizon? Ha ha ha, my dear daughter has truly found a splendid son-in-law. As dusk settled, Yi Songhai sat alone in his car, laughing heartily. After years in politics, he had always maintained a stoic demeanor, but today's unabashed laughter was a rare indulgence. It had been ages since he had allowed himself such mirth. Ahem, after 5 minutes of laughter, almost choking on his own amusement, Yi Songhai quickly composed himself and began crafting a reply to Chu Xi. After years in office, he had lost count of how many such exchanges he had navigated. His response was succinct. Future son-in-law, come establish your factory in Qixing. I will personally ensure you receive prime land, and the most generous concessions. You shall not be shortchanged." He chuckled and sent another, more serious message. "The officials in Jinhai City, both the governor and the executive, are neither my affiliates nor part of the Yi family faction, so it is prudent not to mention my name in their presence. If you wish to open a factory in Jinhai, simply follow the proper channels and present your conditions to the city as per standard procedure. Lastly, I must stress, do not mention my name to the leadership of Jinhai City." Upon reading her father-in-law's message, Chu Xi couldn't help but feel a pang of concern. Goodness, the political realm is as tumultuous as ever. Nevertheless, establishing a factory under her father-in-law's auspices was not a bad idea. As she had previously stated, even if the factory were to open, it would ultimately be managed by Yi Ruodong or a CEO of her choosing, sparing her the burden of oversight. Thus, Chu Xi inquired lightly, "Dad, how much longer can you remain in your position as governor of Qixing?" After replying to the message, Yi Songhai hurriedly drove home, anxious to avoid hearing any notifications from Chu Xi while en route. Sure enough, as soon as he parked at his residence, another message arrived. This young man. Reading the content, Yi Songhai couldn't help but chuckle. Quite astute, he knows to inquire about my tenure before making any moves. Although I have 2 more years in Qixing, it is ample time for you to establish a firm footing. Moreover, even if I were to be reassigned, the new appointee would still be aligned with my interests. As he pondered, Yi Songhai responded to Chu Xi. With the information from her future father-in-law, Chu Xi felt reassured. It was decided, she would indeed open a factory in Qixing. Incredible. The father-in-law nearly laid out every conceivable benefit for himself, even managing to secure a loan. Such earnestness leaves one with little justification for hesitation. At 7:30 in the evening, Chu Xi arrived at the first destination abroad, the residence of General He Jun. According to satellite tracking, He Jun was joyously visiting his 3rd concubine tonight. This concubine was a graduate student lured from Huaxia by Zheng Tianji and was swiftly acquired by Mei Chuaning due to her appealing beauty. Furthermore, due to her attractiveness, Mei Chuaning directly facilitated her offering to He Jun. Faced with no means of escape, the student opted to embrace her situation and began to relish her current lifestyle. As the general's woman, she lived relatively well. Despite He Jun being in his 40s, his prowess remained formidable. Knowing He Jun would be arriving, the student meticulously adorned herself and even prepared several exquisite dishes. Thus, when He Jun arrived, he was first touched by this considerate young wife, and after dining, they promptly engaged in more intimate matters. When Chu Xi arrived, the small building's window was ajar, allowing him easy access. Upon entering, he immediately encountered a live broadcast typically reserved for VIPs. The male actor appeared somewhat aged and unappealing, yet the female actress was quite attractive, providing at least a modicum of entertainment. However, despite the initial fervor, the encounter concluded in less than 10 minutes. What a weakling! Chu Xi thought to himself as he quietly approached, placing his hands on He Jun's head and effortlessly sending him into a deep slumber, serene and undisturbed. The university student, gasping and claiming exhaustion, assumed he was merely asleep and chose not to disturb him. Chu Xi glanced at the university student, shrugged disdainfully, and departed. He considered asking her if she wished to leave, but upon observing the meticulous arrangement and the girl's willing demeanor, he decided against it. After leaving, Chu Xi silently made his way to Zheng Tianji, Huaxia, and Mei Chuaning. Unlike He Jun, who believed himself secure due to the heavy guard below, the others remained vigilant even in slumber, with protectors still at their sides. Yet, what did it matter? In his invisible state, Chu Xi arrived and departed without a trace. Even with night vision, infrared sensors, and thermal cameras installed, they could not detect his presence. Is this all? Chu Xi mused as he wandered through Huaxia's grand villa, becoming intimately familiar with the surroundings. Eventually, he entered Huaxia's room, observing him submerged among a throng of women. On the large table in the bedroom lay an array of drugs, indicating that the women had just indulged in revelry prior to his arrival. Otherwise, such chaos would not ensue. The old routine. Chu Xi approached, grasped Huaxia's head, and with a swift twist, subdued him effortlessly. Before departing, Chu Xi made another visit to Huaxia's grand warehouse, confiscating every item within its inventory. Naturally, Huaxia's treasure trove did not escape her notice. Every artifact, cash, gold, jade, and gemstone was seized without exception. Having dealt with Huaxia, Chu Xi then utilized the information gleaned from him to locate a drug development base, which she promptly obliterated. As for the individuals inside, who could see them? Chu Xi didn't enter. The site was obscured. Subsequently, the surrounding poppy fields were also absorbed into her space. Incineration was not an option. Burning them would not only pollute the air, but also adversely affect the local populace. Collecting them proved advantageous, as Chu Xi could later allow the wood spirit to manage the situation. Through the wood spirit's processing, not only could the addictive dangers be mitigated, but it could also be transformed into a potent pill capable of alleviating angina and symptoms of arterial embolism. In essence, once the wood spirit awakened, Chu Xi was essentially transformed into an apothecary capable of crafting pills by hand, regardless of the medicinal herbs presented. The wood spirit could discern their effects and expertly combine them into pills. This was merely one of the wood spirit's capabilities. It possessed several others of considerable strength, which shall remain unmentioned for now. After dealing with the drug lord, Chu Xi did not pursue Zhang Tianji, but instead sought out Mei Chuanying. The rationale was simple. Mei Chuanying's operations were straightforward, making them easier to handle. However, upon entering Mei Chuanying's room, Chu Xi was taken aback. The circumstances here were starkly opposite to those with Bucha. Here, a lone woman was surrounded by a group of robust young men. A single woman amidst a pack of wolves, a dramatic spectacle indeed, and a ravenous woman at that. Chu Xi stood to the side, marveling at the unfolding scene, capturing the live broadcast of the chaotic encounter. Then, the story took a turn. Mei Chuanying succumbed to a state of sheer indulgence, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Chu Xi approached, effortlessly snapping her neck, then dispatched each man in the room in a similar manner before departing. Lastly, there was the schemer Zhang Tianji. This individual was known for his meticulousness, always accompanied by bodyguards. The sign was quite weighty. It had been hoisted into place by a crane during its installation. Chu Xi had chosen this object and swiftly soared towards it, patiently awaiting her moment. Below, the street was a thoroughfare for Zhang Tianji, and moments later, the first vehicle of the convoy finally approached the sign. Chu Xi observed the speed of the vehicle's approach, estimating the time it would take for the fourth vehicle to pass. After 8 seconds, she surged forward, delivering a powerful kick to the sign. With a resounding crack, all the screws securing the sign gave way under her immense force. In another 2 seconds, the sign plummeted, landing perfectly atop the fourth vehicle's roof. To ensure Zhang Tianji's demise, Chu Xi descended once more, landing heavily upon it. The crunch of metal echoed as the vehicle buckled under her weight, crushed beyond recognition. As for Zhang Tianji, had the sign merely struck the roof, his bulletproof car might have endured. However, with Chu Xi's additional assault, even the armored vehicle could not withstand the force, ultimately leading to his fatality. "Boss, quick, check on the boss." The flattened vehicle left the onlookers in disarray. "What do we do now? Boss, are you all right? If you're still alive, give us a sign." Silence ensued, and panic spread among the crowd as they realized their leader was indeed gone. With a triumphant smile, Chu Xi took to the skies again, sending a message to Yi Ruodong. Though physically distant, Yi Ruodong felt an unbreakable connection to Chu Xi. The sudden notification on her phone startled her, and she instinctively grabbed it to check. Seeing it was a message from her beloved, she sighed with relief, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she opened the text. Upon reading that Chu Xi had successfully eliminated their 4 targets, tears of joy streamed down her face as she forwarded the message to Xiao Jun, Lin Feng, and her father, Yi Songhai. In a small restaurant in the capital, Xiao Jun was enjoying drinks with Lin Feng. Their spirits had been high lately, and a gathering was in order. Joining them was Shi Kaishan. It was already past 9 in the evening, and they had all finished work. "Come on, let us have another round," they exclaimed, raising their glasses to toast. At that moment, Yi Ruodong's message arrived. Xiao Jun and Lin Feng exchanged bewildered glances. The former speculated. "Our phones buzzed simultaneously. It must be from the same person. I hope it's not another urgent task." Lin Feng pulled out his phone to inspect it. "It shouldn't be a task. It's from Xiao Tong. Let me see what she said." As he spoke, Xiao Jun also checked his phone. Both their faces lit up with excitement as they exclaimed, "Haha, I understand now." Xiao Chu gathered intel on several individuals to exact revenge for Xiao Tong. "Well done. Splendid work. Such matters are indeed unsuitable for our official intervention. It would be far more advantageous if he were involved. He possesses finished battle armor, allowing him to act without fear of detection, thus safeguarding his identity. I find this young Chu rather appealing. Perhaps I should recruit him into our Hidden Dragon group." "Do not jest. Joining our public security bureau is the right path." Upon overhearing Xiao Jun and Lin Feng vying for the same individual, Shi Kaishan silently raised his hand. May I also have a say in this matter? Both men turned to glare at him in unison. Absolutely not. No way. Chapter 69, one more competitive than the other in Qixing, at Yi Songhai's residence. Even past 9 o'clock, Yi Songhai sat expectantly in his study, distractedly holding a book, unaware of what he was reading or perhaps rehearsing. The door opened, and his wife, the gentle and graceful Chen Fangwan, entered with a cup of tea, smiling. Darling, what occupies your thoughts? Setting down the teacup, Chen Fangwan playfully took the book from Yi Songhai's hands, flipping it over with a laugh. You've turned the book upside down. He chuckled awkwardly, about to respond when suddenly the notification sound of a text message pierced the air. Dad, come see me, come see me. This distinctive ringtone was recorded by Yi Ruodong when she was 18, sweet and crisp. Yi Songhai's expression shifted, and he quickly grabbed his phone to check. 2 seconds later, a broad smile spread across his face, his lips curling upwards in a way even an AK could not suppress. Observing her husband's astonishment, Chen Fangwan could not help but wave her hand in inquiry. Darling, what is happening? What did our daughter say? I've never seen you smile so joyfully. Just a moment. Yi Songhai hurriedly waved his hand, his fingers dancing rapidly as he sent out a flurry of messages. Chen Fangwan remained patient, quietly sitting beside him, propping her chin on her hand, watching her husband with an affectionate smile as he worked. Chen Fangwan, the eldest daughter of the prestigious Chen family, once held the title of the most beautiful woman in the capital. Yi Ruodong's beauty is largely inherited from her mother. Apart from the 4 great families of Yi, Lin, Shi, and Chu, the 9 prominent families of Huaxia deserve mention. These families include Chun, Han, Wang, Xiao, Tang, Luo, Gu, Long, and Xin. Historical records reveal that these 9 families once boasted extraordinarily powerful, godlike figures in ancient times. For instance, Chen Xiaofan of the Chen family, Han Li of the Han family, Wang Lin of the Wang family, Xiao Yin of the Xiao family, Tang San of the Tang family, Luo Feng of the Luo family, Gu Chunsha of the Gu family, Long Haochen of the Long family, and Qin Yu of the Qin family. These individuals were formidable forces in their era, capable of wielding immense influence. Having sent the messages, Yi Songhai exhaled deeply, smiling as he turned to his capable wife, taking her hand in his. My dear, our boisterous little tomboy has struck gold this time. Let me tell you, she returned from a perilous situation and serendipitously found an exceptional young man. I've already met him, and I wholeheartedly endorse him for our family. This time, take a look. With these words, Yi Songhai handed over his mobile phone. The screen displayed a message from Yi Ruodong, informing him that Chu Xi had avenged herself by eliminating the 4 major targets. What? Our daughter went out and returned with a boyfriend? Chen Fangwan exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment as she blinked, then took the phone to look at the screen, her beautiful eyes widening again. Goodness, is our daughter's boyfriend really that formidable? What our Public Security Bureau has struggled to accomplish for years, he achieved in a single night. That's truly incredible. Yi Songhai smiled gently. My dear, you are unaware. This little Chu, recently. At that moment, Yi Songhai began to recount the events surrounding Chu Xi. The triangular region erupted into chaos at 10 o'clock that night. All undercover agents from the Huaxia security forces suddenly sprang into action simultaneously. They had received secret notifications from their superiors, confirming the demise of their boss. The news was certain and precise, marking the optimal time for action. Thus, they all mobilized. Moreover, a mysterious unit stationed at the border, upon receiving information from Lin Feng, infiltrated the chaotic area, advancing toward the headquarters of the fraud syndicate. The entire region descended into turmoil, providing them with the perfect opportunity to apprehend criminals and rescue victims amidst the chaos. That night, gunfire echoed incessantly. Countless heinous individuals perished. Many who believed they would die far from home, entrapped victims, and those awaiting slaughter, were moved to tears upon witnessing the presence of their homeland's security personnel. That night, innumerable women who had been deceived were saved. The following morning, Chu Xi rose with a clear mind and refreshed spirit. It was still 4:30, and her destination remained the lakeside of the school. Having utilized nearly 100 tons of pure spiritual energy the previous day, she felt it imperative to solidify her progress today. At that moment, within her spiritual abode, the awakened wood spirit general was circling around the still semi-ethereal water spirit general, seemingly unsure of what to do. It was well known that the elements interact in a cycle of mutual generation and restraint. Therefore, due to the affinity of water nurturing wood, there exists a natural attraction between the water spirit general and the wood spirit general. Currently, it seemed that after awakening, the wood spirit general had autonomously generated a male identity. Consequently, it was highly probable that the wood spirit general yearned for the water spirit general to be female. This aspect, however, was not something Chu Xi could dictate. It depended on the will of the spirit upon awakening. Yet, generally speaking, the water spirit general tends to be female. Otherwise, the nurturing aspect of water towards wood would be compromised. As time flowed by during Chu Xi's cultivation, around 5 o'clock, the cleaning lady came to collect the garbage bags once again. After she left, Chu Xi completed the initial refinement of the water spirit general before 6 o'clock. This process consumed a total of 10 tons of pure celestial energy, leaving her with another 10 tons to gradually work through tomorrow. When she returned home with breakfast, Yi Ruotong was still asleep. On the inaugural day of school, Chu Xi felt an inexplicable sensation within her. Having spent 3 years at the Taoist Academy, she had grown somewhat numb to the experience. The camaraderie among classmates was a sentiment she could not grasp. Rather, the prevailing state of a dead comrade is preferable to a living priest among fellow practitioners had become the norm. Intense competition. Indeed, the atmosphere was saturated with a singular fervor for excellence. The individuals at the Taoist Academy, each more driven than the last, radiated an ethereal quality. Among them was a junior adept in thunderous arts, who had recently taken to pursuing the cultivation of lightning, even capturing attention with a video that circulated widely, depicting a figure suspended in the sky during a thunderstorm, struck repeatedly by bolts of lightning. To this day, many remain puzzled by the footage, as they discern no signs of digital manipulation. Chapter 70. What is this woman up to? At 7:30 in the morning, outside the gates of Jinhai University, Lu Rian was left in disappointment after Chu Xi's absence on the first day of class, thwarting her attempts to converse with her. Determined to find her, she ventured to the dormitory, only to discover that Chu Xi was not residing there. Frustrated, Lu Rian contemplated purchasing breakfast outside the university when she unexpectedly spotted Chu Xi approaching from across the road. A frown creased her brow in perplexity. Could it be that she doesn't live on campus? No wonder I couldn't find her. However, this time, I shall not let her slip away. Resolute, Lu Rian took a few steps back, concealing herself behind a tree on the eastern side of the school's entrance. Intent on waiting for Chu Xi to come closer. Unbeknownst to her, Chu Xi remained oblivious to Lu Rian's hidden presence, walking with a light step and a gentle smile, exuding vitality as she approached the school gates. As Chu Xi reached the entrance, a blue sports car pulled up, the door swinging open to reveal a tall young man, over 6 feet in height, with a decent appearance and a confident smile. "Wow, look at that handsome guy," exclaimed one of the girls. "What kind of gaze is that? He's merely tall, but in terms of looks, he falls a bit short." "Silly, I'm talking about the car and that guy's waistline." "True, so handsome." Several girls out for breakfast were captivated by the scene. Lu Rian, hidden at a distance, cast a glance in their direction, dismissing it with a curl of her lip before retreating further into concealment. Similarly, Chu Xi glanced over briefly before returning her gaze to cross the street. "A bunch of superficial admirers," the young man remarked, turning towards the source of the voice, adjusting his white shirt. His gaze first skimmed past the tree where Lu Rian was hidden, then landed on Chu Xi, his expression suddenly fixed in awe. Wow, an absolute beauty. In the young man's eyes, Chu Xi, clad in a white athletic outfit and adorned with a radiant smile akin to sunlight, seemed to descend from the heavens, exuding an otherworldly charm. Of course, he straightened his gaze, realizing that the other boys and girls around Chu Xi were similarly entranced. There was no denying that. Clad in her pristine white sportswear, the fair-skinned Chu Xi appeared almost luminous under the sun, captivating everyone's attention. If she were to sprout a pair of wings at that moment, one could easily imagine exclamations of "Look, an angel has descended," shaking his head vigorously. The boy quickly regained his confident smile and strode toward Chu Xi, waving cheerfully. "Hey, classmate, may I get to know you? What a nuisance." Chu Xi cast him a sidelong glance, pretending not to hear, and continued walking forward. The boy stood awkwardly for 2 seconds before resolutely stepping in front of her again, maintaining his smile. "Hello, beautiful. I'm Wang Chun, a freshman. Can we be introduced?" Chu Xi paused momentarily, glanced up at him, and shook her head. "Sorry, I'm busy." With that, She sidestepped him and moved past. Twice. She actually disregarded me twice. Damn it. Who said I should suppress my temper and come to school? The boy clenched his fists, veins bulging, and slowly turned away. His lips twitching before he suddenly shouted, "You, stop right there. No one has ever dared to disregard me." Without breaking her stride, Chu Xi waved her hand dismissively over her shoulder, a sardonic smile playing on her lips as she replied, "Heh, well, now you have." Typical male. Boom. The boy felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, utterly taken aback. Master Chun, the driver of the car, approached him, inquiring, "Shall I have her taken and delivered to your bed tonight?" Chu Xi's ears perked up, a chill running down her spine. But her pace did not falter as she scoffed inwardly. "I hope you don't choose the path to your own demise." The boy suddenly raised his hand, a strange smile curling his lips. "No need. I actually like a woman with such personality. Only a woman like her is worthy of being mine. The Wang family, being one of the 8 prestigious families of Huaxia, deserves a woman who stands out." "Understood," the driver replied, falling silent. "Return now," Wang Chun commanded, gesturing. "Find out her information as quickly as possible, preferably within a day." "Yes," the driver acknowledged, turning to leave on foot. He would leave the car for Wang Chun to impress the ladies. At this age in university, few women could resist the allure of such a top-tier sports car. Once inside the school, Chu Xi suddenly felt a chill creep down her back. What is this? It feels like something unsavory is watching me. Discomfort. She quickened her pace to escape the area, arriving at the base of the teaching building. Chu Xi pulled out her phone and located the group chat for Class 2 of the Soft Science Department. Having missed school yesterday, she was unaware of her class's location, nor did she know where the large lecture halls or elective classrooms were. This was precisely the moment for her classmates to shine and assist her. Chu Xi, everyone. Dear classmates, I was unable to attend yesterday due to a prior engagement. May I inquire about the location of our classroom for the Software Engineering Class 2? The prominent figures of the class have sent messages, and soon a flood of responses erupted. Xiongfei, Goddess, where are you? I shall personally escort you to the classroom. Xiaoyu, Goddess, I can lead you there as well. Tiankue, me too. Chu Xi glanced up at the teaching building before sending a voice message. I am currently at the foot of the Tungfei teaching building. After sending the voice note, she tucked her phone away and smiled as she awaited their arrival. Within 5 minutes, a flurry of footsteps approached from her right. It was the boys from Class 2, rushing over in eager anticipation. Not only were there boys, but also girls from the class. Following behind Chu, she was the stunning beauty, Lu Ruyan, with her wide, beautiful eyes fixed on the approaching group. Lu Ruyan quickly ran over, grasped Chu Xi's hand, and urged her toward the teaching building. Upon realizing that it was Lu Ruyan who had taken her hand, Chu Xi was momentarily stunned. What is she up to? Why is she suddenly holding my hand? Does she harbor some inappropriate thoughts about me? After running a few steps, Chu Xi gently shook off Lu Ruyan's grip. Hey, Lu Ruyan, we are not that familiar. Why are you pulling me? Lu Ruyan, taken aback, pointed behind her. Didn't you see that someone is chasing you? I am helping you escape. Huh? Chu Xi's mind was filled with questions. They are enthusiastic classmates from our class. I was absent yesterday due to a matter and do not know where the classroom is. So I called them over to guide me to class. Chapter 71. Assistant to the General Manager, huh? Now it was Lu Ruyan's turn to be puzzled. Did I misunderstand? No way. At that moment, Lu Ruyan felt so embarrassed that she could have carved a city with her toes in her shoes. Chu Xi frowned at her. Do you need something from me? If so, it would be better to say it directly rather than dilly-dallying. Lu Ruyan glared with her beautiful eyes. Are you out of your mind? I am a girl, for goodness sake. After stomping her foot, she added, I wanted to discuss something with you, but now I'm upset, so I'm leaving. With a final playful grimace, Lu Ruyan tossed her hair and departed. Huh, women surely have their quirks. Chu Xi rolled her eyes, a smile returning to her face as she turned to see her classmates had caught up. The enthusiastic classmates not only guided Chu Xi to recognize the classroom door, but also showed her the large lecture hall, the tiered classroom, the computer room, and more. Finally, they met their class leader, the beautiful instructor. Yu Si Ling was their official class advisor, not the one responsible for their military training. Well, now that everyone from our class is gathered here, Yu Si Ling waved at the crowd. Everyone else may return, but Chu Xi, please stay. I have a few questions to ask you. All right, teacher Yu, we shall take our leave. Goddess, see you later. We are off. The students responded in unison and left. Glancing back reluctantly, After Yu Siling and the others had departed, she smiled at the stunning beauty before her. Chu Xi, the enchanting girl who helped you with your leave yesterday. What is your relationship with her? Chu Xi reciprocated with a smile. She is my sister. As she spoke, Chu Xi felt no hesitation in her heart. After all, she is older than me and my beloved, my dear sister. Isn't that perfectly acceptable? Yu Siling surprisingly accepted this. No wonder you both are so beautiful. It's evident you are sisters at first glance. However, at this point, Yu Siling's expression shifted to one of intrigue as she picked up a student record and waved it. But according to this document, it clearly states your gender is male. Thus, Chu Xi proudly puffed out her chest, which quivered dramatically. Indeed, I am a boy. It's merely that I am too handsome, leading to a bit of a paradox. Paradox? Yu Siling felt her heart flutter in response to Chu Xi's impressive demeanor, suppressing a laugh. That term suits you well. After all, Yin emerges from Yang, right? Hee. Enough jesting. You are the second best student in the nation. It is a privilege for me to be your class advisor. My expectations for you in the coming studies are not high. Just let your talents shine. I believe in you. So, would you like to experience the position of class monitor? Chu Xi quickly shook his head, patting his chest in explanation. No, thank you, teacher Yu. I am quite busy, aside from school. I have a multitude of matters to attend to. For instance, I currently own a film studio, specifically, the Time and Space Film City in our city. Yu Siling furrowed her brows in a hint of jealousy, pondering, could it be that one? I heard that a film studio in our coastal city was on the verge of closing down not long ago. Is that right? Chu Xi snapped his fingers. Exactly. I seized the opportunity while it was struggling and acquired it. Now, under my careful renovation, it will soon reopen. How about I invite everyone in our class for a complimentary visit? Yu Siling's eyes sparkled. That sounds wonderful. The Mid-Autumn Festival is just around the corner, and I've been fretting over not wanting to travel far, with nowhere nearby to go. This is perfect. I'll organize a message in class. Chu Xi then thought of Shi-Shi, Zhenmi, and Daji, stroking his chin as he proposed. Teacher, since we are celebrating the Mid-Autumn Festival with a nostalgic theme, why not add a twist? Everyone who has traditional attire should wear it, and those who can afford it may purchase a costume. If someone cannot afford it, they can ask classmates to lend them one. If not, then that's fine, no pressure. Yu Siling nodded vigorously. Great idea. In fact, I had the same thought, but I was afraid that I would be the only one in traditional attire on the day, which would be quite awkward. Thus, it was settled. Thank you for your hard work, Chu classmate. Hurry and prepare for class. Chu Xi nodded, waved goodbye to Yu Siling, and left with the textbooks she had yet to collect from the previous day. The class was tedious and dull, although the content was new. It held little interest for Chu Xi, since the knowledge of the Xianglong system had integrated into her mind. The software and code of this world appeared to her as mere trifles. Fortunately, as noon approached, an uplifting message arrived from old Lu in the capital, rekindling her spirits. The essence of the message pertained to mecha matters. After a central discussion, they decided to inquire whether Chu Xi would sell the finished mechas. If so, the state was willing to purchase them along with all related documentation. Price was no object. With National Day approaching, there was potential for the mechas to be showcased during this year's military parade, thus impressing the global stage. At noon, Yi Ruotong also called. Darling, do you have a live streaming account? I'm preparing to shoot a new promotional video for our film studio. We won't even need to hire actors. Just the two of us along with our current staff will suffice. They are so engaging, every movement reminiscent of ancient times. Their acting is superb. I truly wonder where you found these people. Was it a drama academy? Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xi agreed. Of course, I will support you wholeheartedly. Great. Yi Ruotong laughed and hung up, yet Chu Xi felt an unsettling dissonance. Beep. Detection of the impending reopening of the Time and Space Film City. NPC positions remain vacant. Please, host, promptly supplement the staff of the film city. No sooner had the call ended than the system's notification chimed. At that moment, Chu Xi had already arrived at the university cafeteria. Upon his arrival, the previously queuing male and female students willingly parted to create a path for him. Wow, how beautiful. Oh heavens, I'm enchanted. Chu Xi generously bestowed upon them a captivating smile, causing several innocent boys and girls to swoon. After selecting a few dishes, Chu Xi sat at the table and began to ponder the issue of new recruits. The system has provided the positions of 1 executive assistant and 2 film city narrators. System, let us first see who you have selected for the executive assistant role. Beep. Please make your selection. In an instant, A flash of light illuminated his mind, revealing the personal information of several candidates. Chu Xi quickly scanned the list and immediately dismissed all the male candidates, including celebrated poets like Li Bai and Su Shi. Nevertheless, he resolutely chose Shangwan for the role. Why her? Because Shangwan was a talented woman and poet from the Tang dynasty, later recognized and valued by Wu Zetian, serving as executive assistant for several years and earning the title of female prime minister. Such a fitting candidate was not one Chu Xi would overlook. After much deliberation, Chu Xi simply seeks to find a female assistant. Moreover, it is clearly noted in the documents that the candidate she is considering, Shangwan is merely a young maiden of 17 or 18, filled with youthful aspirations. Her thirst for knowledge renders her focused and exceptionally talented. Upon finalizing the selection for the position of executive assistant, Chu Xi then turned her attention to the roles of two narrators. Following customary practice, she promptly dismissed all male applicants and directed her gaze towards the women. Upon closer inspection, her eyes sparkled with delight as she selected two individuals among them, Kai Wenji and Li Qingzhao. What a fortunate choice. Once again, she has chosen two remarkable women of talent. The system is indeed attuned to her preferences. Savoring a bite of braised pork, Chu Xi confirmed her selections. Ding. Selection complete. Relevant personnel will be dispatched to the film city in 5 minutes. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Chu Xi retrieved her phone and dialed Dong Xiaowan's number. Just yesterday, Yi Ruodong had provided all key staff with mobile phones. Upon her return last night, she shared their numbers with Chu Xi. The rationale for contacting Dong Xiaowan was twofold. Firstly, the current staff were stationed at the restaurant, making her the most suitable choice. Secondly, as someone hailing from the Ming dynasty, she possessed knowledge about both Shangwan and the talented figures Kai Wenji and Li Qingzhao. It was most fitting for her to handle the reception and introduction of matters pertaining to the film city. Additionally, there was the beautiful Xiamiran from the Qing dynasty, who could also assist with introductions. After the introductions were completed, Yi Ruodong could take over. Thus, after finishing her meal, Chu Xi returned home to store the materials sent by the system. A visit to the film city was out of the question, as it was too distant. Once she had dealt with the tasks at hand, Chu Xi lay on her bed and called old Lu. Such matters could not be clearly communicated via text. It was noon, coinciding with old Lu's break, so after 3 or 4 rings, he answered, "Xiao Chu, go ahead, I've been waiting like a wilting flower." Chu Xi responded with alacrity. "As for the Mecca, it serves little purpose for me to keep it. It would be far more beneficial to entrust it to the state. Therefore, it is no issue. I will sell the Mecca along with the documentation to the government. You propose a price." After they concluded the price negotiations, she would find time to deliver the Mecca to them. Lu Qingming, overjoyed, exclaimed, "Haha, good lad. I did not misjudge you. Just wait. I will go negotiate the price this afternoon and ensure it is satisfactory." He then added a small inquiry. "By the way, is the Mecca easy to operate?" Chu Xi replied enigmatically, "Whether it is easy to operate, who better to know than the one who uses it?" At the Langwell Hotel, located to the east of Haida University, Lu Rian was presently dining. Her agent had informed her just before noon that she had secured a script for a supporting female role in a fantasy drama. Even the role of the second female lead featured ample scenes. The stipulation was that Lu Ruyin had to accompany the investors and the director for lunch. Naturally, such midday meals are typically formal affairs, so Lu Ruyin did not give it much thought and went along. However, she was taken aback to discover that one of the investors was none other than Wang Chun, the young man she had encountered earlier that morning, who had intended to strike up a conversation with Chu Xi. According to her agent, Wang Chun was the third young master of one of the prestigious 9 great families of Huaxia. What status do these families hold in Huaxia? They rank just beneath the 4 great pillars, wielding nearly unimaginable power. As the wine flowed and the dishes were served, Wang Chun, slightly inebriated, turned his gaze toward Lu Ruyin. "Ruyin, rest assured, the role of the second female lead is undoubtedly yours. No one can take it from you. However, securing this role will not be an easy task." As he spoke, his hand reached toward Lu Ruyin's delicately exposed shoulder. Lu Ruyin narrowed her eyes, leaning back to evade his grasp, a smile gracing her lips. "Third young master, I am afraid I do not comprehend what you mean." Having grasped at thin air, Wang Chun was reminded of his earlier rejection and, fueled by liquor, could no longer contain his frustration. He lunged forward, seizing Lu Ruyin by the neck. You wretched woman, do you think you can refuse my toast and not face the consequences? Do not presume that your beauty grants you the right to act aloof in front of me. Let me tell you, the lovely ladies who have succumbed beneath me number not a few, but several. Lu Ruyan's face turned pale as he tightened his grip, her eyes rolling back as she struggled to breathe. Both her agent and the director were taken aback, rushing to intervene. Third young master, please calm down. This could end badly. They pleaded. Yes, third young master, let us discuss this civilly. I will persuade her. They urged in unison, genuinely fearing for Lu Ruyan's safety. In that moment, memories of Chu Xi flooded Lu Ruyan's mind. The last time she found herself in such a dire situation, it was Chu Xi who had rushed through the crowd to save her. But now, would he come to her aid again? A tear slipped from the corner of Lu Ruyan's eye as she felt her strength waning, even the ability to push Wang Chun away slipping from her grasp. Suddenly, the door to the private room was kicked open with a resounding bang. A figure, like a gust of wind, rushed toward Wang Chun, delivering a sharp blow that rendered him unconscious. The newcomer was none other than Chu Xi. Upon seeing him, Lu Ruyin collapsed to the ground, clutching his leg and weeping. It was he, once again, who had come to her rescue. In that moment, her heart raced with tumultuous emotions. But why had Chu Xi appeared here? This tale begins a few moments prior, when Chu Xi had just ended a call with old Lu at home, only to be alerted by the system's notification. Ding. Emergency mission. Lu Ruyin is in danger. Choose option 1. Despite not being familiar with her, the reward is an ultra-invisible coating and related materials. Choose option 2. Call the police and let the security personnel handle it, with a reward of the Combat King system and relevant materials. Choose option 3. Rush to the Langville Grand Hotel, to the 3rd floor's Starry Lounge suite to save her, with a reward of supreme special driving skills and a motorcycle. Chu Xi was at a loss for words. This troublesome woman. System. I am not acquainted with her. Why must you compel me to rescue her? The system offered no response. Sighing in resignation, Chu Xi silently opted for the third choice, promptly rising to open the window and leap out. In 2 seconds, the loading was complete, and Chu Xi soared towards the Langville Grand Hotel. Upon arrival, he did not hasten to enter, waiting until chaos erupted inside before dashing in. He looked down at Lu Ruyin, reaching out to nudge her. Let go quickly. Everyone is watching. Lu Ruyin instantly realized, hastily releasing her grip, only then becoming acutely aware that her face was rather close to a certain part of Chu Xi's anatomy. This realization only reinforced her certainty that Chu Xi was not a woman but indeed a man. He had not been lying. The anxious manager hurried over, helping Lu Ruyin to her feet while reproaching Chu Xi. Who are you? Are you out of your mind? Who told you to knock out the third young master? Do you have any idea who he is? Offending him. Before she could finish her sentence, Chu Xi swiftly delivered a slap. Is this any of your concern? Hurry and take Lu Ruyin away. Your presence is bothersome. Chapter 73. Do not provoke him. The manager stood there, speechless, and finally, without uttering a word, helped Lu Ruyin turn to apologize. Director Tang, I sincerely apologize. Once the third young master awakens, I will bring Ruyin to express our apologies. Director Tang, having regained his composure from the shock, glanced at Chu Xi and swallowed hard, waving his hand dismissively. Enough. Every grievance has its origin. Our third young master will not hold this against you. As he spoke, Director Tang's gaze turned scrutinizing as he assessed Chu Xi. Young lady. Once the third young master wakes, if you are willing to spend the night with him, he likely will not make an issue of this. Chu Xi narrowed his eyes and delivered a swift kick. You really should keep your mouth shut. With a resounding thud, Director Tang, caught off guard, let out a cry, crashing into a chair and falling to the ground. Coughing, Director Tang glared at Chu Xi in fury. Do you know who the third young master is? He is the heir of the Wang family, one of the 9 great families of Huaxia. What status do the 9 great families hold in Huaxia? Is he someone you can afford to offend? Tell me, what gives you the audacity to cross Wang Xiao? What gives me the audacity? Chu Xi's lips curled in a smirk as he regarded Director Tang with a bemused expression, pondering. My surname is Chu, among the 4 pillars of Huaxia. One of them bears the surname Chu, does it not? As such, a thought seemed to cross her mind, and Chu Xi displayed a look of disdain, gazing down at Director Tang as she spoke slowly. The 9 prominent families are quite impressive, are they not? Utter my name, and you shall be startled. My surname is Chu. At this juncture, she chose to remain silent, merely leveraging the moment. With a cold smile, She left ample room for Director Tang's imagination and prepared to turn away with an air of nonchalance. Indeed, the director, who incessantly mentioned the 9 prominent families, was immediately drenched in cold sweat upon hearing her surname. It was only after Chu Xi exited the private room that he regained his composure and let out a gritted, disdainful snort. Humph. There are many with the surname Chu. Do you think you are one of the 4 pillars of Huaxia? Let me use my connections to investigate your identity. Pulling out his phone, he searched his contacts until he found a name and dialed without hesitation. He had been directing for years, and he had some ties in certain departments. The person he was contacting was affiliated with the Public Security Bureau. Whenever he had idle time, he would often ask this individual to assist him in inquiries. The call was quickly answered, and Director Tang promptly spoke. Brother Gang. The usual arrangement? Could you help me look into someone? Brother Gang responded with a hearty laugh. Thank you for your trust, boss. Rest assured, old Tang. What is the name of the person in question? Director Tang furrowed his brow in recollection, casting a sidelong glance at Chu Xi. The surname is Chu. I believe the name is Chu Xi, and she should be a freshman at Jinhai University. When Lu Ruyan was taken away by her agent, I think she called out for Chu Xi. The voice on the other end acknowledged. A student at Jinhai University named Chu Xi understood. Give me 5 minutes. The call remained connected, allowing Director Tang to hear the sound of typing on the other side. Shortly thereafter, well before the 5 minutes elapsed, Brother Gang's voice emerged. Director Tang, do not blame me for not advising you. If you have offended this person, it would be prudent to keep your distance. Do not provoke her. Director Tang felt bewildered, casting another surprised glance at Chu Xi. Why is that, Brother Gang? Brother Gang's tone turned grave as he warned. I do not have the authority to access this person's information. Generally, individuals with such a level of confidentiality are not someone you, or even those behind you, can afford to offend. Upon hearing this, Director Tang's suspicions were further solidified. Chu Xi was indeed a member of the prestigious Chu family, one of the 4 pillars of Huaxia. Even the Wang family from the 9 prominent families was insignificant before the Chu family. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Director Tang expressed his gratitude and hung up the call, forcing a smile as he turned to Chu Xi. Chu classmate, this matter may involve some misunderstanding. I kindly ask you to overlook my transgressions. I am willing to compensate you for your emotional distress. With that, he pulled out a checkbook and a pen from his pocket, swiftly jotting down a sum and presenting it to her. Would this amount suffice to bring you peace of mind? Chu Xi glanced at the figure on the check and nodded indifferently. Since you are so agreeable, I shall not pursue this matter further. With a mere gesture, the check soared into the air, landing in Chu Xi's hands amidst Director Tang's horrified gaze. Once he regains consciousness, he shall be instructed to behave and cease his incessant disturbances. After tucking away the check, Chu Xi refrained from uttering another word, lightly tapping Wang Chun before turning to depart. As he watched Chu Xi leave, Director Tang hurriedly sought assistance to remove the unconscious Wang Chun. It would be prudent to address this matter once the 3rd young master awakens. After all, he was merely a minor director, lacking the clout to navigate this precarious situation. He was acutely aware that the current head of the Chu family, Chu Zihong, was his direct superior in this domain. Should the Wang family offend the Chu family, their entertainment empire would be perilously jeopardized. Without entertainment, the Wang family would be akin to severing a limb, making their future prospects bleak. The more he pondered, the more dread overtook him, causing his breaths to quicken. Outside the Langwell Hotel, Lu Ruoyan and her manager remained anxiously awaiting developments. Ruoyan, I believe it may be time to leave, her manager cautioned, pulling at Lu Ruoyan's sleeve. That individual has crossed paths with the 3rd young master of the Wang family, one of the 9 prestigious families of Huaxia. There is little hope for a favorable outcome. It would be wise to distance yourself to avoid any repercussions from the Wang family's potential retaliation. A chill ran down Lu Ruoyan's spine as she regained her composure, gripping her manager's hand and inquiring, is the Wang family truly as formidable as you claim? Indeed, her manager affirmed with a firm nod. Let it go, Ruoyan. It's best not to wait any longer. The arm cannot outmatch the thigh. Lu Ruoyan felt her resolve wavering. Her career was just beginning to flourish. She could not allow her gratitude towards Chu Xi to lead to her downfall. Taking a deep breath, she nodded. Very well, I shall heed your advice. You are right. Her manager exhaled in relief, leading Lu Ruoyan away from the scene. Some of us are destined to inhabit different worlds. With this thought lingering in her mind, Lu Ruoyan glanced back one last time, yet failed to catch sight of Chu Xi, ultimately following her manager into the waiting vehicle. Just as Lu Ruoyan's car departed from the hotel entrance, Director Tang emerged with the unconscious Wang Chun, having not noticed Chu Xi's departure at all. Were he to wish to leave unnoticed, it would indeed be a simple feat at this juncture. However, at that moment, Chu Xi had not left. Instead, he had sought refuge in the ladies' restroom. Why venture into the ladies' restroom? One might ask the system. Just moments ago, the system's rewards had been announced, only to be swiftly followed by another unexpected task. Beep. A sudden task has been triggered. Option 1. Sound the fire alarm and then depart, concealing one's achievements and fame, with a reward of a small mobile house and related materials. Option 2. Call the police immediately to have the security personnel handle the situation, with a reward of a Jiqiang automatic cooking machine and related materials. Choosing to wait in the women's restroom on the 4th floor, one anticipated the apprehension and neutralization of explosives, rewarded with a premium water purifier and accompanying materials. This constituted a significant incident within the confines of Huaxia. In Chapter 74, Fortune smiles upon you for encountering me. It wasn't long before Chu Xi heard the sound of hurried footsteps entering the restroom. The individual outside tugged at each stall door, attempting to ascertain if anyone was inside. The restroom boasted 6 stalls, 5 squat toilets, and 1 accessible toilet for the disabled. Chu Xi occupied a relatively secluded stall. In the first 4 stalls, 2 were occupied. The anxious individual struggled to open the first 2, finally succeeding with the third, separated from Chu Xi by a partition. 3 seconds later, a cacophony erupted, accompanied by a woman's lament. I don't know what I ingested, but it hurts terribly. Chu Xi interjected. Could it be that someone has administered a laxative rather than something you consumed incorrectly? Your sounds resemble those of a constipated individual dealing with a laxative. The woman, horrified, retorted, That's impossible. They have no reason to treat me this way. Reflecting on her mission, Chu Xi speculated. It may be due to familial ties. Someone might be attempting to harm you. Panic enveloped the woman. How could this happen? What should I do? I can't stop. The other 2 occupants of the stalls began to feel anxious. It truly is her. Confirming her suspicions, Chu Xi continued her ruse. If I were the one intending to eliminate you, I wouldn't merely resort to poison. I would wait until you entered the restroom to deliver a fatal blow. Whether that blow is a direct attack or a trap that ensnares us both remains uncertain. After all, who knows if they intend to minimize casualties or, in a perverse twist, desire your eternal slumber in this restroom? Thus, to avoid collateral damage, I believe it prudent to make my exit swiftly. With that, Chu Xi turned, pressed the flush, and prepared to leave. Wait. The woman in the stall pleaded urgently. Help me call the police. I rushed out without my phone, claiming someone wants to harm me. Before she could finish, the restroom door swung open once more. Chu Xi beheld a poorly disguised man, donning a wig and carrying a handbag. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Chu Xi recognized his identity. Too late. The one who means to harm you has a Chu Xi was stirred, and with a sharp reprimand, she rushed forward, delivering a swift kick to the disguised man's abdomen. Simultaneously, she seized the handbag from his grasp, her mind commanding it to vanish into her spiritual realm. The impact sent the disguised man sprawling backward, crashing against the door behind him, utterly dazed. Good heavens, that hurts. Wait, where's my handbag? The bomb I painstakingly assembled. Grimacing in pain, he shook his head and frantically searched for his bag. Unfortunately, the restroom was quite small, and apart from Chu Xi standing firm, there was no trace of the handbag to be found. What on earth happened? Are you all right, miss? This outcry drew gasps and inquiries from the 3 women in the stalls. I'm fine, Chu Xi replied succinctly, stepping calmly towards the disguised man and delivering a knockout blow. She then retrieved the handbag, placing it aside, and pulled out her phone, dialing 110 while maintaining a composed demeanor. A disguised man attempted to enter and plant a bomb. But I subdued him. You are fortunate to have encountered me. As the door swung open, the women from the first and second stalls emerged, their legs trembling, gazing towards the entrance in a state of shock. Indeed, a man in a dress, with his wig askew, lay collapsed there. Beside Chu Xi rested the handbag, which presumably contained what he referred to as a bomb. Who is this person attempting to kill us? How terrifying. Thank goodness for you, miss. We are truly grateful. You are our savior. Yes, indeed. You are our lifesaver. Thank you so much. The 2 recovering women hurriedly expressed their gratitude to Chu Xi. Observing them, she noted their designer dresses and their attractive appearances, suggesting they hailed from affluent families. Pointing at the disguised man, Chu Xi inquired, "Do you recognize him?" The women bit their lips and cautiously approached the disguised man for a closer look, shaking their heads. "I've never seen him before." "Neither have I. He must not be related to us." Chu Xi nodded, her gaze shifting to the third stall. "Since he is not connected to you, it must be her." Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the third stall. "Ah, it hurts so much. Why on earth does this wretched man want to kill me? My stomach." The two women distanced themselves in disdain. At that moment, Chu Xi's call was answered. "Hello, this is the 110 Police Emergency Center. How may we assist you?" "Hello, I am at." Chu Xi calmly described her location and the unfolding events. Upon hearing the gravity of the situation, the coastal city's law enforcement assured her that they would dispatch officers immediately. "Please do not leave," Chu Xi instructed the two women. "You are all witnesses. When the authorities arrive, we can provide our testimonies. It must be understood that had I not intervened, this individual would have undoubtedly detonated the entire restroom, and potentially the entire floor. You are well aware of the consequences that ensued." The two women exchanged glances, bit their lips, and acquiesced. "Very well. We shall remain to testify. This repugnant man is utterly despicable. In his quest for vengeance, he shows no restraint, even towards us. He must not be spared." In the ensuing wait, Chu Xi summoned the hotel manager to seal off the area and dispatch personnel to retrieve the security officers. During the tedious wait, Chu Xi engaged in conversation with the two women and another lady who was still struggling with the restroom situation. Through their discussions, it was revealed that the voluptuous beauty was named Zhong Yiting, the elegant long-haired woman was Cheng Na, and the woman in the third stall was Su Jiao. Zhong Yiting and Cheng Na had come to attend a class reunion and had teamed up to use the restroom midway. Su Jiao, on the other hand, was the heiress of the Su family jewelry business and was at the hotel for a business meeting. As for the reasons behind the attack on her, Su Jiao was still uncertain. Chapter 75. The sole commonality: these matters were merely trivial conversations during Chu Xi's idle waiting. He did not take them to heart. After all, his task was solely to prevent this individual from detonating a bomb, not to entangle himself in the domestic issues of others. Approximately 15 minutes later, a team of security officers and two special agents arrived on the scene. After recording statements from Chu Xi and the three women, they allowed them to leave the vicinity. The special agent conducted an examination of the homemade bomb, which left them all astounded. They had not anticipated that this package of explosives possessed the capacity to obliterate a significant portion of the building, specifically the entire upper and lower sections of the ladies' restroom. Had the restroom been occupied, the casualties would have been substantial. In light of this, the team leader, representing the security detail, expressed profound gratitude towards Chu Xi. "Thank you, Chu Xi. Your courageous intervention has prevented what could have been a catastrophic outcome. As a token of our appreciation, we will be sending you a gift shortly." Chu Xi smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "I did it for my own safety, did I not? If he had detonated the bomb, I too would have perished." The officer chuckled. "While that may be true, we must acknowledge the reality of the situation. You have indeed averted the explosion and saved lives. Therefore, since you are capable of such a significant act, please do not refuse our goodwill." Chu Xi shrugged. "All right, you make a valid point." They shook hands, and the security officers, along with the special agents, escorted the perpetrator and the explosives away. Su Jiao was also taken to the hospital. Only Zhong Yiting and Cheng Na remained, eager to invite Chu Xi to join them at their class reunion. Could Chu Xi attend? Absolutely not. He was not one to be so easily swayed. Thus, he excused himself on the pretext of needing to attend class in the afternoon and made his exit. In the Timespace Film City, Mr. Yi, these three individuals are the newly appointed executive assistants to Mr. Chu, along with two narrators for the Film City. In Yi Ruodong's office, Dong Xiaowan arrived with Shengwan Wan'er, Kai Wenji, and Li Qingzhao. Yi Ruodong nodded and smiled at the three women, remarking that, indeed, their appearance and demeanor were quite commendable. She held no suspicion that Chu Xi would seek a mistress, for if he had, he would not have brought her into his presence. The three women, being quite sensible, smiled and curtsied gracefully, acknowledging Yi as their superior. Yi Ruodong raised her hand and gestured towards the sofa beside them, inviting, "Please, make yourselves comfortable. I shall briefly introduce your work responsibilities." However, before she could commence her explanation, her phone chimed with a text notification. The tone was set by Chu Xi, as per her insistence for a personalized message alert. Checking her phone, Yi Ruodong promptly rose to step outside, saying, I apologize, I must take this call. I will return shortly to continue our discussion. The four women remained silent, merely nodding with smiles. Once Yi Ruodong had exited, the youngest among them, Kai Wenji, turned to Dong Xiaowan and asked, Sister Dong, what is a phone? Dong Xiaowan pulled her own mobile device from the pouch at her waist and waved it, declaring, this is a mobile phone. Let me tell you, it is quite remarkable. It can. Outside, Yi Ruodong entered Chu Xi's office and dialed his number. The previous text had merely instructed her to find a secluded room to call him. As Chu Xi returned to Jinhai University, he resolved to candidly discuss the situation regarding the time-space film city with Yi Ruodong. After all, he was still a student, and the management of the film city was entrusted to her. Given that even the system had recognized her as his partner, Chu Xi was determined to place his complete trust in her. The call connected swiftly, and Chu Xi spoke in a calm tone. My dear wife, there is something I neglected to inform you. Please prepare yourself mentally. Yi Ruodong chuckled. You sound so mysterious. What is it? Just tell me directly. I am quite composed. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken the risk to go undercover. Chu Xi praised her. Well said, my valiant wife. I shall be straightforward. The employees we recently recruited for the film city are, in fact, historical figures from different time periods. Yi Ruodong's smile faltered. Darling, you cannot be serious. Chu Xi assured her. I am completely sincere, my love. What I say is the truth. Our film city is aptly named the Time-Space Film City, not merely for show. For instance, the ticket clerk, Shi Sure, is not just a namesake. She truly hails from the spring and autumn period. Furthermore, our security team is not comprised of modern recruits. They are genuine soldiers from the Qin dynasty, led by none other than Meng Yi, whom you may have heard of. In the presence of the restaurant's chefs, Chu Xi swiftly introduced everyone, leaving Yi Ruodong astounded. Unfortunately, apart from a few individuals from the Qin dynasty that she had encountered in historical texts, she had never heard of the others. Fortunately, her capacity for comprehension was quite robust, and she quickly adapted to the terminology of time and space, grasping the existence of parallel universes. Promptly, she took up pen and paper, earnestly requesting, Darling, you spoke too quickly just now. Could you please reiterate the dynasties they belong to? I shall jot them down. Would Chu Xi refuse? Certainly not. She repeated the information before hanging up to attend her class. As Yi Ruodong organized the dynasties according to Chu Xi's account, a sense of nostalgia washed over her. It dawned upon her that the historical turning point in the parallel world occurred during the quest for immortality following the unification of the 6 states by the first emperor. Had the first emperor disregarded his minister's counsel and resolutely pursued immortality by consuming toxic elixirs, the alignment of dynasties before her sent a shiver down her spine. The reason was simple. If a turning point had emerged, subsequent dynasties would have likewise appeared, thereby precluding the rise of the 4 pillars of Huaxia. The emergence of these pillars came only after the demise of the first emperor and the ascension of Prince Fusu, as the families of founding heroes gradually fell into decline. Pondering this, Yi Ruodong tilted her head, and the gravity etched on her face vanished. However, one must acknowledge that a parallel world with such a multitude of dynasties must possess a remarkably resplendent historical continuum. Yet, the final dynasty posed a significant peril, nearly leading to the downfall of Huaxia. Thankfully, a sage arose in the parallel universe, guiding the people of Huaxia to overturn their serfdom, triumph in the resistance, and establish a new Huaxia. The only commonality between the two worlds, it seems, is the shared experience of suffering under the invasion of the Little Sun. Chapter 76, A Noble Uncle. Exhaling deeply, Yi Ruodong rose from her seat, holding a small notebook, and returned to the vice president's office, preparing to communicate with Kai Wenji and the others. As Chu Xi had briefly mentioned their dynastic and personal backgrounds during her introductions, Yi Ruodong was well equipped to engage with them and offer her assistance. Just as Chu Xi settled into the lecture hall, awaiting the arrival of the professor, her phone rang. It was Elder Lu. Xiao Chu, we have reached a conclusion. The state intends to acquire the finished mechas for 100 billion and the research materials for 200 billion. What do you think? Chu Xi had long since grown indifferent to monetary desires and readily agreed. No problem. Let me take a leave of absence, and I will deliver it. Where do you plan to receive it? Please send me the address shortly. Elder Lu was overjoyed. Excellent. I will hang up and send you the location right away. After the call ended, Chu Xi glanced at the still absent professor and prepared to make her exit. Just as she reached the door, she encountered a sprightly, elderly gentleman entering the room. The elderly man cast a glance at the stunning Chu Xi and, with a faint smile, inquired, "Classmate, the lesson is about to commence. Where are you headed?" Yet, internally, he pondered, "I have long heard of two exquisite beauties emerging in the freshman year. One is the somewhat renowned actress Lu Ruyan, and the other must be this enchanting Chu Xi before me, though I cannot approach the former. This seemingly unremarkable Chu Xi should be within my reach." As Chu Xi met his gaze, her brows furrowed slightly. The lewd glint flickering in his eyes did not escape her notice. Being at the pinnacle of her cultivation, she discerned immediately, this old man is indeed a lecher. Having just dealt with a vice principal, she was dismayed to discover another pest lurking within the confines of Jinhai University. With disdain in her heart, Chu Xi's countenance reflected her displeasure. Coldly regarding the professor, she replied, "I am a freshman, unfamiliar with the campus. It is only reasonable that I have wandered into the wrong classroom." After speaking, she turned to leave, leaving behind a trail of fragrant air that stirred the old man's heart. Ah, how delightful. She is not only beautiful but also possesses such a strong personality. She perfectly suits my taste. Just wait. You will eventually find yourself in my bed. Having taken her leave, Chu Xi descended the stairs, only to receive a location update from old Lu. After a brief detour to the restroom to don her battle armor and activate her cloaking mode, she set off towards the designated site. This location lay in the mountains to the west of the capital, where several secret research bases affiliated with Lonka Institute were concealed within the hills. At the third research facility, on the helipad, the Supreme Chancellor, the Chief Executive Officer, and several military commanders had gathered, each occupying a seat in eager anticipation. They were excited to witness the mountain-grade Mecca firsthand, having hastily flown in after finalizing the delivery location. "When will Xiao Chu arrive?" Lin Feng glanced at the pacing old Lu, exclaiming, "Enough already. Your incessant pacing is making my head spin. Come sit down." Old Lu waved his hand dismissively. "You cannot comprehend my anxiety. It feels like a cat scratching inside me, rendering me unable to remain still. However, based on the flight speed of Chu Xi's armor, she should arrive within 30 to 40 minutes. "Huh?" The group of dignitaries gasped in unison. "Goodness, it will take that long? How much time has elapsed?" "Only 5 minutes since old Lu sent the location." "Impossible. It feels as if a year has passed." The assembly of dignitaries wore expressions of impatience and helplessness, no longer resembling their authoritative selves. The Supreme Chancellor sighed in resignation, but what could be done? Exchanging glances with the Chief Executive Officer, they both managed a wry smile. To divert attention, the Chief Executive Officer asked, "The joint military exercises from the Sam State are nothing short of a farce. All their movements are under satellite surveillance. Should we take advantage of the night to strike?" The Chief Executive, a leader imbued with passion, felt a stirring in his heart upon hearing those words. "You know," he mused, "if we were to clandestinely deal with them, they would surely exhaust themselves trying to unravel the mystery of our actions. It appears that my previous decision was rather cautious. Let us proceed with this plan. We shall choose an auspicious day and take action." After years of enduring their pretentiousness, it was high time to collect some interest. With a chuckle, the two prominent figures shared a conspiratorial laugh. The auspicious day they spoke of referred to a time when the skies above the land of Sam would be shrouded in rain. Under the guise of a thunderstorm, they would strike, framing it as an act of nature, perfectly orchestrated. As time languidly passed in anxious anticipation, half an hour slipped by. Suddenly, old Lu's ears perked up, and he joyfully exclaimed, "They're coming." At last, they've arrived. "Where are they?" At his words, everyone looked up at the sky with excitement. However, to their dismay, the sky was clear and devoid of clouds, surrounded by the melodious chirping of birds and fragrant blossoms. Yet there was no sign of Chu Xi or the mech. "Wait." A perplexed voice emerged from a nearby clearing. "Old Lu, I assure you I have not deactivated my cloaking mode. How did you know I was here?" With a gleeful smile, old Lu turned towards the source of the voice. "Ah, little Chu, despite my age, my ears have become attuned to peculiar sounds due to my extensive research. Much like the special forces, they can detect the click of a safety catch from a considerable distance." Indeed, his assertion was met with nods of agreement from the military commanders present. Old Lu continued, "While your battle armor provides optical invisibility, the sounds generated by your movements during flight cannot be entirely masked." Realization dawned on Chu Xi, who then deactivated her cloaking mode and greeted them. "Hello, esteemed uncles and elders. It is a pleasure to see you again. Ah, little Chu, no need for such formality. We've been waiting so long that the flowers are wilting, they urged, eager for her to reveal the mech. Maintaining her composure, Chu Xi nodded. I understand your eagerness. But first, we must engage in a little game. Old Lu, anxious, slapped his thigh. At a time like this, you wish to play a game? Lin Feng chimed in impatiently. Yes, little Chu. Let us get to the point. Those with a good rapport with Chu Xi expressed their concerns, while others merely nodded along. Their eagerness palpable. Chu Xi raised her hands in a gesture of exasperation. It is not that I do not wish to, but I have my reasons. After waiting for over half an hour, a mere few seconds felt trivial. The chief executive stood and declared, Little Chu is right. We have already waited half an hour. So what are a few more seconds? What game do you propose? With a thumbs up, Chu Xi replied, It's quite simple. Everyone turn around, and upon my signal, return to face me. Simple enough, right? The crowd instantly grasped the underlying implication, nodding in agreement. Chapter 77. This matter is too profound. You cannot grasp it. As everyone turned back, Chu Xi glanced at several surveillance cameras surrounding the area. He raised his hand, performing a series of intricate gestures before striking the ground. Buzz. In the next moment, a distortion enveloped him. Through the monitors, it became evident that the images before the lenses had transformed into a mosaic. All right. Nodding in satisfaction, Chu Xi turned and waved his hand, launching the mountain-class mech from his spiritual abode. Boom. With a resounding crash, the mech landed, causing the ground to tremble. They're here. The sound was unmistakable. Indeed, one can feel it. This is the signal. A shiver ran through the crowd as they eagerly turned to look, only to collectively gasp in awe, their astonished gazes slowly rising. Stunning. Utterly breathtaking. The impact on the senses was far greater than viewing it on a screen. The mountain-class mech stood resplendent in the sunlight, akin to a small mountain itself. Its imposing, majestic structure, combined with its rugged camouflage paint, was simply magnificent. Wow. Someone let out a gasp, suddenly drawing everyone's attention back. Goodness. It's absolutely incredible. Lin Feng was the first to succumb to his excitement, exclaiming in astonishment. Indeed. It was majestic. Overflowing with grandeur. Words failed to encapsulate the awe. The advantage is ours. How could China not prosper? Come, let us take a group photo. In unison, the prominent figures voiced their enthusiasm. Chu Xi smiled warmly at them, slowly approaching Old Lu. So, Old Lu, do you not feel it is worth every penny? Nodding vigorously, Old Lu's face flushed with excitement. Indeed, it has far exceeded my expectations. Chu Xi patted his shoulder, adding more fuel to the fire. What if I told you this is merely the prototype of the mountain-class mech? What would you think? Ding. A light bulb flickered in Old Lu's mind as he abruptly turned to Chu Xi, gripping his hand tightly, his eyes glistening with emotion. Little Chu, come. Let us sit over here and discuss this further. Chu Xi offered no resistance, following Old Lu to a nearby bench. This mech is truly just the initial version. Given the right conditions, it can be made larger, more formidable, with even more terrifying capabilities. Once I return, I'll send you the detailed specifications, and you will understand its significance. Old Lu felt his breath quickening, and with a decisive slap to his thigh, he proclaimed, All right, I've made my decision. Starting today, I will officially commence the brain enhancement program with the memory extractor. At my age, if I do not begin now, I fear I will lag behind the pace of the younger generation. In his excitement, Old Lu recalled the matter of the graphene batteries. By the way, what about the batteries? The aforementioned notion is to ardently support you within the confines of policy, with the state holding a 20% stake, ensuring that no personnel will interfere with your endeavors. This should pose no issue, correct? Ultimately, the goal is national strength. Chu Xi has little interest in monetary gain and readily assented. No problem. With the state as my backing, anyone daring to undermine my company will have to weigh their own worth and standing. Old Lu appreciatively patted Chu Xi on the shoulder. Excellent. This is precisely what I admire about you. By the way, have you decided on a location for your factory? Will it be situated in the coastal city? Or do you have other aspirations? Chu Xi shook his head. Not in the coastal city. Its limitations are too confining. I plan to establish the factory within Qi province. Qi province is also a coastal province, vast and resource-rich, abundant in various assets. The most crucial point is that my girlfriend's father resides in Qi province, and my presence there would effectively deliver him some political merit. Old Lu immediately became intrigued. Oh, You have a girlfriend? Her father is still in Qi province? Could you share a bit about her? Chu Xi smiled mysteriously. As for my girlfriend, I owe you a debt of gratitude for your matchmaking. Me? Old Lu pointed at himself, bewildered. Chu Xi nodded, whispering a reminder. Do you recall a few days ago when you asked me to rescue someone from abroad? I fell for her at first sight. So in a way, you have gifted me a girlfriend. Wouldn't you say it pertains to you? Old Lu suddenly enlightened, smacking his forehead. I know who you mean. You're talking about that girl from the Yi family, right? Internally, he sighed. Alas, Jing Shui might be disappointed. Her savior has already found a partner. Chu Xi nodded with a smile. Old Lu chuckled. Well then, that's splendid. If that's the case, it seems we all find joy in this. However, I have heard that while the Yi family's girl may rival you in appearance, she is quite the tomboy. You should exercise caution. Do not find yourself at a loss and come seeking me for recompense. Chu Xi waved dismissively. Not at all. Though I am already acquainted with her tomboyish side. Oh, by the way, would you care to try out this mech? The conversation was abruptly redirected, leaving old Lu momentarily stunned. Huh? Me? I haven't even seen the operating manual. Can I pilot it? Snap. Chu Xi snapped his fingers. No problem. Just recall what I mentioned earlier, Xianglong. With a soft utterance, the battle armor automatically loaded. Observing the swift loading process completed in mere seconds, old Lu took a deep breath and nodded. All right, let me give it a shot. Then let's go. Chu Xi lifted old Lu in his arms and soared onto the shoulder of the mech. Subsequently, through the battle armor's controls, the mech's cabin door opened. Chu Xi gestured towards the cockpit, glowing with a dark purple radiance. Step inside. Resist not. Once inside, all will be illuminated. Gazing at the unknown expanse ahead, old Lu nodded nervously and stepped inside. Below, someone exclaimed, Hey, look, little Chu has taken old Lu up. The essence was lost. He seized the opportunity first. Hey, Xiao Chu, given old Lu's age, allow me to take the wheel. Ah, indeed, he is aging. Let me have a turn. Old Lu, halt your steps. This endeavor is too perilous for you to navigate. Yes, stop. Let me take over. Witnessing this scene, several military generals and Lin Feng all shouted in unison, eager to vie for the chance to test drive. They had been so engrossed in the spectacle that they forgot about the test drive altogether. What a shame. Each one lamented, cursing old Lu for his lack of sportsmanship and overtaking on a curve. Once old Lu entered the cockpit, he immediately sensed the difference surrounding him. Is this liquid? He murmured, starting to feel a fog enveloping his mind. Before long, he found himself completely ensconced in the neural connection fluid. A somewhat sluggish sensation washed over him, and a holographic image appeared before his eyes, as if he were genuinely observing his surroundings through his own gaze. Chapter 78. You were prepared for this all along this sensation. Old Lu attempted to raise his hand, and the mechanical arm followed suit, albeit with a slight delay, prompting him to inquire, Xiao Chu, why do I feel somewhat sluggish? There seems to be a delay of at least a second. His voice, amplified through the mech speaker, was heard by everyone present, leading some to express their skepticism. What? A delay? That shouldn't be the case. Indeed. When we watched the video yesterday, Xiao Chu's driving appeared exceedingly smooth. Could it be malfunctioning? Xiao Chu smiled slightly, and, tapping the mech's exterior, clarified loudly. There is no need for wild speculation. It is true that operating such a mech imposes stringent demands on the driver's neural response time. The more sensitive the neural response, the higher the compatibility with the mech. Given old Lu's age and his lack of regular exercise, one can only imagine how his neural response would fare. At this point, Xiao Chu directly inquired of old Lu, Old Lu, please check the upper right corner of your field of vision. There is a compatibility indicator. What is your rating? Oh. Old Lu replied, directing his gaze to the upper right, where indeed a translucent number appeared. Mine is 61? No wonder I feel a delay. Xiao Chu leaped down, her wings fluttering gracefully as she landed lightly before the crowd. A compatibility rating of 61 allows for a test drive. However, should it be used for combat or disaster relief, it could cost lives. So, everyone, if you feel your physical condition is at its peak, step forward and give it a try. Upon hearing this, all eyes instinctively turned to Lin Feng. As the leader of the dragon team, his physique was undoubtedly robust. Without hesitation, he stepped forward. I shall do it. No offense to anyone here, but none possess a physique that rivals mine. The chief executive chuckled, shaking his fist in playful warning, implying that further comments might provoke a response. Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly and quickly turned to Chu Xi, extending his arms. Come on. My dear nephew, let us ascend. Let me show you a perfect match. Chu Xi nodded, effortlessly lifting Lin Feng as they soared upwards, simultaneously activating the cockpit of the mech through the battle armor. Having broken free from control, old Lu regained consciousness and cheerfully emerged. Little Chu. This mech is truly impressive. Not to mention its overall design. Even the neural sensing fluid transcends modern science. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng, who was about to switch roles, felt a surge of curiosity. Really? Neural sensing fluid? Uh-huh. Here I come. With that, he dove right in. His joyous demeanor resembled that of a child who had just received a magnificent transformer toy. After a brief moment, Lin Feng, now linked, exclaimed in disbelief, seriously? With my robust physique, the compatibility is only 85? Why not 100? Chu Xi, somewhat embarrassed, scratched his nose. Well, uncle, I have 100% compatibility. Lin Feng was at a loss for words. All right. You're young. You're extraordinary. Never mind. I'll give this 85 compatibility a try. Saying this, Lin Feng began to roam the open space, occasionally throwing punches and kicking. Fortunately, the landing pad was exceptionally sturdy. Otherwise, his aimless antics would have shattered the ground beneath him. However, old Lu was beginning to feel uncomfortable, standing atop the mech's shoulder. Little Chu, please take me down. I can't endure this much longer. Without a word, Chu Xi lifted the elderly gentleman down, while calling out behind him, Uncle Lin, stop wandering aimlessly on flat ground and go experience the mountains. Lin Feng was enlightened, his eyes sparkling. Indeed, this mech is designed for mountainous terrains, making it more suitable for such combat. What am I doing here? Acknowledging his mistake, he promptly turned towards the nearby hills. Meanwhile, the chief executive and his colleagues resumed their seats, while a few young academicians brought over tables laden with watermelons and sunflower seeds, assuming the role of spectators. Chief Executive Uncle, Chu Xi approached after setting old Lu down. I must return to school now that the cargo has been delivered. Upon mentioning school, the chief executive and others exchanged bewildered glances. Little Chu, you've created the Xianglong system. How can you still insist on attending school? Indeed, Little Chu, they continued. Crafting mechs and aircraft carriers. Surely any one of these feats surpasses what you could learn in school. Why go to school? Old Lu, just grant him an academician title. Absolutely. With his level of skill, he is more than qualified to be an academician. As we are here, let us expedite the approval right away. Old Lu's eyes lit up at this. Fantastic. I've been thinking along those lines for some time. Since the military has conferred an officer rank, I cannot lag behind. Xiao Chu, from this day forth, you shall be a distinguished academician of our esteemed Lonka Institute. Little Li, bring it forth. In astonishment, Chu Xi beheld Elder Lu gesturing towards the side, where an academician retrieved a document pouch from his briefcase and handed it over. Goodness. Chu Xi gave Elder Lu a thumbs up. So you had this all prepared in advance. Elder Lu nodded with pride. Indeed, at my age, one must be prepared for contingencies. As for your schooling, my stance is quite lenient. You may attend if you wish, but there is no compulsion. Rest assured, your graduation certificate will not elude you. The knowledge you possess far surpasses what one might glean from a university education. Moreover, given your prowess in electrical engineering, what more do you need to learn? Chu Xi's eyes sparkled as he nodded. If you put it that way, I find it quite agreeable. Perhaps, esteemed uncles, you could assist me in drafting a letter to Jinhai University? Upon hearing this, everyone readily expressed their willingness to write. The outcome was that Chu Xi departed with great delight. Subsequently, a series of emails from the capital flooded the bewildered computer of the president of Jinhai University. What on earth is happening? Xin Song perused the emails, feeling both exhilarated and overwhelmed. My goodness. Emails from the Chief of the Army, Chief of the Air Force, Chief of the Navy, and the President of Lonka Institute. 4 weighty correspondences that left Xin Song in a state of apprehension. Fortunately, the content of these emails was largely consistent. Chu Xi, at the tender age of 18, had been directly inducted as a distinguished academician of Lonka Institute. Chapter 79. All show and no substance. What does it mean to be an academician? What does it signify? Each academician has emerged as a scholarly giant through rigorous selection processes. Only those who have achieved remarkable accomplishments in scientific research or technological innovation, possessing international influence, may aspire to this status. Such an entity holds immense stature. The significance of the title academician is beyond what a mere university president like myself could ever compare to. This Chu Xi Song retrieved Chu Xi's information, tapping away at his keyboard before exhaling in relief. Well then, since you are now an academician of Lonke Institute, continuing your studies here would indeed be a disservice to your talents. You merely need to maintain your student status, and in 4 years, you shall receive your diploma, or perhaps even graduate ahead of schedule in a year or two. With that, Song pressed the enter key, sealing the matter. Soon, he would only need Chu Xi to come in and sign, and this would be accomplished. Truly remarkable, second in the nation. Leaning back in his chair, Song reflected on Chu Xi's new status, feeling a sense of awe. No, it should be said he intentionally achieved second place nationally. To become an academician upon entering school speaks volumes of his hidden depths. Upon his return, Chu Xi made a beeline for the president's office. Upon their meeting, Song lavished praises upon Chu Xi, nearly elevating her to celestial heights with his compliments. After all, she was an esteemed academician who had emerged during his tenure. Should this information become public, it would undoubtedly enhance the reputation of Jinhai University, particularly as they welcomed a freshman who had become an academician of the prestigious Huaxia Dragon Academy. It could very well lead to Song's own elevation in status as the university's president. Once the formalities were completed and signatures affixed, Chu Xi sought out her enchanting mentor, Yu Xiling. Although their interactions had been minimal, she had made an effort to extend her respect and greet her. However, midway through her journey, an urgent need to relieve herself struck Chu Xi. Prior to her return, she had indulged in several slices of watermelon in the capital and, having not visited the restroom all morning, she promptly diverted her course to the nearest facilities. Meanwhile, Wang Chun, feeling somewhat disheartened, resolved to attend school in the afternoon. He intended to encounter Chu Xi again for a forthright confrontation. If she truly was one of the 4 pillars of the Chu family, he would refrain from further comment. Consequently, after awakening, he made his way directly to Jinhai University. Having consumed a considerable amount of alcohol at lunch, he found himself unable to contain his discomfort during the first class of the afternoon. As soon as the lesson concluded, he rushed to the restroom. To his astonishment, as he began to relieve himself, a figure approached him. Besides such a muscular man, how could they possibly urinate in peace? The individual was considerably shorter, and Wang Chun felt a surge of irritation at the audacity of this person standing near him. However, as he turned to inspect the newcomer, his eyes widened in disbelief, and his mouth fell agape. The individual was none other than Chu Xi. Sensing his gaze, Chu Xi glanced over her shoulder, smirking disdainfully. Oh, isn't this the little someone from that family? Upon hearing her melodious voice and glancing down, Wang Chun felt as though the sky had collapsed upon him. Why you? How could you? With a mischievous smile, Chu Xi playfully deepened her voice. I am, after all, a man. How could I possibly lack such a grand treasure? In a state of utter shock, Wang Chun emitted a cry akin to that of a distressed groundhog, staggering several steps to the left, splattering urine in all directions. Chu Xi, with a look of disdain, stepped back yet maintained her composure, expertly directing her stream into the urinal. Wang Chun observed her slender, steady stream, contrasting it with his own erratic spray, and felt his despair multiply as he retreated far enough to occupy 2 urinals. Pathetic, all show and no substance. Finally, Chu Xi retracted her grand treasure and departed, leaving behind a parting remark. Wang Chun clutched his hair in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the surreal turn of events. How could such a breathtaking beauty suddenly transform into a stunningly handsome figure of ambiguous gender? And why was it that despite his own good looks, he found himself overshadowed by this individual, whose physique surpassed even his own impressive height of 6 feet? Where was the justice in that? Where were the laws of nature? After exchanging greetings with Yu Xiling, Chu Xi felt an overwhelming sense of relief as he departed from near Sea University. Of course, even though he could now attend school in a free mode, he still had access to the dormitories, having paid for 3 years in advance. Finally, he had the opportunity to attend to matters concerning the film city and the factory. Stretching his limbs at the university entrance, Chu Xi hailed a taxi and made his way directly to the film city. Within the film city, Yi Ruodong was currently guiding the 3 women, Shangwan Wanner, Kai Wenji, and Li Qingzhao, through the streets, exploring the surroundings. Each of the women displayed distinct behaviors. Shangwan Wanner diligently recorded the streets and buildings they passed, eager to familiarize herself with the territory she was about to manage. Kai Wenji focused on memorizing the details of the ancient streets and their respective introductions. Meanwhile, Li Qingzhao paid close attention to the modern street area, noting down relevant information as well. This division of labor was clear and efficient, allowing the two women to work without impeding one another. Suddenly, the intercom crackled to life. "Wife, where are you?" It was Chu Xi announcing his arrival. "Your boss is here." Yi Ruodong chuckled as she replied through the intercom. "I'm currently showing Shengwan Wanner and the others around the film city. And we have just arrived at Minghua Bridge." "Received. I'll be right there." Chu Xi replied before heading to the ticketing area to check on how Shishir and Junmi were adapting. To his surprise, he found not only Shishir and Junmi, but also a short-haired girl instructing them on how to operate the ticketing system. The two women were attentively nodding along, completely engrossed in their learning, and did not even notice Chu Xi's arrival. Entering the room, Chu Xi greeted them with a smile. "How are you both getting on with the job?" The two women turned at the sound of his voice, their faces lighting up with sweet smiles. "Boss Chu, you've arrived. We've already learned a lot, though we are still a bit inexperienced." "Indeed, Sister Shishir picks things up so quickly," Junmi chimed in. "Not at all. Sister Junmi is quite clever as well. It's all thanks to this Sister Yang." Chu Xi was left speechless. It had only been a few days, and the two had become as close as sisters. Giving them both a thumbs up, he praised. "Seeing how well you've adapted puts my mind at ease. If there's anything you need, don't hesitate to let me know. And you, Sister Yang, I appreciate your help. Once you finish teaching them, I will certainly reward you with a bonus." The short-haired girl quickly waved her hands. "No need, Boss Chu. President Yi has already compensated me." As Chu Xi turned to leave, he gestured dismissively. "Don't be so polite. What she gives is hers. But you must accept what I offer as well." "That is settled." Watching Chu Xi depart, the three women each harbored their own thoughts. Stepping outside, Chu Xi affectionately patted the head of the little dog wagging its tail and panting happily before proceeding deeper into the film city. "Boss Chu." The guards at the entrance greeted him in unison upon his arrival. "Thank you all for your hard work." With a smile, Chu Xi waved her hand and stepped inside. Chapter 80. If you have the ability, don't choose. "Woof woof, my king. The king has arrived." As soon as she entered, two German shepherds responsible for guarding the city gate rushed over, joyfully circling around Chu Xi. "Tank, Zhaochun, thank you for your hard work," Chu Xi remarked, examining this and touching that, inquiring, "Is the food I left for you sufficient?" Tank, seated to Chu Xi's left, nodded. "It's enough, my king. With Eddie managing things and the Wan family distributing, we've been well fed." Eddie is the shepherd dog, possessing a natural aptitude for management. The Wan family consists of 5 members, a middle-aged couple and their 3 slender daughters. After learning about all the families, Yi Ruodong specifically entrusted them with the task of distributing dog food, even providing them with cleaning tricycles. "That's wonderful." Satisfied, Chu Xi nodded and waved her hand. "All right. You may continue your work." "Woof woof." Tank and Zhao Chen nodded, then separated to the left and right, retreating to the shade to rest. As she continued her journey, Chu Xi encountered other dogs from different areas. Seeing that they had already familiarized themselves with their territories brought her joy. She arrived at the bridge and encountered the 3 literary talents, Shengwan Wanner, Kai Wenji, and Li Qingzhao. At that moment, the 3 gifted women were standing behind the bridge, exchanging verses in a poetic dialogue, each affirming the other's words. Yi Ruodong approached with a smile, gently linking her arm with Chu Xi's. "Darling, I never expected these ancient talents from parallel worlds to be so remarkable." Chu Xi turned to plant a kiss on Yi Ruodong's charming face. "You are quite remarkable too, my heroic woman." This compliment made Yi Ruodong blush, shyly leaning her head on Chu Xi's shoulder. Glancing at the 3 women ahead, Chu Xi returned to the topic at hand. "By the way, when do you plan to commence operations?" Yi Ruodong had already devised a plan. "In a couple of days. On the eve of the Mid-Autumn Festival. I have already thought of the promotional slogan. So close, so beautiful, the tourist destination beside you is opening. Free tours on the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival. So close, so beautiful. Why does that sound so familiar?" Upon hearing this phrase, Chu Xi's mind clicked as she realized why it sounded familiar. "I remember now. This is the tourism advertisement from my original world." The original phrase was, "So close, so beautiful. Come to Hebei on the weekend." Yi Ruodong continued. "In a little while, various lanterns and decorations for the film city will be delivered. I've invited some staff to help with the decoration, aiming to complete it in 2 days. During this time, I'll also be reaching out for external investments, directly organizing a lively temple fair in our film city to attract visitors." Ding! The film city is about to officially open. Please, host. Select NPC positions as requested by Yi Ruodong promptly. Just as Yi Ruodong finished speaking, the system's prompt echoed. Chu Xi nodded in satisfaction. No wonder I chose her. She considers everything so thoughtfully. After finishing her words, Chu Xi embraced Yi Ruodong and made her way to the edge of the small bridge. Gazing down at the river below, the water in their filmed city shimmered with clarity, while schools of koi swam freely. On the opposite bank, a group of children clad in t-shirts emblazoned with time-space filmed city laughed heartily as they scattered fish food into the water. They were the offspring of the cleaning staff, too young to engage in strenuous labor, and Yi Ruodong entrusted them with the responsibility of feeding the fish at designated times. Nearby, a couple dressed in cleaning uniforms stood a short distance away, tools in hand, smiling as they watched the children play. Within the confines of the film city, their anxious expressions could be temporarily concealed. This place was exceptionally safe. One need not worry about encountering a rogue figure from the shadows, brandishing weapons and pursuing them, or the sudden threat of an arrow piercing through the darkness. There was no fear of being misled by a cunning thief leading them into peril. Shifting her focus, Chu Xi began to assess the options presented by the system. This time, 5 NPC positions were available: a fortune teller, 2 acrobats, a dancer, a martial arts performer, and a magician. She first examined the fortune teller, and her eyes widened in astonishment. Among the fortune tellers, the system had presented illustrious figures from history: Ji Chang, Geguzi, Zhuge Liang, Yuan Shouqing, Yuan Tiangang, and Chen Tuan, each renowned in their own right. After a moment of contemplation, she ultimately decided on Yuan Tiangang. The distant Ji Chang was somewhat unfamiliar to her. Geguzi was shrouded in mystery. Zhuge Liang seemed overly pretentious. Yuan Shouqing was too fantastical, and Chen Tuan was intimidating. Only Yuan Tiangang, known for his prophetic insights, was someone with whom she felt a connection. Having settled on the fortune teller NPC, Chu Xi turned her gaze to the acrobats and was momentarily taken aback. The acrobat NPCs included the likes of Xiang Yu, Zhang Jiao, Li Yuanba, and Lu Zhishan. Goodness! Lifting a cauldron? Pulling out willows? Heaven is dead, let the yellow sky arise. First and foremost, both Zhang Jiao and Li Yuanba were not particularly renowned for their intellect. Thus, her choices were limited to Xiang Yu and Lu Zhishan, both of whom were muscular figures. Remarkably, Lu Zhishan was not a historical figure, yet he had been included, highlighting the intriguing nature of the term time-space. Next came the dancer selection, and this time the system proved reliable, presenting only renowned beauties from history. Figures like Diao Chan, Zhao Fian, Li Shishir, and Chun Yuan, all exceptionally formidable. Chu Xi was nearly overwhelmed by the choices. Not a single one was unattractive. Ultimately, she chose Chun Yuan. Why? Because Chun Yuan's profile indicated that she was still the Chun Yuan of the late Ming Dynasty, during which the Ming Dynasty was still intact. If she selected Chun Yuan and devised a plan for her to meet the emperor and relay potential events to Chongzhen, perhaps the Qing Dynasty would never come to pass in Chun Yuan's historical timeline. Lastly, it was time to select the martial arts performer. At this point, Chu Xi truly found herself at a loss. The individual presented by the system was on the verge of explosion. The martial arts performers included Gai Nye, Guan Yu, Li Chuangang, Han Li, Yi Fan, Yang Guo, and Zhang Wuji. What is the meaning of including Li Chuangang, Han Li, and Yi Fan? Chu Xi silently questioned. Ding. If you have the ability, don't choose. The system coldly retorted. Rolling his eyes, Chu Xi gritted his teeth and ultimately selected the old demon Han. He noted that in reality, at this moment, the old demon Han was in the late stage of the core formation period, entangled in the chaotic star sea, and was experiencing one of the most arduous times of his life. If he pulled him up at this juncture, it would surely be remembered as a favor. The final choice was a magician, and after the previous absurdity with the martial arts selections, Chu Xi braced himself. Chapter 81. You want to see my strength, huh? Very well. Indeed, the options for the magician were even more outrageous. The magician's choices included the Diamond-Gourd Baby, the Seven Brothers combined, Harry Potter, Xiao Yan, Uchiha Sasuke, Portgas D, Ace, Li Zexing, and the Monkey King Sun Wukong. This world bore no connection to the aforementioned novels and films. Thus, the system had completely unleashed its creativity. Chu Xi looked at the list and thought, well, it's you again, system. Without hesitation, he chose Sun Wukong, as according to personal records, The current Sun Wukong was trapped under the Five-Finger Mountain, enduring his most challenging period. Furthermore, Chu Xi and many of his compatriots from his original world were ardent fans of the great sage. After finalizing his choices, Chu Xi led Yi Ruodong towards the restaurant. Yi Ruodong, perplexed, asked, "Darling, where are we going?" Chu Xi glanced back at Shangwan Wanner and said, "Wanner, keep up. Wenji and Qing Zhao, you two continue." "Understood." Boss Chu, Kai Wenji, and Li Qingzhao replied with graceful bows. Shangwan Wanner quickly caught up, positioning herself on Chu Xi's other side. Chu Xi redirected his attention to explain, "I have selected several NPC positions from the fabric of time and space. They are the fortune teller Yuan Tiangang, acrobat Xiang Yu and Lu Zhishan, dancer Chen Yuan, martial artist Han Li, and magician Sun Wukong." Upon hearing this, Shangwan Wanner hurriedly retrieved paper and a pen from the bag gifted by Yi Ruodong, jotting down notes as they walked. Meanwhile, with a sense of curiosity, Yi Ruodong inquired, "What historical backgrounds do they come from? Can you give a brief overview?" Chu Xi nodded. "Let us start with Yuan Tiangang. He is a renowned diviner from the Tang dynasty in a parallel universe. I believe Wanner is familiar with him." Shangwan Wanner's eyes brightened as she nodded. "Of course, he was the master who predicted that our emperor would become a female monarch. He is quite remarkable. I just wonder if he existed in the same era as I did." As she spoke, Shangwan Wanner recorded Yuan Tiangang's name and background. Chu Xi smiled. "Exactly. That's him. Now let us discuss the two acrobats. There is no need for an introduction to Xiang Yu, a renowned general from the ancient Qin dynasty." Yi Ruodong nodded, while Shangwan Wanner diligently noted down the characters Xiang Yu and Qin dynasty in her notebook. Chu Xi continued, "As for Lu Zhishan, he is not a historical figure, but a character from a classic work in a parallel world. In terms of historical context, he belongs to the Song dynasty, which came after the Tang dynasty, while Xiang Yu is known for his extraordinary strength, capable of lifting cauldrons. Lu Zhishan's might is likened to uprooting willows. Both exhibit immense power. Their collaboration for a performance should pose no challenge." Yi Ruodong nodded in agreement, but refrained from interjecting. Chu Xi glanced at Shangwan Wanner, waiting for her to finish her notes before continuing. "Now, regarding the dancer, I have chosen Chen Yuan, a famous courtesan from the late Ming and early Qing dynasties in a parallel world. My intention in selecting her is to explore whether she might aid in salvaging the Ming dynasty in that realm." A slight smile graced Yi Ruodong's lips, yet she remained silent. Chu Xi proceeded with her introduction. "For the martial arts performance, I have chosen Han Li, who is also not a historical figure from a parallel world, but rather the protagonist of a fantasy cultivation novel." The mention of a fantasy cultivation novel elicited astonished gasps from both Yi Ruodong and Shangwan Wanner. "Indeed," Chu Xi replied with a gentle smile. "It seems you have deduced my reasoning for selecting him." The two women exchanged knowing glances and nodded in unison. Being exceptionally intelligent, they understood that Chu Xi aimed to glean something from Han Li, perhaps cultivation techniques or magical artifacts. Indeed, during this period, Han Li possesses an array of intriguing items. Whether they can be acquired depends on the system's allowances. Chu Xi shifted back to her main theme. "Lastly, for the magician, I have chosen Sun Wukong. Like Han Li, he is not a historical figure, but the main character in a classic tale. His identity is that of a spirit monkey, the stone monkey. Legend has it that he originated from a stone left over from Nuwa's creation of the heavens, nurtured by the essence of the sun and moon. His magical prowess is profound, capable of 72 transformations. It is entirely fitting for him to lead a magic performance." Upon hearing this, the two women's eyes widened in astonishment once more. However, Shangwan Wanner continued her meticulous note-taking without pause. As the conversation unfolded, the trio arrived at the entrance of the tavern. Just then, a radiant glow began to emanate from within the establishment. Soon after, a stunned Yuan Tiangang, a bewildered Xiang Yu, a dazed Lu Zhishan, a beautiful yet puzzled Chen Yuan, a somewhat scruffy yet cautious Han Li clad in green, and a disheveled but elated Sun Wukong appeared in succession. "Ah, is this the time-space film city? Where is the boss Chu? Where is he?" As an extraordinary being, Sun Wukong was the first to react, looking around and calling out. Chu Xi raised her hand and waved. "Great sage, I am here." "Oh, you know me, old son?" "Indeed, great sage." Having spoken, Chu Xi stepped inside, raising his hand in a respectful gesture towards the others. "I am Chu Xi, the proprietor of this time-space film city. You may refer to me as Boss Chu." Acknowledging the curiosity in their hearts, he encouraged them to voice their questions freely. Yuan Tiangang, unfazed, waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for me to inquire. The voice referred to as the system made it abundantly clear upon my arrival that we are in a modern society several centuries ahead of our time. I had already foreseen this occurrence some time ago. Thus, my task now is merely to familiarize myself with this world and my responsibilities within it. With clarity of thought and astute analysis, Chu Xi gave him a thumbs up. Indeed, Master Yuan, your insights are spot on. Just then, Lu Zhishan, brimming with defiance, let out a huff. Why should I heed your words? You expect me to perform some tricks? That is a grave insult to my dignity. Beside him, the reticent Xiang Yu nodded in agreement. I feel the same. If you wish for us to follow your lead, you must first demonstrate your prowess. With a smile, Chu Xi nodded in acknowledgement. You wish to witness my strength, do you? Very well. With a snap of his fingers, a resounding clap echoed through the air. In an instant, Xiang Yu and Lu Zhishan found themselves sprawled on the ground, their eyes wide in disbelief as they exclaimed, "What sorcery is this? I refuse to accept it." Indeed, so do I. Chu Xi looked at Xiang Yu, perplexed, as if questioning whether he had been possessed by Zhang Fei. Still unconvinced. How about this? Raising his hand, Xiang Yu and Lu Zhishan were suddenly lifted into the air, their expressions filled with terror. Not only were they astonished, but Yi Ruodong and Sheng Wanwaner were equally incredulous. Chu Xi's abilities were nothing short of divine, leaving them utterly astonished. Casting a calm glance at the wary Han Li and the indifferent Sun Wukong, Chu Xi spoke slowly. You should now realize that our strengths are not on the same level. Therefore, if you wish to avoid dismissal and wish to enjoy the pleasures of this otherworldly experience, you must adhere to the system's arrangements and follow my commands.